Rebirth of a magical cultivator who picks up a zombie planet in the beginning of the game. Synopsis. Chu Xian traveled through Zhongxian heaven and earth and became a devil cultivator of the Wuji sect. However, killing is forbidden by the heavenly Tao of the human race. The Wuji sect was also destroyed by the righteous sects. At a time when he is at his wit's end, Chu Xian accidentally obtains the blood mirror, which allows him to travel to an apocalyptic planet filled with zombies. He suddenly realized that this place was simply a blessed cave that belonged uniquely to demonic cultivators. If he dared to blood sacrifice millions of mortals, the heavenly Tao of the human race would draw heavenly thunder and earthly fire to split him into dregs and burn him to ashes. But if he blood sacrifices millions of zombies, not only will there be no disaster, but there will also be golden flowers falling about, haze in the sky, and merit added to his body. From then on, disasters are eliminated and difficulties are minimized. More blessings and longevity are increased, and she is entwined. At this moment, Chu Xian realized, devils are scary. A devil cultivator with infinite merit and virtue is even more terrifying. Chapter 1, Senior Brother. You are truly brave. Zhongxian Continent, Yu Kingdom, Qinghe City. The streets are crowded with people and flowers. There was a tea stall down the street. Just drop a coin and you can drink a big bowl of herbal tea in pain. A young man in cloth then sat down and quietly drank tea. He recalls the year or so he spent hiding in the East. As a traveler himself, living like this is really a bit humiliating. His name was Chu Xian. He crossed over to the Zhongxian continent 20 years ago and became an outer disciple of the Wuji sect. Only, there's no old grandpa, no Goldfinger. All there is his handsome appearance and mediocre qualifications. Luckily, the Wuji sect was the strongest sect in the Yu Kingdom, and of the 9 states in the Yu Kingdom, 3 of them were under the Wuji sect's domain. It took Chu Xian 10 years before he finally refined qi into his body, stepping into the qi refining stage and advancing to the inner disciple. Knowing that his qualifications were mediocre, he had dabbled extensively in the fields of parasites, poison arts, corpse refining, puppets, and disguises, and thus was not bad in strength despite his low realm, the highest ranking ever, 10th among the inner disciples. There was almost a chance that he would be spotted by the elder and taken in as a personal disciple. This time, the unexpected came. The first old ancestor of the Wuji sect went off the rails while practicing and accidentally fell. When the 5 righteous sects in Yu Kingdom learned of the news, they said that the Wuji sect was full of evils and killings, and that everyone should be punished, so they joined hands to fight against the Wuji sect. The Wuji sect was outnumbered and losing ground. A Yuaning elder ancestor and 10 Jindan elder ancestors. Most of them were killed in battle, several more surrendered, and only 2 escaped. The patriarch, vice patriarch, grand elder, and others, died, fled, and descended. From being in the middle of the day, to a tree falling from a sinking ship in just 1 month, Chu Xian was but a small shrimp compared to those Jindan powers, thus enabling him to escape with his life. Only his status forced him to go into hiding. Now, a year had passed since the 5 clans had exterminated the demons. Many Wuji sect disciples were caught and executed, but he's alive. What started out as an extensive dabbling in multiple spells was now all he had to live for. At this moment, although he was just sitting, everything around him was in his ears. It is because he has a listening bug in both ears. This kind of compulsion could amplify the small sounds around him, allowing him to hear extremely subtle sounds. At that moment, another person came and somewhat hesitantly sat down in front of the cloth-clad youth. He lowered his voice and said, "Heavenly King?" Chu Xian calmly said, "You're at 250. The man added, "A pagoda to subdue a river demon? Chu Xian, you are really fishing." Only then did the man let out a long breath. "Senior brother, you're really brave. Actually choosing to meet here?" Chu Xian calmly sipped his tea. "We are all proper loose cultivators who abide by the rules. So what are we afraid of?" The man gulped and nodded repeatedly. The look he gave Chu Xian was filled with admiration. This senior brother of his, Chu Xian, ranked 10th among the inner disciples of the Wuji sect. However, a year had passed, and the inner disciples who ranked ahead of Chu Xian had all been captured by the righteous sect. Only Chu Xian remained at large. It even dared to strut around and appear in the territory of the righteous sects. He had to admire Chu Xian's boldness. "He Liang, did you bring the stuff?" Chu Xian sipped his tea and casually said. He Liang nodded his head and took out a lower-grade storage pouch, handing it over. Chu Xian received it and probed into it to check. Cultivating the blood technique on his own required a large amount of essence blood. Mortals, demonic beasts, any living being with essence blood. Killing mortals to obtain essence blood was naturally the fastest, but that would cut into merit. and killing more mortals would get you targeted by the heavenly Tao. At that time, if one wanted to impact a higher realm, it would be rolling thunder in the sky, blazing fire in the earth, and numerous calamities. It's hard not to die. Chu Xian guessed that the unexpected fall of the Wuji sect's first elder ancestor was not unrelated to its extremely heavy killing. Now that the Wuji sect had been destroyed, the 5 righteous sects were strictly investigating the slaughter of mortals. Mutilating mortals at a time like this was no different than seeking death. Therefore, he commissioned He Liang to bring him the demonic beast blood beads. This item is blood after purification, small in size and high in energy, suitable for cultivation. Good color. Chu Xian nodded slightly and threw 10 small spirit stones over. He Liang's eyes were greedy and he hastily took it in. Chu Xian was about to leave when he suddenly realized that there was something wrong around him. The food stalls, vegetable stalls, rouge stores, and butcher stores in the distance all seemed to have changed. The voice of the speaker has changed. Vaguely, it seemed as if he had been heavily watched. There was no lack of powerful auras from the Foundation establishment stage. He couldn't help but glance at He Liang. This face of his was a human skin mask that had just been made today, and no one knew that he was Chu Xian except for He Liang. Looks like it's time for another face. Chu Xian's expression was calm. Senior brother, I still need one more thing, he suddenly said. He Liang nodded. Senior brother, please command. Chu Xian, is there a spirit blood pill? He Liang nodded seriously. There are 2 of them. They were taken along from the treasury when they fled the clan. Chu Xian lowered his voice. I need spirit blood pills, the more the better. He Liang froze, but, the spirit blood pill is only needed by seriously injured Foundation establishment stage cultivators. Senior brother he suddenly reacted. I see, did you find Uncle Lu? Senior brother? Uncle Lu, full name Lu Zhenxiong, Foundation stage, is one of the few Wuji sect cultivators who hasn't been caught by the righteous cultivators yet. Chu Xian coldly said, don't ask what you shouldn't. He Liang hurriedly covered his mouth. I know, give me the spirit blood pill. Chu Xian extended his hand. He Liang whispered, the spirit blood pill is too expensive. You don't have enough spirit stones, do you, senior brother? Chu Xian was silent. He Liang hurriedly said, how about this? You take me to see Master Lu. I'll hang out with you guys. It's more important for us to hold together at times like this, senior brother. Chu Xian sternly said, no, the risk is too great. He Liang let out a long sigh and gritted his teeth, pulling out a spirit stone and stuffing it into Chu Xian's hand. 1 medium spirit stone. No more. Chu Xian raised his eyebrows. Small spirit stones, which were the edges of spirit stone veins, were not of high purity, and generally only circulated amongst chi refining stage cultivators. Medium spirit stones, which were quite high in purity and much larger in size, mostly circulated in the hands of Foundation establishment stage cultivators. 1 medium spirit stone was enough to exchange for 100 small spirit stones. I didn't realize He Liang actually had a piece. I am barely relieved that you have such sincerity. Chu Xian nodded slightly. He Liang also breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry up and go, senior brother. I can only feel at ease with the blessing of a Foundation establishment cultivator like Uncle Lu. Chu Xian nodded. The location is at a deserted residence in the east of the city. Follow me. After saying that, he dropped a copper plate and immediately got up. He Liang hurriedly followed. After they left, the 6 cultivators observing from afar immediately came to the tea stall. A middle-aged cultivator at the head of the group was even more immortal. Obviously a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. He Liang went with him. He should have caught a big fish. The middle-aged cultivator looked delighted. Follow immediately. We'll all get credit for catching this big fish. He droned lowly. Yes. A few moments later, the eastern residence of the city. The middle-aged cultivator and the others rushed to this place, and surrounded the nearby dwellings as well. Senior uncle, when are we going in? A young disciple inquired. Wait for the signal, the middle-aged cultivator whispered. After a few more moments, the popping sound came out. The door to the house was knocked right off. He Liang's figure fell and flew out, spraying blood furiously in midair. He cried out in agony. Underground. Lu Zhenxiong is underground. They found me. The middle-aged cultivator's eyes lit up and he immediately yelled. Charge in! Try to capture them alive. Whoosh! The righteous cultivators swept past He Liang and rushed into the residential area. There was indeed a large, dark hole in the middle of the dwelling, leading straight down to the ground. The middle-aged cultivator and the others entered it, and found that there were numerous passages within it, as well as quite a few organ traps. It was simply like a labyrinth. After searching hard for a long time, a cultivator exclaimed. "Seen your uncle. There's a dried corpse here with its face peeled off." The middle-aged cultivator froze, and after carefully recognizing the corpse, he instantly became furious. "This is He Liang. The one outside is Chu Xian. Quickly go after him. We've all been tricked by him." However, when they returned to the ground, there was no sign of He Liang. "Damn Chu Xian. Let him get away again." The middle-aged cultivator was furious. Chapter 2: The zombie is human and not human. Outside the city of Qinghe, Chu Xian tore off He Liang's face skin and casually threw it into the river. Makeshift human skin masks are so uncomfortable to wear. He flipped through He Liang's storage bag and nodded slightly. More than 80 small spirit stones, 1 medium spirit stone, 3 bottles of rejuvenation pills, 1 bottle of rejuvenation water, a large bucket of demonic beast blood, plus He Liang's entire spiritual energy. Not bad, not bad. It's still faster to kill and get away with it. Chu Xian smashed his lips. Just now, in the middle of that deserted dwelling, he had taken advantage of He Liang's unpreparedness, and with a sneak attack, he had him firmly under control. First, he tortured the situation of the righteous cultivators from He Liang's mouth before using the spirit snatching technique to drain He Liang's spiritual energy. In the end, naturally, he peeled off the skin of He Liang, made a temporary human skin mask, and escaped from life. But can you escape for a moment? But can you escape for the rest of your life? The technique I cultivate requires a large amount of living blood every time I break through a minor realm. The parasites I feed also need to ingest a large amount of living flesh and blood in order to improve. And if they are unable to feed for a long period of time, they will backfire. Every search for living flesh and blood is an adventure. Or I'd better become a decent cultivator. Chu Xian smiled helplessly. If he wanted to live in this world of immortal cultivation, he would have to change his sect and cultivate a decent gong method to be able to do so. But if you cultivate decent gongfu, you still have to push back and retrain. With his own qualifications, I'm afraid that he won't be able to enter the foundation establishment stage even if he dies of old age. Only a low threshold, fast-acting, powerful magic skill would be suitable for an ordinary qualification like himself, right? Ha! This mirror is He Liang's magic weapon? Chu Xian noticed a dusty, blood-colored mirror in the corner of the storage bag. He took it out and injected it with spiritual energy. But it was stone cold. As a matter of fact, just by injecting spiritual energy, the magic weapon would be activated. This spell is peculiar. Could it be of high grade? Chu Xian once again injected spiritual energy. This time, he had fully injected half of his entire body's spiritual energy. The blood mirror suddenly buzzed. The dust washed away. A modernized image of doom was suddenly revealed in the mirror. Skyscrapers, desolate and dead, and zombies. Chu Xian was stunned. Why did these worlds look so much like the zombie-themed movies and dramas that I had seen before I crossed over? He frowned, and suddenly felt an intent within the blood mirror. It seemed that one could travel directly to this planet of doom through the blood mirror if one wished. Chu Xian's heart moved slightly and he reached out to touch it. In the blink of an eye, the sky spun around them. Everywhere there was a chaotic glow, odd noises, and distorted sights. By the time Chu Xian's eyes became clear again, he appeared in a street in a heck of a lot. On both sides were a forest of stores, and in the distance were skyscrapers lined up. The streets, on the other hand, are littered with deserted cars and overgrown weeds. A desolate scene. Snap. Footsteps came. A hideous, ghastly figure suddenly swung out of the shadow of the car. The eyes were hollow and bloodthirsty. Fishy-smelling saliva came out of his mouth. Exactly zombies. Roar! This zombie smelled the flavor of a living person and immediately lunged towards Chu Xian. Chu Xian frowned slightly and violently raised his hand. A line of blood then came off the hand and swept across the walker's neck. The corpse was separated from its head and died instantly. Its body was even spraying blood wildly, as if it was a fountain. Chu Xian was, after all, a qi refining stage cultivator. Although he didn't yet have the skills of Fengshu to control the wind and palm the sky to control the earth, and could only superficially utilize his spiritual power, both the force and perception were already far beyond that of mortals. Whereas a zombie's body is no different than a mortal's. It's not unusual for a knife to kill you. Chu Xian shook his head and was about to leave. At that moment, he suddenly felt the stirring of the compulsion inside his body and stood his ground. He stretched out his palm, and the skin of his palm cracked open, drilling out a long, blood-colored worm. This long worm was as thick as a finger and had a tough body. It is called blood wire, a kind of compulsion famous for its toughness. After practicing the secret of the imperial parasites, feeding them for a long time and cultivating a tacit understanding, they can defend the enemy. The total amount of spiritual energy of chi refining stage cultivators was very small, and they often had trouble sustaining themselves after activating a spell or two. That was why Chu Xian chose the blood steel wire as his additional means of defending himself against the enemy. It was also because of his many means that he was able to stand firm amongst the inner disciples of the Wuji sect, ranking 10th in the inner sect. Right now, Chu Xian's realm was low, and he was still only able to store a blood steel wire. When the realm is high, it will be able to store more blood wires. At that time, more means of defending the enemy could be derived. At this moment, the blood steel wire smelled the flavor of blood and flesh, and seemed to be very hungry, constantly looking that way. Chu Xian looked at the zombie's corpse and suddenly raised his eyebrows. The zombies can move, like they're living beings too? Will it work if we use the flesh and blood of zombies to cultivate techniques and feed the parasites? The more he thought about it, the more interested he became. Worldly feats and spells are categorized into 4 grades: extremely upper, middle and lower. The technique he cultivated was the blood transformation and spirit taking technique, which was one of the Wuji sect's top grade techniques at the chi refining stage, and it was his main technique. Compared to the chi refining stage extreme grade technique, it was just a bit slower to cultivate. As long as he raised the level of the blood transformation and spirit snatching technique, his realm would be able to rise with it. Chu Xian took a few steps forward and extended his palm onto the zombie corpse. The blood wire immediately drilled in. Numbing chewing sounds emanated from within the corpse. Chu Xian had heard more than enough, but instead, he was quite indifferent. To him, as long as he was fed, blood wire was no different than a tame dog or cat. It didn't take long for the blood steel wire to return to Chu Xian's palm. It has a cleanliness fetish and cleaned itself up a long time ago. Chu Xian nodded slightly. Blood wire doesn't eat everything. Favorite food is human flesh and blood. The next is demonic beast blood and flesh. So it does seem that zombies can be used as fodder to feed the parasites. In that case, the zombie blood should also be able to be used to cultivate feats. Say it and do it. Chu Xian immediately began to hunt for zombies. It didn't take him long to find 3 innocent passers-by. Ah no, passerby walkers in the neighborhood. The blood wire obediently bound their arms and legs. The 3 zombies were all very spirited, and even though they were bound by the bloody wires, they were still hissing. Chu Xian found a large bucket from his storage bag and cut the 3 zombies' throats directly to bleed them out. In a few moments, the vat was filled to the brim. The rest of the corpse didn't go to waste, and blood wire dug in to feast on it. Chu Xian immediately transported the transformation blood technique. This spell, which was acquired by practicing the first layer of the blood transformation spirit snatching technique, had no offensive power and could purely be used to refine blood. At best, it was only a lower grade spell of the chi refining stage. The blood in front of his eyes was continuously ingested, eliminating impurities and dirt, and gradually transformed into pure energy. A large bucket of zombie blood. After completely removing the impurities, only several thumb-sized blood-colored beads remained. This object is the blood pearl. Although it was purified from zombie blood, Chu Xian didn't mind. Demon beast blood, parasite blood, mortal blood, zombie blood. There is no such thing as high or low. Anything to get stronger is good. He took the blood bead in one gulp and began to refine it. After a few moments, a joyful look appeared. It really works. He could feel that the spiritual energy in his body had grown a few more points. At this rate, soon I'll be able to practice the 5th layer of the blood transformation spirit snatching technique. Chu Xian's expression was uplifted. Chapter 3, How can you be a zombie in such a low voice? The blood transformation spirit snatching technique was divided into a total of 9 layers. Practicing the first level corresponds to the first level of chi refining. Similarly, and so on, practicing the 9th layer would correspond to the 9th layer of chi refining. Among them, the first 2 or 3 levels of the chi refining stage were known as the early stages of chi refining. The 4th, 5th and 6th levels are known as the middle stage of chi refining. The 7th, 8th, and 9th levels are known as the late stage of chi refining. Chu Xian had now practiced the 4th layer of the blood transformation spirit snatching technique, and was in the middle stage of chi refining. As long as one practiced the 5th layer, one would be able to go one step further. You can also learn new spells. More importantly, walkers are not mortal. Killing zombies won't attract the heavenly punishment of the human heavenly Tao. Good thing. Big good. Chu Xian suddenly realized that he had come to a good place by mistake. Not only was it a blood skill, from now on, one would not need to consider the furnace at all when casting compulsions, poison techniques, or refining corpses or puppets. Isn't this plethora of zombies a natural stove and material everywhere? Moreover, with my current cultivation level, Even if I return to the Tsongshuan continent, I will still be in danger. But on top of this planet, I am the powerhouse of life and death. Chu Xian revealed a smile. He himself could have made use of the zombies here and practiced his magic skills properly. It's not too late to go back when you have some strength. Keep searching for walkers. Chu Xian walked on the streets and quickly selected a 5-story shopping mall as his temporary stronghold. Little runner. He glanced up at the billboard and sauntered into this mall. On the first floor of the mall, a number of zombies were hissing and roaming aimlessly. Chu Xian's appearance immediately attracted their attention. The next moment, they came barreling over. Chu Xian smiled happily. Don't be anxious, everyone gets a share. Moments later, the 5th floor of the mall. Master Chu looked at the blood in front of him that had filled 6 bathtubs, and on his face, which was originally a little tired from bloodletting, a pleased smile appeared at this time. This much blood was enough for him to cultivate for a long time. However, bloodletting is too troublesome. It's time to refine a few corpses to work for me. Chu Xian searched around the mall but never found a suitable zombie. To refine a corpse, one needs this corpse to be quite powerful in itself, preferably with gnarled muscles and deep resentment. In this way, after refining, the corpse will have infinite strength and grievances. When you are in the midst of the enemy, you will be able to gain the upper hand. But the zombies in this mall can't be described as majestic, can they? At least they're dried up and withered. One by one, they don't even have the spirit to roar. You want to be a zombie when you're whispering like that? Never mind. Let's take a break and look around the neighborhood later. We can always find strong and fit targets. Chu Xian moved a recliner over and laid down on it. He wasn't worried about being attacked by a walker. The blood wire protected his body at all times. In the event of a zombie sneak attack, Bloodwire's reaction time was faster than his. He's been on edge every day and night for a year, dodging decent arrests. Others see him as calm and collected, but it's really all an act. This is the kind of environment where one has to be incredibly sensible and calm in order to survive. Now that he finally had a moment of peace, Chu Xian could no longer hold back his inner exhaustion. Fell asleep. The other side. Outside the Little Runner Mall, 2 people are sneaking closer. The leader of the group was a muscular man. The man behind him was dry and thin. The thin man whispered, "Brother Tiger, do as you command. As long as I can cure my mom, I'll do whatever I'm told." A hint of mockery flashed under Tiger's eyes as he laughed. "Don't worry, I won't let you go to your death. There's still some food in this mall, so you go attract the attention of the walkers and I'll search for food. If you're surrounded by walkers, don't be afraid. I'll save you." The thin man nodded heavily. "Okay, I believe you." After that, he took a hose and carefully walked into the mall. A few moments later, a number of walkers were attracted to him. Tiger then strides into the mall. One moment at a time, canned goods, medicines, and other resources are thrown into the backpack. These have a long shelf life and are still usable as long as they are not broken. At that moment, a panicked voice came from not far away. "Brother Tiger, so many zombies. Help!" The thin man was surrounded by hordes of zombies and looked terrified. Tiger laughed strangely, still throwing various resources into his backpack on the fly. There was no intention of helping. "Tiger, save me!" The skinny man was in a rage. Tiger hemmed and hawed. "There's something I forgot to tell you. Your mom died yesterday, and the spirit dogs aren't going to waste medicine rescuing a 60-year-old woman." The thin man's eyes widened in shock. A zombie pounced on him while he was off guard and took a bite out of his chest. "The reason I tricked you into coming to the Little Runner Mall was to use you one last time. Anyway, you've been used by me many times." "Not this time." Tiger laughed strangely. "Thank you for using your life to distract the walkers for me." "Oh yeah, you have a sister, don't you? I'll take care of her for you." The dry and thin man was already surrounded by batches of zombies at this point. These bloodthirsty monsters tore piece after piece of flesh from his body. With the last of his strength, he hissed, "Tang Hu, I won't let you go even as a ghost." Tang Hu hemmed and hawed. Fine. Come back to me when you can turn into a ghost." More walkers were attracted to the area while the commotion made more noise. Tang Hu immediately rushed towards the 2nd floor. Many scavengers have ventured to the 1st floor of the mall, but not many people dare to go to the 2nd floor or even higher floors, where there are more zombies. There are definitely more resources there. It's still true. Tang Hu's eyes were shooting out green light as he scavenged all the way. Plop, plop. Some of the zombies even jumped straight down from the heights and went straight to where the dry and thin man had caused the commotion. Seeing this, Tang Hu was even more greedy and simply went straight to the 5th floor. Sure enough, there were hardly any walkers encountered along the way. Only, coming to the 5th floor, he froze. because there were actually quite a few zombie bodies down here. By the dryness of the blood, it seems to have died recently. Had someone come to the 5th floor of the mall before himself? Tang Hu looked around and immediately realized that there was a recliner in the open space in front of him. A young man in a peculiar costume was lying on it, huffing and puffing. Around the youth, there were 6 other bathtubs filled with blood. Seeing this bizarre scene, Tang Hu couldn't help but gulp. So much food. Tang Hu noticed the dozens of canned goods around the man, and his greed rose. He hurriedly threw the can into his backpack. "You're in great shape," the calm voice suddenly sounded. Tang Hu was violently startled, directly pulling the machete from his waist and slashing back. When? But there was a sound of gold and iron. Tang Hu felt a tingling in his tiger's mouth. Almost unable to hold the machete, he turned back to see that the youth had actually stood up, looking at him with interest. That look was bizarre. It was as if he wasn't even treated like a person, more like looking at an object. What made Tang Hu feel even more terrified was that there was actually a long, blood-colored worm wiggling in the youth's palm. He gulped. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, there have been so many unknown mysteries in this world. This man can live with worms, and is by no means human. Tang Hu wisely put his backpack down and raised his hands above his head. "Big brother, everything is yours. My brother-in-law is Boss Xiao Hong Zhao. Let's have a talk." Chapter 4, You're strong and fit. You're perfect for corpse making. Chu Xian sniffed and became more interested. "Boss Xiao? Who is it?" Tang Hu was stunned, but still immediately said, "Boss Xiao. It's the leader of this East Lake City's largest organization, the Spirit Dog Gang, Boss Xiao Hong Zhao." Chu Xian nodded. "Tell me everything about the neighborhood." Tang Hu didn't dare to refuse, and only had to tell the information he knew one by one. Chu Xian nodded slightly. "Not bad." Tang Hu compensated with a smile. "Big brother, please, for the sake of my brother-in-law, for the sake of me being so cooperative, let me live, okay?" Chu Xian laughed. "What I mean is that you have a good figure, which is just right to be used as material for my corpse refining." Tang Hu froze. "Zombie making?" Before he could react, the blood steel wire in Chu Xian's palm then swooped down and instantly bound his hands and feet. Tang Hu desperately wanted to break free, but found that this blood-colored long worm was even harder than a steel wire, so he couldn't break free. "Big brother, what are you doing?" He was horrified. "Refining corpses. You're strong and fit. You're perfect for refining corpses." Chu Xian configured the medicinal liquid to himself. "Later on, I'll stimulate all of your grievances, and you'll be a hardened corpse pawn." What he was using was a secret corpse refining method called the Vajra refining corpse method from the corpse puppet sect. Only that the corpse puppet sect wasn't very competitive and was killed off by the righteous sects joining forces a long time ago. The majority of its sect's legacy fell into the hands of the righteous sects, while the smaller half was absorbed by the Wuji sect. No matter which method of corpse refining is used to refine a shadowy corpse, the shadowy corpses at the bottom of its hierarchy are called corpse pawns. Further up are the corpse generals, corpse marshals, corpse kings, and so on. Corpse pawns correspond to the refining stage. The corpse will correspond to the foundation stage, and so on from there. Each realm was divided into 9 levels, which also corresponded to the cultivator's realm one by one. Only that the Yin corpses refined by various methods of corpse refining had their own characteristics, such as the Vajra body refining method, which focuses on hammering and forging the physical body. This kind of corpse pawns, once refined, will be invulnerable to swords and spears, with infinite strength, enough to compete with Qi refining stage cultivators. Chu Xian's previous difficulty in refining it was mainly due to the fact that it took too long to refine and was prone to accidents. He himself could never stay in one place for too long, which is why he had to give up the idea of refining corpses. Chu Xian took out another large bucket from his storage bag and poured various medicinal liquids into it. It then threw in the fancy bound Tang Fu. Even the head was completely submerged. Tang Hu's voice, gradually, trailed off. Afterwards, Chu Xian solemnly cut open his palm, forced out 2 drops of essence blood, and dripped them into the vat. His face was slightly pale. Essence blood is not ordinary blood. Even if he cultivated the blood transformation and spirit snatching technique and accelerated the speed of condensing essence blood, this thing could not be condensed in a day or two. Now just wait. According to the Vajra corpse refining method, we should be able to see the results in 3 days at most. Chu Xian lay on a lounge chair to the side, flaring a can of tuna wildly into his mouth. It was something he had just found while searching for walkers, and it hadn't passed its shelf life. Damn! Food made by modern industry is delicious. What have I been eating in the Wuji sect? Light out of the bird. Chu Xian looked up to the sky and sighed. After all these years, I'm finally eating what people should be eating again. 3 days later, Chu Xian stood guard in front of the vat with an expectant face. Look at this big guy with a black body and a heart on. Compared to before, this person's body had swelled another round. The chest, joints, and back were even growing fine bone armor. The defense is amazing. Chu Xian took out a flying dagger and chopped it, only leaving a little shallow trace. He rejoiced inwardly. Know that you are practiced. The Yin corpse in front of him had already reached the ranks of corpse pawns, equivalent to Qi refining stage cultivators. I just don't know. How qualified is this Yin corpse? Chu Xian was thoughtful. The qualifications of Yin corpses are categorized into 4 grades, extremely upper, middle and lower. The better the medicinal liquid, the higher the qualification of the cadaver. Extreme Yin corpse, once refined, will be able to master 4 spells. The top quality Yin corpse would only have 3 spells. There were even fewer medium-grade Yin corpses and lower-grade Yin corpses, only 2 and 1 respectively. Chu Xian had heard when he was still in the Wuji sect that there was a Jindan ancestor who, back when he was still in the Qi refining stage, was extremely fortunate to refine an extremely high-quality Yin corpse, which had just been born with 4 spells. That Jindan ancestor was also relying on that extreme Yin corpse in order to take the path of immortal cultivation step by step and finally become a Jindan stage. Chu Xian immediately took out a small pitch-black tower. This pagoda is called the Pagoda of Raising Corpses. The Corpse Nurturing Pagoda is a magic weapon that is specifically used to collect Yin corpses and cultivate them. All corpse raising towers came with an appraisal technique that could appraise the qualifications and realm of a Yin corpse. This corpse nurturing tower of Chu Xian was still acquired at a low price from a disillusioned middle-aged disciple, and was only a lower-grade magic weapon. This tower has no offensive or defensive instincts and is only used to store Yin corpses. He kept it with him all the time, just in case. Now is the time to move. With a thought, Chu Xian collected this corpse pawn. The Yin Qi is strong in the corpse-raising tower. The corpse pawn was unusually excited when he entered it, and he hastily swallowed the Yin Qi in a big gulp. Chu Xian injected a trace of spiritual energy to stimulate the appraisal technique. A black light shone on it. A hint of golden light immediately rose from its heavenly spirit. Chu Xian was suddenly surprised. A mid-grade Yin corpse? A second-grade corpse pawn? Not bad. The first time he refined a corpse, the medicinal liquid was quite ordinary, and he actually refined a medium-grade Yin corpse. Dang lucky. Chu Xian continued to use his appraisal technique. It soon became clear what the 2 spells of this shadowy corpse were. Bloodlust and golden light spells. The so-called bloodthirsty technique is to instantly put yourself into a bloodthirsty state and increase your combat power by leaps and bounds. The downside is that it lasts only a quarter of an hour. After it is activated, it will fall into a state of weakness for 10 hours. As for the golden light mantra, as the name suggests, it was to cover one's body in golden light after casting it, strengthening one's defense. With these 2 spells working together, this corpse pawn was a completely standard meat tank. Nowadays, even though it was only a grade 2 corpse pawn, equivalent to a cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi refining. However, after casting 2 spells at the same time, I'm afraid that it would be enough to fight against a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refining for a moment, whether it's used as a decoy to draw enemy fire, or used to save your life and get out of the way when you're in danger. It works well. Chu Xian's heart was unimpeded. This planet of Doom Shore is a great place. It had only been 3 days, and he already had a corpse pawn as a base card. The overall strength had at least doubled compared to 3 days ago. It's a pity that the materials for refining Yin corpses are hard to come by. Otherwise I would definitely have to refine another Yin corpse. Chu Xian smashed his lips. He waved casually. The corpse pawn then came to him respectfully and waited for his orders. This was the use of the 2 drops of essence blood that he had put into the medicinal liquid. As long as the corpse pawn could eat, it would always follow his orders and would not backfire. Level 2 corpse pawns. There's nothing wrong with sweeping the small. Over to you. Chu Xian waved his hand and lay down on the recliner again in an old-fashioned manner. The corpse pawn let out a low roar and immediately swept out. The next moment, the mall was filled with horrible roars and the tearing of flesh and blood. This was followed by the sound of banging and clashing of various artifacts. Chu Xian saw it as cozy and comfortable as he ate the canned food while flipping through the tome. Devil cultivators, isn't the figure a free-for-all? Chapter 5, Zombies as Furnace. Cultivating blood-tooth fruit. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Chu Xian took a big bite of the steaming fresh shrimp fish plate noodles. Great feeling. The thing about instant noodles is that you get tired of eating them every day. Every once in a while, I don't eat it anymore, but I miss the flavor. But for Chu Xian, who had traveled through the world of immortal cultivation for decades, the taste of this stuff could be too nostalgic. At that moment, Chu Xian had a fire pit blazing in front of him. Moments later, he wolfed down the bubbly noodles. The flames had almost died down as well, and it was then that he plucked something out of the fire pit with 2 sticks. It was the bloody mirror. The bloody mirror showed no signs of being cauterized by the flames at all. Its light is rather brighter than before. Chu Xian glanced at the image within the blood mirror. The sky is clear and the mountains are beautiful, exactly where he had crossed over earlier. Today, the picture is 1/5 brighter. When it's completely bright, you should be able to cross back over. He had now discovered that the blood mirror would automatically absorb the energy of heaven and earth to recharge. All energies are fine. Aura, fury, Yin aka bioenergy, heat, light, electricity. By throwing the blood mirror into the fire pit, he was causing it to absorb heat. Another month at this rate and it should be full. At that moment, an excited low roar came from not far away, and it was the corpse pawn. Not long after, the corpse pawn appeared before Chu Xian's eyes carrying 2 gasoline drums. It just came back from hunting walkers. Chu Xian also gave it the command to look for fuel. At first, they could not understand it, but after they were gradually coached, they were able to understand it. Chu Xian looked at the corpse pawns in front of him whose figures were becoming more and more brawny and their physiques were becoming more and more majestic, and his expression was satisfied. Good job, tiger. When the corpse pawn heard this, it immediately lowered its head tamely and allowed Chu Xian to caress it. Little tiger was the name Chu Xian painstakingly gave it. It's never just a random word taken from the original name. Well, never. In 2 days, Xiaovu had hunted down and killed all the zombies in the Little Runner Mall. Those that sold well and had spirit were captured and bled. The meat is so fatty that it can also be used as fodder for blood wires. As for those who were listless and lacked vigor, they all became the sustenance of this corpse pawn. At the beginning of the 3rd day, it started to clean up the zombies among the surrounding stores and residences, with the Little Runway Mall as the center. In 5 days, this corpse pawn was elevated from a level 2 corpse pawn to a level 3 corpse pawn. Although just looking at the realm alone it could still only compete with cultivators at the 3rd level of chi refining, but with its savage muscles, and that rushing resentment, did not learn a few spells of the 3rd layer of chi refining small cultivator once it was close to it. Not dead, also injured. But what am I supposed to do with you? It's too soon to cocoon. Chu Xian lowered his head, looked at Blood Steel Wire's breathless appearance, and smiled helplessly. This little guy has probably eaten too much zombie meat. This morning when Chu Xian had just woken up, he realized that it actually showed signs of forming a cocoon. Cocooning meant that the blood wire would learn the natural spells and its strength would skyrocket. This is great news for him. Blood wire belongs to the category of easy-to-find parasites, so the upper limit isn't very high, and you can only cocoon twice at most. Each cocoon is like a reincarnation. This is why this kind of compulsion is also known as a second-turn compulsion, which can acquire 2 natural spells. Of course, the upper limit of the parasites is not set in stone. If by chance they come across some heavenly materials, after swallowing them, they may be able to continue to form cocoons. He was helpless because he hadn't even started working on cultivating heavenly materials. Go grab a couple of lively walkers and bring them over. Chu Xian waved his hand. Ho ho ho! The corpse pawn roared a few times in excitement and disappeared in a few leaps. In less than 10 minutes, it reappeared. There was a walker under each of the lanky arms. The 2 zombies couldn't stop roaring and struggling desperately, and they did have a lot of spirit. Chu Xian nodded approvingly. Cover your mouth, tie it up, and throw it to the corner. The corpse pawn carried out the order somewhat clumsily. Soon, the 2 walkers were disposed of. Chu Xian came to them with large strides, took out his small knife, and dug bloody holes in their arms, legs, torsos, and other parts of their bodies. Afterwards, another breeding bag was taken out from the storage bag and filled with some red seeds the size of grains of rice. The red seeds only touched the flesh and blood and quickly took root. In just a few blinks of an eye, it actually grew a centimeter of red shoots. Their leaves are sharp triangles. Scarlet evil. The breeze caressed it as if it were the sharp fangs of a demonic beast. Chilling. This spirit plant is called Blood Demon Tooth. Thirsty for blood and flesh. Dislikes aura. It takes a month for them to bloom. The fruit is called Blood Tooth Fruit. It was the heavenly material that the Blood Steel Wire cocoon needed the most. After swallowing the Blood Tooth Fruit, Blood Steel Wire's speed and force would increase dramatically, and there is a probability of acquiring the best natural spells. At times like this, the more Blood Tooth Fruits one swallowed, the greater the probability of acquiring an extremely gifted spell. This information, Chu Xian had buried himself in studying the Imperial Compassion technique for many years, and had since familiarized himself with it. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to these hospitable and selfless zombies around him, Chu Xian's realm had already moved into the 6th level of qi refining. Xiaowu wasn't bad either, having reached the level of a level 5 corpse pawn, finally ripe for the picking. Chu Xian arrived in front of those two zombies and looked at the heavy fruit on the branch of the blood demon's tooth, revealing a smile. During this month, Chu Xian fed these two zombies 1 or 2 pieces of zombie meat every other day to ensure that they did not die. This was the only way to supply a constant supply of nutrients to the blood demon's teeth. But even so, a month down the line, these two zombies were already shapeless and withered. Its entire body's flesh and blood nutrition had been drained by the blood demon's teeth. Chu Xian then quickly picked the blood tooth fruit. The two dried-up zombies were given to Tiger to be utilized for waste. Crunch! Tiger crouched down and happily ate his lunch. Chu Xian surveyed these 10 thumb-sized blood tooth fruits in his palm. TSK. When the Wuji sect was still in existence, the sect had specialists to cultivate the blood tooth fruit. Only, the price was very expensive, and it took 20 points of clan contribution to redeem it. A rough estimate would be at least 80 small spirit stones. He didn't have many spirit stones in the first place, so naturally, he couldn't have used them to exchange for the blood tooth fruit. But now, these blood tooth fruits were lying peacefully in his palm. The total value was a full 800 small spirit stones. It far exceeded Chu Xian's entire fortune at one time. Hearths are inexhaustible. This is a really good place. Chu Xian's expression was emotional as he brought the blood tooth fruit to the blood steel wire's mouth. Ow! One bite at a time. In the blink of an eye, blood steel wire ate all 10 blood tooth fruits. A long slumber ensued. No matter how much Chu Xian fiddled with it, it did not move at all. When he looked again, the surface of the blood steel wire had been completely shrouded by a maroon-colored blood cocoon. Apparently, the cocooning has really begun. In 10 days at the most, the blood steel wire would break out of its cocoon and become a first-turn compass with a natural spell. By then, it's almost time for me to go back for a visit. The spirit plant seeds need to be replenished, and some spirit stones have to be exchanged for setting up formations. Looks like it's time to find those master brothers of mine and scrape the bottom of the barrel. Chu Xian looked at the hundreds of blood beads in his storage bag and revealed a smile. These were the results of his daily use of the blood transformation technique to purify zombie blood. Blood beads were a great tonic for cultivation. It was absolutely difficult for the Devil Sect cultivators to resist this kind of temptation. Chapter 6, Help me feed Big Black. He's been hungry for a long time. 10 days later, the blood wire successfully broke out of its cocoon. Chu Xian carefully observed. The blood wires after the first turn were found to be larger in size and harder in their outer skin. He took an iron bar at random. With a wave of his hand, the blood steel wire came out of his hand and transformed into a line of blood, easily splitting the iron rod in two. Chu Xian nodded appreciatively. Show me what natural spells you have acquired. With a slight movement of his mind, he harnessed the blood steel wire to release the spell. The blood steel wire shot away electrically, as if it was the hardest rope in the world, and in an instant it bound little Tiger tightly. Tiger growled in alarm and anger. Bursting with huge strength, he desperately tried to break free, yet it never broke free. Not only that, but the bloody light above its hands and feet became tighter and tighter. The bottom of Chu Xian's eyes flashed with joy. Blood binding. As the name suggests, blood binding is a control type of spell. It was precisely one of the best of the several types of extreme spells that could be comprehended after the first turn of the blood steel wire. Blood wire was not a compulsion known for its strength or killing power, and was more adept at defense instead. Chu Xian hadn't expected it to hit the output in the first place. Now that he had comprehended the blood binding technique after turning one, he had obviously clicked on the right skill tree and had not clicked crookedly. Alright, take it back. Chu Xian smiled. Only then did the blood wire make a flash and return to his palm. Little Tiger scornfully wailed a few times and hastily dodged far away, afraid of being tied up again by the blood wire. Chu Xian approvingly touched blood steel wire's little head, satisfied. Counting the time. It's been almost 2 months since I came to this planet. The corpse refining materials on my body have been exhausted, so I have to go back to the Tsangshuan continent to get some. Chu Xian was thoughtful. It's best to refine a few more ink corpses. After I leave this place, I'll have to leave a few ink corpses to guard this place as well. In addition, it's best to get a set of array discs and flags for the blood transformation grand formation. Essence flashed across the bottom of Chu Xian's eyes. Blood transformation array. It was one of the most suitable formations for demonic cultivators to carry out large-scale blood sacrifices. Simple, cheap, leathery. The most basic blood transformation grand formation could be manipulated by even chi refining stage cultivators. As for the advanced, strengthened or even ultimate version of the blood transformation grand formation on top of it. It would require a certain level of attainment in formations. Chu Xian had heard that the corpse puppet Sect master had used a city's land and a full 300,000 living souls to execute the soul-snatching blood transformation formation, thus refining a 10,000 souls blood pearl. The corpse puppet Sect's 3-year-old young patriarch took that blood pearl, refining chi in 1 day and building the foundation in 100 days. In 3 years, he stepped into the 9th level of foundation establishment, and he was in the limelight for a while. A small child of a mere 6 years old froze and suppressed the foundation establishment stage geniuses of the various sects to the point where they couldn't catch their breath. It is only that the fact that this kind of harm is done is too conspicuous. The corpse puppet sect soon incurred the siege of the 5 major orthodox sects, which ultimately led to the severance of the sect's heritage. If one could get a set of blood transformation grand formation and set it up on this planet, one's own cultivation is bound to advance by leaps and bounds. 100 days to build a foundation is naturally a bit of an exaggeration, but 1 year of building a foundation should be proper. Chu Xian had Little Tiger clean up the place a bit more before he came to the rooftop of the Little Runner Mall and activated the blood mirror. After months of absence, it's finally time to go back. Chu Xian looked emotional, a smile on his lips. The last time he left, he was only at the 4th level of chi refining, and there was only a blood wire on his body. In less than 2 months' time, he had reached the 6th level of chi refining. The blood wire had already turned 1, and there was an additional level 5 corpse pawn by his side. Such battle power was enough to crush cultivators at the 7th level of chi refining. Even against the 8th level of chi refining, there was a 70% to 80% chance of victory. Chu Xian took a deep breath and his mind hooked up with the blood mirror. In the blink of an eye, he was sucked into the blood mirror. In the eyes of the onlookers, it is to disappear in an instant, just like the evaporation of the earth. Eastlake City, Hotel Hao Tai. This would have been one of the best hotels in Eastlake. Several years after the zombie outbreak, this place became the home base of the Spirit Dogs gang, the highest floor of the Grand Hotel. A tanned man with a dry, thin, topless body was then lying on a lounge chair on the rooftop, enjoying the daylight. He is Zhao Hong, the leader of the Spirit Dog gang. Zhao Hong was accompanied by 2 other women with hot bodies who were carefully rubbing his legs and pinching his shoulders. Not far from the cage, there was a black-backed wolfhound coiled up. Even if he was coiled up, his body length was more than 3 meters, and his body was even stronger than a bull. The bottom of its eyes flashed ferociously, and saliva dripped from its mouth. Seems to be hungry. Under the recliner, there was a burly man kneeling on both knees, shivering, not even daring to breathe out loud. Zhao Hong rolled over and calmly said, "Ling Tao, you promised me half a month to find out how Tang Hu disappeared. It's been almost 2 months now." Only then did Ling Tao hastily speak up. "Boss, Tiger disappeared at the Little Runner Mall. It's dangerous there now. There might be a high-level zombie. 2 of the men I sent out to scout have gone missing. Boss, I can't be blamed for this. How could I not think that there would be high-level zombies there?" Ling Tao crawled closer to Zhao Hong on his knees, hugging his thighs tightly and crying out in pain. "Only you, boss, can deal with high-level zombies." Zhao Hong half sat up and reached out his hand to gently caress Ling Tao's face with a smile on his face. "I don't blame you. No one knew that there were high-level zombies there." Ling Tao was touched by everything. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Help me feed Big Black. He's been hungry for a long time." Zhao Hong casually said. Yes. Ling Tao hurriedly walked to the side, fetched a large bag of dog food, and was about to pour it towards that wolf dog's food bowl. The black-backed wolfhound didn't move a muscle, letting his saliva flow. Zhao Hong snapped his fingers. "Da hey, eat, ow." The wolf dog scurried out of the iron cage in a flash and bit Ling Tao's arms in one bite. Just a click. Ling Tao's arms were then broken at the elbows, and blood soared wildly. Ah, boss. Ling Tao screamed miserably. The intense pain of losing his arms prevented him from thinking properly. Zhao Hong frowned. "How many times have I told you to just bite the throat to kill someone? Don't get blood everywhere." Without saying a word, the wolf dog rushed forward with an arrow step and directly bit Ling Tao's throat. That's what made it a feast. Zhao Hong looked satisfied. The 2 women around him had long been incontinent and nearly collapsed to the ground. "Don't worry. With thin arms and legs like yours, Big Black can't get enough." Zhao Hong let out a strange laugh and casually said. After hearing this, the 2 women fainted in fear on the spot. Zhao Hong casually pressed the bell next to him. Dang it. Soon there was a burly man coming downstairs at a fast pace. He bowed his head respectfully, not daring to look much at the black-backed wolf dog who was feasting. "What are your orders, boss?" Zhao Hong casually said. Take Big Yellow and Second Yellow with you. Drive. And go to the Little Runner Mall. Yes, I'm on my way. The strong man nodded respectfully. A few moments later, at the exit of the Hatai Hotel, two burly men struggled to push open the door. A Wooling God car went away in a cloud of dust. This Wooling God car is surrounded by hardened barbed wire. There are also huge steel spikes on the front and roof. Wherever they passed, ordinary zombies would be directly knocked away. As long as it doesn't run into thousands of zombies, it's the prettiest pup on the street. Chapter 7. The main focus is a touch but don't take, look but don't buy. The Hawthorne Hotel is not far from the Little Runnymede Mall, only 3 kilometers. However, it is long past the modern era of smooth transportation. Instead, it's a zombie-infested post-apocalyptic city. The streets are littered with scrapped vehicles and collapsed billboards. The roads can't be described as clear all the way through, I guess, or at least obstructed. It took the Wooling God car a full 2 hours to get to the Little Runnymede Mall. Wow. The car door opens. Zhao Hong jumped down. Right behind him jumped 3 dogs. They are Big Black, Big Yellow, and 2 Yellow. It was the 3 most capable, intelligent, and ferocious spirit dogs under his command. Zhao Hong looked around somewhat suspiciously. His eyesight and hearing were far beyond that of an ordinary person, and thus he easily realized that something was very wrong around the small RNF mall. There's very little sound, and no low growls from walkers at all. At best, there was only the sound of some rats scurrying about. It wasn't as if he hadn't been in high-level walker territory before, but it was the first time he had ever seen such an empty and dead territory. Go inside. Zhao Hong pointed to the small RNF mall. The 3 spirit dogs let out a low growl and entered the mall from 3 routes. A few moments later, 3 roars came from inside the mall. Zhao Hong frowned. He was a dog breeder and killer before the zombie outbreak and knew exactly what was meant among the various pitches of barking. Such a bark means that there is no danger. Leave one of the men in the car, and you'll come up with me and see what's going on, Zhao Hong casually said. Yes. A burly man followed out of the car and bravely walked ahead. Soon, Zhao Hong and his duo made their way to the 5th floor of the mall without any obstacles. When he saw the sight of the place, his heart couldn't help but jump. It's been a full 5 years since the zombie outbreak. He had long been used to seeing all kinds of gore, but this was the first time he had seen such an evil sight. The entire mall, from the 1st floor to the 5th floor, was littered with bits and pieces of zombie flesh. Now that it's summer, it's reasonable to expect flies and insects. And yet, not half a fly dares to come near this mall. The view from the 5th floor was even more frightening. There are actually several large bathtubs here. Inside there was only a layer of dried black and red blood, which was full of impurities. Not far away, in the corner, there were 2 other shriveled and withered walkers. The 2 zombies had bloody holes dug out all over their bodies, in which there were actually some red plants growing. However, these plants are now dead. This feeling is like being sucked out of the whole body nutrients by the plant. Zhao Hong couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. Boss, what should we do now? The strong man beside him had already warred in both strands. Are you cold? Zhao Hong suddenly asked. The burly man was shivering. Cold. Very cold. The temperature here is very low. Fear inexplicably rose within Zhao Hong. It's at least 30 degrees outside right now. He was in the middle of a small runway mall and actually felt the cold. This is so not normal. Zhao Hong knew that an abnormal place should never stay for long. Go. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Turned around and left. Getting back into the car, he slowly calmed down. Did you bring any gasoline? Zhao Hong took out a cigarette and lit it, spitting out a few smoke rings and suddenly asked. Yes, boss, please command. The 2 burly men nodded. Burn this place down with a fire. This place is evil, Zhao Hong calmly said. Yes. A few moments later, dark smoke ignited over the Little Runner Mall. The piercing coldness seemed to fade away with the burning. Zhao Hong's hanging heart was then put back in place. Go back. He casually threw the unfinished cigarette out of the car window and crossed his legs. Casually, the Wuling Divine car started up again and quickly disappeared into the middle of the street. Songxian Continent, Yu Kingdom, outside Qinghe City. In the middle of a lush forest, the empty space suddenly warped. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared out of thin air. It scared away the birds in the treetops and the squirrels in the branches. Back. Xu Xian looked around, took a deep breath, and revealed a smile. The air here is full of aura. It just smells better than the air on that doomed planet. First thing, I need to find out if time flows the same on both sides. The second thing, I want to purchase corpse refining materials, and seeds for a large number of spirit plants. The third thing, I want to find the strongholds where the Wuji Sect, Corpse Puppet Sect, and other Devil Dao cultivators secretly trade and purchase the blood transformation Grand Formation. Having made a plan, Chu Xian immediately took out a human skin mask and put it on. With a little bit of disguise and dressing, he went from a cold appearance of a young man to a tough-styled bald man. Although the art of disguise was a sidetrack, Chu Xian had already escaped with it many times. Now in disguise, it's a snap. I remember that 300 miles south of Qinghe City, there is a canyon rich in spiritual qi, and there is a workshop there. Chu Xian took out a flying sword and then flew towards the south of Qinghe City. This flying sword was only a lower-grade flying magic weapon. Flying at a speed of 300 miles an hour, 1,000 miles would consume a small spirit stone. This was still a second-hand magic weapon that Chu Xian had purchased from the Woji Sect back then. Speed, consumption, all just moderate. In the future, if he had extra spirit stones, he would inevitably have to repurchase a better flying magic weapon. An hour later, Chu Xian arrived at this workshop, Pacific Place. Chu Xian walked into the marketplace with large strides. 1,000 li further south of Taiping Fong was the mountain gate of the Divine Gang Sect, one of the 5 major righteous sects in the Yu Kingdom. This small workshop was naturally not under the direct control of the Divine Deity Sect. Rather, it was run by those cultivation clans under the Divine Gang Sect. Those clans were almost all established by Foundation establishment stage cultivators who had no hope of breaking through in the Divine Dipper Sect. Once a child born to a family possessed a spiritual root, it would be immediately sent to the Divine Gang Sect for cultivation, thus continuing to grow the family. Taiping Fong is controlled by the Wu family. The Wu clan's oldest ancestor was a Foundation establishment stage cultivator who was almost 200 years old. Most of the cultivators who came to the Taiping place to sell and trade were also early and mid-stage qi refining cultivators. Even the late ones are few and far between. Chu Xian knew all of this information long before he came here. As a devil cultivator that everyone shouts at, if you don't even collect this kind of information early, you can easily step into the unknown land. I'm afraid the end will be 1,000,000,000 points miserable. When Chu Xian arrived at the Taiping place, he did not purchase the things he needed at the first opportunity. Monks live longer and know better how to rip off their customers. When a raw face like him appeared for the first time, the other party was bound to deliberately raise the price. So, he's going to stay a few more days. These first few days are just hard shopping. The main focus is a touch but don't take, look but don't buy. Chu Xian found a tea house designed for cultivators to rest their feet and ordered a pot of spirit tea. So he quietly drank the tea and listened to other people's conversations. When a cultivator talked, naturally, he would not talk about it like a mortal who was left to listen sideways. Some people are so vigilant that they will even cover themselves with psychic powers. Therefore, it was indeed difficult for the same qi refining stage cultivator to hear what others were talking about. However, Chu Xian had raised a shimeji insect in each of his ears, this little bug that amplifies his hearing. It is natural to listen to the words of others to the letter. Chapter 8. Do you keep this fruit ripe? Chu Xian's ears twitched and glanced at the table and chairs not far away. There were 2 qi refining stage cultivators sitting opposite each other there. The dry and thin cultivator asked, "Fellow Daoist, can there be any bounty missions in the peaceful place? I am a bit short-handed and very short of spirit stones." The burly cultivator responded, "Yes. Help the Divine Gang Sect look for the remaining members of the Wuji Sect, and directly give 300 small spirit stones if they find one. By the way, God Gang Sect's senior son said that if he can find that qi refining stage cultivator Chu Xian from the Wuji Sect, he will directly give 400 small spirit stones. Still no luck? It's been 6 days. That kid is like a loach. How can it be so easy to find?" When senior son brought a group of qi refining stage disciples to surround him, they all let him escape. But I've heard that kid is only at the 4th level of qi refining, so if it's a solo fight, I'll easily be able to crush him. Don't take him too lightly. I've heard that Chu Xian, although his qualifications are average, he's proficient in all kinds of poisonous techniques and parasites. And 2 cultivators from the 5th level of qi refining in the Divine Gang Sect had both folded in his hands. I'd better change my target then. It's too hard to find this one slippery. Che, if you're afraid of dying, just say so. That dry and skinny cultivator immediately turned red, veins blossoming on his forehead, arguing, "Nonsense. It's only those who are alive who can step onto the immortal cultivation avenue. Can you call what happens to a cultivator a fear of death?" The next thing is the difficult words. What is the way of the world? What is avoiding evil and good fortune? It drew a laugh from the stout cultivator. The air of rapture filled the surroundings. Chu Xian's expression was odd as he sniffed. 6 days. His own killing of He Liang and escaping the surroundings of the Divine Deity Sect's cultivators was actually only something that happened 6 days ago. With this estimation, The time flow ratio between Song Xian Heaven and Earth and Planet Doom was roughly 1 to 10. In that case, in the eyes of the cultivators here, wouldn't he have spent only 6 days to step from the 4th level of Qi refining into the 6th level of Qi refining? It's almost like a cultivation wizard. Even if you were to soak in a pot of medicine every day, it would be impossible to have such divine speed. Blood mirror, what a treasure! Chu Xian took a large sip of tea and smiled broadly. 2 more days. Chu Xian strolled up and down Taiping Fong. Mixed faces with every stallholder. This brought them to a large store. Bacchus Court. This place specializes in spiritual plants. After comparing the goods, Chu Xian realized that this was also the most cost-effective one. Within a short time, he walked out of the 100-herb pavilion with satisfaction. All kinds of spiritual plant seeds, he had bought quite a few of them. As for the materials for refining corpses, he also mixed up and bought some. The store saw that he bought a lot and gave him some extra. I also wondered if the other party would be so frightened that they would take the things back on the spot if they knew that he was a demonic cultivator. After all sorts of things were bought, Chu Xian lightly arrived at a commonplace stall. Setting up a stall at the place is easy. Put a piece of cloth on the ground and just throw something on it. The more sophisticated ones even take a wooden plaque with the price engraved on it and put it next to the thing. The stuff this stall is set up with can't be described as roadkill. At least it's crappy. Not half of the items could enter Chu Xian's eyes. What he noticed was just one of the withered white spirit grasses. Dead bone grass. This kind of spiritual plant is very demanding on the growing environment. Only in the burying bone cave of the Wuji sect was there a large amount of dead bone grass growing. Once transplanted elsewhere, it immediately wilts. When the Wuji sect was destroyed and the disciples went their separate ways, Chu Xian agreed on tokens and secret codes with a few disciples who were usually close friends, for future communication. This withered bone grass is one of the tokens. Chu Xian came straight to the stall owner and squatted down in front of him. Now and then you pick up this. Now and then you pick up that. The stall owner, an old-looking cultivator, saw this and said impatiently, "Buy if you want to buy. Roll if you don't. Don't touch anything." Chu Xian picked up a fruit and smiled. "Dude, how much is this ikarugo?" The stall owner casually said. 2 small spirit stones apiece." Chu Xian smiled faintly. "Is the skin of this fruit made of gold? Or is the flesh made of gold?" The stall owner froze and shook his head. "Where can I find pond dragon fruit now? These are all the ones I picked up from the ruins after the Wuji sect was gone. I'm still too expensive for you." Chu Xian smiled even more happily. "Do you keep this fruit ripe?" The bottom of the stall owner's eyes brightened even more. "These are of average color. If you offer a high price, I still have them there." Chu Xian nodded. "Fine. Lead me there." The stall owner nimbly collected the rags and threw them into a storage bag, leading Chu Xian on and leaving. Although Chu Xian was following behind this person, he had his eyes and ears on all sides, always paying attention to his surroundings. The two of them, one after the other, soon left the typing place and came to an unoccupied shade. The old adult cultivator lowered his voice. "Which senior brother is it?" Chu Xian calmly said. "He Liang." The old adult cultivator froze. "He Liang? That traitor He Liang died long ago." Only then did Chu Xian feel relieved and nodded. "Chu Xian," the old adult cultivator said excitedly. "Senior brother Chu. Is it really senior brother Chu?" Chu Xian nodded slightly. "And you are?" The old adult cultivator took a deep breath and hurriedly said. "Chen Gu. I'm Chen Gu, who entered the Wuji sect in the same batch as you. This token and code word was taught to me by senior brother Wei Hua Wei." Chu Xian nodded his head. Wei Hua, ranked 12th in the inner sect, has a good personal relationship with him. How is Wei Hua's situation? Chu Xian casually inquired. Chen Gu whispered. Senior Wei is still recovering from his injuries, as well as Senior Uncle Lu and the others. They are all in the Wu family. Chu Xian was dumbfounded. Among the foundation establishment stage cultivators of the Wuji sect, there was only one person with the surname Lu, and that was Lu Zhenxiong. Uncle Lu, said Lu Zhenxiong. I didn't expect this group of Wuji sect cultivators to actually live directly in the Wu family. No wonder the divine deity sect couldn't find it after searching for it. How could they not have imagined that under their own noses had become precisely the most suitable place to hide a demonic cultivator? Chen Gu seriously said, Senior brother Chu, you're coming with us. Our Wuji sect cultivators must report to the group in order to survive. Chu Xian shook his head. There are too many people and the target is too big. I just want to buy something this time. Chen Gu was a little disappointed, but still nodded. What do you want to buy? Senior brother Chu? Blood transformation formation. Chen Gu was surprised. Blood transformation grand formation? What do you need it for? Right now. The 5 sects of the righteous path are cracking down on killings targeting mortals. I'm afraid that your blood transformation formation has only just been activated, and there are righteous cultivators looking for you. Chu Xian just smiled. Is there any? Chen Ge nodded. I remember that senior brother Wei has it there, and you can buy it for 1 medium spirit stone. How about this? Senior brother Chu, wait outside the Wu family. I'll fetch the item for you. Chu Xian nodded slightly. The two of them, one after the other, soon arrived at the Wu family. The Wu clan was established in a valley rich in spiritual energy, with a building 5 steps away and a pavilion 10 steps away. It could be considered a small kingdom. Chu Xian did not approach the Wu family, but stopped far away and took out a lower-grade storage bag and tossed it over to throw it over. There's a medium spirit stone here. Use it to exchange for the blood transformation grand formation. There are also 30 blood beads. Exchange them for spirit stones for me at the previous price. Chen Ge was pleasantly surprised at his words. Good. We are lacking blood beads right now. He immediately accepted it. Please excuse senior brother for a moment here. I'll be right back. After saying that, he rushed towards the interior of the Wu family. Chapter 9, Thunderbolt. Killing 3 people in seconds. Chu Xian did not stay where he was, but immediately left and climbed the nearby hill, hiding behind the rocks. At a time like this, anyone could betray him. The only person you can trust is yourself. The original place cannot stay for long. Not long after, Chen Ge quickly walked out of Wu's house and returned to the original shade of the tree. However, there was no figure of Chu Xian under the shade of the tree, and he could not help but look suspicious. Chu Xian did not appear at the first opportunity, but instead carefully observed the surroundings and listened for any slightest ringing. Chen Ge was a bit anxious and lowered his voice to call out, Senior brother Chu, where are you? Chu Xian waited for a while longer before showing himself. Chen Ge breathed a sigh of relief. It soon also became clear why Chu Xian had left his spot. The devil cultivators who were able to escape the pursuit of the 5 righteous sects and survive. Not many of them were fools who could easily take others into their confidence. Chen Ge didn't say much, so he directly took out the formation disc and formation flag from his storage bag and handed them over. Chu Xian took a look and nodded slightly. This is indeed the blood transformation formation. The most basic blood transformation grand formation was only a medium-grade magic weapon that could be controlled by a chi refining stage cultivator. If new formations were to be superimposed on top of each other to form formations such as the soul-snatching blood transformation formation and the blood transformation condensing fatalities formation, they would directly soar to the ranks of magic treasures, which could not be controlled by non-Jindan stage cultivators. Both the difficulty of setting up and the materials required will increase 100-fold. Senior brother Chu, are you really not going to join us? Chen Ge couldn't help but ask again. Uncle Lu, he is very good to us. Last time we retreated to the Wu family garden, it was him who broke the back for us. Chu Xian shook his head. No. With that he turned and walked away. Don't want to stay here for long in the least. The remnants of the Wuji sect were now a thorn in the side and a thorn in the flesh of the 5 sects of the righteous path, wanting to get rid of them. Following Lu Zhenxiong, a foundation establishment stage cultivator, although it looked like he had a backer, he would actually be targeted by a more sinister enemy. At that time, Lu Zhenxiong might be able to run, but chi refining stage cultivators could not just run if they wanted to. He couldn't put his life in someone else's hands. Having obtained the blood transformation grand formation, Chu Xian was in a happy mood. All he needed to do next was to find a safe place and fill up the blood mirror's energy as soon as possible. Once he returned to that planet of doom, he would proceed to set up the blood transformation grand formation to raise his realm at the fastest speed possible. Only, just after leaving the Wu family for more than 20 miles, Chu Xian sensed that something was wrong. Up ahead, someone seems to be coming. As expected, several streams of light suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, it blocked Chu Xian's left and right paths. The 3 revealed themselves, all dressed in snow-white Taoist robes with golden sword-shaped patterns embroidered between their collars and sleeves. Such a costume. Chu Xian was very impressed. It was precisely the costume of the Divine Gang Sect's Chi refining stage disciples. The 3 Taoist friends this is. Chu Xian had a puzzled look on his face. The 3 of them sized up Chu Xian for a few moments. The middle-aged cultivator at the head calmly said, by order of Master Sun, the Wu family may have the remnants of the Wuji sect hiding, and no one is allowed to enter or leave the surrounding 50 miles. Chu Xian deliberately froze and said in shock, the remaining members of the Wuji sect? I'm a proper loose cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator impatiently said, I don't care if you're a loose cultivator or a devil cultivator. No one can pass through this intersection today. If you don't want to die, stay honest. when Uncle Sun finds out about the Wu family. If you have no connection to the Wuji sect, you will naturally be safe and sound. Chu Xian compensated with a smile and nodded repeatedly. Fine. I'm willing to cooperate. When the middle-aged cultivator saw his lowly appearance, he immediately smiled condescendingly. That's right, loose cultivators like you should listen well. Chu Xian smiled awkwardly. At that moment, two recluse lights suddenly soared overhead. It's incredibly fast. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. Then could that be your sect's senior son Xie? The middle-aged cultivator hemmed and hawed. Precisely. Two Foundation Establishment stage master uncles stepping in is enough to check this Wu family to the bottom. Chu Xian nodded his head. Sun Sure, the one who had led the Divine Gang sect cultivators to besiege him in Qinghe City. He remembers it well to this day. If he hadn't been careful and put on He Liang's human skin mask, I'm afraid he would have been a corpse by now. Chu Xian suddenly spoke. Only the three of you? In the event that there are really remnants of the Wuji sect in the Wu Manor, will the three of you be able to guard them? The middle-aged cultivator smiled disdainfully. The remaining members of the Wuji sect are just some remnants of the army. The three of us all have the strength of at least the 5th level of Qi refinement. It's more than enough to guard this intersection and block the Qi refinement stage demonic cultivators. As for the Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivators, they will have their own Uncle Sun to take care of it. Only then did Chu Xian nod his head. The next moment, it suddenly pointed behind the middle-aged cultivator and set an alarm. Be careful. The middle-aged cultivator was violently startled, thinking that it was the Wuji sect's demonic cultivator who had circled around to their back to sneak attack, and he hurriedly turned back to offer up a magic weapon in order to fend it off. The other two cultivators did the same and turned back at once. However, their backs were empty. Where was there any Wuji sect demonic cultivator? Roar! An unpleasant hissing sound came. A Divine Gang sect disciple lowered his head with great difficulty, and suddenly realized that his chest had been torn open by a dark, thick claw. The heart was also ripped right out. The other Divine Dipper sect disciple reacted in time and hastily pulled away, immediately urging the Big Dipper sword to stab towards Chu Xian. However, any disciple of the Divine Dipper sect who stepped into the Qi refining stage would be issued a Heavenly Dipper sword. It was considered standard for disciples of the Divine Deity sect. However, this disciple's royal sword art was clearly not well practiced. The Big Dipper sword was askew and slow as an old woman. Without even needing Chu Xian to make a move, Little Tiger rushed over with an arrow step and sent the Big Dipper sword flying with a dang sound. The corpse's claws were as fast as lightning, and they swept past the cultivator's neck in a matter of moments. All of a sudden blood and light erupted. A big good head flew straight up. Stormy eyes were still full of confusion. The middle-aged cultivator reacted slightly faster and offered a small shield to fend it off at the first opportunity. However, a line of blood had already swept across Chu Xian's palm. The middle-aged cultivator had a warning sign in his heart and dodged, but his speed was still too slow compared to blood wire. Just a click. The middle-aged cultivator's right arm was then severed at the root. The small shield fell to the ground as well. The blood was even welling up. The middle-aged cultivator screamed miserably and retreated in terror. But Chu Xian didn't give him the slightest chance. Harnessed the blood wire again. Little Tiger also lunged at the middle-aged cultivator from behind. Under the front and back attack, this middle-aged cultivator had no chance of escape at all. His heart was pierced by a small tiger, and his throat was slit by a bloody wire. He died on the spot. The scene was slow to say the least, but in reality it only happened in the blink of an eye. Within 10 breaths, 3 Qi refining stage cultivators were killed by Chu Xian. Phew! Chu Xian lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The mind is uplifted. He also didn't expect that his strength had actually increased so much. The other party was 3 Qi refining stage cultivators, and they were all at least at the 5th level of Qi refining. The middle-aged cultivator at the head was even at the 7th level of Qi refining, higher than himself. Now it was easily solved by himself. Can't stay long. Chu Xian quickly took the 3 people's storage bags and magic weapons and disappeared into the Manji mountain forest. He didn't harness a flying magic weapon, which would be too big of a target, but instead just walked. Chapter 10. His senior brother Chu wouldn't have collided with the Divine Deity sex people, would he? The other side. Wu family garden. A courtyard. A majestic cultivator was sitting on top of a bed, quietly cultivating. There was a wound on the cultivator's left arm, draped in sword qi, which could never be removed. He also had a pained look on his face from time to time. He was none other than the Wuji Sect's Foundation Establishment stage cultivator, the third ancestor's personal disciple, Lu Zhenxiong. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and a cold color flashed under his eyes. The Divine Deity Sect's people are here? Lu Zhenxiong took out the token and injected spiritual energy, immediately shouting in a low voice, "Disciples of the Wuji sect, come to my side." The tokens of the Wuji sect's cultivators could not only indicate their identity, but also had the effect of transmitting sound. However, there was also a limit to sound transmission, and if they were separated by more than 1,000 miles, they would not be able to transmit sound. Shan Gu, Wei Hua, and the other disciples immediately rushed over upon hearing this. In the middle of the small courtyard, a dozen or so qi refining stage cultivators were gathered. Lu Zhenxiong said in a low voice, "Two foundation establishment stage cultivators from the Divine Gang sect have shown up, and they're most likely coming for me." The crowd was shocked. Lu Zhenxiong spoke in a deep voice. "Su Ming, by phone, of all the qi refining stage disciples present, you two are the strongest. Each of you lead half of your disciples and leave in separate directions. I will stay here for a few moments to break your back." The disciples were touched in their hearts and immediately led the order. Yes, Chen Guo and Wei Hua were all assigned to Su Ming's first team. As several people were packing up their things, Chen Guo remembered something and his heart tightened. Senior brother Chu bought the blood transformation formation and just left not long ago. He wouldn't have collided with the Divine Gang sect cultivators, would he? Wei Hua sighed softly at his words. It's hard to say. I hope he's more lucky and can avoid the Divine Gang sect cultivators. Su Ming snorted. Isn't he worried that there are too many people and too big a target for him to follow Uncle Lu? Why worry about him? What's it to us if he dies? Wei Hua frowned. Su Ming, we are all grasshoppers on the same rope nowadays. We should be in the same boat. Your preconceptions about Chu Xian are that big, and you still want to step on him at a time like this? Su Ming snorted coldly. It's not your turn to meddle in my affairs with him. Have you forgotten what Uncle Lu just said? I'll lead this team. Wei Hua gritted his teeth and had to shut up. Back when the Wuji sect was still in existence, Su Ming had often competed with Chu Xian for the 10th rank of the inner sect, because the top 10 of the inner sect would be qualified to be looked at by the elders, and might be able to be accepted as a personal disciple. Although Su Ming's realm was slightly higher than Chu Xian's, his strength was always lacking. He had been defeated by Chu Xianyuan many times, and had always been the 11th in the inner sect, subordinate to Chu Xianyuan. It was for this reason that Su Ming had always had some hatred for Chu Xian. Shan Gu, Wei Hua and the others knew all these things by heart. Bai Feng and the others took the eastern side gate and headed toward Lokfeng Mountain. We'll just go around the west side gate, cross Red Lake, and hide in the Baiman Mountains. Su Ming spoke calmly. None of the demonic cultivators who could survive until now were stupid. As early as when he arrived at the Wu estate, he guessed that sooner or later, there would be a righteous cultivator who would come to his door. Thus the plan to escape was made long ago. Lokfeng Mountain and Baimang Mountain, both of which were among the deepest forests in Qinghua Prefecture. Hiding into these two mountains, even if the Divine Gang sect cultivators used a large amount of manpower to search for them, they wouldn't be able to find their traces without 2 or 3 months. Of course, if the Divine Gang sect directly uses Jindan stage cultivators, a sweep of divine sense will be able to reflect all the situation of the entire mountain range into the eyes. Anyone in hiding has nothing to hide. You can only resign yourself to that situation. However, most of the time, it was impossible for Jindan stage cultivators to personally fight for a few of their Qi refining stage juniors. The first is the fear of being secretly despised. It was undignified for a Jindan stage powerhouse to actually strike out at a Qi refining stage junior. Secondly, there is a lack of interest. If a Jindan stage demonic cultivator disappears into the mountains, those Jindan stage cultivators of the righteous path will certainly be the first to search for him. Let's go. Su Ming waved his hand. Shan Gu, Wei Hua, and the other 4 immediately followed. They had all changed their faces and makeup, and deliberately wore the costumes of casual cultivators. Shortly after walking out of the Wu family garden, the 5 then heard the sound of a fight coming from behind them. There was a clanking sound of magic weapons clashing in the sky. Apparently, Lu Zhenxiong and those 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators from the Divine Gang sect had already fought. The battle was fierce. Quickly, let's leave as early as possible. Then Uncle Lu will be able to get away as early as possible as well. Wei Hua growled lowly. Su Ming nodded. The 5 ran all the way, only just 7 or 8 miles away from the Wu family. Su Ming then jerked to a stop while extending his fist, signaling the 4 behind him to stop as well. What's wrong? Chen Gu was alarmed. They are now like frightened rabbits who have cupped their hands. Su Ming whispered. My poison locust saw that the intersection ahead is guarded by Divine Gang sect disciples, so we must detour. He had stored up a kind of parasite called the poisonous locust. At first glance it looks no different from an unusual locust. but by swarming in thousands, they can cause extreme damage to their enemies. Poison locusts can also be used as scouts. Before Su Ming set off, he had already dispersed the nest of poisonous locusts he had stored up, observing every move around him. Which way? Wei Hua inquired. Su Ming gritted his teeth. The due west direction leading to the Baimon Mountain is guarded by 3 disciples of the Divine Gang Sect. We can only head south. South? Shen Gu and the others were violently startled. That's the main gate of the Wu family garden. It's the main road. There are only a few more Divine Deity Sect disciples guarding there. Su Ming clenched his teeth. Right now, we can only take one step and see what happens. And if we can't, we can just cut between them. Let's hope they don't find out. Keep up. Su Ming waved his hand and took the lead. Shen Gu, Wei Hua and the others looked at each other and could only follow helplessly. The strength is not good, and there is no backer. So it can only be like a street rat. The 5 advanced cautiously for a while longer. Gradually we approached the main flat road. Shen Gu whispered. Senior brother Chu should have left from the main road. I don't know how he is. Wei Hua pondered for a moment. Chu Xian is proficient in the art of disguise. Perhaps he was detained by the Divine Gang Sect disciples as a casual cultivator. Chen Ji's heart tightened. If that's true, what should we do? Su Ming snorted. Could it be that you still want to expose yourselves and save his life? You're overthinking it. How can you think of saving someone when you're in a precarious situation? If you want to save someone, save yourself first. You can't be ignorant of this truth. Can you? Shen Gu, Wei Hua and the others were silent. Arrived. At this time, Shen Gu suddenly noticed that the view ahead opened up, so he whispered a reminder. No talking. Su Ming drank low. Wait, why does it smell like blood? Wei Hua froze. The crowd couldn't help but stare. They saw, to their surprise, 3 bodies lying quietly on the ground in front of them. Judging from the attire, they were clearly 3 disciples of the Divine Deity Sect. 2 of them were also disemboweled, eyes bulging out as if in disbelief at his own death. Chapter 11, Superior Grade Artifact, 10,000 Soul Streamer. Shen Gu suddenly pointed at the head of a middle-aged cultivator and exclaimed, that head, I recognize it. It's Wei Peng, the 9th in the inner sect of the Divine Gang Sect. This guy is an expert at the 7th level of Qi refining. Back then, we had 2 inner sect brothers who were both killed by Wei Peng. Su Ming, Wei Hua, and the others cast their eyes and were also suddenly startled. Wei Peng, who was at the 7th level of Qi refining, was far stronger than them, and now it's dead? And looking at the surroundings, there didn't seem to be many signs of battle. Obviously, these 3 people had little resistance and died easily. Who the hell did this? Shen Gu swallowed his saliva. Do you guys say? There is a possibility. A possibility, that these 3 people were killed by senior brother Chu? Su Ming immediately denied it. Impossible. Chu Xian is only at the 4th level of Qi refinement. At most he can take out a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Not to mention that there are 3 others here. How is he going to easily kill them with 1 against 3? The way I see it, one would need to be at least at the 8th level of Qi refining to be able to instantly kill these 3. Shen Gu, Wei Hua and the others thought about it and also felt that it was absolutely impossible. Su Ming excitedly said, quickly go, no matter who killed them. It's cheap for us anyway. It's not too late to thank that expert when we get to a safe place. Shen Gu, Wei Hua, and the others nodded. That's right, go. The 5 of them quickened their pace and quickly disappeared into the mountains and forests. The other side, Chu Xian had long since moved away from the Wu family estate. Instead of entering Immortal village or town, he made sure to stay away and then sought out a small mountain and commandeered the cave of a blind bear. As for the original owner of the cave, he was courteously invited into the temple of the 5 viscera. Chu Xian drummed up his spiritual energy and swept away the filth and stench in the cave. And then he covered up the entrance of the cave, before sitting down and checking the harvest of this trip with some anticipation. The first is naturally his own storage bag. In his storage pouch, he currently had the blood transformation grand formation with over 100 small spirit stones. These small spirit stones were exchanged with those 30 blood beads with Chen Gu, Wei Hua, and the others. In the past, blood beads were just 2 small spirit stones apiece, but now they've actually risen to 3. TSK, it seems like they really don't have much of a chance to hunt down demonic beasts and mortals to refine the blood beads. Chu Xian shifted his eyes to the side. It was the inferior storage bags of these 3 Divine Deity Sect disciples that made him look forward to them even more. It's a blind box, after all. It might just open up something good. Chu Xian successively opened the 3 people's storage bags. There was a glint in his eyes. The things in the storage bags of those 2 disciples at the 5th level of Qi refining were average. there were only 300 to 400 small spirit stones, as well as a formulated magic weapon given by the Divine Dipper sect. The 7th level Chi refining disciple's storage bag, however, had 2 medium spirit stones in it, more than 800 small spirit stones. There was also a set of spirit gathering formations and a set of misty trail formations, all of which were the most suitable formations to use to establish a cave. Other than these, Chu Xian suddenly discovered one unexpected thing. He suddenly took out this object from his storage bag. It was a gloomy, pitch-black flag. Listening carefully, there were the wailing and mourning cries of countless wronged souls. Chilling. 10,000 souls? Interesting. Chu Xian raised his eyebrows. The 10,000 souls streamer is a top-grade magic weapon. Generally speaking, Chi refining stage cultivators at most possessed lower and middle-grade magic weapons. Only foundation stage cultivators could obtain top-quality and extreme-quality magic weapons. I didn't expect that this divine deity sect disciple would possess a 10,000 soul streamer. From time to time, demonic cultivators would capture Yin souls, or hunt cultivators to extract raw souls and put them into the 10,000 soul streamer to quench them. After a period of refinement, these Yin and raw souls will be transformed into stern ghosts. It's more ferocious, more terrifying. When the 10,000 soul streamer came out, it was as if thousands of stern ghosts came out like a tidal wave. Chu Xian was a smart person and immediately understood. That God Gang sect disciple should have picked up the slack and beheaded the Wuji sect cultivator back then. And after obtaining the 10,000 soul streamer, he didn't hand it over to the sect but kept it in his private stash. As for the reason for the private collection, it is naturally self-evident. The 10,000 soul streamer was a notoriously powerful magic weapon of the devil's way. This person clearly intended to keep it for himself and sacrifice it secretly. The Divine Gang sect, one of the 5 sects of the righteous path, isn't all honorable people. Chu Xian snorted. Magic Dao treasures, powerful and quick to mold. Who doesn't like them? If it wasn't for the fact that wanton killing would provoke punishment from the heavenly Dao, I'm afraid that the 5 sects of the righteous Dao would have long since turned to the devil's way. In any case, this top-grade magic weapon 10,000 soul streamer was clearly an unexpected blessing, regardless of whether it was a Divine Dipper sect cultivator or a Wuji sect cultivator. If they wanted to accumulate the Yin souls in the 10,000 soul streamer, they would have to do it secretly. But Chu Xian was different. Once back on that doomed planet, there were more than enough zombies for him to extract raw souls. In that case, there will be another treasure for the evening. Chu Xian was satisfied and immediately sat down to quietly cultivate. The blood mirror in his arms also slowly absorbed the heaven and earth aura, gradually recharging. 5 days later, Baimong Mountain, Su Ming, Shan Gu, Wei Hua and the others hid in a cave and waited anxiously. Logically, 3 days ago, Lu Zhenxiong should have shaken off Sunshur and the other Divine Gang sect cultivators and rendezvoused with them. But now 2 more days have passed. But Lu Zhenxiong's figure is completely invisible. They also didn't really dare to go down the mountain to check again. And I don't even know what the Wu family estate is like today. Every day and every night is spent in anxiety. Why don't we disguise ourselves and go down the mountain to have a look? Su Ming looked at Chen Gu. Your disguise is the best amongst us. You go down the mountain and have a look. Chen Ji's heart tightened. Why should I go? Every time before, it was me who went to Taiping Fang. If you want to go, you go. Su Ming fiercely rose and shouted in a low voice. Uncle Lu personally explained that I'm leading this team. Shan Gu, you want to disobey orders? Chen Gu inwardly muttered, only to start putting on his makeup in an aggravated manner. He was only halfway through the drawing when Lu Zhenxiong's voice rang out from outside. No need to go down. I'm back. Lu Zhenxiong appeared at the entrance of the cave with a disciple. Su Ming was pleasantly surprised. Senior uncle, you're finally back. Lu Zhenxiong swept a few glances and nodded slightly. The area around the Wu family estate was surrounded. You guys actually escaped alive. Not a single one of you is missing. How fortunate. He pointed at the disciples behind him. Baifeng and the others were supposed to escape to Fallen Phoenix Mountain, but they ended up encountering an ambush halfway. And only Baifeng was lucky enough to escape and was saved by me. Baifeng let out a bitter smile. If it wasn't for my senior uncle arriving in time, I would have died as well. Su Ming, you guys are really lucky. Haven't you encountered any intercepting Divine Gang sect disciples? Su Ming, Shan Gu, Wei Hua, and the others looked at each other and told the story of that day. 3 Divine Deity sect disciples, including one at the 7th level of Qi refining, are dead? Lu Zhenxiong and Baifeng were stunned. There's not much sign of battle. I presume it was an instant kill, not giving them much of a chance to counterattack. It's highly likely that it was only a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining that could do it. Su Ming whispered. Chen Gu weakly raised his hand. Senior uncle. Could it be senior brother Chu? He has always been very strong. Chapter 12, Little Tiger. Catch me alive one. Su Ming frowned. Still talking about Chu Xian? With the lack of cultivation resources these past few months, it is estimated that he is still at the 4th level of Qi refining. How could a Qi refining 4th layer instantly kill a Qi refining 7th layer? Chen Gu couldn't help but say. But, senior brother Chu brought a full 30 blood beads to trade with us, so maybe his strength has refined again? Su Ming looked impatient. Lu Zhenxiong lost his smile. The Chu Xian who was always ranked 10th in the inner sect? I have some impression. Although his qualifications are average, he is very strong. A good seedling. However, even if he's at the 5th level of Qi refining now, it's still very difficult for him to deal with 3 people whose realms are comparable to his own. Not to mention there's a Qi refining 7th layer? Chen Gu was speechless. Lu Zhenxiong thought for a moment and added, the top 10 disciples of our Wuji sect's inner sect were all captured, so they shouldn't be Wuji sect's cultivators. Perhaps it was one of the casual cultivators who passed by and did you a favor. Lu Zhenxiong casually said, there's no need to think about it. Let's go. Let's go back to the Wu family. Su Ming and the others were stunned. Go back? Lu Zhenxiong smiled faintly. They turned the Wu family upside down and discovered that the Wu family's old ancestor was under my compulsion to hide us in the Wu estate. In fact, that foundation establishment stage cultivator of the Wu family is simply one of ours. The Wu family estate is now a truly safe place. Another 5 days. In the cave, Chu Xian slowly opened his eyes, revealing a joyful expression. He had been absorbing blood beads every day for the past few days in order to carry out the transformation blood snatching spirit technique. The blood beads that had been purified using the blood transformation technique earlier on that doomsday planet had all been used up. There is another refinement in his realm. It was already vaguely bulging. It had clearly reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi refining, just 1 foot short of the threshold. He would be able to step into the 7th level of Qi refining. The 7th level of Qi refining could be the late stage of Qi refining. He took out the blood mirror to see that the energy was already filled. It's about time. And it's time to go back. Chu Xian dipped his thoughts into the blood mirror and hooked up the planet of doom. In an instant the sky was spinning. When his eyes cleared again, he was already standing in the middle of a shopping mall. It was only a little hard to believe how the little Rundle Mall had become what it was. Everywhere was a blackened look after the fire. Clearly no longer suitable as a stronghold. Chu Xian frowned. While he was away, someone actually came to the Little Runner Mall and maliciously set fire to it. Interesting. Chu Xian laughed coldly. As a devil cultivator, he hadn't yet provoked others himself, but instead was provoked by others first. Little Tiger, grab me alive one. Chu Xian took out the corpse-nurturing pagoda, released Little Tiger, and commanded, roar. Little Tiger roared and shot out like a black lightning bolt. The anger in its master's heart also made it furious. He vowed to let the ungrateful natives of this place see the power of the armored corpse. Not too far down the block, inside a mini-mart, a woman fell to the ground, head broken and groggy. The dry, thin man, on the other hand, half-kneeled and wept bitterly. In front of them, there was another burly man with a big bladder. The lanky man carried a modified iron bar in his hand. It was full of rusty nails. Once it hits a person, even if it doesn't kill them, they're going to get tetanus. Don't kill her. Don't kill her. I'll do anything you want me to. The dry, thin man held out his hands in a gesture of surrender. The lanky man laughed strangely. Oh, do anything? Then you help her to the chair and tie yourself up. The dry, thin man's life was in someone else's hands, and he had no choice but to do as he was told at the moment. A few moments later, the dry, thin man tied himself up tightly before he said, "Can you let us live now?" The lanky man laughed out loud. "Kid, you're too stupid. If you put up a bit of a fight, I might still be a bit scrupulous. But now well, aren't you a living target? I, Wang Bao, have had a unique hobby since I was a child, but unfortunately I was never able to realize it, and now I want to give it a try." A wicked grin appeared on his face as his eyes roamed the woman's curves with reckless abandon. The dry, skinny man reacted then. He growled angrily, "You want food and water? I have more at home. Don't you move her." Wang Bao heatedly laughed, stretched out his thick hand and violently tore it, directly tearing off the woman's jacket, revealing the white skin underneath it. "Go to hell!" The dry and skinny man roared. His whole body erupted with lion-like strength, and he actually brought the heavy iron chair towards Wang Bao and slammed it together. However, Wang Bao was on guard. He snapped back and hit the stick. Bang! The dry, thin man's body collapsed sullenly. The skull cracked open. splattering red and white. Wang Bao sneered. Stupid. Still want to fight with me? Before the words were out of his mouth, he screamed in agony. For the woman had awakened and violently seized his fingers and tore at them frantically. The woman had only the whites of her eyes without the blacks, and the area around her eyes was even more bloodshot. Apparently turned into a zombie. Grass. This dumbass is actually carrying around a woman who's been bitten by a walker. Wang Bao retreated in terror and cursed angrily and bitterly. It had been more than 5 years since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, and he had long since witnessed many of his companions being bitten by zombies, thus mutating into zombies. Still, the fact that such a thing had fallen upon him made him angry and fearful. Asterisk 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 and die for me. Wang Bao roared in anger, and the tetanus iron rod swung violently. The woman's head was directly cracked, and blood mixed with brain matter spurted out. Wang Bao stood still and took a big gulp of fresh air. He reached out with a shaky hand and dug in his pocket for a few moments before he pulled out his cigarettes and lighter and lit them. The cigarette, which he had kept in his pocket for more than 3 months. He had never bothered to smoke. Now that he's going to turn into a zombie himself, he won't have a chance if he doesn't smoke it. That's awesome. Wang Bao at this time, he suddenly heard footsteps coming. Fixing his eyes, there was actually a dark, strong zombie striding in front of him. This zombie had a size that far exceeded that of an ordinary zombie. From a distance it looked almost like a moving mountain. Advanced zombies. Wang Bao's heart twitched. This thing looks like a high-level walker. He just wanted to turn around and run, but immediately thought that he had been bitten by a zombie and would soon transform into one as well. He stopped running at once. Hey, I'm going to be a zombie soon. Can I hang out with you? Wang Bao stretched out his hand and instead greeted the hill-like zombie somewhat maniacally. Then the next moment, he saw this huge zombie charging violently towards him. With a grab of his right arm, he himself was lifted up into his armpit. Bang! Bang! The huge zombie stomped the ground violently and actually jumped more than 5 meters high. So much for repeated leaps in mid-air. Wang Bao was made dizzy by the whole thing. When his eyes regained clarity, he realized with a start that he was standing in the middle of a shopping mall with dark walls. Chapter 13, You're playing a very original card. Wang Bao froze. He knows this place. A few months ago, he drove for Zhao Hong and made a special trip to the small RNF mall. Zhao Hong's brother-in-law, Tang Hu, disappeared here. At that time, Zhao Hong asked Ling Tao to check. Ling Tao eventually only found out that there might be a high-level zombie here. Later, Zhao Hong had them douse the place with gasoline and set it on fire. On that day, the icy atmosphere of this place contrasted sharply with the 30-degree heat of the outside world. To this day, he remembers it well. At this moment, the stout zombie beside him was very tame and didn't move a muscle. He couldn't help but look at it more. Looking at it that way, he suddenly realized that the other party's appearance resembled a person. Don Tiger, though the lanky walker's size swelled a good deal. Both arms and legs were incredibly thick, but it was still vaguely distinguishable as Tang Hu. At that moment he suddenly noticed a busy youth directly in front of him. Coming? Quite soon. The youth, with his back to him not knowing what he was drumming up, just spoke casually. Ho ho ho. Tiger growled a few times, a little proud of himself. Chu Xian laughed. Indeed, you did a good job, capturing a living person for me so quickly. I'll refine a partner out for you later. Ho ho ho. The tiger growled with excitement. Chu Xian casually came to sit on the chair and waved his hand. Little Tiger then escorted Wang Bao to kneel in front of the youth. Yo, bitten. Ha, just in time. Killing you won't reduce your merit. Chu Xian noticed Wang Bao's finger and merely smiled flatly. When Wang Bao saw his smile, he instinctively felt fear. He always felt like he was facing a ferocious beast, not a person. Wang Bao couldn't help but ask, Who are you? Why can you manipulate Tiger? Chu Xian let out a strange laugh. You recognize Little Tiger? Looks like you're that spirit dog gang of some sort, right? Wang Bao nodded. Chu Xian's pupils flashed with purple light. Good thing. I'll ask you to answer next. Wang Bao was as if his soul had been taken away at this moment, becoming a puppet at the mercy of others, and immediately nodded his head at the words. This spell is called Soul Regaining Pupil, a lower-grade spell in the Qi refining stage, which can only be used on people whose realm is far below his own, without any attack ability. Chu Xian directly utilized his Soul Regenerating Pupil. That is, he was too lazy to waste more time with this person, and instead wanted to obtain the information he needed as soon as possible. Chu Xian. Name. Wang Bao. What position do you hold in the Spirit Dogs? Boss Zhao's beloved. Who burned down this little runway mall? Boss Zhao instructed us to burn it. Chu Xian raised his eyebrows. It's really that Zhao Hong from the Spirit Dogs gang. Chu Xian continued to pursue. Wang Bao has questions and answers. It wasn't long before the duration of the demented pupil ended. Wang Bao gradually recovered from his disoriented state. A sharp pain shot through his skull and he wondered what had happened to the party. What's worse, the virus has infected the entire body. Bloodlust had risen within him. Ah! Wang Bao let out an unpleasant hissing sound. Chu Xian snapped his fingers. Xiao Hu then immediately stepped forward, lifted Wang Bao up and threw him into the bathtub. The bathtub was already prepared with the medicinal liquid for refining corpses. Wang Bao immediately went on a gulping binge, and in no time at all, he lost his voice. Well, the bubbly is ready. Open dazzle. Chu Xian picked up the steaming golden soup of fatty beef noodles next to him and started building it on the spot. Eat while pondering your next step. From what Wang Bao said, that Zhao Hong seems to have tamed 3 spirit dogs, each of which is more than 3 meters long and ferocious. Zhao Hong himself, who looks dry and thin, is actually far superior to others in terms of muscle strength and other aspects. In addition, there are such things as advanced zombies, far more powerful than ordinary zombies. Could it be that they were infested with a virus and mutated? There's something interesting about this doomsday planet, maybe something that could threaten me. Need an organization to gather information for me. In addition, the number of zombies I can put to death by myself is ultimately limited. If I have a gang at my disposal, the efficiency will be greatly increased. Chu Xian nodded slightly. This spirit dog gang, you can consider taking it under your wing. Of course, it's not impossible to kill them all and refine them into corpses. It's all in his mind. 2 days later, Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction as he surveyed the hardened corpse. He put it into the corpse nurturing tower, infused it with spiritual energy, and struck the appraisal technique. Level 3 corpse pawn. Medium qualification. The spells are spectral walking technique and fire stab. Not bad. Chu Xian raised his eyebrows. He himself had refined 2 corpses now, and both of them actually had medium-grade qualifications. The spectral walking technique was to astringe one's aura and accelerate in an almost stealthy manner. Fire stab, on the other hand, condenses fire in the palm and violently stabs at the enemy. Very good. Phantom walking technique plus fire sting. Just right for an assassin. Chu Xian nodded his head smilingly. This spell pairing is so good. From now on, you'll be called Little Leopard, which happens to be a pair with Little Tiger. Chu Xian patted this corpse's shoulder with satisfaction. The panther immediately let out a happy hiss, like celebrating their new birth. Ho ho ho! A disgruntled growl from Tiger rang out next to him. Little Panther's voice suddenly tightened and his neck snapped, looking respectful to Little Tiger. The tiger then growled a few times in self-satisfaction. It was in this moment's effort that the 2 corpses were already divided into upper and lower ranks. Chu Xian stretched and smiled faintly. It's about time. Let's go to the Hao Tai Hotel. Roar! Little Tiger and Little Leopard both shouted, their eyes glowing with bloodlust. Hotel Hotsetudes. Entrance. There was only supposed to be 1 security booth here. Later, under Zhao Hong's orders, a sentry tower 3 meters above the ground was built. The 2 hombres were on guard right in the middle of the sentry tower. However, the spirit dog gang was huge, with over 300 members. The bloodthirsty ferocity of the spirit dogs was even more known far and wide, in the entire East Lake City, except for the Black Front Security Company, which was also one of the 2 major forces. Some of the other lone wolf survivors simply didn't dare to mess with the spirit dog gang. The 2 hombres weren't even on guard. They were playing cards. My King Kai opens up learning 2 just to get to the line is a 2. Reinforcing poke to hit you. I'm Xiaoho, I'll learn 1 in the opening, and my second 1 skill will knock you away. I punt. I'll open the shield. I carry a stun. Chu Xian heard these 2 people yelling from a long distance away and instantly laughed. You guys are playing a very novel kind of card. The 2 Hans were instantly alert, putting down their hand-drawn cards and getting up in a hurry. They realized with a start that there were 3 figures standing at the gate. One of the leaders was a handsome youth, wearing strange costumes, not like a modern person, but like an actor from some Immortal theater group filming a scene. Behind the youth were 2 stout and majestic figures that looked like iron towers, not saying a word, their faces fierce, as if they were going to rush out and eat people the next moment. What are you? The 2 Hans were alerted. Chu Xian smiled. The new boss of the spirit dog gang. The 2 Hans looked at each other and laughed out loud. Laughing my ass off. You're a brat whose hair hasn't even grown yet and you want to be the new boss? After laughing for a while, the 2 men's expressions went cold. Interrupting our card game. Eat you. The 2 of them picked up the trash at hand and smashed it towards Chu Xian. Chapter 14, Where's Zhao Hong? I don't want to say it again. Chu Xian stood still for a moment. Xiao Hu dodged in front of him. With a bang, it sent the filthy debris flying far away. Kill it, it's a waste of food to keep it alive. Chu Xian waved his hand. Ho ho ho! Tiger and Panther responded excitedly. The two-headed corpse pawns violently stomped on the ground, and their bodies jumped up high as if they were springs. In a matter of moments, he jumped up to the sentry station. The two Hanyu stared with rounded eyes before they could react to what was going on. It was then opened up directly. The tiger and leopard cubs feasted on the food and ate it with pleasure. Chu Xian casually said, "Don't just eat. Open the door for me." Only then did the little tiger growl a few times in embarrassment, and rushed to the gate, thumping his paw and directly blowing it open. Only then did Chu Xian leisurely walk into the Haotai Hotel. The loud rattling coming from the main door immediately attracted the attention of many people inside the Haotai Hotel. They either poked their heads out of a window or pushed their way out. Immediately, he saw Chu Xian, also saw the two Hans who were being chewed up. There was a moment of horror. "I'm super. The zombies are storming our base camp." Soon, there were more than 20 Hans carrying long spears and short sticks that appeared in front of Chu Xian. As they looked at this strangely dressed youth, for some reason, they always felt some fear in their hearts. "I'm looking for Zhao Hong," Chu Xian casually said. "Ridiculous. The boss is also something you can find whenever you want?" A Hanyu sneered and growled lowly. Chu Xian casually waved his hand. Panther then rushed out and dragged the Hanyu out of the crowd on the spot. A claw rips out the throat. The bright red blood was like a fountain going straight to the sky. The rest of them shivered. The eyes that looked at Chu Xian also immediately changed. The zombies actually listened to him. This guy can control walkers. No wonder he dared to storm into our spirit dog gang's base camp. There were also people who looked at Little Tiger and Little Leopard a few more times, and the more they looked at them, the more familiar they felt. A moment later they exclaimed, "They're Tiger and Panther." The rest of them also reacted, their hearts filled with horror. Tang Hu is Zhao Hong's brother-in-law. Wang Bao is Zhao Hong's beloved henchman. At one time, both of these two had a rather high status in the spirit dog gang, not comparable to ordinary members. Now both of them had actually become such lanky zombies, and follow the orders of this youth. It's just too much to contemplate. "Where's Zhao Hong? I don't want to say it a second time." Chu Xian frowned. These guys really don't have enough brains. Don't go to Zhao Hong yet. He seriously doubted that even if he had subdued this spirit dog gang, this group of people would still be idle eaters and would be of no use at all. Or let the cadaver eat it. "You asked for me?" A voice suddenly rang out from within the crowd. The crowd moved out of the way on its own. A dry and thin figure came striding in. Behind them followed 3 huge, stocky dogs. Each head is vicious, bloodthirsty and brutal. He is Zhao Hong, the leader of the spirit dog gang. Chu Xian sized up the man with some surprise in his eyes. He felt the fluctuation of energy from Zhao Hong. This kind of energy was not spiritual power, and compared to the energy level of spiritual power, it was much weaker in nature. However, it was clear that the reason why Zhao Hong's physical qualities far exceeded those of an ordinary person, and the reason why he was able to tame such a huge giant dog, was precisely because of this strange energy. If he is refined into a Yin corpse, his strength will definitely be strong. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. The eyes that surveyed Zhao Hong were even more satisfied. It was like surveying a perfect work of art. This look made Zhao Hong doubly uncomfortable, but he could already tell that the other party was by no means mortal. Especially this ability to manipulate zombies is unheard of and unseen. Therefore, he still forced down his inner dissatisfaction and calmly inquired, "Who are you? Why did you come to me? And what exactly do you want?" Chu Xian calmly said, "You burned down the little Runnymede Mall, and that was my territory." Zhao Hong froze. That was months ago for him, almost forgotten. It was only now that Chu Xian mentioned it that he snapped back to that mall that was like an ice cave. Zhao Hong nodded. "Indeed, I burned it. I didn't realize it at the time. If you want, I can have someone prepare another mall for you. Anyway, half of East Lake City is my spirit dog gang," a junior brother angrily said. "Boss, he killed our men." Zhao Hong smacked over and sent this person flying straight away. "Not enough." Chu Xian shook his head. Zhao Hong looked at Chu Xian and coldly said, "I've already offered compensation. Whether or not you're willing to accept it is your business. My spirit dog clan will never be able to accommodate it again and again. Don't forget, you also killed my men." As the leader of the spirit dog gang, it was impossible for him to allow Chu Xian to get away with it in front of so many juniors. Chu Xian laughed and snapped his fingers. "Simple. I want the entire spirit dog gang." Zhao Hong froze and laughed back in anger. Interesting, this is really the first time I've encountered someone who lacks a muscle. Big black, big yellow, too yellow, get on me and eat him alive. As soon as the words fell, the 3 spirit dogs that had long been poised for action lunged out. 3 huge mouths with saliva flowing out of them fiercely bit at Chu Xian's throat, left arm, and right leg. Chu Xian remained calm and collected, standing with his arms folded. Little Tiger fiercely blocked in front of him, while Little Leopard's figure suddenly disappeared. A layer of golden light swirled around Little Tiger's body, like armor, as if he were a heavenly soldier descending from the earth. When the 3 giant dogs slammed into Little Tiger, their giant mouths biting down violently. The next moment, however, it whimpered in unison. Their mouthfuls of teeth that could even crush a human skull were suddenly broken in unison. It was actually as fragile as glass. Zhao Hong's heart shook wildly. This must be a high-level walker. Senior zombies are so terrifying that they can actually be manipulated by humans? Wait, weren't there 2 walkers just now? Where's the other one? That thought had only just risen in him. Then he immediately felt a tingling sensation in the back of his heart. Without being able to think about it much, Zhao Hong then violently twisted his body and subconsciously dodged the attack. But even so, severe pain suddenly struck. Barely. The blade condensed from the Yin fire directly slashed his back, bringing up a shower of blood. The wound is narrow and deep. The Yin fire continued to burn, and the pain was like countless cones, sticking dead into the brain. In just a few breaths of time, Zhao Hong felt as if his entire body's strength had been lost from the wounds. His face was pale and his body shook. It was actually necessary to be assisted in order to stand on one's feet. Woohoo! By this time, all 3 spirit dogs had been violently beaten up by Little Tiger. Just now, Big Black attacked Chu Xian the most fiercely and ate the most punches. At this moment, he was already bleeding from his 7 orifices and convulsing, clearly not alive. Big Yellow and 2 Yellow were much more sensible and showed their submission by flipping over on the spot, revealing their soft bellies. Zhao Hong's heart went cold when he saw this scene. The 3-headed spirit dog that he had nurtured for so long was unbearable, and he had even defected. His own self-proclaimed strong physical qualities were as good and fragile as tofu. Zhao Hong took a deep breath and suddenly drew out a pitch-black metal lump from his arms and opened fire unexpectedly towards Chu Xian. Go to hell! He laughed. Chapter 15, Compared to the living, the dead are more obedient. It happened suddenly, plus the incredible speed of thermal weapons. Even Xiaohu couldn't react. Even if it subconsciously protected its master and wanted to pounce over, it was still a step too slow. Chu Xian also saw the blackened iron lump and saw the flames spewing out from the barrel of the gun. But he was fearless. Whoosh! A line of blood rushed out from his palm. It was as if blood-colored lightning was visible. When the bullet hit that line of blood, it's like hitting a steel plate. Suddenly it veered off and shot into the crowd. All that was heard was an ah, and a man fell on his back, collapsing in a pool of blood. The bullet had penetrated his eye socket and shot through his brain with precision. Zhao Hong rounded his eyes. That line of blood. What is it? It actually stops bullets? He roared and fired again. Bang! 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 This time, 3 shots in a row. Dang it! Each shot was however easily blocked by the line of blood. The 3 bullets were all deflected, and instead of shooting Chu Xian to death, they shot down 3 more of the Spirit Dog Gang's juniors. Zhao Hong was stunned. He only had 4 rounds total. I can't believe they were all defended out. He had seen it now. The bloody line was clearly a large, blood-colored worm. This young man, not only could he manipulate zombies, he could actually manipulate bugs. It's horrible. Chu Xian reached out his hand and gently stroked the blood steel wire. He trailed off. Is this gun your last resort? Poof. Zhao Hong was paralyzed, sitting on his ass. No more half-assed thoughts of resistance. The Spirit Dog Gang is yours. Spare my life. Zhao Hong gulped and said sincerely. After he said that, he actually knelt down on both knees, without any trace of the condescension of the Spirit Dog Gang's boss. He had seen it. The young man in front of me was a monster. He was no match for this man. His life and family had also been held in the hands of the other side. The attitude must be sincere now to have a chance of surviving. Chu Xian, however, shook his head. I'm happy with your body. The spirit dog took it for me, and I'll take you. Zhao Hong froze for a moment, and suddenly, as if he had thought of something, a shocked color flashed under his eyes. Me. I'm not good at male style. He squirmed a little, but if it has to be hard, it's not like I can't. The surrounding minions were confused. Is this still our high and mighty boss Xiao? It's amazing that you can even agree to such things in order to stay alive. Chu Xian was dumbfounded. Male style? I'm not good either. Chu Xian calmly said. Little tiger, tie him up for me and throw him to the rooftop. Little leopard, you stay here with the two dogs and don't allow anyone to leave. Ho ho ho! Tiger cub and panther cub growled and led the way. The spirit dog gang's minions looked at each other in disbelief. Zhao Hong had already knelt down and given in, so they naturally didn't dare to run around. To them, it's a change of bosses at best. The head of the city changes the flag of the king. Whoever is the boss has to use them. The minions. That young man can't be a bachelor, can he? The thought gradually calmed people down, and they each went back to their rooms and did what they had to do. Hotel Hao Tai. Rooftop. Little Tiger moved a clean recliner, and Chu Xian comfortably laid on it. Zhao Hong knelt in front of Chu Xian and compensated with a smile. Big brother, what position do you want? I'll do anything. Chu Xian's pupils flashed with purple light as he once again released his soul-regenerating pupils. I ask. You answer. Zhao Hong struggled a bit at first, but within half a minute, he became a puppet on strings. He said whatever Chu Xian asked. It was only after a few moments that the power of the soul-regenerating pupil faded away. Chu Xian had already obtained the information he wanted from Zhao Hong's mind. Psychic. Level 1 Transcendentals. Transcendent talents? Kind of. Chu Xian was quite interested. The planet was called Aquamarine, and the country where it was located was the Yanhan Celestial Dynasty, a centralized imperial state. This place is Donghu City under the jurisdiction of Linjiang Province of Yanhan Dynasty. There were two major forces in East Lake City, the Spirit Dog Gang and the Black Front Security Company. Zhao Hong had gotten this information precisely from the Black Front Security Company. The thing that caused the zombie outbreak wasn't a virus. It was psychic energy. It's just that ordinary people can't withstand this kind of energy. Their genes will collapse, their bodies will mutate, and they'll eventually become bloodthirsty monsters, also known as zombies. Some could withstand it, but failed to awaken their talents, and were only slightly stronger, or ordinary people. Some people not only withstood it, but also awakened their transcendental talent and their physique was unusually strong. These were the transcendentalists. Zhao Hong, a dog meat dealer before the zombie outbreak. He spends his days hanging around the outskirts of East Lake, stealing domesticated dogs when no one is looking, killing them and selling them for meat. Perhaps that's why he awakened his extraordinary gift of dog mastery. Born to suppress spirit dogs, transcendents are categorized into levels 1 through 9. If there is a core of psychic energy in the body, it is called a level 1 transcendent. If there are two, they are level 2 transcendentals, and so on. Zhao Hong is a grade 1 transcendent. Big brother, what's wrong with me? Zhao Hong was dizzy for a moment. He didn't realize what had just happened. Chu Xian did not say much, but instead turned around and began to prepare the corpse refining medicinal liquid. Zhao Hong was a level 1 transcendent, with extremely strong physical qualities. The corpse refining medicinal liquid naturally had to be the best as well, otherwise it would just be a waste of his fleshly endowment. This time, Chu Xian took even longer to prepare. It was a full 2 hours before it was ready. Alright, put him in. Chu Xian waved his hand. Little Tiger faithfully carries out orders. Zhao Hong looked at this blackish medicinal liquid in the bathtub and revealed a look of fear. Big brother, didn't you say to spare my life? What the hell is this for? Chu Xian grinned. Bubble well, you'll become stronger. Cheers. Zhao Hong gulped. It always felt like Chu Xian was teasing him. Poof. Zhao Hong was shoved into the bathtub with Tiger holding his head down. He desperately tried to stick his head out, but he was always suppressed by Tiger's enormous strength. After gulping down a few hard gulps, Zhao Hong sank into silence, apparently unconscious. Chu Xian took a sip of instant milk tea and nodded slightly. Considering Zhao Hong's physical qualities, he had specially added requiem grass to the corpse refining medicinal liquid. This stuff hypnotizes. Perfect for Zhao Hong. Chu Xian took the milk tea and went to the edge of the rooftop, where he stood to have an unobstructed view of the hotel. He could see the members of the Spirit Dogs gang, gathered together in boredom. Some people were playing cards, others were chatting. There are still people who have nothing better to do than actually fight and brawl. Man, he must eat and drink every day. There will always be people with bad intentions towards me. This Spirit Dog gang, all they do are things that hurt the heavens and the earth. There are not many good people. Killing them will not reduce their merit. In that case, it would be better to refine them all into corpses. It is the dead who are more obedient than the living. Chu Xian took a sip of the steaming milk tea and pondered. Little Tiger, take your pick. Keep the ones with strong bodies to refine the corpses, and use the rest as rations. Little Tiger sniffed and immediately roared with excitement. Chu Xian frowned. Hey, Leave some for Little Leopard and some for Blood Steel Wire. But don't eat them all alone. Little Tiger nodded aggressively, before rushing off excitedly. Chapter 16, Seeking a Place for Formation. Level 3 Spiritual Energy Core. A bloody feast was unleashed in the Grand Hotel. Little Tiger and Little Leopard, plus the 2 spirit dogs, possessed strength that completely suppressed ordinary people. Wherever it passed, there was a shower of blood. The screams were endless. Xu Xian was thoughtful. Zhao Hong had mentioned the term advanced zombie. According to Zhao Hong, zombies were also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. Advanced zombie is just a generalization. Above the ordinary zombie is the level 1 zombie, where the psychic energy in the body coalesces into a solid core of psychic energy. The strength is comparable to that of a level 1 transcendent. Further up, there are level 2 walkers, comparable to level 2 transcendents. However, Zhao Hong had only seen a few level 1 zombies. As for level 2 zombies, he had never seen them. Spiritual energy core? If you have to compare over, it should refer to the Golden Dan and Corpse Dan, right? The Gene Dan is something that can only be condensed by a Gene Dan stage cultivator. Corpse Dan must also be condensed by a Corpse Marshal comparable to a Gene Dan stage cultivator. These 2 corpses of mine have a long way to go before they can condense the Corpse Dan. If we follow the transcendent system of this place, how many levels of zombies are they considered to be? Xu Xian lightly laughed a few times, not bothering to think much. After all, it's not the same system and you can't generalize. A few moments later, Xiaowu arrived on the rooftop with 6 strong men. The 6 men couldn't stop shivering. One man even got his crotch wet, and was so scared that he became incontinent. Ho ho ho! There was still half a finger in the corner of the little tiger's mouth, and it swallowed it in one gulp, before roaring a few times, signaling that it had completed its task. Xu Xian nodded slightly, taking advantage of this period of time. He had already prepared the 6 corpse refining medicinal liquids. With a wave of his hand, he asked Little Tiger to throw them inside the bathtub and start refining the corpses. On his own, he harnessed his flying magic weapon and started to look for places where large swaths of zombies were gathered, with the Hao Tai Hotel as the center. He never forgot his purpose this time. That is to set up the blood transformation formation and blood sacrifice a large number of zombies. Whoosh! Xu Xian harnessed his flying sword and soared through the sky. Without the various industrial activities of humans, the sky of aquamarine appeared to be clear. Xu Xian looked down below, and it was all a deserted scene. Above the skyscrapers, a large number of pale vines grew. It is not known how these vines climbed up a 100-meter-high building. Perhaps plants, like animals, are affected by psychic energy and have a slight mutation. Xu Xian flew in a circle, occasionally probing the situation below and shaking his head repeatedly. He's not happy about it. The zombies, in many places, were sparsely scattered. It was uneconomical to use the blood transformation grand formation in this way. After all, it took spirit stones to catalyze the blood transformation grand formation. These spirit stones in one's hand would, at best, support the blood transformation formation to last for about half an hour. It's nice there. Xu Xian's eyes lit up. He suddenly realized that there were thousands of zombies gathering in a rotten building that hadn't been built yet. And, at this moment these walkers are still charging upwards one by one. Something seemed to be drawing them in. Xu Xian then immediately rode his flying sword closer. At this very moment, the upper floors of the rotten building, 2 able-bodied men in black civilian clothes escorted an old man as they raced toward the highest floor. The old man was already sweating, almost as if he was being picked up and flown by 2 men. But even so, he clung to a large box and never let go. A few moments later, they arrived at the rooftop. The 2 black-clad men took out their walkie-talkies and signaled for help. They moved whatever furniture they could find and pressed it against the small door to the rooftop to slow the walkers' rush up to the rooftop. The old man fell limp, gasping for air. It was only after a long time that he said, "Both of you, I'm just a drag, and you won't survive with me. I'll give you this tertiary psychic energy core and leave me here. This was bought with many human lives, and there is no room for error." With that, he handed over the large box in his arms, looking solemn. Both black-clothed men immediately shook their heads. One of them, named Zhuang Chang, said seriously, "Elder Zhang, you are the chief of our Linjiang Province Life Science Research Institute. Your life is more precious than ours. Even if we die, you cannot die." The other person was named Sun Meng. While he comforted, "Don't worry, before we came, we had already contacted the Black Strike Security Company here, and they will send a helicopter over to pick us up. The rescue signal has been sent. They should be moving ahead. As long as we can hold out, we'll survive." Zhang Lao sighed lightly. The world is changing. I'm afraid I can't count on them. A few minutes later. Bang! Bang! The scratching and hissing of the zombies came out of nowhere. Apparently the pursuing zombies had picked up on the scent of the living and were desperately trying to squeeze through the furniture. Zhuang Chang and Sun Mang's faces changed slightly as they rushed over and used their own power to press down on the furniture. However, how can two people compare to thousands of zombies? Only a boom was heard. Furniture can then be slammed open. A large number of zombies surged out, and Zhuang Chang, Sun Mang, and Zhang Lao all had their pupils shrink. So many walkers around. They certainly won't survive. Just then, a sword chant resounded in the sky. In the next moment, there was actually a youth figure descending from the sky. With a roll of his long sleeves, a wild wind stirred out. Then, the three were surprised to see that the zombies suddenly became headless. Even if a few living people were standing right in front of them, they couldn't see or smell them. The youth flexed his fingers and a wisp of breath soared out, shooting into the building. The zombies were like hungry wolves smelling meat and charged forward. In an instant, all the zombies rushed into the building. The youth casually waved his hand and the small rooftop door slammed shut. He stepped forward and took out a piece of yellow paper and stuck it on it. After doing so, the youth then bounded over to the trio. The two Hans stared with rounded eyes, only feeling that the youth was simply a god. Elder Zhang sized up the youth. The attire of the youth in front of him resembled those cultivators in the Immortal cultivation novels. He could hardly imagine that such a person could appear before his eyes. Dare I ask, what did you do just now? Why did none of the zombies attack us anymore? Zhuang Chang couldn't help but inquire. Chu Xian casually said, it's just a small spell that converges the breath. Breath concealment technique, a lower grade spell of the qi refining stage. It is possible to completely estrange your breath. Zombies have poor eyesight and attack the living based solely on their sense of smell. Just now, he used the breath convergence technique to completely hide the aura of several people. These zombies are naturally headless. And then, he shot a wisp of living breath out, and the zombies immediately followed in hot pursuit. Zhuang Chang was still about to inquire when the small rooftop door was slammed once again. The hissing of a large number of zombies came from its wake. The three of them tightened up and subconsciously stepped back. Only that, they realized with a start that the small door had suddenly become unusually sturdy. No matter how many walkers banged on it, it was surprisingly undamaged. Don't worry, I put a rock charm on it. They can't break through this door. Chu Xian casually said. The granite talisman was a lower grade talisman of the qi refining stage, and when it was affixed to various implements, it could be reinforced. It not only strengthens hardness, but also delays durability. With the strength of these ordinary zombies, 1,000 heads together might be able to break it, but with such a small space, there were at most a dozen heads attacking together at the same time. A rock amulet is enough to deal with it. The three only felt clouded. Granite talisman? What is it? Chu Xian sized up the three men and finally settled on the box in the old man's arms. What's in here? The walkers are after it, he inquired, pointing to the box. Chapter 17, our Linjiang province actually has an immortal cultivator. Zhang Lao's heart tightened. By rights he shouldn't have said what it was, but the youth in front of them saved their lives, and obviously has extremely powerful strength. In this case, the cover-up is no longer necessary. Might as well be honest about it. He pulled back Zhuang Chang and Sun Mang, who wanted to stand in his way, and said seriously, at the head of this place is a level 3 psychic energy core that originated from a level 3 zombie bear. I implore you not to take it away. It will serve us well at the Life Sciences Institute. With the help of it, we might be able to research weapons to restrain zombies, which is a great thing for the benefit of the world. Chu Xian wondered, when did I say I would take it away? Elder Zhang's expression stagnated. You don't want it? It's a tertiary spirit energy core. Chu Xian let out a light laugh. In my eyes, it is not much different from a glass bead on the ground. Let me see. He held out his hand. Elder Zhang hesitated for a moment, but still handed over the box. He had lived most of his life and had met many people. There was arrogance in this youth's words, as if he really didn't look at this spiritual energy core. Chu Xian opened the box. Then he saw a crimson bead lying quietly at the bottom of the box. At first glance, it doesn't seem too different from a glass bead. However, he perceived it carefully and immediately realized that the bead contained some energy within it. The nature of this energy was far inferior to aura. It's quite a large amount, but it has to be compared. It was just barely comparable to the aura in a small spirit stone. After just a few glances, Chu Xian placed the item back into the box and shook his head slightly. The so-called level 3 spiritual energy core actually only had as much energy as a small spirit stone. He roughly already had some idea of Aquamarine's transcendental system. You too, your first-class transcendence? From the barracks? Chu Xian's line of sight fell on the two black-clothed men. He could tell that the duo matched every move. Such a fit is hardly a civilian workout, it must have come from the barracks. The two looked at each other and nodded. Zhuang Chang spoke seriously. We're from the Linjiang army of Linjiang province, ordered to bring back the zombie bear's psychic energy core and protect Professor Zhang's safe evacuation. Chu Xian nodded slightly. Even if the zombie crisis breaks out and the world ends, but as long as the human race has not died out, at least there are countries and powers that exist. Obviously, the official power of the Yan Han dynasty still remained. Who will come to lead you to evacuate? Chu Xian asked casually. Sun Mang replied. Black Front Security. They will pick us up by helicopter and take us away. Chu Xian nodded. Why didn't you come? Zhuang Chang was helpless. Their helicopter hadn't been used for a long time and needed to be repaired, so we had previously agreed on a time of 12 noon. But we were besieged by a large number of zombies and had to send out a rescue signal to let them come over earlier. Probably delayed because of it. The two Hans looked at each other and both sighed softly. After all, the Black Front Security Company was only a small local force. How could it be compared to their disciplined and forbidding Linjiang army? It just doesn't matter if they die. However, if the level 3 spiritual energy core was not brought back, it would be a huge loss for the entire Linjiang province. Chu Xian smiled faintly. You guys attracted so many zombies. It's useful to me. You guys do me a favor and I'll help you get out safely. Zhang Lao and the two Hans were both violently stunned. Elder Zhang's eyes widened. Please speak. We will definitely help if we can. After saying that, he felt that he seemed to have spoken too fully, and hastily added, but we can't do anything that violates the rules. That's the bottom line. Chu Xian smiled. There's no need to do anything. Just standing on the rooftop and continuing to attract zombies is enough. With the granite charm in place, that door won't be broken. Elder Zhang and the two Hans looked at each other with some suspicion. Keep attracting walkers? What does this young man want? They couldn't figure out what exactly Chu Xian was going to do even if they thought about it, so they simply didn't think about it much. Elder Zhang nodded. This matter is not difficult. We can do it. Chu Xian nodded. In the next moment, he rose up with his sword. The wind was blowing furiously on the rooftop, making it impossible for all three to open their eyes. By the time they could see in front of them again, Chu Xian had clearly appeared in the sky. Elder Zhang's three men were shocked. When Chu Xian appeared just now, they did not see him clearly. Right now, they were watching Chu Xian fly into the sky with their own eyes. What's this? The royal sword. Isn't this something that only exists in fairy cultivation novels? Surprisingly, it appeared before his eyes. Zhuang Chang swallowed his saliva. Flying in the air. This is something that no one can do. Sun Mang said in horror. Could it be an immortal cultivator? Zhang Lao's heart was in waves. It just felt like my worldview, which had already been reshaped once by the zombie crisis, was once again collapsing. This must be reported first thing when we get back. Immortal cultivator. We actually have an immortal cultivator in Linjiang province. Zhang Lao's pale fingers trembled. The other side. Chu Xian flew toward in the sky, observing the locations suitable for setting up formations. The blood transformation grand formation had a total of 18 formation flags. He needed to arrange these 18 array flags in 18 places. There are also spirit stones to be embedded in these 18 array flags. Eventually, the array is passed through the array disk and the array is stimulated. Chu Xian's attainments in formations could only be considered average. However, he was very willing to put in the effort in this area, and thus could completely skillfully set up the blood transformation grand formation. Half an hour later, he had set up the 18 formation flags. Looking down from directly above, the 18 array flags centered on the rotten building formed a 10 octagonal shape, encompassing the vast majority of the surrounding zombies. The reason why Chu Xian had asked Zhang Lao and the three others to stay on the rooftop was to continuously attract the zombies and not allow them to roam aimlessly. After doing so, Chu Xian re-entered the rooftop. Zhang Lao's three men were currently chewing on protein energy bars regarding water. Seeing Chu Xian return, they hurriedly got up. Come with me, one person at a time. Chu Xian pulled up Elder Zhang and was about to leave. His flying magic weapon could only carry one extra person. The two Hans subconsciously stepped forward, trying to block in front of Zhang Lao. After all, the order they received was to protect Elder Zhang's absolute safety. But Elder Zhang rushed ahead of them and pressed their hands, and gave them a wink. The duo then thought of something and hurriedly pressed their pace. With Chu Xian's strength, killing the three of them was nothing more than a matter of ease. However, Chu Xian still honored his promise and took them away. At a time like this, they actually dared to express distrust towards Chu Xian. Wouldn't that provoke Chu Xian? Little friend, I'll go with you, Elder Zhang said with a smile. Chu Xian seemed to be smiling. With his wisdom, he naturally saw the hidden meaning in Elder Zhang's movements at a glance, but he didn't point it out. These three had helped him attract so many walkers. He was in a really good mood. Keeping your word and sending them away is the natural thing to do. Soon after, Chu Xian successively brought the three people away from the rotten building and placed them on a small, empty square nearby. Contact the rescue yourself. I have important things to do. Chu Xian waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Many thanks. Elder Zhang bowed toward him and couldn't help but ask, "Dare I ask your name?" Chu Xian. Many thanks, little friend Chu Xian. I, Zhang Baoshan, will always remember today's saving grace. Elder Zhang bowed once more before leaving under the escort of Zhuang Chang and Sun Mang. Chapter 18, Merit Edition. Golden flowers fell about. Chu Xian swept a glance at the trio's backs and did not look again. Next, activating the blood transformation formation was the most important thing. He harnessed his flying sword and came into midair, looking at the zombies that were huddled together like headless flies in the middle of this rotten building. The array disc was stimulated. Buzz! Strange bloody light surged from 18 points. In an instant, the area was completely enveloped. Everything in the blood transformation array became blood-masked and red, and it was impossible to see. All the living beings in it were being drained of their internal blood chi at a speed visible to the naked eye. The zombies, who were roaring madly, were spirited at first, but as the blood chi was drained from their bodies, they quickly shriveled up. In less than 3 minutes, a zombie was smoked into a dry body and fell to the ground. Next up is the second, third, and fourth heads. All of this blood chi converged towards the array plate, condensing on its own into a fist-sized blood bead. Chu Xian stepped on the flying sword and hovered in midair, his heart flowing freely. That's efficient. Way too efficient. A moment later, the blood chi of all the zombies in this area was seized by the blood transformation formation. The spirit stones and the 18 array flags of the blood transformation grand formation also happened to run out. When Chu Xian took a closer look, 13 large blood beads had definitely coalesced on the array plate. Each one was ruddy and round, as if it were a carnelian agate. Upon closer inspection, you could still smell the faint odor of blood. Chu Xian could not help but marvel. These 13 large blood beads, each of which was the size of a fist, were also of excellent color. Each large blood bead was worth at least 20 small blood beads. These 13 great blood beads should be enough for me to cultivate to the 9th level of chi refining. Chu Xian nodded slightly. He was about to leave when he suddenly realized that there were visions manifesting in the sky. A large amount of golden light appeared like it was created out of nothing, forming a golden flower that fell from the sky and draped around him. The spectacle lasted a full 5 minutes before subsiding. Chu Xian's expression was stunned. Golden flowers fall about. Aren't such visions induced only by those who harbor great merits and virtues? Why, it has come upon you. After a brief moment of consternation, he snapped to attention. He himself had slaughtered thousands of zombies, and although he didn't know the exact number, it was at least 3,000 or more. For every zombie you kill, you get some minuscule amount of merit. The accumulation of so many merits and virtues had caused this to form this vision of golden flowers falling about. Chu Xian's expression was suddenly a bit odd. Devil's cultivation, great merit, and golden flower chaos. These three words can never be linked. Any devil cultivator is not burdened with countless killing karma. It's not bad if it doesn't attract heavenly thunder and earthly fire. What's the big ing deal? What's with the ing bling? I'm afraid I'm the only demonic cultivator throughout the ages who has attracted a vision of merit and virtue, right? Chu Xian was dumbfounded. At that moment, all the golden flowers had disappeared into his body. Chu Xian blinked, suddenly feeling that his thinking had become unusually transparent. The difficulties encountered when practicing the blood transformation and spirit snatching technique were now like an enlightenment, and the answers instantly came to mind. It is easy to find solutions to problems that are usually difficult to solve. In addition, he realized that there was something more about him that was unspoken and undefined. It's longevity, as well as chi. This is the benefit that comes from meritocracy. Enlightenment skyrockets. Many blessings and increased longevity. Luck is entwined. He had already accumulated a lot of merit from killing zombies earlier, and now it was the quantitative change that caused the qualitative change. No wonder those righteous monks are clamoring every day to exterminate the evil demons and do the right thing for heaven. Who wouldn't look at such a lot of merits and virtues with a keen eye? Chu Xian was enlightened. If I go down with a blood transformation formation in the future, I will directly blood sacrifice 100 000 zombies. Millions of zombies and even hundreds of millions of zombies. Wouldn't the merits not be able to stop me, one after the other? My enlightenment, and lifespan will all increase like crazy. He suddenly conjured up a vision of what was to come, and his expression became even more delighted. This planet, Aquamarine, is simply a paradise for devil cultivators. Chu Xian hurriedly retrieved those formation flags one by one and rode his flying sword away. After obtaining so many blood beads this time, it was time to properly cultivate. After Chu Xian left, a helicopter rumbled across the sky. In the back seat of the helicopter were none other than Zhang Baoshan, Zhuang Chang, and Sun Meng. There are also pilots who fly helicopters. He is also the captain of the first team of the Black Front Security Company. Wang Yong, Elder Zhang. We rushed this way when we received your rescue signal. Only that the helicopter hadn't taken off for too long and was missing parts, making repairs too time-consuming. Please don't be angry with Elder Zhang. And don't be angry with the two brothers of the Linjiang army, either. Wang Yang said helplessly. Zhuang Chang sneered. If it wasn't for someone saving our lives, we would have died in East Lake City. Delaying the Institute's research can't be made up by throwing all of you out to feed the zombies. Wang Yang smiled awkwardly. Yes, what this brother said. He also wanted to get close to Elder Zhang, but Zhang Lao always looked away from his face and didn't give him a second glance the entire time. Wang Yang was embarrassed. He was about to say something else when he suddenly pointed to the rotting building in front of him and marveled. My God, what's happening here? Zhang Baoshan and the three of them followed the sound and realized that this was the same rotten building they had stopped at earlier. However, the rotten building, which had earlier gathered thousands of zombies, was now dead silent. At a closer look, the ground was actually strewn with dried-up corpses all over the place. These zombies, obviously, were alive and well not too long ago. Now it's actually dead. And such a weird death. Stop. I'm going down to take a look. Zhang Baoshan said seriously. Wang Yang froze. But there might be walkers hiding down there. I said I'm going down. Zhang Baoshan stared into Wang Yang's eyes, word for word, his tone cold. Wang Yang didn't dare to take any more offense, so he just had to lower the helicopter. A few moments later, Zhang Baoshan arrived outside the rotten building under the protection of Zhuang Chang and Sun Meng. Now that they were standing closer, they could see even more corpses all over the place. Zhuang Chang took out a saber and cut open a corpse, realizing that there was no semblance of blood at all. With a slight squeeze, these corpses were crushed into scattered gravel like dregs. It was as if all the blood and moisture had been drained from his body. How the hell do you do that? Zhang Baoshan's jaw dropped. It was only about half an hour before they left. Thousands of zombies here, actually drained of blood. It's simply not humanly possible. Is it that immortal cultivator? Sun Meng whispered. Zhang Baoshan thought of Chu Xian's demeanor just now and nodded seriously. It's most likely him. This matter is too important. We need to hurry back and tell General Yi about this. Yes. Zhuang Chang and Sun Meng nodded heavily. Chapter 19, Chi Refinement 7th Level. Top grade spell Underworld Firebomb. The Grand Hyatt Hotel. Twilight was already sinking when Chu Xian returned here. He fetched a bucket of instant noodles and 2 cans of beef, and set about preparing dinner. Cultivators with the growth of cultivation, after entering the foundation stage, will be able to open up the grain, so as to eat the sun and drink the dew, cut off the fire of the earth. But Chu Xian, after all, did not have the foundation establishment stage cultivation yet. Besides, it's been over 20 years since I've touched instant noodles, so what's wrong with having more? In Zhaohong's small warehouse, instant noodles are piled up, in addition to a variety of chocolates and cookies, all of which are very resistant to storage. It was enough for Chu Xian to feast alone. Several bathtubs in which nothing rattles today. Chu Xian then asked Little Tiger and Little Leopard to take the 2 spirit dogs out to hunt on their own. And in the meantime, asked them to bring back a few lively zombies to use as hearts for the spirit plants. However, he gave orders to Little Tiger and Little Leopard not to prey on living people at will and prioritize preying on zombies. Little Tiger and Little Leopard were the corpses he had refined, and if they brutally killed innocent mortals, the killing they caused would naturally be attributed to him. He didn't want so much of the merit he had just gotten to be gone in the blink of an eye. After the command, Little Tiger and Little Leopard roared in unison to show that they knew. Seeing the big yellow and the second yellow next to him didn't say a word, Xiaohu went up and kicked them straight away. With a whimper, the 2 spirit dogs nodded their heads in succession as well. After watching them leave, Chu Xian sat down and began to absorb the great blood bead. Large blood beads the size of a fist were suspended in front of him, and wisps of blood chi entered his mouth and nose. following the method of the blood transformation and spirit snatching technique in his body. After each great circumference, Chu Xian's spiritual energy would grow by 1 point. So, 2 days later, Chu Xian's aura suddenly broke through the bottleneck. In a flash, it was like a fish in the sea, swimming at its own pace. His eyes snapped open, revealing a look of delight. 7th level of Qi refining. At the 7th level of Qi refining, one belonged to the late stage of Qi refining, the 7th level of the blood transformation spirit snatching technique, and a new spell to try. Nowadays, all of his spells, excluding those without the ability to defend the enemy, are only the spirit blood shield acquired at the 4th level of the blood snatching spirit technique. It was a mid-grade defense spell of the refining stage. Most of the time, the imperial enemy relied on corpse pawns and parasites. Now, after practicing the 7th layer of the blood transformation and spirit snatching technique, one would have a powerful top-grade spell. Chu Xian immediately got up and gathered his spiritual energy. A miserable green flame gradually gathered in his palm. At a certain moment, the green flame swelled to its limit before Chu Xian suddenly blasted it out. Bang! The wall was suddenly blasted out of a large hole. Debris exploded everywhere. Around the cave entrance, there were green flames that continued to burn, only to gradually subside after 10 minutes. Chu Xian raised his eyebrows. It was worthy of being an upper-grade spell of the Qi refining stage, and it was very powerful. This spell is called Firebomb. The Wuji sect had a total of 4 Qi refinement stage techniques, of which there were 9 corresponding Qi refinement stage top-grade attack spells. However, the underworld Firebomb was clearly one of the most powerful attacks. Of course, it also has a fatal flaw. That is, it takes too long to build up power, and it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. With Chu Xian's spirit power today, he could only release it 3 times at most. During the build-up, it's easy to get attacked. It would be even worse if the spell did not hit the enemy. Inevitably, the next step is to fall into a passive-aggressive situation. However, Chu Xian was not too worried about not being able to hit. With so many corpse pawns under his command, he could effectively limit the enemy's alignment. Blood Wire also possessed natural spells such as blood binding, which made it easier to control the enemy. Not bad, not bad. We should practice more in the future and master the underworld firebomb even more skillfully. Chu Xian was about to continue releasing underworld flame bombs. Instead, a rattle was heard coming from the other side of the tub. Hooray! Ain corpse climbed out of the bathtub and respectfully came to Chu Xian's side. Immediately afterward, the other Ing corpses also woke up one after another and came to Chu Xian's front. Chu Xian had dripped blood into their corpse refining medicinal liquid early on. Although it wasn't essence blood, it had been recognized in advance. That was why they were so respectful to Chu Xian. Chu Xian put them into the corpse raising tower one by one and used his appraisal technique to appraise them. The results were a bit disappointing to him. There were a full 16 corpses, and all of them were actually only lower grade qualifications, and their spells were also poor. Flying pounce technique. Flying pounce out some distance. Vertical leap technique. Bouncing ability becomes stronger. That's not bad. At least it's somewhat useful. Other shady corpses have some kind of binge-eating technique to speed up their feeding. Suction technique, which allows you to store water in your stomach. A purification spell that cleanses sewage. Chu Xian even saw a self-destruct technique that would directly charge up and explode itself during battle. He had no choice but to give the order that the guy should never use his spells. I've worked so hard with the corpse refining medicinal liquid, and I've gone through the trouble of cultivating you, and you rushed up and blew yourself up just to make a small fight. Is it outrageous? This guy hasn't woken up yet? Chu Xian came to a bathtub at the very front. What was refined in here was Zhao Hong's corpse, but only a thin layer of the medicinal liquid remained. All the other S are already out. I'm surprised he hasn't woken up yet. Chu Xian was happy instead, because it's good. It meant that Zhao Hong's corpse was working hard to absorb all the essence in the corpse refining medicinal liquid, and it hadn't stopped now. After thinking about it, Chu Xian made another bucket of corpse refining medicinal liquid and poured it into Zhao Hong's bathtub. At this rate, I'm afraid it will take another 3 or 5 days. Chu Xian then searched for an empty room and began to hammer the underworld flame bomb. The other side. Black front security. Compare that to the Howdy Doody hotel occupied by the Spirit Dog Gang. The place looks a lot cleaner and neater. The company was surrounded by an iron fence with thistles wrapped around it. The thistles were bloodstained and there was a lot of broken flesh on top of them. Apparently it played a major role in the fight against the walkers. At this moment, a man stood at the door. Open the door. I'm Wang Yang. The gate slowly opened, and Wang Yang walked in with large strides. 2 dry, thin men came over and smiled cheekily. Brother Yang, Sent those 3 away? Wang Yang wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. Sent away, sent away. The Linjiang army will send someone to pick them up. Where is my cousin? I have something important to tell him. A dry and thin man pointed to a small 3-story building and whispered, the manager is doing business there. Brother Yang had better not go now. Don't disturb the manager's pleasure. Wang Yang frowned deeply. No, this is important. I have to go. He quickened his pace to get there. Just as he arrived downstairs, he heard vaguely charming sounds coming from inside the building. The entrance to the small 3-story building was guarded by a tall, burly man. Wang Yang wanted to go straight upstairs, but he was stopped. I want to see my cousin, he growled low. The burly man's face was expressionless. The manager ordered that no one is to be seen, including you. Wang Yang gritted his teeth and simply shouted at the top of his voice. Brother, I'm Wang Yang. I have something important to tell you. The small building was quiet for a few moments before the sound of a table being slammed came violently. An inch head poked out of the window and said angrily, asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you know I'm on a job? Only after a long time did he curse and say, come on up. Chapter 20, I know what's right. Don't throw up on me. Inside the small 3-story building, it was dimly lit. Wang Yang came to the 3rd floor. A slim woman sat in a chair, shivering. Next to him, a man with a shaved inch and a tanned body, holding a joystick, was concentrating on a game. In the screen in front of him, the picture style was dark and gloomy. A warrior covered in armor with a large shield in his left hand and a straight sword in his right is fighting the massive, flaming giant king. The screen next to it was showing images of men having sex with women. The charming sounds that Wang Yang heard just now came from here. Wang Yang, however, was not surprised. He had seen such an image long ago. Everyone else thinks that his cousin Wang Gangjian is here doing business with women. But in reality Wang Gangjian is just here playing games. The reason why Wang Gangjian purposely released this charming sound was just that he didn't want people to think that he was playing around here. After all, Wang Gangjian was the boss of the Black Front Security Company, with several hundred people under his control. Wouldn't it be a loss of majesty if all the minions knew that the boss was playing a game? But Wang Gangjian wanted to fight so badly that he would pull this stunt every time, bringing a woman to the small 3-story building, playing charming voices pretending to run errands to cover up the sound of his own gaming. At that moment, a scream rang out from the screen. Wang Gangjian helplessly put down the handle. This giant is so hard to fight. Say, what is it? He looked to his cousin Wang Yang. Wang Yang then put himself in the rotten building to see that scene immediately said. Very detailed. Not half a point omitted. Wang Gangjian's expression was casual at first, but it soon became grave. A high-level walker. It must be a high-level walker. Wang Gangjian said seriously. What did that Zhang Lao from the institute say? Wang Yang shook his head. They didn't say anything, and I even pressed them to ask who saved them, and they looked the other way. Wang Gangjian sighed lightly. This Dongmu city is really not a good place to stay. Advanced zombies appearing head after head. A while ago, didn't Zhao Hong even greet us? Saying that a high-level zombie appeared at his side of the little Runnymede Mall, and then he didn't know where it was. Wang Yang inquired. What should be done? Wang Gangjian glared at him. What else can we do? Strengthen the guard and don't go near that area. By the way, get some more support from the Linjiang army. We are a force established by the authorization of the Linjiang army, and now that advanced zombies are appearing frequently in Donghu City, how can we not ask for some support from them? Wang Yang hemmed and hawed. It's still big brother, you're smart. Wang Gangjian just wanted to pick up the handle, but suddenly remembered something and added. You're back just in time. Zhao Hong bought a batch of canned goods and medicines from us. So take someone to send them over. Didn't he always think things were too expensive? Why does he want them now? Wang Yang froze. Wang Gangjian casually said, the spirit dog gang has always lacked medicines, and at first, they said with a stiff upper lip that they wouldn't buy them just because the medicines hadn't been used up yet. Now that the medicines have run out, naturally they can only bite the bullet and spend a high price to buy them. Wang Yang hemmed and hawed. That's true. Then I'll bring someone to deliver the goods. Go go go. Wang Gangjian waved his hand without looking back, and began another round of suffering. The other side. Wang Yang and the two Hans got into a Wuling Divine car and headed towards the Spirit Dog Gang's base camp, the Haotai Hotel. The Spirit Dogs Gang has several strongholds, and the Hawthorne Hotel is just the main base. There is also a large shed to the north and a small fishery to the south that specializes in providing food. Because East Lake City was not big and relatively rich in resources, there had been peace and quiet between the Spirit Dog Gang and the Black Strike Company, and there hadn't been a fight to the death. An hour later, the van arrived outside of the house hotel. The car stopped at the entrance, and the man beside him just wanted to get out of the car, but he was pulled by Wang Yang. Something's wrong. It's too quiet. The spirit dogs have never been like that. Wang Yang had a serious face. He was acutely aware of the difference. It's broad daylight, and the spirit dogs gang is usually playing cards and fighting in groups. Every time he came to make a delivery, he could basically hear noisy voices coming from inside. This time it was surprisingly quiet. It's as if people have all disappeared. Take a closer look, Wang Yang whispered. The two hombres nodded and peered over their heads. One man suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Yang, there's a body there, a mutilated body." Wang Yang followed the line of sight and saw a corpse. It's a little inaccurate to describe it as a corpse, because only a small section of the arm and calf remained. Go, go, go! Wang Yang swallowed his saliva and growled lowly. There are body parts on the ground, which means the Hautes Etudes Hotel must have been attacked. Whether it's a zombie, or some kind of outsider, it's definitely not strong. It was because Zhao Hong was a level 1 transcendent no matter what. The enemy was able to beat Zhao Hong all pinned down. Definitely strong and powerful. The only thing they could do now was to escape as quickly as possible. Buzz off! The van went off in a blur of dust, at a surprisingly fast pace. Only, they hadn't been driving out there long. Several figures appeared on the roof of the building just ahead. Wang Yang looked through the car window and saw two tower-like figures. It's almost like a moving mountain. Every move seems to shake the ground. They had vicious faces and bloodthirsty looks, somewhat similar to zombies, yet slightly different. Beside them, they were followed by two giant dogs. Those two giant dogs Wang Yang had seen before. They were none other than the big yellow and two yellow raised by Zhao Hong. Advanced zombies. And it's on both ends. Zhao Hong's two dogs even abandoned Zhao Hong and submitted to these two high-level zombies. Wang Yang's heart almost burst out of his chest. He yelled frantically, "Pick up the pace and charge through. Don't stop." The driver was also terrified, and pressed the gas pedal so hard that he wanted to rush into the engine and stomp on the wheels himself. Panther saw a car being driven. The scent of the living immediately evoked its bloodlust. It showed its teeth and was about to charge on the spot. The rhubarb and diadem are also extremely aggressive. Roar! Instead, Little Tiger let out a low growl. The voice was full of menace and immediately silenced them. Panther, Rhubarb, and Erwang's voices all trailed off, a little aggravated. Buzz! The van sped away as the two corpses and two dogs watched. Wang Yang's heart was beating wildly. Catch up! Catching up yet? I can still speed up! The driver yelled. Vomit! No! Vomit! Wang Yang vomited several times in succession before he could barely sit up straight. It's time for you to practice your vomit driving skills. The driver smiled awkwardly. Wang Yang looked behind him. Those four figures accelerated towards the Haotai Hotel. In the blink of an eye, he was in the hotel. With no trace of him, Wang Yang suddenly strung everything together. He knows. The Spirit Dogs gang had probably been wiped out by those two high-level zombie groups. There is a high probability that Zhao Hong is already dead. The Hawthorne Hotel and its surroundings had become the territory of those two high-level zombies. Go back quickly. This matter should be told to the boss immediately. Vomit. Wang Yang yelled lowly. Okay, I understand the reasoning. Don't spit on me. The driver nodded. Chapter 21 Upper Grade Qualification. Grade 7 Corpse Pawn. Black Blade Security. 3 small floors down. Wang Yang came here once again. The burly man stopped him as usual. Wang Yang yelled at the top of his voice. Brother, I have something big to tell you. Something very important. Cursing came from upstairs. Grass. Wang Yang, don't think I'll give you face just because you're my cousin. You've interrupted me on 2 consecutive occasions already. Wang Gangjian exposed his head from the window, his face full of anger. It's like being interrupted when you're plowing hard. Wang Yang exclaimed. It's related to high-level zombies. Wang Gangjian scolded. Come up here then. A few moments later, Wang Yang sat in front of Wang Gangjian. Brother, why are you still playing the Giant King? Don't play if you're such a vegetable. It's a waste of time. Wang Yang said breathlessly. Wang Gangjian snorted coldly. One more time. I can definitely kill him. With those words, he went back into his concentration on suffering. Wang Yang sighed softly. I'll fight for you. You listen to me, okay? Wang Gangjian sneered. If you can pass it in one go, I'll stop. Wang Yang took the handle and maneuvered his character, charging all the way into the hall, rushing to the Giant King's throne, grabbing the greatsword leaning against the side of the throne, and swinging it violently. After a few consecutive strikes, the Giant King fell straight to the ground. A few more hits and the Giant King hiccups on the spot. He put down the handle and looked Wang Gangjian in the eyes. Can you listen to me now? Wang Gangjian's jaw dropped. How did that happen? Why is that sword so fierce? Can you listen to me? Wang Yang roared. Wang Gangjian smacked his lips. Okay, go ahead. Wang Yang then told the story of what he had seen over at the Haotai Hotel without missing a single thing. Wang Gangjian's eyes also gradually became serious. Seriously? You saw 2 high-level walkers? It's true. That size, those eyes, it's never something an ordinary zombie can possess. Wang Yang was also incredibly serious. He felt like his blood was going to freeze when he got a look from a high-level walker then. If he didn't have that van and ran fast enough, I'm afraid he would have become food for high-level zombies. Wang Gangjian gruffly said, this matter is indeed very important. Don't even go near that area in the future. Wang Yang murmured, what if those 2 high-level zombies rush out? We can't just sit around and wait for them to die. Then of course, we have to ask for help from the Linjiang army and ask them to send a few transcendents over. Wang Gangjian nodded. Wang Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, it's good that you have a way. The Linjiang army side will have to be contacted by you. After all, you are retired from the Linjiang army. It's not good for us to talk. Wang Gangjian nodded. I'll take care of this. You don't have to worry about it. 5 days later, the Hautes Etudes. Chu Xian exhaled and withdrew his energy. Now he had 9 great blood beads left in his hand. The rest had been absorbed by him. He vaguely felt that the sea of qi was already bulging, and only then did he stop. Qi Hai, the place where a cultivator's spiritual energy is stored, is located in the lower abdomen. There's movement? Chu Xian suddenly heard voices coming from the bathtub. He walked quickly. All of a sudden, he saw a huge shadowy corpse crawling out of the bathtub. After absorbing 2 whole bathtubs of corpse refining medicinal liquid, its body skyrocketed by a large margin, almost 25 meters tall. His body was gnarled and sinewy. Force surged wildly through it, so much like a sinewy man. Fine white bone armor grew on its chest, back, and joints. What was even more amazing was that he was holding a bone shield in his left hand and a bone spear in his right hand. A miserable white light lingered on the surface of the bone shield and bone spear. Obviously not mortal. Chu Xian was somewhat surprised that this corpse was actually born holding a magic weapon. Roar! As soon as this shadowy corpse appeared, it raised its head to the sky. Seems to be celebrating his new life. Those surrounding corpses that had long been out of the oven shivered at the words and prostrated themselves on the ground, not even daring to raise their heads. Big Yellow and Erhuang were even more scared and dripped urine. Only Little Tiger and Little Leopard were barely able to resist this powerful aura. Chu Xian just stood in front of the corpse, his eyes staring indifferently at the other party. The cadaver also cast its eyes. After a few moments of staring at each other, they kneeled down respectfully, and a low roar came out of their mouths, obviously being honored by the owner. With a casual move of his hand, Chu Xian collected the corpse into the corpse nurturing tower. A black light then landed on the shadowy corpse. Upper grade qualification. Grade 7 corpse pawn. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. The qualifications of this corpse were far beyond his expectations. Right after birth it was a top quality qualification. The level had also directly reached a level 7 corpse pawn, directly equivalent to a cultivator at the 7th level of qi refining. Let me see what spells you have. Chu Xian once again cast the appraisal technique. Golden light spell. Divine power spell. Corpse roar. He raised an eyebrow. The golden light spell, which Xiaohu also had, was a spell to enhance defense. Divine power spells, on the other hand, are force-enhancing spells. However, this corpse roar technique really surprised him a bit. Because of this spell, it can be called one of the best of the few spells that corpse pawns are born with. As soon as the roar is made, the spirits of all enemies around will be hit hard. Instead, the corpse would be instantly empowered, and its desire to attack would skyrocket by a hair. A corpse that possessed the corpse roar technique was definitely a leader amongst the corpse. As long as they lived, the corpses around them would have a constant flow of battle spirit until they died in battle. Well. Chu Xian said 3 good words in a row, looking at this corpse with eyes full of delight. It's time to name you. What would be a good name? Your name used to be Zhou Hong. Zhao, the longest of the 100 surnames. Macro, with the meaning of vast and majestic. Well, take the deep meaning of both and call it Little Dragon. Chu Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Our main focus is to not take the unusual name, not to go out of the ordinary. Besides, the dragon, tiger, and leopard were linked together, and it had quite a sense of gantryman's majesty. Roar! The little dragon let out a long whine, recognizing the name, albeit a bit aggravated. What can you do if you don't recognize it? Can you turn against it? Little dragon and little tiger. Go out and hunt on your own. Little tiger. Teach little dragon the rules of what you can and cannot do. Chu Xian commanded. Ho ho ho. Little dragon and little tiger answered. And then they made a few leaps and disappeared between the tall buildings. Afterwards, Chu Xian collected the little leopard and the six-headed Yin corpse into the corpse nurturing tower. The Yin Qi in the corpse nurturing pagoda was rich, and it was also a great tonic for the Yin corpses. Yin corpses didn't just need blood and flesh, they also needed to ingest quite a bit of Yin Qi. After doing so, Chu Xian continued to start cultivating. He intended to pluck up his realm to the 9th level of Qi refining in one go before returning to Xian heaven and earth. In this way, with so many Yin corpses under his command, and this blood wire after the second turn, his own strength was bound to be the strongest under the foundation establishment stage, and he had no fear of ordinary Qi refining stage cultivators. After returning to Xian heaven and earth, one would only need to search for some spiritual herbs and medicines, and could then proceed to impact the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 22 Foundation Blood Pill. Soul Flower. When a righteous cultivator impacted the foundation establishment stage, almost all of them needed foundation establishment pills, and only a very few gifted people could liquefy their spiritual energy on their own and step into the foundation establishment stage. But base building pills are very hard to come by. It was mainly because the foundation building pill required a main ingredient. This medicine is a foundation establishment stage elixir called Dao Ling Hua. If this kind of spirit medicine was to be purchased at the cost of spirit stones, it would require a full 10 medium spirit stones. In addition to the Dao Ling Hua, depending on each school's foundation establishment Dan formula, 7 to 12 types of Qi refining stage spirit medicines are also required. That's all. It's not necessarily a successful refining. Generally speaking, if 4 out of 10 stoves could be successful, they were all considered to be Dan masters with good Dan Dao attainments. The devil cultivator then found another way to replace the Dao Ling flower with the soul flower, which is a strange flower that grows out of the soul of a powerful being. Even the rarer Qi refining stage spirit medicines had been replaced with other less rare ones. In this way, the cost of refining the foundation establishment pill was greatly reduced. This kind of elixir was called the foundation building blood elixir by demonic cultivators. Chu Xian did not have the ability to gather the spirit medicines required for the foundation establishment pill, and had prepared to refine the foundation establishment blood pill early on. Keep practicing. Chu Xian took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and continued to refine the great blood pearl. Time flies. January passed in a flash. On the rooftop of the Haotai Hotel, Chu Xian sat here withered. He was not yet able to dispel the grain, so he had to stop and eat every time he absorbed a large blood bead. Almost all the food stored in the Spirit Dogs Gang's warehouse had been eaten by him. In such a month, with the great blood pearl constantly supplying cultivation, Chu Xian's realm could be said to have risen by leaps and bounds. Nowadays, he had reached the peak of the 8th level of Qi refining. Only a thin layer of window paper was missing from the 9th level of Qi refining. Chu Xian had already absorbed all of the great blood beads on hand. Now there was only one large blood bead left in his hand. Yet there was never much movement in this thin layer of window pane. Break me! Chu Xian began to absorb the last great blood bead. Rolling blood qi surged into his body. He let out a low growl, and the veins on his forehead flared up. The personal will of a cultivator can also play a not-so-low role in advancing cultivation. Perhaps Chu Xian's will was strong enough. Perhaps the qi that lingered on him was strong enough. The bottlenecks at the 8th and 9th levels of qi refinement were broken at this moment like a waterfall. Boom! The breath skyrocketed. Dust bulges. The hotel rooftop was instantly clean and spotless. Little Panther was guarding the rooftop with 6 head of Yin corpse. The original stood without a word. The aura stirring around Chu Xian's body startled the Little Panther into roaring repeatedly, his insides shaking with terror. The other 6 Yin corpses were even more frightened and prostrated down, not daring to raise their heads. Only long after Chu Xian's aura around his body had converged did they barely stand up and cast their eyes curiously. So much like a curious baby. Chu Xian lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. It's the 9th level of Qi refining. The next step is simply to fill the Qi sea, and then you are ready to impact the foundation establishment stage. A smile broke out on his handsome face. Ho ho ho! The sound of a corpse roaring in the distance. Several voices sounded from far and near. In a few blinks of an eye, the 2 corpses, Little Dragon and Little Tiger, appeared on the rooftop with a spirit dog in one hand. Seeing Chu Xian, Little Tiger did not hesitate and immediately lowered his head respectfully. The same is true for Rhubarb and Rhubarb. Although they had not recognized their masters to Chu Xian, They had already acknowledged Chu Xian as their master from the bottom of their hearts. The young dragon, however, hesitated, not bowing his head at first. Chu Xian's gaze went cold as his sight fell on it. After taking a look at it, he then sneered. No wonder he was hesitant. An 8th level corpse pawn now. Thinking he's got hard wings? He let out a cold snort as his spiritual energy surged away, as if a small mountain was pressing down on the little dragon. Xiao Long couldn't withstand this heavy pressure and immediately dropped to both knees. There was a click. Its knees actually resounded with the sound of cracking bones. Xiao Long screamed miserably, but he didn't dare to get up and remained kneeling. It had sensed that its master's strength still far exceeded it. It is unwise to resist. Humph. Rebel. Chu Xian's gaze was cold. The shady corpses are not all killing machines without the slightest bit of emotion. They generally inherit some of the temperament of the corpse during its lifetime. This little dragon, apparently, was a natural rebel. Little Tiger is already a level 7 corpse pawn. Not bad. This is a reward for you. Chu Xian flexed his fingers and flicked a blood pearl over. Xiao Wu's eyes were excited and he hurriedly opened his mouth to catch it. It was too inefficient for the shadowy corpses to directly gnaw on the flesh and blood to feed. It naturally still preferred the blood bead after Chu Xian used the blood transformation technique to purify it. Ho ho ho! Little Tiger reached out his hand and pulled on the corner of Chu Xian's coat, as if he had something he wanted to say. Chu Xian's heart stirred. Immediately communicate with Tiger through his mind. After a moment, he realized what Xiao Hu was trying to say. You found a litter of giant wolves and tried to gather in packs to ambush you? Chu Xian immediately became interested. Humans withstood the baptism of psychic energy and metamorphosed into transcendentalists. It is also possible for animals and plants to withstand the suction of psychic energy and metamorphose into transcendental animals and transcendental plants. That nest of giant wolves actually knew how to ambush. And it was obvious that their intelligence was not low. It's likely that the psychic energy accelerated their growth. This is not good news for the human survivors of Eastlake. However, to Chu Xian, it was heavenly good news. Those giant wolves were not less intelligent and not less powerful. It might serve as a hotbed for the growth of the soul flower. Before returning to Tsongxian heaven and earth, get the hotbed of the soul-born flower out. When I return from the Tsongxian heaven and earth, the soul-born flower should be ripe as well. Chu Xian revealed a smile. Where is the territory of that den of giant wolves? He asked. Little Tiger growled a few times and pointed to the hill to the north. Chu Xian nodded. Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and those 6. You all come with me. And Little Leopard stays behind to watch over the house. Ho ho ho! All 3 walkers roared. Only Panther was clearly a bit aggravated. Then Big Yellow and 2 Yellow should stay too, to keep Little Leopard company. Chu Xian waved his hand. The Panther was instantly happy. It's like a child having a playmate their own age. Chu Xian put Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and the other corpses into the corpse nurturing tower. Then he harnessed his flying sword and sped towards the north. Black Front Security. Wang Gangjian didn't play the game today, but sat in the general manager's room with a sad face. Wang Yang was also sitting in the sofa in front of him with the same sad face. I called you here so that you can think of a solution together, not so that you can be sad with me. Wang Gangjian cursed. Wang Yang smiled awkwardly. A little difficult. A Linjiang army 6-person squad cannot deal with the monster. We Black Front total only 4 transcendentals, but also a first level. Wang Gangjian sniffed even more angry. I let you crush the spiritual energy core and eat it. You just don't eat it. Your talent is so good. If it's a 2nd level transcendent, we Black Front is to not even be able to come up with a way to do it? Wang Yang sniffed and laughed even more awkwardly. Eating a psychic energy core directly has about a 1/3 probability each of success, failure, and nothing happening. It mainly depends on the individual's constitution. If the body is strong enough, there is no harm in eating the psychic energy core raw, but he really didn't dare. Chapter 23, Highway, Surrounded by Wolves. After thinking for a long time, Wang Yang spoke. That group of monsters just happened to block the highway from Linjiang barracks to our place. Even a small squad of the Linjiang army was attacked by them, and only 1 person escaped with his life. I think we can't do it brute force. The most important thing we should do now is to gather intelligence and confirm their numbers and nests. When the Linjiang army sends more people, then we'll surround them in one fell swoop and wipe out that group of monsters. Wang Gangjian nodded at his words. This is a good idea. Let's do it. Take Old Song with you and let's go explore. Wang Yang nodded and immediately went out to make arrangements. Moments later, the 3 boarded a van. The 3 are Wang Gangjian, Wang Yang, and Song Dai, plus a Tang Jinchuan. The 4 of them were all the transcendents of the Black Front Security Company. However, the company always needs people to stay on. This duty was then given to Tang Jinchuan. Only, before the van could start, a figure stumbled and ran, followed by a panting fat man. Brother Jian. He had to run over. Tang Jinchuan said helplessly. Wang Gangjian looked at the somewhat pale-faced Hanyu in front of him and sighed softly. Zhuang Chang, you're so badly injured. So don't follow me here. The Hanyu was none other than Zhuang Chang. After he and Sun Mang escorted Zhang Baoshan back to the Life Science Research Institute of Linjiang Province, they were instructed to lead a Linjiang army squad southward once again, wanting to support the Black Strike Security Company and clean up the advanced zombies in Donghu City. However, this time, he had only just passed the highway when he was ambushed by a pack of giant wolves. Other than him, none of the other 5 members of the squad were spared. Zhuang Chang was a level 1 transcendent with a powerful body, and he escaped and sneaked along the way, which allowed him to escape the pack of giant wolves and barely reach the Black Front Security Company. He growled lowly, I'm going. The brothers of the Linjiang army can't die in vain. Wang Gangjian firmly shook his head. No, your injuries are too severe. It's best to stay here and recuperate. When you're healed, there's a chance for you to get your revenge yourself. Zhuang Chang clenched his teeth. My talent is wood spirit. I can probe for information through plants. Don't you guys want to probe the group of giant wolves? I'm the most suitable. The 3 Wang Gangjian looked at each other and raised their eyebrows. There are 1,000 transcendent gifts, and each one is different. Zhuang Chang's ability to use plants as his eyes and ears did fit the job well. Wang Gangjian nodded gravely. Alright, then you'll follow us, and we'll protect your safety the entire time. Only then did Zhuang Chang show a hint of a smile and boarded the car as well. The van went absolutely nowhere, heading straight for the northernmost highway in East Lake City. Donghu City is just a small city, and that highway is the only bridge between Donghu City and Linjiang Army. Every previous support from the Linjiang Army had also passed through this highway. If you switch to another route, efficiency and safety will be drastically reduced. Therefore, all obstacles above this highway must be purged. This includes transcendental animals that have evolved after being affected by psychic energy. At the same time that Wang Gangjian's 4 men departed from the Black Front Security Company, a sword chant rang out over the highway. A figure was revealed in the clouds. The face is handsome, the body is straight, and the brakes are strong. It was none other than the Wuji Sect cultivator, Chu Xian. Chu Xian randomly chose a flat section to land on. The highway seemed to be frequented by vehicles, and those scrapped cars were towed to the sides. With a wave of his hand, Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and the 6-headed corpse appeared at his side. Where were you ambushed? Chu Xian asked. Little Tiger growled and pointed forward. Chu Xian nodded and walked quickly. His footwork was extremely fast, and he arrived at a distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. There's actually a pickup truck broken down here, and judging by the tracks, it shouldn't be more than 3 days old. On the surface of the pickup truck, there are also 3 big words, Linjiang Army. There were a number of scratches left by claws on the surface of the car, and some battle marks with blood spilled around it. In addition, he saw a lot of wolf fur. At that moment, there was a sudden, faint sound coming from the woods on the right side of the highway. Seems to be a cry for help. Chu Xian raised his eyebrows and took large strides. Walking closer, he could hear the voice even better. It was actually a baby's cry. His eyes weaved through the woods. A pile of blood-stained clothes was soon locked in place. The clothing pile is shaking slightly. It was from the pile of clothes that the cries came. Chu Xian walked quickly. Little Dragon, Little Tiger and the other corpses also followed. Anyone who hears the cry of a baby will be moved to compassion. Even a 10-year-old murderer must hesitate for a moment. But Chu Xian didn't. 50 meters from the clothes pile, his lowered right hand was then already accumulating styrofoam bullets. When he was only 10 meters away from the pile of clothes, he raised his hand violently and threw the underfire bomb directly over. Boom! A violent explosion came. Clothes piles and trees were blown up. Flying horizontally with it as well was bright red flesh and blood. Snap! A piece of fur-stained skin and flesh landed at Chu Xian's feet. The hair was thin and exuberant. Obviously not human hair. Rather, the hair of the wolf. It is strange that psychic powers have taught you to use the sound of a baby crying to attract the ignorant. It's just a shame that your brains aren't smart enough. Chu Xian calmly said. There are simply no living people near the highway. How could an abandoned baby have such a loud cry? As soon as the words fell, a dozen figures emerged from the depths of the woods. Each figure was 3 meters away, with an unusually athletic stance. With a light jump, you can jump 5 or 6 meters away. In just the blink of an eye, they surrounded Chu Xian and his subordinates corpses from all sides. not far away on a boulder. There was even a giant wolf that was more than 5 meters long and more than 2 people tall standing quietly, looking down on Chu Xian. A cold, bloodthirsty light flickered in the only remaining one eye. Apparently, it's the Wolf King. Chu Xian surveyed the Wolf King's robust muscles with interest and revealed a satisfied smile. This Wolf King should be a level 2 transcendent animal. The wolf pack it commanded also contains several first-class transcendent animals. The rest of the giant wolves, although not yet transcendent animals, were far beyond ordinary wild wolves in terms of size and ferocity. With such a litter of giant wolves coiled near the highway, it was no wonder that they were able to rob and kill the soldiers of the Linjiang army who were passing through the highway. At the same time Chu Xian sized up the Wolf King, the Wolf King was also sizing him up. This human, unlike many it had seen, being able to move a powerful fireball with a few walkers behind him, it gave the wolf a very dangerous feeling. But after a moment's reflection, innate instinct overpowered reason. He and the wolf pack he led had fled from Shuanglong City, northwest of Donghu City, and had been hungry for a long time. Killing those 5 Linjiang army soldiers 2 days ago could only barely fill their stomachs. Now that there are living people in front of us, there is no reason to avoid a fight. Chapter 24, You've got brains, but not much. Roar! The Wolf King let out a stern roar, and the dozen or so giant wolves around him all charged violently. Chu Xian didn't move a muscle and only casually said, "Leave those stronger giant wolves for me, and kill the rest." Little dragon, little tiger, and the 6-headed corpse all received orders in an instant. A violent color flashed under their eyes as they swept out violently. It was only a matter of moments before the wolves were defeated. After all, most of them are not transcendental animals. However, the corpse that Chu Xian had refined actually possessed a gifted spell, and none of the realms were low. The lowest corpse, the one whose natural spell was the self-destruct spell, also had the realm of a 3rd-level corpse pawn. Plus there were the 2 ferocious corpses, Little Dragon and Little Tiger, against the wolves. It's just a matter of faith. In just the blink of an eye, giant wolf whimpers came in droves. Chu Xian casually glanced at it. The weak giant wolves were found to have been killed. The 4 giant wolves, which were level 1 transcendent animals, had their limbs broken and thrown to the ground. Xiaolong and Xiao Hu rushed behind the Wolf King at the first time, forming a front and back pincer movement. The Wolf King was dumbfounded. The situation is changing too quickly. I thought the advantage was mine. I didn't realize that in a few moments I had gone from being the encircler to the encircled. Roar! The Wolf King roared angrily and stomped on the ground, directly pouncing towards Chu Xian. It had encountered transcendents in Shuanglong City who were good at harnessing transcendent animals, but those transcendents were invariably weak themselves. Therefore, it ignored Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and the other corpses, and instead came straight at Chu Xian. In its mind, if it killed the human as fast as it could, it would be able to break out of the siege. With their own speed, it would definitely be difficult for those few corpses to chase after them. After all, how can 2 legs compete with its 4-legged speed? You have brains, but not many. Chu Xian smiled faintly. This Wolf King obviously saw that he was the manipulator of those shadowy corpses. As long as he was solved, these shadowy corpses would not be broken. Unfortunately, he wasn't some weak summoner from a novel. The summoned beasts are ridiculously strong, and you yourself are weak. If he wasn't strong enough, where would he be able to suppress these corpses of Xiaolong and Xiao Hu? Chu Xian remained where he was, not moving in the slightest. He could already see the Wolf King's sharp fangs, the flowing saliva, the fishy stench that greeted him. Whoosh! The line of blood flickered. At this moment, it was as if a huge stick had viciously smacked the Wolf King's head. It is said that wolves are brass heads, iron bones and tofu waists. The most vulnerable part of the body is the waist, the hardest part, the head. But with enough force, even a blow to the head could knock a wolf out. Bang! In just an instant, the Wolf King was knocked out and lost consciousness on the spot. The fight was over straight away before it even started. The little dragon took everything in, and immediately collected his little thoughts, not daring to have the slightest thought of offense. Carry them up and bring them all back, Chu Xian casually said. Roar! The cadavers roared in unison. They all carried the wolf corpse and the unconscious giant wolf on their shoulders and followed behind Chu Xian. Every now and then he sneaks a lick on the wolf carcass. It's rather like stealing candy behind your parents' backs. On the way back to the Haotai Hotel, Chu Xian did not harness his flying sword. After all, with so many corpses having to follow, there was really no way to bring them along with a flying sword. This time, when I return to the Zhongshuan continent, if I have the opportunity, I'll have to replace a flying magic weapon. It's best to get a top-grade flying spell. Chu Xian kept this matter in his mind and returned with large strides. With the strength of his line of work, he could completely strut around the city without worrying about zombie attacks. Well, maybe it's the walkers that need to be worried. After all, in Chu Xian's eyes, every zombie could be a source of blood beads. If there really was a hospitable zombie that came to his door, Chu Xian would definitely thank it for its gift with tears in his eyes. 3 o'clock that afternoon. Junction of Donghu City and Xuanlong City. A Wuling God car came from the distance and stopped where the pickup truck had broken down. Wang Gangjian, Wang Yong, Song Dai, and Zhuang Chang got out of the car. The injured Zhuang Chang was protected in the center by the 3. All 4 of them were unusually alert. Zhuang Chang looked at the pickup truck, revealing a sullen look. 5 of my comrades, all of them died here. I watched them get dragged away by the wolves. Those dogs, I'll skin them myself. Wang Gangjian sighed lightly. Before the zombie crisis broke out, he had worked as a soldier in the Linjiang army for a few years, reaching the highest level of Shishang. With 10 soldiers under his command, he could feel the indignation within Zhuang Chang, watching their usual laughing and joking comrades get killed. It's a feeling that regular people can't stand. Take me to the edge of the woods where I can see if there are any of those monsters around. Zhuang Chang took a deep breath and said seriously. The 3 nodded and escorted him to the edge of the forest. Zhuang Chang placed his hand on the surface of a tree and closed his eyes. He can only communicate with one tree. Branches, leaves, roots, became his eyes and ears. He could feel the tree's memories. Where the soil is fertile and the climate is humid, a tree's roots are almost 1-to-1 in relation to its crown. In other words, as big as the canopy is, the roots are as big as the tree. Therefore, he could feel everything that moved within the coverage of the tree roots through the trees. I hear ragged snorts. Lots of them. It's those wolves, but not now. It was a couple hours ago, around noon. I also heard the roars of walkers, the sounds of a fierce battle that ended quickly. I heard the dying whimpers of a giant wolf, and the sound of humans talking. Zhuang Chang's time to cast his talent was only a short 3 minutes, but he was already sweating. The back of the front flap was wet. The 3 Wang Gangjian were stunned. You mean there was a battle a few hours ago? Wang Yang continued. Is it a battle between humans and wolves? Zhuang Chang nodded. I can confirm that it's a battle between humans and wolves, and there should be zombies interspersed among them. The wolves are likely to take heavy losses. Wang Gangjian and the 3 of them looked at each other, revealing a look of surprise. I can't believe a human fought this wolf pack hard and won. The leading wolf king? It's a level 2 transcendent animal. Right. Donghu City actually has a level 2 transcendent that can touch the wolf king? Wang Gangjian scratched his inchworm head and looked confused. I've been in East Lake City for so many years. How could I not know? The wolves have suffered heavy losses and shouldn't come out to hunt. Let's look around. There must be a spot where both sides fought. Wang Yang said seriously. Okay, let's spread out and look for it. Not too far away. And if we encounter any danger, we'll directly shout loudly. Wang Gangjian nodded. The 4 are divided into 3 groups. Wang Gangjian and Wang Yang are one team. Song Dai then protects Zhuang Chang's group. The 4 began to search. It didn't take long for them to spot the piece where the fight had taken place. Gosh! All 4 were stunned by the sight before them. Chapter 25, My path to foundation building depends on you. They saw that the tall trees had been blown to pieces, and there were scorched black traces of flames burning on their surfaces. They saw that there was blood and flesh all over the ground, all of which was covered with the fur of a giant wolf. All 4 of them had a look of having seen a ghost. That pack of giant wolves was strong. Even the well-trained Linjiang army squad was no match for them, but the blood and flesh on the ground clearly highlighted the grueling nature of the battle. Without 5 or 6 giant wolves dead, there was no way that this level of blood and flesh could be splattered. Zhuang Chang muttered. It can't be. Who killed them? Wang Gangjian thought for a moment. Use this place as the center and continue searching. If a giant wolf escapes, you should be able to see the tracks. Wang Yang and the others nodded and started searching once again. However, they searched for a long time and did not see half a sign of the giant wolf escaping. There were no fallen trees, no stains of blood, nothing. What this means speaks for itself. Wang Yang gulped. The pack of giant wolves all died and their bodies were taken away. Although Wang Gangjian and Song Dai looked incredulous, they still nodded in recognition of his statement. Looks like we've made a trip for nothing. Song Dai was somewhat relieved instead. No need to fight, and there will be no deaths or injuries. It's better than nothing. Even if he was a level 1 transcendent, he could get infected if he was injured. Now there is no doctor and you have to treat yourself with medication. Who knows if it will survive? Wang Gangjian, on the other hand, had been scratching his head. Brother, what are you worried about? Wang Yang inquired. Wang Gangjian let out a bitter smile. Zhuang Chang said that the wolf king of that pack of giant wolves is a level 2 transcendent animal. On top of that, there are several first-level transcendents in the wolf pack. That person actually has the strength to tackle such a pack of giant wolves. What kind of strength does he actually have? Level 3 transcendent? Zhuang Chang immediately shook his head. Impossible. Level 3 transcendents are very rare, and without exception, they are the leaders and patrons of various organizations. If they want to impact the 4th level, they'll need a lot of manpower to help collect psychic energy cores. How is it that a 3rd-level transcendent is hanging out there all alone? Wang Gangjian, Wang Yang, and Song Dei thought about it. What 3rd-level transcendent would run around on a full stomach? Almost all of them stayed in their respective territories and improved themselves in every way possible. Zhuang Chang pondered for a moment before saying, perhaps it's only a 2nd-level transcendent, but it possesses a very powerful talent. There are, after all, 3, 6, 9 grades between talents. Those exceptionally powerful talents can even help transcendentalists fight across levels. Wang Gangjian sighed softly. Either way, we must be vigilant. Not to mention the fact that the site of the Hawthorne Hotel is occupied by 2 high-level zombies, but now a level 2 transcendent with an unknown friend or foe has appeared. We're having a harder time with the Black Blades. The 4 of them reboarded the Wuling Divine Vehicle and sped off while the night was still young. The Grand Hyatt Hotel. Xu Xian returned slowly. Along the way, he had solved quite a few zombies and refined quite a few more blood beads. In addition, when I see a lot of supermarkets and stores, I will go in to see if there is still food that I can eat. Eating instant noodles every day is a bit tiresome after all. It would naturally be better if the flavor could be improved. However, Xu Xian had only found some chocolates. Now that he knew, the zombie crisis on Aquamarine had been erupting for over 5 years. Few foods can carry a 5-year shelf life. It seems that I'm afraid I'll have to grow my own vegetables if I want to eat delicious food on Aquamarine. Xu Xian was thoughtful. That's not so hard. All that was needed was to set up a spirit-gathering formation to pull in the thin surrounding spiritual chi. Even the poorest soil can become fertile. Such land can then be called spiritual land. When crops are planted on a spiritual field, the crops will grow exceptionally fast and produce delicious fruits. As for the work of tilling, weeding, pest control, harvesting, etc., it can be completely left to the shadowy corpses. Although the cadaver is stupid, as long as it is well trained, it is far more suitable for this monotonous and repetitive labor than humans. Say it and do it. There happened to be a garden at the back of the Haotai Hotel, so Xu Xian ordered that all the flowers and plants on it be pulled out and the soil be loosened again. Only at the end did he come to set up the spirit-gathering formation. The aura of Aquamarine Star was very weak, far from being comparable to the Tsongxian continent, but even if it was weak, it still had some aura. The spirit-gathering array would be able to gather these scattered spiritual chi in one place. If you can't, you can also place a spirit stone in the formation and extract the spirit stone's aura to feed the soil. By sunset, Xu Xian was able to set up this spiritual field. The spiritual field was 40 meters wide and 30 meters long, and was divided into several areas by him. Plant various spiritual plants separately. Golden grain rice, similar to rice, but with a more flavorful taste. Kasumi, similar to wheat, but makes the body lighter with prolonged use. Xu Xian selected spirit plants in his own breeding bag, and then he handed them over to the Yin corpses to sow individually. At first the shadowy corpse was a bit clumsy, but under his guidance, it soon became skillful. Nice. Xu Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He then rose up with his sword and arrived at the rooftop. The Wolf King and the 4 giant wolves were tied up in 5 different ways at this time. Those 4 giant wolves hadn't woken up yet, but the Wolf King had already woken up, his eyes flashing with a brutal light. Hating to tear Xu Xian 1,000 times 10,000 times, Xu Xian completely ignored this kind of look. As he had done before, he took out his pocket knife and dug holes in the Wolf King. First, the joints of the limbs, followed by the belly and abdomen, and finally the sky. These 3 places have different flesh and blood and are thus suitable for different spiritual plants. At the joints of the limbs and the belly, Xu Xian stuffed in the seeds of the soul-nourishing leaf and vermilion blood fruit respectively. The canopy is closest to the brain, so it is stuffed with the seeds of the soul flower. The soul-born flower was the main ingredient of the foundation-building blood pill, while the soul-nourishing leaf and vermilion blood fruit were one of the more rare auxiliary ingredients. As long as one had these 3 elixirs, the rest of the elixirs could almost always be bought from the regular marketplace at the cost of spirit stones. The foundation blood pill was just around the corner. I'm relying on you for my foundation building avenue. Chu Xian patted the Wolf King's head and laughed. The Wolf King could feel his vitality being plundered by those strange plants, but there was nothing it could do but watch its vitality drain away. As for the 4 giant wolves, Chu Xian also did the same thing and planted spirit plants on them. However, they were only first-level transcendent animals, and Chu Xian had not planted any particularly precious spirit plants. After doing so, Chu Xian went back to the first floor of the Haotai Hotel and set up formations around him. First up is the Misty Formation. This was a mid-grade formation in the refining stage. The function is very simple. It is to create a mist to cover the formation inside and outside. Can cover a circular area within a diameter of 100 feet. Converted to aquamarine metrics, that's about 330 meters in diameter. It completely encompasses the Hao Hotel and some of the homes and stores in the neighborhood. Those who mistakenly enter the Misty Array will be sent back to the entrance after wandering around, never being able to enter the interior of the Misty Array. The next is the Gathering of the Furies Formation. Chapter 26, Another Visit to Typing Place. Trouble at the Door. The so-called baneful chi is the foul and evil chi that is released when a living being dies. The righteous monks were afraid to avoid it. However, the Devil's Way monks favored the fury. To a demonic cultivator like Chu Xian, the baneful chi was widely used. It can be refined into magic weapons, used for offense and defense, and also used for cultivation. One of the reasons for setting up the Fury Gathering Formation in the Hawaii Hotel was to gather the Fury Chi for their own use, and the other was to use the Fury Chi to automatically defend themselves against the enemy, attacking those who wanted to go deeper into the Misty Formation. It wasn't until midnight that Chu Xian was able to set up the 2 sets of formations properly. With the Gathering Fury Formation, plus the Yin corpse he left here, it's hard for anyone to break into the House Sound Hotel. In this way, one stronghold is secured. Is this place to be considered my cave? Chu Xian suddenly laughed. I'm afraid that no one could have imagined that my cave was not in the Tsunchuan continent, but was actually on a planet of doom. A few moments later, he returned to the rooftop. He collected Little Dragon and Little Leopard into the corpse nurturing tower. Little Tiger, those 16 zombies and 2 spirit dogs are left for you to command. After I leave, you guard the Haute Hotel well. Go out and hunt for zombies when you're hungry, but don't cause trouble for me. Nod your head if you understand. Chu Xian commanded. Ho ho ho! Little Tiger responded in a hushed voice, nodding his head back and forth. After this time of enhancement, its intelligence had grown greatly. The overall thinking is comparable to that of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. Chu Xian's words were all understandable to it. Chu Xian was at ease with Little Tiger. Little Tiger was his first Yin corpse and the most calm and obedient. After taking another look at the surrounding situation, Chu Xian took out the blood mirror from his storage bag. The blood mirror's energy had long since been filled and was ready to return. It was only that he had to set everything up properly, thus delaying it for some time. Chu Xian gently touched it, and the blood mirror suddenly engulfed him. In an instant, his figure disappeared from the rooftop. Xiaohu let out a low growl, suddenly having a feeling of frustration. The master is gone. Went a long way. The master's cave will depend on me, Little Tiger, to guard it. I can't let any bad guys get close. Songxian Continent. In a cave, Chu Xian's figure appeared without warning. He looked around the room. The last time he left in this cave occupied by a blind bear. Today, this place remains unchanged. Chu Xian sensed and did not find any cultivator's aura outside. He then put away the formation flag that was set up here, and pushed away the mountain rocks that were blocking the entrance to the cave. All of a sudden, the sun shines in, the sky is clear and the wind is favorable. When he took a deep breath, the rich aura drummed in his lungs, which was refreshing. There are 3 targets this time. 1. Purchase a furnace for refining the Foundation Establishment blood pill. 2nd. Purchase the various spirit medicines needed to refine the Foundation Establishment blood pill. 3rd. Purchase a flying magic weapon, preferably a top-grade one. Chu Xian used his transfiguration technique to change his appearance, and then flew towards the nearby Taiping Feng. That's right, he's still going to Pacific Place. Previously, the Divine Gang sect had already searched the perimeter once, and also raided the Wu family estate, so it was bound to not make any more moves against Taiping Feng. So, Pacific Place is safe. He once again came to this workshop. The marketplace remains the same, regardless of what big moves the 5 sects of the righteous path had. This kind of small workshop where chi refining stage cultivators gathered would always not have any big ripples. At best, it's just more talk before and after dinner. This time, Chu Xian turned into a white-faced male with a face like a jade. Only the slanting sword eyebrows and the shadowy hawkish nose showed its overpowering temperament. Obviously not a good match. Chu Xian, like last time, did not purchase the required items at the first opportunity, but instead came to the tea house in the middle of Taiping Fong. He picks his spots with care. Not only are you leaning against a window, but you also have a great view of both the north and south entrances to Pacific Place. As soon as there was a breeze, he could notice it as soon as possible. At this moment, Chu Xian was drinking tea while listening to the conversations of the other cultivators with the Shimeji insect within his ears. It didn't take long for him to get this time in his ears. 10 days. Chu Xian smiled faintly. He had spent 3 months on Aquamarine, but only 10 days had passed on the Tsongshuan continent. It was almost a snap of the fingers. To the cultivators of the Tsongshuan continent, it only took him 10 days to ascend from the 6th level of Qi refining to the 9th level of Qi refining. This kind of speed, even a supreme heavenly pride could likewise only look up to it. Chu Xian suddenly raised an eyebrow, and out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the two cultivators, an old and a young one. In the corner, the faces of these two cultivators were unfamiliar to him, but upon closer inspection, traces of disguise can be detected. More importantly, he heard the duo talking. Senior brother Wei, will Zhang Cheng come? Is it possible that he has fallen to the Divine Gang sect and become a traitor? That's why we're waiting here in disguise. Not to make direct contact with him, but to observe our surroundings. Don't you get it yet? Oh, got it. It's noon. Our appointment was for 3 minutes past noon, and he's almost there. Move with me later. Good. Almost instantly, Chu Xian guessed the identity of the duo. Wuji Sect's Qi refining stage disciples, Chen Ge and Wei Hua. As for that Zhang Chang, he also had an impression. That person was a famous second-hand dealer amongst the Qi refining stage disciples, and the thing he was best at was selling some of the second-hand magical artifacts that the old disciples had eliminated to the new disciples. That flying sword of Chu Xian's was traded from Zhang Chang. It's a couple % cheaper because it's used. The last time the Divine Gang sect raided the Wu family estate, it seems that nothing happened to them and they survived. This time, they actually appeared in the Taiping place. I get it. They are still hiding in the Wu family. It seems that the Wu family is not bent toward the Divine Gang sect. Chu Xian lightly knocked on the desktop and quietly pondered, quickly clearing his thoughts. Looking for Zhang Chang to buy something? That's pretty bold. Chu Xian gently shook his head. At times like these, anyone can be a traitor. Contacting the lost disciples of the Wuji sect and waiting for what might not be what they needed, but batches of righteous cultivators. This Taiping place can't stay any longer. We must leave immediately. Even if Zhang Chang isn't a traitor, there's still a chance that he'll bring some tail. If I let them implicate me, I'll be in trouble. Chu Xian immediately got up. He and Shen Gu and Wei Hua were just senior brothers with some personal relationships. It's not even close to being a close friend. Now that the danger is unknown, the first priority is naturally to ensure one's own safety. Only, when Chu Xian swept the window out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure striding towards the entrance of the Taiping place. A blood-stained package was still in his hand. Killing. On the contrary, his handsome face was still full of warm smiles, and he seemed to be very approachable. Two very different temperaments appeared in the same person. Chu Xian let out a light sigh. Here we go. Trouble came after all. It was faster than he thought. Chapter 27, You look a bit strong. Which scum of the Wuji sect are you? The young cultivator, carrying his dual swords, always wore a smile. Among the divine deity sect's Qi refining stage disciples, there was only one person who had such a demeanor. The fourth in the inner sect of the divine deity sect, Ouyang Hao. 5 years after joining the sect, his realm had risen to the 8th level of Qi refining. The most impressive thing about this person is that he treats demonic cultivators as killers without mercy. After the 5 sects exterminated the devil, 3 of the top 10 disciples of the Wuji sect's inner sect died at the hands of Ouyang Hao. So much so that the remnant disciples of the Wuji sect claimed that they would rather encounter a foundation establishment stage cultivator than Ouyang Hao. When they encountered a foundation establishment stage righteous cultivator, they might still have a chance of surviving, but Ouyang Hao will lay down a deadly hand. The great elder of the Divine Gang sect praised Ouyang Hao and let slip that as long as Ouyang Hao succeeded in building the foundation, he would accept Ouyang Hao as his personal disciple. It could be said that Ouyang Hao was the rising star of the divine deity sect. The 3 Qi refining stage disciples in front of him didn't dare to say that they could beat him 100%. This guy came to Pacific Place himself, obviously not here to buy anything. Chu Xian was not afraid of Ouyang Hao. With his current strength, it wasn't difficult to decapitate Ouyang Hao. He was worried about whether Ouyang Hao was still following someone else behind him. It would be troublesome if there was a foundation establishment stage cultivator from the Divine Gang sect hiding in the back. After thinking about it, Chu Xian decided to stay put and act as he saw fit. Snap! Snap! Yang Hao had a clear goal and came straight to the tea house. One cultivator happened to walk out of the tea house, saw Yang Hao, recognized him, and was shocked. Yang Hao? Yang Hao raised his eyebrows, looked at the man, and smiled. Do you know that you've spoiled something big? The casual cultivator froze. Before he could speak, Yang Hao suddenly drew his sword. The light of the lingering sword flashed. The man's legs were then severed at the knees. I don't know if you're associated with demonic cultivators, so I'll leave you alive and interrogate you later. Yang Hao ignored the cultivator who was wailing on the ground and accelerated his pace to rush into the tea house. Chen Guo and Wei Hua were always waiting for Zhang Cheng's arrival, and thus kept their eyes and ears open and their nerves taut at all times. The sound at the entrance of the tea house naturally reached their ears. Yang Hao. The two looked at each other in shock. At once he got up and jumped from the window next to him. Chu Xian, however, sat in his original position, not moving a muscle, still drinking tea. In a few breaths of effort, Yang Hao arrived at the second floor of the tea house. His eyes shuttled over each cultivator. What are you looking at? One of the cultivators was looked at with great impatience, and suddenly let out a low shout. Yang Hao didn't say a word and directly drew his sword. Only a flash of sword light was seen. The cultivator's right arm was then chopped off at the root. It was only amidst the other party's disbelieving howls of misery that Yang Hao spoke faintly. Divine Deity Sect Yang Hao, hunting down the remaining members of the Wuji sect. Did someone just leave? He raised his sword and pointed it at the man's other shoulder, as if to say, if you don't answer, take off your other arm too. This unlucky cultivator hurriedly called out in terror. There are two people jumping down from the window, running towards the south. Yang Hao frowned and immediately rushed to the window. As expected, he was just in time to see two figures harnessing flying spells and preparing to escape. Yang Hao immediately threw out a flying sword and rode on it, chasing and killing. The group of cultivators inside the tea house were stunned. All of them began to talk about who this Yang Hao was and how he was so rampant. After knowing Yang Hao's identity, the cultivators again sucked in cool air and closed their mouths. This was a genius disciple of the refinement stage of the Divine Deity Sect. He was also valued by the great elder of the Divine Deity Sect and was almost predetermined to be a personal disciple. With this kind of status, who dares to mess with it? The cultivator who had his arm chopped off was even forcing himself to endure the pain and hurriedly stopping the bleeding. This dumb loss can only be swallowed with broken teeth. Chu Xian sat in place and waited, and there was never a second figure chasing after him either. He rubbed his chin and thought, it seems that Yang Hao is the only one. It's a big fat goat. Chu Xian only pondered for a moment before harnessing his flying sword and following low. In mid-air, the three streams of light chased after each other. Chen Gu and Wei Hua's flying spells were only medium grade. However, Yang Hao, as a genius disciple of the refinement stage of the Divine Gang sect and valued by the Grand Elder, was naturally not bad with a magic weapon. His flying magic weapon was of the top grade. There are such gaps in flying spells. Chen Gu and Wei Hua were naturally caught up by Yang Hao very quickly. Scum of the Wuji sect, suffer death. Yang Hao still had a warm smile on his face, but his tone was extremely vicious. He merged his fingers and stabbed forward continuously. Whoosh! Several spirit fingers that were like small swords then shot out. This was a famous middle-grade spell of the refinement stage of the Divine Deity Sect called Spirit Swordfinger. Advantages are less consumption of spiritual energy, long attack distance, and fast attack speed. The downside is the average power, but it is certainly most appropriate to use this method when pursuing. In an instant, the spirit sword fingers came raging like a curtain of rain. The duo's pupils narrowed as they tried their best to dodge, but still only partially dodged. The space for them to vacillate and shift gradually narrowed, and soon they were unable to avoid it. In the end, he only managed to coalesce a small shield of gloomy aura behind him. This was the Xianxian Shield, one of the defensive spells that must be learned by the Qi refining stage disciples of the Wuji sect. However, after all, they were only at the 4th level of Qi refining. How could they compare to Yang Hao who was at the 8th level of Qi refining? The Xianxian Shield only resisted 2 spirit sword fingers before collapsing abruptly. The rest of the spirit sword fingers bombarded the duo without mercy, blasting away their flying spells. The two of them sprayed blood furiously, and their flying spells cracked into two, and they couldn't help but fall towards the ground. Yang Hao immediately chased after him. Moments later, the forest clearing. Yang Hao looked at the pale-faced Chen Guo and Wei Hua and revealed a smile. He threw the blood-stained package directly from his hand. A great big head rolled out of the package. It was none other than Zhang Chang, who was dead in the water. I was out on a mission and met this kid, and he's really tough-talking and dead set. I chopped off his limbs and threw them into an anthill, leaving him to suffer the bites of 10,000 ants so that he would talk. Yang Hao faintly said. When Chen Gu and Wei Hua saw Zhang Chang's miserable death, their hearts were beyond despair. You too. So weak. Not even a single move of my spirit sword finger can catch it. Capturing you all back to the clan won't get you much contribution in exchange. Might as well kill it. Yang Hao smiled and drew his twin swords behind him. At that moment, a strong wind suddenly attacked. Yang Hao's face changed slightly as he suddenly drew his sword and chopped behind him. When a stone was steeply chopped away from him. Walking towards him was a white-faced cultivator with a face like a jade. Only, the features were not soft, and they were permeated with a stern aura. The appearance of the white-faced cultivator caused Chen Gu and Wei Hua to be stunned as well. Someone will actually save them? You look a bit strong. Which scum of the Wuji sect are you? Yang Hao sized up Chu Xian for a few moments and suddenly inquired. He felt a hint of threat from this white-faced cultivator. It means that the opponent's strength must not be bad. Chapter 28, Your Words? Backwards. Chu Xian calmly said. My name is not changed in my line of work. Su Ming. Yang Hao smiled faintly. Su Ming? Good. You will become the 25th dead soul under my sword. Su Ming? Chen Gu and Wei Hua looked odd. Su Ming is still practicing in the Wu family estate right now, which will appear here. The other party should be a disciple of the Wuji sect, and instead of giving his real name, he called himself Su Ming. Go. Still looking? Chu Xian swept a glance at them. Chen Gu and Wei Hua looked deeply at him for a few moments and helped each other to quickly leave. Yang Hao licked his lips. You let two of my prey go. It's best to let me make a few more moves. Otherwise I'll make your life worse than death. After saying that, he suddenly raised his sword and chopped. Chu Xian smiled faintly. Your words, they are backwards. He reached out and waved his hand. Little dragon and little leopard suddenly appeared from his side, encircling towards Yang Hao on the left and right. His palm, too, suddenly sprang up with a stern line of blood, suddenly chopping away. It is the first turn of the compulsion. The blood wire. Disdain flashed under Yang Hao's eyes. The Divine Gang Sect sword cultivators specialize in sword chi. Chi refining stage disciples cultivated the Big Dipper sword chi, which was invulnerable and unbreakable. How could a mere parasite block his powerful sword chi? I've already killed 3 people like you who tried to resist my sword chi with their parasites. Yang Hao's sword chi was even faster, as if it could cut the blood steel wire into 2 in an instant. As for the 2 nether corpses that were closing in from the left and right, he didn't care at all. As long as this insouciant demonic cultivator was killed with a single sword strike, there was no need for him to make any more effort, and the 2 corpses would die on their own. Yet the next moment, he then immediately felt as if his sword chi had cleaved on top of steel. When he was shocked to find that his unbeatable sword chi was easily blocked by the blood steel wire. Chu Xian smiled faintly. The strength of the blood steel wire after the first turn was tougher than most metals. After all, today's blood wire can withstand even a pistol strike bullet. The bullet shot faster than Yang Hao's sword chi. The power was also stronger than sword chi. Blocking Yang Hao's sword chi was not a difficult task. The blood steel wire blocked the sword chi. Not only did it not return, but instead, it spat out a flash of bloodlight and bounded towards Yang Hao's hands and feet. Exactly. Blood bondage. Madaka. Yang Hao was caught off guard, and his hands and feet were then briefly bound. He was furious. Completely unanticipated. This parasite actually possessed a natural spell. At this moment, Little Dragon and Little Leopard had already come from the left and right. The little dragon opened its mouth wide and suddenly let out a necrotic roar. Corpse roar technique. Yang Hao immediately felt as if his soul was being hit hard by a million hammers. Muddled and never able to focus my thoughts. The panther was affected by the corpse roar technique and perked up steeply. It also roared furiously and cast bloodthirsty. Both claws kept on attacking towards Yang Hao at all times. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of bloody slits were opened on Yang Hao's body. In a matter of moments, blood soared wildly and broken flesh flew about. Xiaolong clenched his bone spear with his right hand and stabbed straight, pust, right in the heart. Yang Hao stared roundly, incredibly shocked. He hadn't expected the battle to end so abruptly at all. He himself had fallen directly into heavy control simply because he had underestimated the hardness of that compulsion of the other party. Without even being able to fight back, he was pronounced dead. Yang Hao failed to leave any last words. The vitality then seemed to leave him like running water. The darkness and coldness of death quickly consumed him. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xian retrieved both Little Dragon and Little Leopard back into the corpse-raising pagoda. He looked down at Ouyang Hao's corpse and shook his head repeatedly. This person is quite strong. Just too arrogant. Completely unaware of the other party's strength, he actually had no defense against the Yin corpses attacking from the left and right sides. The two sword chi were trying to directly cut him down. This is genius? Chu Xian lightly laughed and casually collected Ouyang Hao's corpse into his storage bag. The corpses of cultivators at the 8th level of chi refining were a good thing. Whether it was to purify the blood beads or to use them as fodder for the Yin corpses, they were all excellent choices. He then quickly left the scene. Wujiazwang Garden. Chen Gu and Wei Hua returned to the small courtyard where they usually lived through the side door, which was a relief. Lu Zhenxiong was explaining to Su Ming, by phone, and the others in the courtyard about the difficulties they encountered in their cultivation. Seeing the look on their faces, they roughly guessed that something had gone wrong. Lu Zhenxiong immediately raised his voice to inquire. Chen Gu and Wei Hua didn't dare to hide, and immediately told what happened just now. Lu Zhenxiong frowned. Su Ming was stunned. That person claimed to be me? Could it be a disciple of our Wuji sect? Wei Hua nodded. It's very likely, and he seems to be very confident, and he doesn't have any fear against Ouyang Hao. Su Ming subconsciously shook his head. Impossible. The top 10 of the inner sect are either dead or descending. There is simply no one who is Ouyang Hao's 1-2 punch enemy. How strange. How dare that man save you? Lu Zhenxiong's face showed a look of interest. In any case, there is a high probability that this person is a disciple of my Wuji sect. I didn't expect that there would actually be such disciples left behind. If he dares to touch base with Ouyang Hao, his strength is bound to be not low. Lu Zhenxiong paced back and forth happily. Su Ming was a little jealous. Who knows? Maybe it's just a brain fart and hot blood. Wei Hua laughed coldly. If it were you, would you have a brain twitch of hot blood and save our lives? I don't think so. I'm afraid you'd have patted yourself on the back a long time ago. Su Ming instantly blushed, but was never able to refute it. Lu Zhenxiong pondered for a moment before he said, where is the place where you guys were caught up by Ouyang Hao? Take me there immediately. This kind of disciple must not let anything happen to him. Chen Gu Wei Hua immediately nodded his head. A few moments later, the three of them appeared in that forest clearing, but the place was empty, and it was clear that the battle had long since ended. Did it hit somewhere else? Chen Gu scratched his head. Lu Zhenxiong shook his head, pointing at the blood, broken flesh, and fragments of robes on the ground. The battle is over, and that robe fragment is a divine gang sect refining stage disciple robe. Those blood and flesh. It's not hard to guess that they should be left behind by Ouyang Hao. There is a strong Yin Qi in the air. It is likely that the Yin corpse was summoned to defend the enemy. Lu Zhenxiong thought for a long time. Ouyang Hao most likely escaped with serious injuries. Chen Gu and Wei Hua looked at each other in surprise. That white-faced cultivator was actually able to seriously injure Ouyang Hao. What kind of strength would that have to be? Ouyang Hao's serious injury will inevitably lead to another round of scrutiny in the vicinity of this place by the Divine Gang sect. Don't go out for a few days, all of you, and stay well in the manor. Lu Zhenxiong commanded in a deep voice. Yes, I will follow the teachings of Senior Uncle. Chen Gu and Wei Hua nodded their heads. What about you, Senior Uncle? Wei Hua asked. Lu Zhenxiong seriously said, that disciple should still be near Taiping Feng. He is bound to be in danger alone out there. I need to find him. Chen Gu and Wei Hua couldn't help but feel a little touched in their hearts. They are still willing to follow Lu Zhenxiong to this day precisely because Lu Zhenxiong is very humane. Unexpectedly, even that disciple who didn't even know his name, Lu Zhenxiong was willing to take the risk of searching for him. Chapter 29, Sacrificing a Superior Grade Magic Weapon. Strength increased. Chu Xian returned to the cave where he was originally located, recarrying the boulders and pressing them tightly against the cave entrance. He also set up various formations before opening Ouyang Hao's storage bag. With a careful scan, Chu Xian was almost not blinded by the flash of light. Truly worthy of being a genius of the Divine Deity sect. Truly worthy of being the disciple that the Grand Elder had his eye on. The contents of the storage bag were dazzling. The first thing that caught his eyes was the small spirit stones piled up into a small mountain. At a rough count, there were at least 1,000 of them. Next to the small spirit stones, there were quite a few medium spirit stones. It adds up to over $20. In addition to these spirit stones, there were also several tome books placed in the jade box. All of them were feats and spells of the Divine Deity sect. However, only sword cultivators could cultivate it. Chu Xian just flipped through a few eyes without taking a closer look. In addition, there are 2 magic weapons. One of them was the flying sword that Ouyang Hao was riding. This magic weapon is called Big Dipper Flying Sword, which is a top-grade flying magic weapon. 1 hour could fly for 1,000 miles, and 3,000 000 miles only consumed one small spirit stone, and one could also surge the flying speed for a short time by consuming more small spirit stones. As for Chu Xian's flying magic weapon, it could only fly 300 miles an hour, and 1,000 miles would consume a small spirit stone. There's no acceleration either. In comparison, it was directly finished off by the Big Dipper flying sword. The second, a golden wooden shield. It is wooden but unusually hard to the touch. This weapon is called Golden Wood Shield, made from adamantine wood, and is also a top-grade magic weapon. The defense ability was among the top of many top-grade defense spells. These two magic artifacts just made up for Chu Xian's current gap. There's actually a foundation building pill? Chu Xian continued to rummage around, and suddenly found a foundation establishment Dan in the corner of the storage bag. He was a little taken aback. With Ouyang Hao's wealth, he shouldn't be able to buy a foundation building pill. Then the source of the foundation building pill is self-evident. It must have been given to Ouyang Hao by the great elder of the divine deity Sect to use for his future breakthrough. It seems like that grand elder does value Ouyang Hao. Chu Xian smiled. No one knows that he killed Ouyang Hao. Even if that great elder was furious and couldn't wait to tear the murderer alive, he couldn't find his head. However, I'm afraid that one foundation establishment pill is not enough to help me liquefy my spiritual energy and step into the foundation establishment stage. The foundation building blood pill is still a must. Chu Xian did not feel that he was the type of superior qualification that would allow him to move into the foundation establishment stage with just one foundation establishment pill. Sacrifice them immediately and transform them into my battle power as soon as possible. He put away the foundation building Dan and took out the Big Dipper flying sword and golden wood shield. Both of these magic weapons had Ouyang Hao's essence blood imprint. The so-called essence blood seal was to use the essence blood to sacrifice the magic weapon, thus branding one's own traces, so that it will not be taken away from you in battle. Better than the essence blood seal was the soul blood seal, which was the double seal of the divine soul and essence blood. However, that had to be used only at the foundation establishment stage. With Chu Xian's current cultivation level, he could still only brand essence blood imprints. He stretched out his two fingers and pressed them on the surface of the Big Dipper flying sword. Inject a wisp of spiritual energy into it. Soon, he found the essence blood imprint inside the Big Dipper flying sword. The spiritual power strangled away. In about a quarter of an hour, the residual imprint of Ouyang Hao's essence blood was completely erased. Nowadays, the Big Dipper flying sword was truly considered a masterless object. Chu Xian slapped his chest and spat out a drop of essence blood that dripped onto the surface of the Big Dipper flying sword. Immediately begin to sacrifice. The sacrificial process lasted for 3 hours. The cave was pitch black, but Chu Xian's eyes gleamed. It's a done deal. He could feel that the Big Dipper flying sword had a strong connection with himself. Next, he sacrificed the golden wood shield in the same way. After consecutively erasing the essence blood seal and forcing out his essence blood to sacrifice two top-grade magic weapons, Chu Xian was also a bit tired. He immediately began to meditate in fake sleep. It took a whole night before I slowly woke up with renewed vigor. The news of Ouyang Hao's death shouldn't have spread yet, so while the Divine Gang Sect side hasn't found out, I'll go back to Taiping Fong as soon as possible and purchase the things I need. Chu Xian quickly rushed towards Taiping Fong. This time, he once again changed his face and became a male cultivator with a dry and thin physique and deep-set eye sockets. That face looks like it is high on one drug too much residual poison in the body. Chu Xian walked past the places where those scattered cultivators had set up their stalls and was about to purchase spirit medicines at the 100 Herb Pavilion. Suddenly, I realized that a booth wasn't quite right. There were actually several books of the Wuji Sect's Qi refining stage techniques laid out. Among them was the blood transformation spirit snatching technique that he cultivated. In addition, the various materials needed to refine the foundation establishment blood pills were actually available here. Chu Xian immediately felt that this person was not right. The Wuji sect had been destroyed. How could anyone else take out so many spirit medicines in one breath? Designation of fraud. Maybe it's the righteous monks who are fishing. Once you take the bait yourself, your life is at stake. Chu Xian did not move and directly walked away. However, the white-haired stall owner suddenly opened his mouth. Fellow Daoist, I have all the finest goods here. Won't you buy some? Chu Xian's inner vigilance grew heavier. Not buying. The white-haired stall owner let out a strange laugh. What about the bloodshed refining demon scripture? Don't you want to buy it either? Chu Xian froze and snapped his eyes to the stall owner. The voice did not come through the ears. It actually rang in his head. This is a sound transmission technique. Voice transmission. A spell that could only be utilized by foundation stage cultivators. By using this method, only the two cultivators could hear each other when they communicated. Unless it was a cultivator that far exceeded the cultivation level of the two, only then could they intercept their conversation. As for the bloodshed refining demon scripture, it was even more important. That was the Wuji Sect foundation stage technique. The three chi refining stage techniques such as the blood transformation and spirit snatching technique were in fact the predecessor techniques of the bloodshed refining demon scripture. Uncle Lu? Chu Xian instantly guessed the identity of the other party, a foundation establishment stage cultivator, who also knew the formula of the foundation establishment blood pill, and the foundation establishment stage technique of the Wuji Sect. Who else could it be if not Lu Jinxiong? The white-haired stall owner smiled. Follow me. He reached out and took the things into his storage ring. Then without any hesitation, he walked towards the outside of the typing place. Chu Xian did not hesitate and quickly followed. A few moments later, the two of them walked out of the peaceful place just like the other cultivators coming and going. It was not until a remote area that Lu Jinxiong stopped. Are you Xiong Zhengxing? Or Lu Jinpeng? He inquired in a low voice. Chu Xian was dumbfounded. These two were the 12th and 13th of the Wuji Sect's inner sect respectively. It was considered a strong opponent to compete with him for the 10th in the inner sect in the first place, but nowadays, there is no news of them, and I am afraid that they have long died in some inconspicuous corner. Chu Xian respectfully arched his hand. Wuji Sect Chi refining stage disciple Chu Xian. I have met with senior uncle Lu. Lu Jinxiong was surprised to hear this name. Chu Xian? That Chu Xian from the 10th inner sect? How could I have never imagined that the person who saved Chen Guwei Hua and defeated Ouyang Hao would actually be you? Chu Xian lightly laughed and did not explain. When the Wuji Sect was overthrown, he was still only at the 4th level of Qi refining, and he was able to be ranked as the 10th in the inner sect by virtue of his extensive dabbling in parasites and poison arts. It was only normal that Lu Jinxiong couldn't guess that it was him. Chapter 30 Foundation Stage Technique. Bloodshed Refining Demon Scripture. Lu Jinxiong looked Chu Xian up and down a few times, as if it was the first time he had seen this Qi refining stage junior. What realm are you at now? At least the 8th level of Qi refining, right? I remember. When the Wuji Sect was still around, it seemed like you were still at the 4th level of Qi refining. I didn't realize that the enhancement would be so great. Lu Jinxiong smiled from the bottom of his heart. Chu Xian nodded his head. He didn't admit that he was already at the 9th level of Qi refining. Since Lu Jinxiong felt that he was at the 8th level of Qi refining, then it was the 8th level. It never hurts to leave a little strength behind. Good. Among the Qi refining stage disciples, you are the one with the highest realm. Lu Jinxiong laughed even more happily. Come with me, go to the Wu family estate. I'll do my best to help you impact the foundation establishment stage. Chu Xian immediately shook his head. What a joke. He had to travel to the aquamarine planet every so often, which would allow him to spend time with the disciples of the Wuji Sect. Once in regular contact with people, his secret is revealed. He was able to freely travel between the Zhangxian continent and the aquamarine planet, and this was his most important card. No one must ever know. Lu Jinxiong was a bit stunned. He had said so, but Chu Xian actually refused? His face suddenly looked a little hard. Chu Xian hurriedly said, Uncle Lu, I am confident that I can refine the foundation establishment blood pill with my own abilities and impact the foundation establishment stage. But if you pour out your resources to help me impact the foundation establishment stage, I'm afraid that it will cause displeasure among the other senior brothers. The Wuji Sect has already been annihilated, so it's only right that our remaining disciples work together in good faith. It can't be because of me alone that the environment of unity among the disciples of the sect is disturbed. Lu Jinxiong's eyes widened. Inside, he was actually a little touched. What a good seedling! Strong-minded, independent, and deeply powerful. He is also good at thinking of others. Such a disciple, how come he hadn't realized it before? If it was placed in the past, when the Wuji Sect was still in its prime, he would definitely ask his master to vigorously cultivate Chu Xian, pour resources into it and help it move into the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. With this, there was one more person in the backbone of the foundation establishment stage of the Wuji Sect. But now, it's hard, too hard. As Chu Xian had said, the devil cultivators were weak nowadays, and their resources were only so small. If they were all given to Chu Xian, the cultivation resources of the other disciples would naturally decrease. People don't suffer from a lack of quantity. Tilting resources to one person in such a way would inevitably lead to internal fragmentation within the disciples over time. This is never a good thing to do. Lu Jinxiong was somewhat unable to say the words. Chu Xian once again arched his hand. I would like to earn my own living. Please do not say anything more. Senior uncle. Alas. Lu Jinxiong let out a long sigh. If the clan is still around, I must not sit back and watch talents such as you stray. Chu Xian was instantly relieved. When Lu Zhenxiang said this, he was no longer forcing him to stay with the other disciples of the Wuji sect. Chu Xian added, however, disciple does need a follow-up technique. I wonder what price is required for the bloodshed refining demon scripture that senior uncle Lu is holding. Lu Zhenxiang smiled. The price is not necessary. During this time I have taken the time to transcribe several copies of the bloodshed alchemy demon scripture. I can give it to you directly. However, I still have to consider for the disciples of the clan nowadays. Do you have blood beads there? 100 blood beads, and the transcription of the bloodshed refining demon scripture will be given to you. Chu Xian's heart was greatly moved. The bloodshed alchemy demon scripture was a foundation establishment stage technique, and even a transcribed copy of it would require a full 1,000 clan contributions to redeem. Converted into small spirit stones, it would be at least 2,500 small spirit stones, and 100 blood beads would only add up to a price of 200 to 300 small spirit stones. Lu Zhenxiang discounted the price of this technique and practically gave it to him. However, even if it was 100 blood beads, Chu Xian did not pull them out in the first place. He has, but you can't shell out too much. Otherwise, Lu Zhenxiang would know that he had a large amount of blood beads here. After all, the heart is in the right place. It's always good to have some defense. Chu Xian revealed a difficult look. Senior uncle, I only have more than 50 blood beads. Is it alright to convert the rest into spirit stones? Lu Zhenxiang waved his hand. 50 pills is fine. I can't use them anyway. It's mainly for chi refining stage disciples to use for cultivation. Chu Xian nodded his head and handed the item over. Lu Zhenxiang took out the copy of the bloodshed refining demon scripture and handed it over to Chu Xian as well. Good. Yuan leave. Lu Zhenxiang solemnly said. Yang Hao escaped with serious injuries, and the Divine Gang sect will definitely launch a new round of sweeps in the vicinity of Taiping Fang. Be sure to take care of yourself, and if you really can't hold out any longer, come find me at the Wu family estate. Chu Xian froze. Yang Hao escaped with serious injuries? That guy's body is lying obediently in a storage bag. Chu Xian didn't say anything about it, but instead directly nodded his head. And then, the two of them left in separate directions. Wujiazwang Garden. Lu Zhenxiang removed his disguise and looked saddened. What a great seedling. It's a shame you can't take it with you to teach. Seeing Lu Zhenxiang return, Shan Gu, Wei Hua, Su Ming, Bai Feng, and other disciples gathered around him. Senior uncle, did you find that disciple? Su Ming hurriedly inquired. Lu Zhenxiang smiled. Found it. Who is it? The crowd looked curious. Lu Zhenxiang swept a somewhat odd glance at Su Ming. You recognize it? Su Ming froze. I recognize it? Shan Gu, Wei Hua, Bai Feng and the others scratched their heads straight. Lu Zhenxiang laughed. I won't sell the story. It's Chu Xian. He's now at the 8th level of chi refining. After these words, Su Ming stared roundly, unable to speak for a long time. He was now desperately cultivating, far more assiduously than before, but he was only at the 5th level of chi refining, and there was still quite a distance to the 6th level of chi refining. That Chu Xian's mediocre qualification. Chu Xian, actually refining chi at the 8th layer? No way. Shan Gu, Wei Hua, Bai Feng, and the others also froze violently. Their thoughts were not far from Su Ming's. Even if they thought about it, they could not imagine why Chu Xian's realm was able to advance so rapidly. How long has it been since the destruction of the Wuji sect? And it's only been less than a year since they all added up. Chu Xian actually leapt into the 8th level of chi refining? At this time, Chen Gu suddenly remembered something and weakly said, the last time we saw those 3 dead Divine Gang sect disciples, could it be that senior brother Chu shot and killed them? Lu Zhenxiang raised his eyebrows. In that case, it's quite possible. With a cultivation of the 8th level of chi refining, if you can storm off and strike, you're quite certain to behead those 3 in a very short period of time. Chen Gu happily said, Su Ming, we are equivalent to having our lives saved by senior brother Chu. Su Ming's face was ugly. All along, he had felt that as long as he cultivated diligently, he would definitely be able to surpass Chu Xian. As a result, it didn't look at Chu Xian as being that great. As a result, reality now slapped him hard in the face. Not only was other people's Chu Xian powerful, but they far surpassed him. Wei Hua, Bai Feng, and the others lamented. Senior brother Chu should have stumbled upon some sort of miraculous encounter in order for his realm to advance by leaps and bounds. I really envy him. Lu Zhenxiang reached out and pulled out a storage ring. There are 50 blood beads here, a few for each of you. Split it equally. This is still the resource that Chu Xian brought. Shen Guo and the others received it with gusto. Su Ming, you don't want it? Wei Hua wondered. Su Ming looked at those red blood beads and always felt like a fish in his throat. If you don't want it, we'll split it equally, and each of us will get an extra blood pearl. Chen Guo hammed and hawed. I want it. Su Ming gritted his teeth and snatched those blood beads away. Chapter 31, Senior Brother Chu, too self-sacrificing for others. Lu Zhenxiong did not comment on Su Ming's attitude. It's normal for disciples to have some minor friction with each other. He didn't really want to waste time on such trivial matters. Yang Hao was injured and repelled by Chu Xian. The Divine Gang Sect will definitely conduct another thorough investigation of the typing place and its surroundings. In the meantime you hide. Stay in the chamber and don't come out without my orders. Lu Zhenxiong said sternly. Yes. The disciples nodded in response. 10 days later. Sure enough, there were Divine Gang Sect cultivators arriving at typing place to thoroughly investigate Yang Hao's whereabouts. And the numbers are quite large. There were enough 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators and more than 10 Qi refining stage cultivators accompanying them. This group of cultivators had investigated typing place and its surroundings. The loose cultivators didn't even dare to go out on the streets for fear of being angered by the Divine Gang Sect cultivators. The investigation went on for 3 days in a row. Even Wu Tang, that old foundation establishment stage cultivator of the Wu clan, was brought over for questioning. Yet checking and checking, nothing could be found. Again, this group of cultivators had no choice but to leave in anger. Wu Tang returned to the Wu family estate and hurriedly found Lu Zhenxiong at the first opportunity. Lu Zhenxiong wondered, Elder Brother Wu, isn't it just that Yang Hao was injured? The Divine Gang Sect actually investigated here for 3 days. Wu Tang didn't have the heart to say, injured? He's disappeared. It's no different from being dead. Exactly which disciple of your Wuji sect did this? How dare you even kill the person that the Divine Gang Sect's Grand Elder has his eye on? Lu Zhenxiong was stunned. Missing? Wu Tang sighed. If it wasn't for Yang Hao's disappearance, would it be necessary to send out 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators and a dozen Qi refining stage cultivators to investigate? If it weren't for my experience, I'm afraid the Wu family estate would have been checked out again. Lu Zhenxiong scratched his head for a while. How it wasn't quite what he thought it would be. He had always thought that it was Chu Xianyuan who had injured Yang Hao, and the latter knew that he was unbeatable and fled. As it turned out, it didn't seem to be a bruise at all. Chu Xian directly finished off Yang Hao, and even took away the corpse. In that case, it seemed that he had underestimated Chu Xian in the first place. Chu Xian's true realm was most likely the 9th level of Qi refining. Elder Brother Lu, I can't afford to be tossed around like this a few more times, so get through to those disciples of yours and don't cause any more trouble. I've been working as the Wuji Sect's undercover agent before, passing information about the Divine Gang Sect to the Sect. I can't help the Divine Gang Sect's multiple investigations here. If you can't, you'll have to ask you to leave and find another place. Wu Tang said helplessly. Lu Zhenxiong nodded his head repeatedly. Good. Don't worry old brother Wu. I will definitely greet them. He returned to the courtyard where he had been living. Then he heard Chen Gu, Wei Hua, and the others talking in low voices. Yang Hao is dead. Supposedly missing. Not dead. What's the difference between missing and dead? Haven't you seen that the Divine Gang Sect has sent 3 foundation stage cultivators over to investigate? Who killed Yang Hao? Could it be senior brother Chu Xianchu? Seeing Lu Zhenxiong return, several people hurriedly got up. Lu Zhenxiong sighed lightly. You all know? Chen Ge nodded. The rumors are spreading outside. Even if we stayed in the manor, we still learned about it from those servants of the Wu family. Lu Zhenxiong smiled helplessly. Yang Hao is probably dead. It seems that I still underestimated Chu Xuanyuan's strength. He should be the one who got Yang Hao killed, and even took the body away. Wei Hua, Bai Feng, and the others all stared with rounded eyes. Chu Xian's status in their hearts immediately rose much higher, almost to be on the same level as Lu Zhenxiong. Yang Hao had killed so many Wuji Sect Qi refining stage disciples. They all hated and feared Yang Hao. Now that Chu Xian had avenged those dead Wuji Sect disciples, it was only normal for them to be joyful within their hearts. Su Ming's expression wasn't as good. He only felt that the distance between himself and Chu Xian had been pulled apart by a large margin again. Chen Gu couldn't help but ask, Uncle Lu, why don't you let senior brother Chu come over as well? We'll have something to fall back on together. Lu Zhenxiong was helpless. I also wanted to, but he refused, and now I regret it. I should have retained him severely in the first place. Ha! Chen Gu and the others were shocked. Chu Xian was also too crazy. Lu Zhenxiong personally solicited, but also refused? Lu Zhenxiong continued. Chu Xian knows that resources are insufficient nowadays, and if I were to tilt the cultivation resources in his favor, it would inevitably lead to discord among the disciples. So, he simply didn't come, wanting to impact the foundation establishment stage with his own strength. After saying this, Shan Gu, Wei Hua, Bai Feng, and the others instantly fell silent. Inside, he was even a little touched. Chu Xian, brother Chu, it's too self-sacrificing. Su Ming instantly blushed. One had actually been so hostile to Chu Xian in the past. I did not expect Chu Xian to be so considerate of them. There's no point in talking more. You guys cultivate well? I have to continue investigating the whereabouts of the two old ancestors. Lu Zhenxiong sighed lightly. The disciples nodded their heads. Some of the Wuji sect's Jindan stage ancestors died in battle. Some surrendered, but 2 others escaped with their lives. Lu Zhenxiong never gave up searching for them. If they could find the Jindan ancestor, their safety would be more secure. If you really can't do it, you can quietly leave the Yu Kingdom and find an uninhabited place to re-establish the Wuji sect. As long as there was a Jindan ancestor, everything was still salvageable. In the middle of the cave, Chu Xian lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. The blood beads he had brought this time had already been refined to a great extent. He could feel that the sea of qi was incomparably bulging and had already reached its limit. However, even so, the signs of spiritual energy liquefaction had never yet appeared. Obviously he wasn't some kind of supreme genius. It was hard to really take that step without taking the foundation building pill. It's time to leave now that we've gotten everything. Chu Xian organized the spirit medicines in his storage bag and nodded slightly. He didn't obtain any of these elixirs at the peaceful place. And to be prudent, he rode his flying sword to go farther away and purchase them at another loose cultivator's workshop. He hadn't even harnessed the Big Dipper flying sword. Using the same inferior flying sword from before, Chu Xian took out the blood mirror. Spiritual light swirled in the blood mirror, reflecting the scene of Aquamarine Star. He hooked his mind to Aquamarine. The body was immediately absorbed. The sky is spinning around them, and the scenery is bizarre. When his eyes cleared again, he was already standing on the rooftop of the Hao Tai Hotel. Ho ho ho! He had only just gotten to his feet when the roar of an excited corpse came from not far away. Whoosh! Xiaohu rushed to him in a single bound and half kneeled down, like a clingy puppy. Chu Xian smiled and patted his head. How have things been during my absence? He communicated briefly with Tiger's mind for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. It's nice. More than 4 months had passed on this side of the Aquamarine planet, but no one ever dared to go near the Hao Hotel. Xiaowu was also very loyal and never trespassed to step away from the Hawthorne Hotel except to go out to forage for food at a fixed time every day. After these 4 months of foraging, Xiaowu was successfully promoted to an 8th level corpse pawn. Even the 6 corpse pawns and 2 spirit dogs he led had grown considerably. In the medicinal garden behind the hotel, all kinds of spiritual plants were growing happily. If the year requirement was not too high, there were some spiritual plants that could even be used as medicine already. Of course, what Chu Xian was most concerned about was still the soul-born flower. He came to the Wolf King. This Wolf King was already dying. Its body was incredibly dry and thin, but Xiaohu fed it a piece of zombie meat every day, so it never died. Not bad. It's about to bloom. Chu Xian was delighted. Chapter 32 Proper Alchemist. One day later, Chu Xian was practicing his spells. Suddenly I smelled an intoxicating fragrance. The aroma could mesmerize almost every living thing in the world. It does not act physically, but in the soul. Chu Xian's face was delighted as he immediately used his spiritual energy to block his mouth and nose and look towards the Wolf King. As expected, the soul-born flower, which was previously still budding, had now suddenly blossomed. The Wolf King, who had been lingering for more than 4 months, completely died at this moment. Its soul and vitality were all taken by the spiritual plants on its body. The colors of the birth soul flower are unremarkable. There aren't any giant petals either. It is not different from many common wildflowers. I'm afraid no one would be able to distinguish it from wildflowers if it weren't for the aroma that is enough to intoxicate even the soul. 1, 2, 3, full 6 petals. Chu Xian carefully counted 3 times and was astonished in his heart. The birth soul flower will grow at least 2 petals, but 4 petals and beyond are rare. When the Wuji sect was in its heyday, it could cultivate a large number of soul-born flowers, yet they all had around 4 petals. One's luck was actually so good that he had cultivated a 6-petaled soul-born flower. It may well have something to do with the merit in me. Chu Xian was thoughtful. Merit plus is just great. With this kind of chance thing, the merit of the existence of the underworld comes into play. Chu Xian took out a small jade scissors and carefully cut the soul-born flower flush with its stalk and stored it in a jade box. In this way, a boulder hanging in the heart fell to the ground. Soul Flower. Foundation Stage Elixir. This soul-born flower, with a total of 6 petals, was enough to make 3 portions of the Foundation Establishment Blood Pills Elixir. For many loose cultivators of the Chi refining stage with mediocre qualifications, this soul-born flower was the knocking brick to advance to the Foundation Establishment stage. No one wants to miss it. Even if the Wuji sect was able to cultivate a large number of soul blossoms in its heyday, the price of soul blossoms remained high, and if it was placed in today's Taiping Fong, I'm afraid that this soul-born flower could be sold for a high price of tens of thousands of small spirit stones. The most important main material has been obtained. Xu Xian then quickly began to deal with the other auxiliary materials. Some elixirs need to be dried to remove all moisture. Some elixirs need to be crushed into powder to maximize their effect. Some elixir shell stalks are not medicinal and need to be squeezed out of their juice before they can be used. These steps Xu Xian had long since memorized. In less than an hour, he had all the auxiliary materials taken care of. Finally, he solemnly took out a Dan furnace from his storage bag. This furnace was called the 100 Herb Furnace, which he had purchased from another workshop. The 100 Herb Stove was only a medium-grade magic weapon. It was reasonable to say that a mid-grade magic weapon wasn't expensive and could be obtained for only around 200 small spirit stones. However, the method of building an elixir furnace was completely different from that of a magic weapon, so the price was higher. This 100 Herb Stove had cost him almost 400 small spirit stones. Begin the alchemy. Xu Xian rubbed his 10 fingers and used the flame to ignite the spirit wood and heat the 100 Herb Furnace. For his first alchemy, he did not directly concoct a Foundation Establishment blood pill, but instead chose a Chi refining stage pill to try his hand at. Rejuvenation pill. Taking this elixir can speed up wound healing. Many occasions can be used. At the Foundation Establishment stage, one could take the Great Rejuvenation pill, which had a better healing effect. However, many Foundation Establishment stage cultivators felt that the Great Rejuvenation pill was too expensive and usually used the Rejuvenation pill to heal their injuries. It was only fitting for Xu Xian to use the Spring Recovery pill to practice. Once the 100 Herb Furnace was hot, he placed the 3 types of spirit medicines used to refine the Rejuvenation pill into it. Halfway through the alchemy, the flame suddenly became smaller and the Dan liquid solidified prematurely. Although Xu Xian tried his best to save it, the Dan liquid ended up turning into a very embarrassing pile. Such a half-baked product is not strong in medicinal power, but quite a lot of Dan poison. Xu Xian didn't mind. He was after all his first time alchemizing pills, and failure was inevitable. He cleaned the 100 Herb Furnace and once again opened it to concoct pills. The second furnace still failed. Then the third and fourth ovens. Xu Xian's speed of refining the Rejuvenation pill grew faster and faster, and his techniques became more and more skillful. In the place of other cultivators, 1 or 2 failures might make them feel annoyed and thus not want to continue. But Xu Xian had long been mentally prepared for this. He had prepared a full 40 ingredients for refining the Rejuvenation pill. Until the 6th furnace, Xu Xian's eyes lit up. Dan sung. Although the Recovery Spring Dan that was refined was a bit pitted and not of good quality, it was clearly a success. Xu Xian had a flash of light in his mind. He immediately caught the flash of aura. Can't wait to open the furnace for alchemy. 7th furnace, 8th furnace, 9th furnace. 3 consecutive stoves with great success. The refined Rejuvenation pill was round and full, reddish in color, and emitted a refreshing aroma. It was almost indistinguishable from the Rejuvenation pill within the Wuji sect, and even a bit more than that. Xu Xian was greatly delighted. The aura that flashed through his mind just now was precisely his epiphany about refining the Rejuvenation pill. I didn't expect that I would have such exquisite epiphanies after only refining 6 furnaces of Rejuvenation pills. Now I'm considered a serious alchemist, right? Xu Xian revealed a pleased smile. This is clearly another benefit that comes from meritocracy. He didn't pause and started trying new elixirs again. This time the attempt was a light elixir. After taking this elixir, one's body was as light as a swallow, and it was extremely effective when chasing or escaping. The speed of refining the light spirit pill was even faster than Xu Xian had imagined. After only 1 failed batch, the second batch was a huge success. Next, Xu Xian tried several more Qi refining stage pills in succession. 2 days later, Xu Xian could already achieve a 90% success rate in alchemy. This is a very exaggerated number. Many foundation stage cultivators might not be able to do it, but Xu Xian did it with his own hard work and that minuscule bit of merit. Xu Xian did not rest for a moment as he rubbed his fists together and wanted to use his urge to refine Qi refining stage pills to refine the Foundation Establishment blood pill as well in one fell swoop. Foundation building blood pill. Open and refine. Xu Xian kept his mind steady. This was because there were only 3 copies of the materials used to refine the Foundation Establishment blood pill. Once he failed 3 times, he would only be able to use Ouyang Hao's Foundation Establishment pill to attempt to build his foundation. That's too low a success rate. First furnace. When the refining reached the middle stage, the flames began to decrease. Chu Xian added more spirit wood, yet the flames instantly became larger. The damn liquid was burned dry in a very short period of time, turning into a dark mass that stuck to the bottom of the furnace. This 100-herb stove. How come it's not designed with a non-stick function? Chu Xian secretly slandered. But there was no discouragement, and after cleaning the 100-herb furnace he began the second furnace of the Foundation Establishment blood pill. This time, everything went smoothly for him, avoiding all the problems and proceeding straight to the final step. Buzz, dance, sung. The rich aroma fills the rooftop. Chu Xian took in a deep breath, and immediately felt his mind relax, and the speed of the blood flow in his entire body seemed to have been accelerated at this moment. It's done. It's done in the second furnace? Chu Xian was surprised. You're this good at refining Foundation Establishment stage pills yourself? It's really thanks to my own perseverance. Chapter 33, Liquefied Spiritual Energy. Foundation Establishment Avenue. An hour later, the third furnace was also declared successful. In doing so, Chu Xian refined 2 Foundation Establishment blood pills, plus the Foundation Establishment pill that he had obtained from Ouyang Hao's storage bag. He had a total of 3 chances to impact the Foundation Establishment stage. A Foundation Establishment pill can approximately increase the success rate of impacting the Foundation Establishment stage by around 30%. 3 chances. It'll work. Chu Xian was incomparably solemn. The Foundation Establishment Avenue. That was the first threshold that all Qi refining stage cultivators needed to cross since they set foot on the path of immortal cultivation. However, at least 80% of the 10% of Qi refining stage cultivators were blocked from this threshold. If the Foundation Establishment pill was sufficient, Chu Xian felt that the number of cultivators who had advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage could be 70 to 80% at any rate. But cultivation is so cruel. Resources were scarce, but the number of cultivators pursuing immortality was increasing. If you get promoted, I don't get promoted. It was for this reason that the Devil's Way monks came into being. Chu Xian shook his head and threw those miscellaneous thoughts out of his mind. He handed Ouyang Hao's corpse to the dragon, tiger and leopard and other Yin corpses to share, and they were instructed to guard the Hao Sound Hotel well. The blood and flesh of a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining was a great tonic for them. After eating them all, they should all improve by about 1 level. Himself, he began to adjust his body and mind. Fang had been continuously refining pills for several days, and he was quite mentally exhausted. Impacting the Foundation Establishment stage in this state was clearly not an excellent choice. He had to adjust everything to the best state before making the breakthrough. 3 days later, Chu Xian opened his eyes and was refreshed. He took out the Foundation building pill and directly swallowed it in 1 gulp. Buzz! Under his intention of pulling and refining, the medicinal power quickly stirred up like a big river, raging and running through his limbs and bones. One by one, week by week, the medicinal power was rapidly transformed into spiritual power. The medicinal power contained in Foundation Establishment stage pills was far stronger than Qi refining stage pills. The moment he took it, Chu Xian even felt that his entire body had the tendency to be filled with explosions. After continuously running for a dozen or so large circumference days, the newborn spiritual energy was pulled by him and headed straight to the Qi Sea. Buzz off! The spiritual energy in the Sea of Qi had originally swelled to its limit. Now there was a majestic influx of spiritual energy. Immediately there was a feeling of intense swelling and pain. This is exactly how the foundation building pill works. Injecting a large amount of spiritual energy at once into the already abundant sea of Qi. Force the gaseous spiritual energy to liquefy. But anyone who has studied physics knows that it takes an immense amount of heavy pressure to liquefy a not-so-active gas. If you can't do it once, you have to do it again until the medicinal power of the foundation building pill is completely exhausted. And if you still can't liquefy your spiritual energy, then you will need more external medicinal power. It also meant that a second foundation building pill was needed. So, the process is full of hardships. This is exactly why many cultivators have never been able to step over this threshold. Chu Xian sat here withered. Again and again, he urged his spiritual energy to surge into the Qi Sea. Fail, fail, fail. At first he could feel intense pain, but over time, the pain numbed. It was as if he was just mechanically compressing his spiritual energy. At some point 5 days later, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. The external pressure disappeared. Chu Xian looked within his body. It's not that the spiritual energy has been liquefied. Rather, the potency of the foundation building pill was exhausted. Chu Xian was not surprised. Instead, he picked up the foundation establishment blood pill with both fingers and slapped it into his mouth, continuing to compress his spiritual energy. 5 more days. As with the last time, the potency ran out again. Chu Xian did not hesitate and immediately took the second foundation establishment blood pill. He was not disappointed or discouraged. Instead, they jumped at the chance. For some reason, perhaps it was the chi of the underworld, or perhaps it was simply just a premonition. He always felt that this time it would work. Fruity. When this foundation establishment blood pill went down, he felt a difference in his chi. Strong and fierce spiritual energy crashed and compressed again and again. At the bottom of the chi, those spiritual energy that had been compressed countless times finally showed signs of liquefaction. At a certain point, tiny droplets the size of a grain of rice suddenly appeared. Tick. Liquid droplets fall on the bottom of the gas floor. It appeared as if it had become an opportunity. Immediately, a large amount of spiritual energy began to liquefy. Tick-tock. Within moments, a small puddle had accumulated at the bottom of the gas floor. In it, a dozen or so drops of spiritual energy liquid droplets were lying quietly. Chu Xian suddenly felt his entire body relax. Boom! At this moment, the aura around him skyrocketed. A powerful aura swept across the rooftop. And even more so, it stirred in all directions. The dust was washed away. Within a 1,000-meter radius of the Hawthorne Hotel, strong and fierce winds were blowing through at this moment. The dragon, tiger, and leopard returning from the hunt were suddenly startled and couldn't help but look towards the rooftop in reverence. At that moment, Chu Xian suddenly opened his eyes. There was a brilliant flash of light in the bottom of his eyes, full of regal prowess. Foundation stage. He clenched his fists, revealing a look of excitement. Foundation stage cultivators may not fly with the help of external objects, but rather, they may use recluse light to fly. Of course, in most cases foundation stage cultivators will still use external objects. After all, that will not consume their own spiritual energy. In addition, there is a boost in longevity. For chi refining stage cultivators, their lifespan was similar to that of mortals, both being around 100 years old. However, the lifespan of a foundation establishment stage cultivator directly skyrocketed to 200 years. Of course, the most important thing was that foundation stage cultivators could cultivate foundation stage techniques and spells. You can also refine your own magic weapon. The so-called vital artifacts need to be integrated into the soul and blood together to nurture, so that they can be manipulated as if they were in the hands. The power would be raised by a large margin compared to those ordinary ritualized magic weapons that did not incorporate the divine soul. Moreover, the native magic weapon was in solidarity with the cultivator. As a cultivator's realm rises, so does the grade of the innate magic weapon, the equivalent of an outfit that grows itself. These factors were the very fundamentals that made foundation establishment stage cultivators far more powerful than chi refining stage cultivators. The origin magic weapon is very important. I have to choose it well and refine it on my own before I can do so. Chu Xian did not intend to use a ready-made magic weapon, but to refine it himself. This way, although it would take a bit more effort, it would ensure that one would have a better understanding of their natal spells. It's even better to drive it later. Chu Xian took out the transcription of the Bloodshed Refining Demon Scripture and carefully flipped through it. The first chapter of the Bloodshed Refining Demon Scripture was about the methods of building various magic weapons. Ghost Gun, Spirit Breaker, Life Snatcher, Shadowless Blade. All sorts of spells flashed before his eyes. Some magic weapons specialize in attacking the divine soul. Some are good at breaking through psychic powers. Some of them refer directly to the heart, lungs and 5 organs. Some are shadowless, as if they were ghosts. Each is wonderful in its own way. Chu Xian selected among them for a long time before choosing a magic weapon. Fury Soul Cord. You're it. For the Soul Fury Rope, it requires Fury Steel as the main material and 6 other materials such as White Bone Bamboo and Drunken Vine as supplementary materials, eventually injected into a powerful, fury-ridden living soul. After 36 consecutive days of refining, the Breaking Soul Cord can be refined. After activating it, not only can it draw powerful, soul-whipping flying ropes, but it can also drive the Fury Souls to fight together. A single magic weapon, yet it can be twice as effective. This is exactly how powerful the Soul Buster Rope is. Moreover, in the future, when his strength increased, he could replace the living souls in the Soul Bane Soul Cord with even more powerful living souls. In this way, the strength of the Fatal Soul Cord could still be doubled. Fate Steel. This thing is really a bit hard to find if it is in the Tsangshuan continent, against the threat of the righteous sects. But here, it couldn't be easier. Xu Xian suddenly laughed. Chapter 34, Corpse Tide. Isn't it the perfect time to create a land of Yin Fury? The so-called Yin Fury steel was actually just 100 forged steel that had absorbed a large amount of Yin Fury chi. As for the 100 forged steel, it is sufficient to build it with fine iron. Xu Xian had long prepared quite a bit of fine iron in his storage bag for the daily maintenance of his magic weapon. All he needed to do was to find a place where the Yin Fury was thick and bury the 100 forged steel in it so that it could absorb the Yin Fury. If a chi gathering formation that gathered Yin Fury chi was set up, the Yin Fury steel would be molded even faster. The kingdom of Yu has long been held by the 5 clans of the righteous path, and I'm afraid that there have long been righteous eyeballs in these places where the Yin Fury is thick. If he dared to approach, he would surely be subjected to many interrogations by the righteous cultivators, or risk your life. But at Aquamarine, Xu Xian only needed to seek out a place where there were many zombies and kill them in batches in order to cause the Yin Fury to condense. I'm afraid I can't do it without tens of thousands of zombies in order to gather the Yin Fury. I'll have to look around the neighborhood. Xu Xian nodded slightly. He released both Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and Little Leopard and told them to go look for the south side of East Lake City. He himself harnessed the Big Dipper flying sword and made his way north. However, although there were many zombies in East Lake City, they rarely gathered together and almost always wandered aimlessly and randomly. It's going to take a lot of work to bring these guys together. After searching for several days in a row, Xu Xian did not find a place where a large number of zombies had gathered and could not help but frown. On this day, Xu Xian prepared a sumptuous lunch for himself. As he was about to start, the panther suddenly returned and growled several times in succession. Xu Xian was careful and quickly understood what Little Leopard was talking about. Quite a few chewy-eating zombies have appeared south of East Lake City, and a human squad is engaging them? Kind of interesting. Xu Xian raised his eyebrows. A very chewy walker would mean a high-level walker. After all, the zombies in this place were just food to the Longhu leopard and the others. The more advanced the zombie, the tastier it is to them. The high-level zombies appearing in large numbers should be signaling something. Xu Xian had a flash of light in his mind. It seems like the corpse tide thing has been mentioned in various zombie-themed works I've read before. Corpse waves occur for a myriad of reasons. It's possible that it's just because one walker heard something or chased a living person, which drove a group of walkers to move together. The zombies along the way hear the sound and likewise join this horde. This was like a snowball, causing the corpses to roll bigger and bigger, eventually forming an incomparably terrifying tide of corpses. Wherever it passes, all living things will be wiped out. This tidal wave of corpses is especially frightening to human survivors. It's almost no different than a natural disaster. Of course, it's also possible that the necrotic tide is due to high-level zombies leading the way. Some uniquely advanced walkers are born with the ability to command lower-ranked walkers. This would likewise snowball and expand the number of corpses to an incomparably frightening degree. Advanced zombies appearing in droves is likely a prelude to a wave of corpses. Thinking of this, Xu Xian immediately became excited. A tide of corpses? What does that mean? Thousands of walkers? No, maybe even more. Wouldn't this be the perfect time to create a land of yin and yang? Xu Xian quickly finished his lunch like a windstorm and immediately flew towards the south of Donghu City with the Big Dipper flying sword. After flying out of the boundaries of East Lake City, he really found a blanket of corpses on the ground heading towards East Lake City. Even a cursory scan showed that the number of zombies exceeded 50,000. Yes, Xu Xian's spirit lifted. He didn't pause and immediately returned to the Haotai Hotel to begin preparing to set up the formation. He had to rush to set up all the formations before the corpses arrived. Never miss this great opportunity. Black Blade Security. A Wuling God vehicle carried a few tired men back to the compound. Wang Gangjian, Wang Yang, and Tang Jinchuan jumped down. Song Dai walked quickly and asked in a low voice, "How's it going?" Wang Yang stretched out a hand and lowered his voice. 5 heads, 5 whole level 1 zombies. Song Dai sucked in cool air. "Brother, we'd better retreat. 5 level 1 zombies have appeared in one breath. This is definitely a sign of a necrotic tide." Wang Yang looked at Wang Gangjian and couldn't help but say. Tang Jinchuan also nodded repeatedly. "I second the motion." Wang Gangjian sighed long and hard. "What's the use of me being a level 2 transcendent? In the end, I still have to abandon the place where I grew up and leave my hometown?" Wang Yang sighed. "Brother, it's a great thing that you've been promoted to level 2 transcendent, but it can't be helped that the corpse tide is here. Under the corpse tide, is there no egg? Even if you are a level 3 transcendent, you won't survive." Tang Jinchuan nodded. "I second the motion." Wang Gangjian waved his hand. "Command down. Have the group pack up and prepare to evacuate Donghu City. 2 of us, Old Tang and I, will go open up the route. And Yong, you go to the south to scout the situation and see if there's really a wave of corpses. De, pick a few brothers who know how to fix cars and look around the neighborhood to see if there are any cars that can carry people. We certainly don't have enough cars to take everyone. Wang Yong, Tang Jinchuan, and Song Day all nodded seriously and immediately began to act. Black Front Security Company, hundreds of people under the management of Wang Gangjian, 4 people. It is still considered to be the order of the day. In 2 days, personnel and supplies were ready. Still, there were very limited vehicles found that could be driven. Even if each car was stuffed to the brim, it could only fit about 100 people. At this moment, Wang Gangjian's 4 men were gathered in the hall. A map of East Lake City unfolded in front of him. Wang Gangjian solemnly said, "Everyone, the corpse tide is indeed coming, and we have about 4 days left, but we're still short of vehicles to take everyone. The only way to do that now is to look for large vehicles like trucks and buses." Wang Gangjian stretched out his finger and drew circles on several places. These places, which are bus companies and large factories, all have the potential for trucks and vans that are still undamaged. Our first priority is to get these vehicles. He looked to the 3. Pick a place for each. None of the 3 complained and went to one place each. They didn't stand tall and treat the lives of ordinary people like dust just because they were transcendentalists. There was a time when they were all at the bottom of the social ladder. Because I was once in the rain, I now want to give others umbrellas as well. East Lake City Transit. Tang Jinchuan drove here with 3 strong men. The van stopped. Tang Jinchuan squeezed through the door with some effort before getting out of the car. The Hanyu behind him hemmed and hawed. "Brother Tang, you're so fat, it'll affect the run. If there were high-level walkers here, you wouldn't be able to run as fast as us." The other 2 Hans followed suit. Tang Jinchuan snorted and patted his stomach, creating a wave and a flash. "What do you know? This fat on me is what saves lives. You'll see later when you're really in danger." Chapter 35. Sword Fairy? The 3 entered the bus company under the leadership of Tang Jinchuan. Today's bus companies are no different than anywhere else. There are overgrown weeds everywhere. I don't know how the weeds grew, but they actually topped the hard concrete floor. Perhaps even the weeds were affected by the psychic energy. The bus company was quiet. There doesn't seem to be a single rattle. It's like a spider laying down a big web, waiting for the ignorant to throw themselves into it. Tang Jinchuan instinctively developed a trace of worry. Not a single walker in sight. "It's so wrong. I'll go." A Hanyu behind him suddenly startled. Tang Jinchuan turned around and saw that the guy was stomping a palm-sized spider to the point of bursting. "Grass. A spider just dangled down in front of me." "Scared to death," the Hanyu said with palpitations. "Spiders can scare you like this. If a high-level zombie shows up later, will you still be scared out of your wits?" The 2 Hanyu next to him snorted. The Hanyu immediately blushed. Tang Jinchuan said sternly, "No talking. What did I say before coming in? Forget?" The 3 Hans were immediately silenced. "There are 3 buses here. 1 for each of you. Go up and check them out while I look at the warehouse over there." Tang Jinchuan pointed to the 3 still intact buses in the square. The likelihood of these buses being drivable through the elements is low. But check anyway. What if it really is still running? The 3 men received their assignment and immediately split up to check the 3 buses. Tang Jinchuan, on the other hand, went straight to the warehouse. There should be a couple spare buses in the warehouse. Only just as he reached the warehouse door, he heard a scream from behind him. Tang Jinchuan's heart tightened and he hurriedly turned back. The other 2 Hans also rushed there. "Help me! Help me!" The screaming man staggered out of the bus. He had a blood-colored spider the size of a faceplate on his neck. 8 thumb-sized eyes darted about. The sharp fangs of the poisonous fangs had clearly pierced into the jugular vein of this Hanyu. The Hanyu's face, too, gradually turned a greenish-purple color. It seemed that some kind of toxin was being injected into his body from the fangs. The 2 Hans standing beside Tang Jinchuan turned pale. A spider the size of a facepalm is enough to be mind-blowing. How had they ever seen such a monster? Tang Jinchuan's reaction, however, was quick. He snapped out the knife at his waist and slit the skin of his stomach. The yellow fat, however, did not flow out, but actually coalesced into a 1-meter-long throwing gun under his control. Tang Jinchuan roared and fought to throw his throwing spear. Whoosh! The throwing gun broke into the air and went fast. The large spider was still busy injecting venom into its prey, not even realizing that the other party had such means. In an instant, the pitcher was shot through the head. The fat body fell towards the ground. The Hanyu's body went limp, and he actually fell towards the ground as well. The 2 Hans rushed forward to assist. However, the bitten Hanyu's eyes were vacant, but he couldn't even speak. Tang Jinchuan sighed softly, The way spiders prey on their prey is by injecting digestive enzymes into their prey, and he's now mostly an empty shell, so send him on his way and save him from further suffering. The two Hans looked miserable, but he could only draw his sword and send his companion on his way early. Tang Jinchuan rummaged around in the belly of that facehugger spider, but didn't find the spiritual energy core. This meant that it wasn't even a level 1 transcendent. Tang Jinchuan's heart sank. Not even a level 1 transcendent. And it easily poisons a strong grown man. If this bus company had a stronger spider, they'd all be accounted for. I'm afraid, Tang, that bus can barely start, but it's missing some parts, so we'll have to go to another bus to see if we can replace it. I've got the toolbox for repairs. A dark man took a deep breath and said seriously. Tang Jinchuan nodded. I'll go find parts for you guys. You guys stay here. There may be other spiders hiding in the shadows, so stand in the open and stay away from the bus. Good. Both of them nodded immediately. Tang Jinchuan quickly checked the other buses. Fruity. As he checked the second bus, a black shadow the size of a faceplate suddenly swooped out of the shadowy corner, straight to his neck. Tang Jinchuan was prepared and immediately picked up the broken plastic car seat next to him to fend off. When the fangs collided with the car seat with a loud commotion, the spider immediately let out a shrill cry when it saw that the blow was not going to work. The sound seems to be extremely penetrating. Squeak! Soon there were echoes from every shadowy corner of the square. Pust! Tang Jinchuan grimaced ironically and stabbed out his throwing spear, piercing the spider. He got out of the car immediately. Run! Run! Tang Jinchuan yelled. Couldn't care less about keeping quiet now. He didn't even realize that this bus company was actually a spider's lair. I should have known he would never come. This place is horrible. Those two Hans saw this and also hurriedly used all their strength to fly away. Couldn't care less about the mission now. Staying alive is most important. Next moment, spiders the size of palms poured out of shadowy corners in all directions. It's like a tidal wave. It was even mixed with a large number of blood-colored spiders the size of facepans. Tang Jinchuan swept back, and even more so, he saw two super spiders that were bigger than a desk. The many compound eyes, sharp fangs, and inverted bristles were enough to give one goosebumps even after a few more glances. At that moment, a huge black shadow suddenly fell from the sky. The bang directly blocked the exit of the bus company. All of a sudden smoke and dust rose. Tang Jinchuan endeavored to look through the smoke and dust, and was surprised to find that it was actually a large amount of spider silk. He looked back over his shoulder. Hurricane found a dozen spider silks as thick as an adult's thigh extending from the bus company's warehouse. It's not hard to guess. This large mass of spider silk was flung violently from the warehouse exactly where it had slammed against the front door. Tang Jinchuan immediately consumed fat to coalesce a throwing spear and violently threw it towards the spider silk rope. When the throwing gun collided with the spider silk, the sound of gold and iron colliding actually came out. The pitcher was sent bouncing far away, just before it hit the ground and dissolved into soft fat. Tang Jinchuan didn't believe it and consumed fat again in quick succession, coalescing weapons such as large swords and giant axes, wanting to cut through the spider silk. However, 2/3 of all his fat had been taken out of his body. The tiger's mouth was shaken and dripped blood. The spider silk remained motionless, and no half breakage could be seen. What a hard spider silk! Arachnid mother! It must be Arachnid mother! Tang Jinchuan looked terrified. Spider silk is tougher than iron ropes. It must be the Arachnid mother without a doubt. He was even a little glad. The warehouse is apparently the nest of the Arachnid mother. His own party was fortunate that he did not go near the warehouse. Otherwise he was afraid that he would have died in the first place. At that moment, another massive spider web was launched from the warehouse, splitting the three of them. The cobwebs cover an enormous area. Even if Tang Jinchuan wanted to dodge, there was no way to do so. Bang! The spider web glued the trio together in moments. The more they struggled, the more firmly they were bound. Asterisk 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 ing hell. Dying. Tang Jinchuan despaired inwardly. At that moment, a sword chant suddenly came from the sky. Tang Jinchuan fixed his eyes on a figure actually stepping on a flying sword, suspended in midair. He rounded his eyes at once. I'll go? A sword fairy? Chapter 36 In Fiend Soul Snatching Formation. 360 Formation Flags. Tang Jinchuan in sight. That figure's clothes were fluttering, and Fingshu was fighting the wind. The eyes are so electric. The next moment it seemed as if it could shoot sword shadows. The other two Hans also saw the figure in midair, shocked beyond words. They simply couldn't imagine how such an unpicturesque character had appeared in the good old zombie world. But if you think about it, even the zombie crisis had broken out. The appearance of a sword Immortal didn't seem to be anything too shocking. Chu Xian stepped on top of the Big Dipper flying sword and looked downwards. He slashed through the air, and a line of blood broke through his body. With a whoosh, the spider silk rope was then easily chopped off like fragile paper. The bloodline suddenly returned to his palm, which was none other than the blood steel wire. After easily cutting through the spider silk rope, Chu Xian was somewhat surprised instead. The spider silk was much harder than he had expected. Such a tough spider silk might be used as a material for refining weapons. This scene fell in Tang Jinchuan's eyes, but caused him to suddenly round his eyes. I burned 2/3 of my body fat with all the effort I could muster. Couldn't even split a slit in the spider's rope. This person actually cut the spider silk in a flash? What's this guy's story? Chu Xian struck again. The bloody steel wire was as if blood-colored lightning had swept through it. Bang! 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 Wherever they passed, a dozen or so spider ropes were cut off in a matter of moments. Immediately, the warehouse resounded with the angry shrill whine of the arachnid mother. The spiders of all sizes around them suddenly surged from all directions, as if they were a tidal wave. Chu Xian smiled faintly. These little things, they also want to injure me? With a wave of his hand, little dragon, little tiger, little leopard and other corpses appeared abruptly. They were practiced with the Vajra refining corpse method, and their bodies were all covered with a layer of hard bone armor. At this moment, receiving Chu Xian's order, he suddenly rushed into the spider group. It's like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Each shady corpse was a rampaging tank. Everywhere they passed, there were the broken limbs of spiders after they had been smashed and torn apart. Chu Xian walked straight toward the warehouse as if he were walking idly. All the spiders in front of them would be smashed and torn apart by the shadowy corpses. It was as if no living being in this world could stand in his way. Oh my god, he can actually manipulate walkers. The two Hans were dumbfounded and could hardly believe what they were seeing. This kind of strength, this kind of posture, it was like a king. Tang Jinchuan was also filled with astonishment and grew his mouth, unable to recover for a long time. Snap! Chu Xian stood in front of the warehouse's main door without any haste. Stand quietly with your hands behind your back. Little Dragon and Little Tiger blasted the spiders around them with a single punch, then violently stepped on the ground and suddenly rushed to Chu Xian's body, toward the hard iron door of the warehouse. He threw a violent punch. Bang! 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 The fists fell as if they were raining down. The gate, made of steel, quickly began to deform. After 3 seconds, it was unable to withstand this heavy pressure and was directly blown away. The sunlight gets in. The scene inside the warehouse was thoroughly revealed to the crowd. It was a snowy white world in there. Walls, ceilings, floors, buses, everything was covered in thick, tough spider silk. At the center of the warehouse was a huge cocooning mass. One of them was a fat, giant spider, enough to be the size of a small room. Sharp fangs, longer than a short knife. At this very moment, it's still producing spider eggs moment by moment. Those spider eggs were somehow hatching at an extremely fast rate. One after another palm-sized white spiders quickly broke out of their shells and surged towards Chu Xian. Don't know how to die. Chu Xian lightly spat out 4 words. The spider silk produced by this mutant arachnid mother was very good, comparable to the very best quality of spider silk that could be accessed by chi refining stage cultivators. But it's only good. If you don't know what you're doing, you'll have to fight to the death. Then Chu Xian naturally had to grant it its wish. Send it on its way. Chu Xian extended his right hand and quietly lowered it. Immediately, green miserable flames converged into a ball in his palm. The flames, as if they could cauterize one's soul. Tang Jinchuan and the 3 of them looked on from afar, all of them feeling an inner shock. He can still control flames? Tang Jinchuan was shocked. At first he guessed the man's talent would be manipulating walkers. However, now, he was again surprised to find that this person could also control flames. Can a person have 2 gifts? Tang Jinchuan scratched his head straight. He hadn't seen it anyway. In the blink of an eye, the underworld firebomb coalesced into shape. This spell, Chu Xian had long ago hammered out for a long time. The time from the beginning of accumulation to complete molding could already be compressed to a breath. Adults take about 12 to 20 breaths per minute. A breath is 3 or 4 seconds. Chu Xian's face was flat as he violently then threw the underworld firebomb. Little Dragon, Little Tiger, Little Leopard and the other corpses all hurriedly dodged out of the way. When the underworld firebomb lands on the body, it will burn for a long time and never go out. They don't want to stick to the damn thing. The arachnid mother's 8 compound eyes suddenly narrowed as it sensed the terrifying nature of this green fireball. It whistled shrilly. Immediately, a large number of spiders abandoned their attacks and leapt towards the Stygian firebomb. However, The Pluto firebomb was like a boulder rolling forward. All living beings that dared to stand in the way would be crushed into dust. Those small spiders that rushed up would be burned to ashes by the green flames in no time. The power of the underworld flame bomb, however, did not diminish one bit. Close. It's close again. The arachnid mother poured out her strength and let out a shocking shrill whistle. Tang Jinchuan and the others were separated from the warehouse by at least 30 meters. Hearing that sound, however, was like being hit in the head with a giant hammer. The two Hans fainted on the spot. Tang Jinchuan was also starry-eyed and almost fainted. Before he completely fainted, he only saw the spider mother's plump body being completely engulfed by green flames. And then, nothing. Chu Xian stood in the warehouse and firmly inserted a formation flag into the ground, setting it up properly. The formation he was going to set up this time was called the Yin Fury Soul Snatching Formation, which contained three main formations, namely the Qi Drawing Formation, the Fury Formation, and the Soul Snatching Formation, as well as a number of smaller formations. Its size will be unprecedented. The number of formation flags needed to set up this formation was 360. East Lake City Transit, one of the very 360 fronts. He hadn't expected that he had discovered a grade 3 mutant arachnid mother in passing on his visit. You guys can split these 3 spiritual energy cores equally. Chu Xian casually tossed the spiritual energy core to the 3 corpses of the dragon, tiger, and leopard. Little Tiger nimbly swallowed the spiritual energy core, then bumbled over to Chu Xian's side and took out something and handed it over. Chu Xian looked down. It was a spider silk, but it was surprisingly tough. When you reach out and touch it, you can still feel a sense of coolness. Tiger gestured with open teeth and claws. Chu Xian nodded his head. This was plucked from the fire? Interesting. There are even spider silks that can resist the burning of the underworld flame. Not bad. This blood pearl is yours. He flicked over a blood bead as a reward. Tiger took it happily and squatted to the side to absorb it. Chu Xian pocketed the spider silk. This ice-cold spider silk, which was not afraid of heat and flame, could just be used as one of the materials for the soul-severing rope. When refining the fatal soul cord, only the Yin fatal steel, the main material, was difficult to change, while the other 6 auxiliary materials could all be changed. Go to the next formation. As soon as Chu Xian collected the dragon, tiger, leopard, and other Yin corpses, he quickly rushed towards the next location. Counting this one, of the 360 formation flags, he had already inserted 300. The tide of corpses was already not far from East Lake City, and it was necessary to speed up the pace. Chapter 37. Even the most powerful transcendent is no match for a tide of corpses. An hour or so later, it took the 3 Tang Jinchuan to wake up leisurely. When he woke up, his head was still in pain, as if he had been trampled back and forth 17 or 18 times by a giant elephant. The 2 Hanyu were still in a state of shock and were wary of their surroundings. Tang Jinchuan braced himself and stood up, coalescing a shield with the little fat he had left, and walked vigilantly towards the warehouse. However, the warehouse was empty. The plump body of the mutant spider mother had long since disappeared. The spider silks that littered the warehouse were also incinerated. If it wasn't for the few threads and strands left in the corner, Tang Jinchuan would have even wondered if he had ever seen the mutant spider mother. He could not see the formation flags that Chu Xian had set up. This was because, to play it safe, Chu Xian had attached a small formation, or blindfold, to all of the formation flags. Beings with weak spiritual energy would find it extremely difficult to see through the blindfold, so naturally they wouldn't be able to discover the formation flag. The 2 Hans helped each other and came to Tang Jinchuan's side trembling. Seeing the cleaned-out warehouse was a sigh of relief. Brother Tang, we seem to have dipped into that big brother's favor. Yeah, if it wasn't for him getting rid of the mutant arachnid mother, we would have died long ago. The spiders seem to be dead here, so we can check the bus safely. The 2 men whispered. Tang Jinchuan was also energized when he thought of this. Yes, seize the day. What happened here will be reported to the boss in full when we get back. They've had a lot of luck. There are 3 buses in the warehouse that are mostly intact and operational. There were 2 others, which were slightly damaged, but were equally drivable after replacing the devices. In addition, they found quite a bit of gasoline and diesel fuel in the warehouse. Just the right amount of fuel for this evacuation. The whole 5 buses, the 3 of us can't drive away. Tang Jinchuan waved his hand. Immediately go back to the company and call for help. At sunset, they returned to Black Front Security. In the hall, Wang Gangjian, Wang Yong, and Song Dei were sad. Tang Jinchuan walked in with a face full of joy, and when he saw them in this state, he couldn't help but stare, especially after he saw that Song Dei was missing an arm. His face immediately became grave. What happened? It didn't go well? Tang Jinchuan asked. Wang Yang let out a bitter laugh. The factory I went to was okay, but I only found one big truck that was still working. But old Song Dai's face was still pale as he whispered. I encountered 2 advanced zombies. The people I brought with me all died. I lost an arm and barely survived. Wang Gangjin sighed. Only one big truck was found this time. Far from enough. If you can't, you'll have to draw straws. He couldn't get the latter words out. Drawing lots to get on the bus. Those 4 words are cruel. A large portion of the members of Black Blade Security were old buddies who had followed him since before the zombie crisis. To just abandon them, he couldn't do that. Tang Jinchuan hemmed and hawed. Don't be a crybaby, I have good news. The trio froze. How many buses were found? Tang Jinchuan hemmed and hawed and laughed strangely. You guess. Wang Yang thought about it and put up 2 fingers. 2? Tang Jinchuan shook his head. Song Dai raised 3 fingers. 3? Tang Jinchuan shook his head again. Wang Gangjin frowned. Is there only 1? That's not good news. Tang Jinchuan hemmed and hawed. All wrong, it's 5. The 3 of them, Wang Gangjin, were stunned, and their eyes immediately erupted in ecstasy. 5 buses, with a little more stuffing in each car. Surely we could fit everyone down there. There might even be a bit of rich space to cram some more supplies in. Old Tang, don't you dare lie, Wang Gangjin said excitedly. Tang Jinchuan said seriously. I've checked them all. The 5 buses are in good condition. There are some spare parts, and there's plenty of fuel. Enough for us to travel to the Linjiang Army's sphere of influence. The main sphere of influence of the Linjiang Army was in the area of Longjiang City, the capital of Linjiang Province. Although Longjiang City is far from Donghu City, the straight line distance is only 500 kilometers. But there could be all sorts of surprises in between, and there are definitely more than 500 kilometers to cover. The more fuel the better. Naturally. Good. When tomorrow dawns, we'll go and bring the car here. Wang Gangjian was overjoyed. Song Dai's pale face also improved slightly due to his happiness. Old Tang, you're not in danger? Wang Yang asked. Tang Jinchuan's face instantly became grave. I met it, and if it wasn't for my luck, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to come back. Wang Gangjian's trio's hearts tightened. Tell me quickly. Tang Jinchuan then detailed everything that happened at the Donghu City Bus Company. The 3 men listened with jaws agape. It took a long time to calm down inside. Flying with a sword? Manipulating walkers? And control flames. The spider silk that you couldn't break even with dozens of violent attacks was cut off by his casual hand? The 3 of them glanced at each other, and they all saw the shock in each other's hearts. What kind of character is this? Is there someone so powerful in Donghu City? Manipulating zombies. Last time the highway was there, the wolves seemed to have been wiped out by a transcendent who could manipulate zombies. Wang Yang had a flash of light in his mind and suddenly remembered what had happened. It had been months since the wolves had been exterminated for them. Wang Gangjian also froze for a moment and slammed his thigh. Right. Connect the dots. Could this be the work of the same person? Song Dai was pleasantly surprised. That is to say, there has always been a powerful transcendent active in our Donghu City. The 3 men were instantly ecstatic. This transcendent was bound to be of a not-so-low rank, and must be at least a level 2. It could even be the legendary level 3 transcendent. Only a moment of ecstasy later, the trio fell silent again. Even the most powerful transcendents were no match for the tide of corpses. That General Yi of the Linjiang Army, a 3rd-grade transcendent, once killed his way through a horde of corpses alone and saved 16 researchers from the Life Sciences Institute. But he didn't dare to step into the horde of tens of thousands of zombies alone. There's a saying that an ant bites an elephant. The psychic energy of a transcendent is not infinite. Once the spiritual energy was used up, one could only rely on the physical body to fight, and would easily be overwhelmed by the tidal wave of zombies. What's more, some people's talents are inherently bad at fighting. A 3rd-level transcendent. So what? When the necrotic tide comes, won't we still have to flee East Lake City just like them? Don't think too much. The evacuation plan remains unchanged. Wang Gangjian said solemnly. Yes. The 3 responded in hushed tones. 1 day later, 5 buses, 1 large truck, and 4 small cars were ready outside of Black Front Security. The company has been vacated. All kinds of important supplies, food, oil, rice and flour, etc., were placed in the car. All members got into the car in an organized manner under the arrangement of Tang Jinchuan. With Wang Gangjian's command, the convoy set off, making its way north. Chapter 38, Corpse Tide Attack. Strange mist. the highway at the border between Donghu City and Shuanglong City. The evacuation convoy stopped here. It's on higher ground and has a great view to the south of the city of Eastlake. Wang Gangjian jumped onto the car and took out his binoculars to look at the city that he hadn't left since he was born. Suddenly one day it's time to leave. It always gives rise to a few feelings of sadness. On the way out, take a few more looks. Not surprisingly, it should never be seen again. Wang Yong, Song Dai, and Tang Jinchuan all came to his side. As for the general members, they stayed in the car under Wang Gangjian's orders, because if too many people get off the bus, it will take quite a while to get back on. It's better to just not get out of the car. I saw the corpses. They are rapidly coming towards East Lake City. Wang Yong's eyes were sharp, pointing in the southeast direction and whispering. Wang Gangjian cast a glance at the three of them. As expected, the tide of corpses as vast as the sea was seen coming tirelessly and furiously into the little city. There are some remaining survivors in Eastlake, not in any gangs. They only had time to let out a single scream before they were drowned out by the overwhelming tide of corpses. There are actually flying walkers. Song Dai's eyes rounded when he saw some zombies in the sky that had sprouted wings. It's been 5 years and all sorts of advanced walkers have popped up. Sooner or later we will be eaten and killed by walkers if we can't grow faster than they can. Wang Gangjian whispered. Wang Yong, Song Dai, and Tang Jinchuan nodded deeply. Spiritual energy permeated the globe, and animals and plants began to mutate like crazy. If human beings are unable to climb the path of evolution with the help of psychic energy and are unable to conform to this great age of psychic energy, they will sooner or later be eliminated by the new species. Let's go. Sooner or later our scent will be smelled by the zombies as well. If we're late, it'll be too late. Song Dai sighed softly. Wang Yong and Tang Jinchuan both nodded and prepared to return to the car. Wang Gangjian, however, suddenly saw something and let out a light eep. Brother, what are you still looking at? Wang Yong was puzzled. Wang Gangjian pointed to a spot. You have good eyes. Look over there. Isn't it filled with thick fog? Wang Yong's talent was farsightedness. When you turn it on, you become farsighted and see things in the distance with uncanny clarity. The downside is that it's very blurry to see things close up, but it's not like talent can just be turned on and off. So, he needs someone on hand to assist him when he turns on his farsightedness. Wang Yong raised his eyebrows and immediately stimulated his spiritual energy, opening his far-sighted eyes and looking in the direction Wang Gangjian was pointing. It's true, that area is so foggy, but there's not a trace of it anywhere else. He wondered. Seeing that they did not return to the car, Tang Jinchuan and Song Dai retraced their steps. Tang Jinchuan laughed. What are you looking at? Wang Yong pointed to that area and asked, Old Tang, have you been to that area? The fog is heavy right now. Tang Jinchuan squinted his eyes and looked into the distance and nodded. Isn't that the former territory of the Spirit Dog Gang? 2 days ago when I went to the Donghu City Bus Company, I even passed by that piece. It wasn't foggy then. How come it's foggy now? It's weird. Song Dai smiled. A zombie crisis can even break out. What's the fuss about a little fog appearing? Wang Yong and Tang Jinchuan nodded at the words, saying the same thing. There are so many things that are irrational, unnatural and unscientific. There's really no need to think through everything. Ha! Quite a few zombies have been diverted and rushed in towards that fog. Wang Yong was about to turn off his telephoto eyes when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He clearly saw a dozen or so zombies leave the herd without looking back, heading straight into the fog. It was followed by dozens and hundreds of heads. In the blink of an eye, a large number of zombies diverged from the mass of corpses that had been traveling all the way north and rushed into the fog. Wang Gangjian, Tang Jinchuan, and Song Dai froze for a moment when they heard this. What's going on? The zombies have turned? Instead of chasing the living, you switched to drinking air? Without blinking, Wang Yong's eyes stared hard at the area shrouded in mist. In less than 5 minutes of work, the zombies were breaking away from the tide of corpses in droves and running wildly toward the foggy area. There was no shortage of strong, running and jumping high-level zombie figures. What the hell is over there that attracts walkers so much? After another 5 minutes, Wang Yong looked again and realized that the tide of corpses all the way to the north had actually made a complete U-turn and went completely to the foggy area. See, what the hell happened? Wang Gangjian pursued. Wang Yong told the situation. The three Wang Gangjian people were shocked. The tide of corpses just, dissolved? What is the magic of that foggy area? The tide of corpses entered the foggy area and disappeared. Only in, not out. Wang Yong looked again and opened his mouth seriously. The three of them, Wang Gangjian, were even more astonished. That foggy area is hardly a bottomless pit. How many walkers can it hold when they come? Wang Gangjian thought for a moment and ordered the convoy to pause and everyone to stay in their vehicles. So much for waiting from day to night. The night after the outbreak of the zombie crisis was terrifying. Dangerous zombies and mutated animals could be hiding everywhere. Wang Gangjian organized the 4 transcendents, including himself, into 2 groups, plus those strong and sturdy men from the Black Front Security Company, forming 2 night patrol teams for the first and second half of the night. Hundreds of people camping out there, with such a huge scent of the living, would attract some kind of monster? No one could say. Everyone is on edge. Only one night passed. Aside from a handful of walkers, and a few mutated dingoes, there were no surprises. The sun is rising. Wang Gangjian's 4 men stood on the hillside early in the morning, looking at the city from afar. The fog is still there. It hasn't lifted. There are also a number of zombies and supernatural animals gathering from all directions and rushing into the fog. Brother, why do I get the feeling that we weren't attacked last night? Most likely because all those guys were attracted to the fog? Wang Yang looked at the people around him and wondered. Wang Gangjian, I'm behind you. Wang Yang smiled awkwardly and turned around. Tang Jinchuan said seriously, I feel the same way. That mist holds a strong attraction to transcendent beings. Maybe it's just like in the novels. Some heavenly treasure has come out? You guys, do you think those zombies and transcendent creatures will fight? Fight to the death? Let's wait a little longer. We might be able to pick up a great deal. Wang Gangjian and Wang Yang's hearts were greatly moved by what they heard. Quite possibly, if they could pick up the pieces, they could obtain a large number of psychic energy cores. In the world now, psychic cores are absolute hard currency. Whether it's used to supply your own evolution or trade for supplies, it's a top choice. Song Day, however, said in a deep voice, that's all the more reason why we should leave as soon as possible. If any transcendent creatures snatch the treasure, their strength will become even stronger. In case they become 3rd or even 4th level transcendents, we won't be able to defeat them even if we go together. Don't forget, we have hundreds of ordinary people here. We have to be worthy of their trust. Wang Gangjian's heart sank in all 3 of them. Song Dei is right. The lives of so many people rested on the shoulders of their 4 transcendents. Can't bet on it. Can't afford to gamble either. Chapter 39, all is said and done. Do not approach. Thinking about it, Wang Gangjian came up with a compromise. I'm going to approach that area alone and see what's going on. If the situation is critical, we evacuate immediately. The implication is that if the situation is not critical, there is no need to evacuate. After all, these hundreds of people from Black Frontier Security were the most familiar with East Lake City. It would be difficult to go to a place where you don't know anyone and have to start from scratch. So, if you can, don't go. Seeing that they wanted to say more, Wang Gangjian directly interrupted. I'm a level 2 transcendent. My body is stronger than yours, so there's no need to say more. The 3 Wang Yongs then stopped talking. Wang Gangjian took a walkie-talkie, drove a car, and returned to the city. The 3 Wang Yongs looked at his back from afar, their hearts filled with worry. More than 2 hours later, Wang Gangjian arrived beyond the fog. What struck him as eerie was the silence in the mist, as if all sound had disappeared. Logically, if there was something that attracted these zombies and transcendent creatures to fight, they should have fought to the death. Why is there no movement? Hoo-hoo. The fog was churning, like a man-eating demon. Wang Gangjian knew the danger and didn't make a death-defying move to break in. Instead, he looked around and stood in front of a scrapped fire hydrant. He sank down a bit, wrapped his arms around the hydrant and twisted it violently. With just a click, the fire hydrant was unscrewed from his body. After condensing the spiritual energy core and becoming a transcendent, Wang Gangjian did not acquire any extraordinarily strange talents. It just felt like his 2 arms had become extraordinarily thick and powerful, resembling unicorn arms. No one has come to put a name to the gift. Wang Gangjian then called it Gang Arm. After he was promoted to a level 2 transcendent, his pair of arms were even more powerful. Unscrewing a fire hydrant by brute force is not too difficult a task. Wang Gangjian let out a low roar, and his arms erupted with power, violently smashing the fire hydrant. The hydrant crashed through the fog and slammed straight and over 20 meters away before coming to a stop. The fog was slammed away. Only then did Wang Gangjian get a good look at the scene. The sky was gray and ghostly within the fog's shroud. Not like Earth, but like hell. He realized, to his surprise, that the zombies and the transcendental creatures were standing in place, not moving a muscle. There were many flying swords condensed from black chi in midair, shuttling back and forth. Each time, they put a sword through the heart of zombies and transcendent creatures. And these zombies and transcendental creatures that died violently would be drained of their blood and air and turned into dry corpses immediately after they fell to the ground. Wang Gangjian rounded his eyes. Even in the first year of the outbreak of the zombie crisis, when the entire city of East Lake was turned into a hell on earth, he had survived. But he was still shocked to see such a scene. What the hell happened? What was that black sword that appeared out of nowhere? At that moment, the walkie-talkie in his hand suddenly rang. Boss, look at the sky. Look above you. Wang Gangjian hastily looked up. He realized that a figure in midair was actually stepping on top of a flying sword, looking down at him. That stern look, that compelling aura. It was as if a large invisible hand had a stranglehold on his throat. Wang Gangjian suddenly remembered something. That day Tang Jinchuan was at the Donghu City Bus Company and was attacked by a large number of spiders, and even an extremely powerful mutant arachnid mother. On that day, it was a young man with a flying sword that appeared and killed the mutant spider mother, indirectly saving them. This one in front of him, also harnessing a flying sword, was also a young man. It should be the same person. Chu Xian looked down at Wang Gangjian and faintly said, "Didn't you guys leave? Why did you come back?" He had known about the fact that the Black Front Security Company was going to withdraw from East Lake City early in the morning. Presumably, they had realized that the wave of corpses was approaching and had no choice but to decide to evacuate. He had nothing to do with these people, so he did not intervene. These past few days, Chu Xian had been on top of a nearby tall building, observing the situation within the formation. Now that someone had appeared outside the Infin Soul snatching formation he had set up, he naturally had to show himself. Save this man from making a mess. We were worried about powerful transcendental creatures coming out of the head here. I came over to see what was going on. Wang Gangjian's forehead was sweating. This person could easily kill the mutant arachnid mother. I'm afraid there's no difference between crushing him and crushing an ant. He could only speak cautiously for fear of offending this powerful person of unknown origin. Chu Xian looked him up and down and calmly said, "Any living thing that walks in will not walk out alive. That's all there is to say. Within 1,000 meters around this place, no one is allowed to take half a step closer." After saying that, he stomped the Big Dipper flying sword underneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sky as if it were sword light, without a trace. The heavy pressure that seemed like Tarzan pressing on top of Wang Gangjian's shoulders only completely disappeared at this moment. Poof! Wang Gangjian sat down and went limp. He looked down and saw that the back of his front was actually wet. Too strong. He clearly didn't even make a move. A few glances, a few words, made me sweat profusely. Wang Gangjian smiled bitterly. The intercom rustled again. "Brother, how's it going? That person didn't give you a hard time, right?" Wang Yang hurriedly said. Wang Gangjian took a deep breath before replying. "No, he just warned me not to go near the fog area. He also said that once any living thing goes into the foggy area, it won't come out alive. I've just looked at it. A lot of the corpses that entered the foggy area are already dead, and the rest should all die within a few days. We can rest easy." Tang Jinchuan and Song Dei were surprised, but when he thought about how strong the other party was, there seemed to be no need to lie to them. Their hanging hearts then immediately dropped back into their stomachs. Wang Gangjian continued, "Order the convoy to come back. We don't need to evacuate Donghu City." This wave of corpses numbered in the tens of thousands, all of which were buried in the mist, and East Lake City will instead be the safest place to be in the next few years. Wang Yang and the others all brightened up. That's a true statement. The zombies and transcendental creatures in and around East Lake City are gone. It's a godsend. It's an understatement to say that this place is out of this world. Wang Yang, pacify the brethren and come back in batches. Don't be in a hurry. Wang Gangjian commanded. Don't worry, brother. And my box of game consoles, don't lose them for me. Wang Gangjian said anxiously. Wang Yang, you're damn more anxious than I am. 2 days later, in the Infin Soul snatching formation, Chu Xian harnessed the Big Dipper flying sword and flew into it. He held the array plate in his hands, and the black swords condensed from this place's baneful chi did not attack him. Chu Xian looked around. There was no longer any figures still standing in place. There were only large swaths of fallen zombies and supernatural creatures. It's like rice after it's been harvested. Chu Xian came straight to the core of the formation. There is a deep pit in this area. The sinister chi condensed after the death of zombies and transcendental creatures would all converge towards the deep pit. In the center of the deep pit, a bit of cold aura was flashing at this moment. Chu Xian's expression was delighted. Perhaps the yin and yang are strong enough. The speed at which the netherworld steel formed was even faster than he had imagined. At this rate, in less than 2 months, he would be able to obtain a batch of excellent quality netherworld steel. Chapter 40, Colorful Auspicious Clouds. Soul-cleansing golden rain. Chu Xian walked out of the range of the formation with satisfaction. The mind snapped up. He suddenly realized that there were colorful clouds converging in the sky. Those colorful auspicious clouds kept tumbling, forming dragons and phoenixes and beasts, and auspicious light spilled into the world. Chu Xian bathed in the Rue Guang, and immediately felt that all his senses were permeable and floating. The many doubts about the bloodshed refining demon scripture in the past were solved at this time as if they had been enlightened. A few moments later, spring thunder rolled across the sky again, yet there was no sign of half-darkness in the sky to be seen. Not long after, there was a light sprinkling of rain. Amazingly, the rain was golden, as if it were made of molten gold. Chu Xian did not move a muscle and just stood there in the midst of the golden rain, but any raindrops that fell on him would quickly merge into his body. Chu Xian tightly closed his eyes and carefully sensed. Husher realized that his divine soul was growing at an unbelievable speed. Previously, he could control up to 10 corpses at the same time. If any of these shady corpses had a higher rank, then the number of controls would go down further. For example, for a corpse like the dragon tiger leopard, he could only control 3 heads. If the dragon tiger leopard had any one of the promoted corpse generals with a rank equivalent to a foundation establishment stage cultivator, then he could not go on to take control of the other corpses. Now that his divine soul had been baptized by the golden rain, he was able to control about 20 corpses. Even if Long Hu Bao was promoted to corpse general, he was confident that he could control it freely. Colorful clouds, soul-cleansing golden rain. Only after a long time did Chu Xian open his eyes and sked. This is exactly the merit that comes from killing nearly 100,000 zombies, compared to the last time when the golden flowers fell about and meditatively boosted chi and longevity. This time, the booster brought by the vision of merit was obviously greater. One must know that the soul-cleansing golden rain was enhancing his divine soul. For foundation stage cultivators, there were almost no methods to enhance the divine soul. Chu Xian only knew that the Wuji sect had a foundation establishment stage technique called the Forging God technique, but even if one cultivated it to the highest level, it would only allow the divine soul to grow slightly by 1 or 2%. How could it be like the soul-cleansing golden rain, which directly caused the divine soul to grow more than twice as large? Chu Xian looked down, and the unknown weeds by his feet had also endured the baptism of the soul-cleansing golden rain. It all seems to be getting extra verdant. Perhaps one day, you too will be able to transcend the world. Chu Xian smiled faintly, harnessed the Big Dipper flying sword, and turned to leave. After he left, the weeds suddenly began to scramble for the rest of the soul-cleansing gold rain. The roots become iron cables and the leaves become swords, constantly strangling the same kind. Patches of weeds died. The splattered grass juice was actually gold in color. In the end, only one victor survived. It raked its own roots out of the ground and plunged them into its own kind. Reaching into the splashing grass sap, it quickly sucked up all the remaining soul-cleansing gold rain. Within minutes it flew into bloom. A bird of prey swept by in the sky, spotted the fruit, and immediately swooped straight down and ate it easily. The flying bird did not know how far it had flown, but its speed suddenly grew slower and slower, and it eventually plummeted towards the ground, surprisingly dead. Within its corpse, a greenness suddenly took root and sprouted, and in the blink of an eye a verdant weed grew. Not unlike many weeds, only when the wind blew in a gale. Perhaps others would realize that the weed seemed to grow sharp fangs. Black Blade Security. After 2 days of returns, all members have returned to their original positions. However, everyone looking at the thick fog in the distance was always a bit wary. It always felt like that fog might one day spread out and completely engulf the entire city of East Lake. Wang Yong stands at the highest point in the neighborhood every day, looking out over the fog, 3 times in the morning, noon and night. On this day, he opened his far-sighted eyes, as usual, and looked at the area, but it froze violently. There were 5 colored clouds filling the sky there. The clouds coalesced into swimming dragons and flying phoenixes, incomparably divine, and a fine golden rain falling from the sky. Wang Yong rounded his eyes. What an auspicious vision! How could he be so lucky to see such a vision in his own life? Not only did he see this scene, but some people within the Black Front Security Company who liked to wake up early also saw this scene from afar. Again, beyond amazed, one spreads the word. Soon, most of the entire Black Strike was gathered on the roof of the building, looking there from afar. What the hell happened? Why does it feel like a natural-born auspiciousness recorded in ancient history books? We don't think there's a fairy in Donghu City, do we? Why don't we take a closer look? People are talking about it all the time. Others were bold enough to offer to get closer to check it out. Shut up! A stern reprimand came from the rear. The visitor had a shaved-inch head, extraordinarily thick arms and a strong body. It was Wang Gangjin. Before returning to the company, I have given you the order that you are forbidden to come within 1,000 meters of the foggy area. Don't you understand human language? Wang Gangjin looked straight at the crowd and chided. People have bowed their heads. The pressure of a level 2 transcendent caused them to not dare to raise their heads at all. Those who just said that they want to approach the foggy area will be locked up for 3 days. Wang Gangjin snapped. Yes. The man responded breathlessly. All disperse. Do your own thing. Wang Gangjin waved his hand. The crowd hurriedly dispersed. Wang Yang sighed lightly and looked at Wang Gangjin. Brother, do you think this is good or bad? Wang Gangjin said seriously. After all, it's a 5-colored auspicious cloud, so it should be a good thing. I guess this auspicious sign should be related to that immortal cultivator. From now on, the members of the company are to be more strictly regulated, and no one is to be allowed near that area. Wang Gangjin was solemn. The death of one person is small. In case that one person leads to angering that immortal cultivator, it will be too late for us to remedy the situation. Wang Yang, Tang Jinchuan, and Song Dai all nodded solemnly. Yes. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Grand Hyatt Hotel. Chu Shen lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked at the flawless medium-grade magic weapon in front of him, revealing a satisfied smile. In these 2 months, he didn't just sit and cultivate every day, but he tried to refine weapons every day. Alchemy is slightly different from alchemy. Alchemy materials are mostly spirit medicines, while weaponry materials are mostly metals. Metal mostly hinders divine thought. Therefore, refining weapons was a bit more difficult than refining pills. This was precisely the reason why Chu Xian had begun to rehearse and accumulate experience early on. It was clear, though, that once again, the massive merit in him provided a helping hand. After failing a few times, he was able to skillfully refine lower-grade magic weapons. The rate of substandard products is very low, only 30%. After refining in this manner for a month, the rate of inferior magical artifacts being substandard dropped to 10, and Chu Xian then began to try his hand at intermediate magical artifacts. Until now, he had been able to control the rate of substandard products even when refining medium-grade magic weapons at 30%. If placed in the Zhongxian continent, Chu Xian, who possessed this kind of artifact refining attainments, was already considered a serious artifact refiner. Chu Xian rested for a moment and lined up the new materials with hesitation. Yin Fury Steel, White Bone Bamboo, Drunken Vine. These materials were exactly what was necessary to refine the breaking soul rope. As for powerful living souls, Chu Xian had not landed on them for the time being, but it doesn't matter. The awesome thing about the breaking soul rope was that as long as the magic weapon was refined, the living souls could be selected and injected into it at any time. What Chu Xian was thinking was that after returning to the Zhongxian continent, he would draw out the raw soul of a Foundation Establishment Stage cultivator or Foundation Establishment Stage demonic beast to serve as a baneful soul. In this way, the power of the soul-severing rope would be the strongest at the moment. Begin! Chu Xian lightly exhaled turbid qi and began to refine the fatal spell weapon. The soul-severing soul cord. Chapter 41, Fiend Transportation. Fiend Demon Claws. 36 days later, Chu Xian looked tired and lightly exhaled turbid breath. But he was gleaming. A pitch-black chain was suspended in front of him. The chains flickered with a ghostly light, as if you could hear the wronged souls howling. Finally refined. He flashed a smile. The process of refining the breaking soul rope was surprisingly smooth. It can be described as a one-off. He didn't even feel half as hard. When Chu Xian's mind moved, he saw the soul-severing rope fly around on its own. Electricity shot away in the blink of an eye. Just a thud. The walls of the hotel were then blasted right through. When he moved his mind again, the soul-bane soul cord returned to his side, swimming around him as if it were a small snake. Chu Xian looked satisfied. That's the benefit of an intrinsic magic weapon. When he refined the fatal soul rope, he had cut off a part of his divine soul and refined it into it. If there was no such feeling of being in control, it would not be a good idea to apologize for the identity of the original magic weapon. Chu Xian reached out and with a wave of his hand, the soul-severing soul cord wrapped around his waist like a belt. As long as the fateful soul cord was on him, the spiritual energy in his body would warm up this innate magic weapon every moment. The grade of the breaking soul cord would be raised all the way up along with his realm. Now that the essence weapon has been refined, the next step will be to raise all the other strengths. Foundation Establishment Stage spells and compasses. These two aspects are the most improved. Let's start with the compasses first. I wonder if that bloodwire bug egg on me hatched yet. Chu Xian looked down at his small left arm. As early as 3 months ago, When he had just begun to set up the Yin Fiend soul-snatching formation, he had taken advantage of the free period to bury a blood wire worm egg in his little arm. For chi refining stage cultivators, they could only raise one blood steel wire. If they raised too many, and their blood food couldn't keep up, they would instead be revolted by the blood steel wire. Now that Chu Xian had advanced to the foundation establishment stage, he would naturally be able to raise a second blood steel wire. Not much movement yet. Chu Xian slightly sensed and did not find any change in that insect egg, and immediately shook his head. Then it's better to cultivate foundation stage spells first. Chu Xian took out the bloodshed refining demon scripture. The bloodshed alchemy demon scripture was divided into 9 layers, corresponding to the 1st to 9th layers of the foundation establishment stage. After practicing the first level, one can learn a lower grade foundation stage spell called Yin Fury Transportation. After practicing the second level, you can acquire the attack spell Yin Fiend Claw. The Yin Fiend Transportation is a recluse technique. Whether it's chasing or fleeing, you need to use the transportation technique. The speed of the Yin Fiend Transportation wasn't really fast, but it had the special feature of being able to consume Yin Fiend Chi to accelerate. If one could always consume the Yin Fury Chi to perform the transportation technique, its speed would be no less than a top-grade foundation establishment stage spell. The Yin Fiend Devil Claw was the same. Consuming Yin Fiend Chi to catalyze it would be even more powerful. For most demonic cultivators, the Yin Fury Chi was not something that was so easy to obtain. Those natural places of Yin Fury had long been regulated by the layers of righteous sects, where there was room for them to share in the profits. However, to Chu Xian, the Yin Fury Chi was close at hand. Inside the netherworld soul-snatching formation, there was a lot of netherworld chi. I need to refine another vessel specifically to hold the Yin Fury Chi. When chasing or escaping, you can consume Yin Fury Chi to perform Yin Fury escape, and it's hard for early foundation establishment cultivators to compete with me in terms of speed. Using the Yin Fiend Chi to execute the Yin Fiend Demon Claw can even increase its power by leaps and bounds. Chu Xian thought about it and spent a few more days refining 20 small jade bottles. The bottom of these bottles were inscribed with a chi gathering array, which could gather the Yin Fury Chi in them. Don't look at a small jade bottle that was only the size of a palm, but the Yin Fiend Chi contained within it was enough to support Chu Xian to vanish for more than 300 miles. Chu Xian harnessed the Big Dipper flying sword and flew into the netherworld soul-snatching formation. These 20 small jade bottles were buried by him in various parts of the big formation. He, on the other hand, sat in the center of the large formation, cultivating the blood fiend refining demon scripture with the help of the Yin Fiend Chi that crisscrossed the area. Being located in such an environment, the speed of his cultivation techniques would be further accelerated. He set a small goal for himself, to step into the second level of foundation establishment in one breath. The capital of Linjiang Province, Longjiang City. This giant city is bisected by the Dragon River. The north of the river is full of academic institutions, and there are countless students dreaming of life science institutes. Jiangnan, on the other hand, is home to the headquarters of many large companies and has a thriving business scene. The military camp of the Linjiang Army is stationed in Jiangnan. After the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the Linjiang Army was the first to move into Longjiang City to maintain order. General Yi Nantian of Linjiang promulgated wartime laws and regulations, and Longjiang City was thus stabilized and gradually became a refuge in the hearts of many survivors. Every day, a large number of survivors came from all over Linjiang province just to enter the safe haven of Longjiang City. Above a tall building, a burly middle-aged man looked out over the city with his hands behind his back. His thick eyebrows nodded. His face was covered with vicissitudes, and some silver threads appeared on his temples. He was the lord of the Linjiang army, Yi Nantian. There were footsteps behind him. A personal soldier walked quickly and respectfully said, "General, Chief Sheng of the Institute is here." Yi Nantian nodded. "Please." A few moments later, Yi Nantian and Zhang Bashan met in the parlor. Yi Nantian smiled. "Why is Professor Zhang here? Is there progress in the research?" Zhang Bashan excitedly said. "Exactly. We brought back that level 3 spiritual energy core from Donghu City. It's very valuable. The Institute has made a new batch of psychic potions and has begun experimenting on animals. Maybe in a year or two it will be in full production. By then, everyone will be transcendent." Yi Nantian nodded solemnly. "Good thing. This is a great thing. Professor Zhang knows more about scientific research than I do, and I'm very relieved that this aspect is fully in your hands." Zhang Baoshan thought for a moment and added, "There is one more thing. The cultivator from Donghu City that I told the general about last time." Yi Nantian was dumbfounded. An immortal cultivator? In my opinion, it's just a transcendentalist with a unique talent. Professor Zhang is overthinking it. With the population base of the Yen Han Celestial Dynasty placed here, there were bound to be many transcendents with unique talents. Yi Nantian didn't really care. Zhang Baoshan said seriously, General Yi, no matter what, that immortal cultivator will definitely be a great help if he can be drawn in. He must not be pushed towards the enemy side. Yi Nantian nodded. I have my own considerations for these. Zhang Baoshan nodded his head before leaving. A few moments later, another of his own soldiers arrived at a quick pace. Admiral, the presence of underwater creatures of enormous size has been detected in the watershed of the Dragon River in our city. The total length is over 30 meters. Yi Nantian raised his eyebrows. How many people saw it? The personal soldier respectfully said, that underwater creature appeared at night, and was seen only by the 4 soldiers standing guard on both sides of the Dragon River. Yi Nantian nodded. Transfer those 4 soldiers to the general's residence. Keep their mouths shut. No one is allowed to spread the word about the underwater creatures. Those who disobey the order will be detained immediately. How many commanders are in the city? The personal soldier returned. 2 commanders escorted the caravan to Hanhai province. 3 commanders are stationed outside to guard the industry. And there are currently 5 commanders remaining in the city. Yi Nantian nodded. Immediately call them over to deliberate. Yes. Chapter 42 Foundation Establishment 2nd Level. Wu Family Plagiarism. Half an hour later, the 5 commanders came from all parts of Longzheng City and gathered at the general's residence. The 5 commanders are of different shapes. Some were tall and lanky. Others were dry and thin as if they were skin and bones. Why did the general call us over all of a sudden? I don't know, but it must be something big. Nonsense. There are only 10 commanders in total. The other 5 are outside. Calling us all over must be a big deal. The proctor beckons. Get in. A few moments later, in the parlor, the 5 commanders sat down respectfully. Yi Nantian still had his hands behind his back. He calmly said, the information is ready for you. Take a look at it all. The 5 of them hurriedly flipped through the information in front of them. The information is thin, but after watching it, I couldn't find peace within myself for a long time. A 30-meter-long underwater creature? So the last time the cargo ship was attacked, it was this monster that did it. As long as this monster doesn't die, our Linjiang Army's water transportation will never be able to flow smoothly. Our Linjiang Army is almost 80,000 strong. Are we still afraid that we can't kill this monster? General, you summoned us here to deal with this monster, right? Yi Nantian nodded his head calmly. The level of this transcendent creature is bound to be not low. At least level 3. The water is its home turf. And I'm afraid it can exert its strength up to level 4 in the water. It's 1,000 times harder to kill it. But we can't let it keep disturbing the peaceful environment of my Longzheng city. The mission I've given you is to fight it until it's afraid. Until it's cowed. Until it doesn't dare to enter my Linjiang Army's territory. The 5 commanders rose solemnly. Yes, East Lake. A figure stepped in the air, and layers of cold and evil fury exploded behind him. One breath he was in the same place. The next he appeared on the roof of a tall building hundreds of meters away. It can be described as windy. With a casual grab, the Enfiend giant claw appeared, and it actually grabbed a utility pole and shattered it into pieces in a matter of moments. A moment later, an upright figure stood at the tip of a signal tower. It was none other than Chu Xian. He was looking unimpeded at the moment. This morning, practiced to the 2nd level of foundation building. The Enfiend transportation and Enfiend demon claw were really as recorded in the canonical books. If it was catalyzed by spiritual power, it could only be considered mediocre. However, if it was activated by En Fury Chi, it would be comparable to the upper grade spells of the foundation stage. The vast majority of cultivators would ignore this and thus underestimate the power. Chu Xian, however, was able to use this to explode with astonishing speed and terrifying might, thus decapitating his opponent when he was not expecting it. This time when I came to Aquamarine, the enhancement was huge. Chu Xian was somewhat emotional. Before he came, he was only at the 9th level of Qi refining. Now he is a cultivator at the 2nd level of foundation establishment, and he is armed with his own magic weapon, the Soul Bane Soul Sling, as well as the Big Dipper flying sword, the Golden Wood Shield, and other top-grade magic weapons. Now even the Enfiend transportation, Enfiend Devil Claw and other foundation stage spells have been learned. No matter whether it is to defend the enemy or to escape, it can be guaranteed to be invincible. With this kind of strength, even if I'm targeted by a foundation establishment stage cultivator like Sunshire again, I'll have the power to kill back. Chu Xian smiled faintly. It's almost time to go back. I'm still missing one last thing for my original magic weapon. The Fatal Soul Sling. Foundation Stage Living Souls. Chu Xian returned to the Haotai Hotel. This time he arranged for Little Tiger and Little Leopard to guard the house together, taking Little Dragon with them. He was so relieved with Little Tiger that he let Little Leopard stay behind with him, intentionally letting Little Tiger teach Little Leopard a lesson and change its rebellious character. As for Xiaolong, this guy is the strongest and is born with a rebel bone, so he has to be brought around and never let it out of his sight. When everything was set up properly, Chu Xian took out the blood mirror from his storage bag. In the blink of an eye, it was as if he had vaporized and disappeared. Tiger had previous experience and didn't make a big deal out of it. Panther, however, was shocked. Where's the master? How come it felt like the master's connection with himself had become extremely weak? Is it possible for yourself? His eyes went bonkers. Roar, 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 roar. Xiaohu grunted coldly and went up for a slap. The panther gave a few aggravated yelps, not daring to think anymore. Songxian Continent, Taiping Place. Chu Xian had once again come here. This time he had the look of a bald, brawny man. Just looking at it was vicious and unapproachable. This time when he came to the Taiping Place, he immediately felt that the atmosphere of this marketplace had changed drastically. Only after a little inquiry did he realize that the Wu family, which controls the Taiping Square, had been copied by the Shingang sect. Someone reported that the Wu family was harboring the remaining members of the Wuji sect, and the Divine Gang sect sent out cultivators to check. The Wu family's thousands of mouths were all punished for colluding with demonic cultivators, and all of them were put to death. Only Wu Tang, the Wu clan's oldest ancestor, and a group of Wuji sect's demonic cultivators escaped with their lives. Chu Xian sighed a little. One's guess was right. Big target for a big crowd. Sooner or later, something is going to happen to the Wu family estate. It was fortunate that he didn't stay with Lu Zhenxiong and the others. Otherwise, he would also become a target to be hunted down by the divine deity sect. It's going to be one of those days again where everyone's going to get beaten up. Chu Xian did not show much expression, but rather sat quietly by the window of the tea house drinking tea as before. Now that he was a foundation stage cultivator, even without the assistance of the shimmy worm in his ear, he was able to take in the conversations of the majority of the cultivators. As he had expected, less than a month had passed on the Tsongshuan continent's side. Ouyang Hao's disappearance was still being talked about by many casual cultivators. Other than that, there was another big event that caught Chu Xian's attention. Wuji sect's Jindan cultivator Wan Wuying was surrounded by 3 Jindan ancestors from the Divine Gang sect and the Golden Dragon Temple, and eventually died in battle. The fall of a Jindan cultivator was a heavenly matter when looking at the 9 states of Yu. Naturally, it drew a lot of heated discussion from many cultivators. When the Wuji sect was destroyed, only 2 Jindan ancestors escaped with their lives. Now there is one less. Chu Xian sipped his tea with some emotion. As for the union between the Divine Gang sect and the Golden Dragon Temple, it surprised him a bit. Of the 5 sects of the Yu Kingdom's righteousness, the one who was in charge was none other than the Divine Gang sect, and underneath them were the Golden Dragon Temple, the Myriad Sound Palace, the Royal Spirit Mountain, and the Heavenly Seal sect. The oldest and the second are not on the best of terms and there is quite a bit of friction. In order to deal with Wan Wuying, those 3 cultivators from the Divine Gang sect and the Golden Dragon Temple were actually able to join forces. However, these grudges and entanglements between the 5 sects of the righteous path were too far away from him to think much about them. I don't know where there's a large-scale fight, so I can fish in troubled waters and draw out the living soul of a foundation stage cultivator as a fury soul. Chu Xian tapped the desktop and listened carefully. Yet after listening for a long time, I didn't hear anything. These refining stage cultivators just didn't have a few nutritious words to say. Chu Xian then didn't stay much longer, dropping a small spirit stone to settle the bill and leave. He didn't go to the Wu family estate. Who knows if there will be an ambush waiting for him there. Chu Xian took out the Big Dipper flying sword and made his way south. After the Big Dipper flying sword had been refined by him, its appearance had changed quite a bit. Unless it was the person who personally built the Big Dipper flying sword, it would be impossible to easily discover that this treasure had been used by Ouyang Hao. If we can't find the raw souls of foundation stage cultivators, then we have to settle for the next best thing, using the raw souls of foundation stage demonic beasts as the baneful souls. Chu Xian traveled all the way south, passing through countless villages and towns without ever stopping. A day later, he saw a huge mountain range stretching across the ground. The mountains are covered with clouds and mist, so it looks like a fairyland. This mountain is called the Cloud and Mist Mountain Range, and is the division between the Tongzhou and Mist State of Yu. The Qinghua prefecture that Chu Xian was previously in was one of the 8 prefectures of Tongzhou. This Cloud Mist Mountain Range is infested with many demonic beasts. Naturally, there were few foundation stage demonic beasts. Chapter 43, Cloud Mist Mountain Range, Killing Liang and Risking Merit. Chu Xian collected the Big Dipper flying sword and hurried forward at a slow pace. He had just arrived at the Cloud Mist Mountain Range and was about to enter the mountain when two figures flew in from the left and right respectively. The two men were wearing the disciple robes of the divine deity Sect. The two men were wearing the disciple robes of the Golden Dragon Temple. However, they were all chi refining stage cultivators. The four people looked at Chu Xian with unfavorable expressions. Chu Xian, on the other hand, frowned. It was only the first time he had come to the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. How did you mess with both the Divine Gang Sect and the Golden Dragon Temple? Chu Xian made a terrified look and arched his hand. Four of you. I'm just a casual cultivator. I don't know why the four of you stopped me. The two monks from the Golden Dragon Temple smiled faintly. Where did you come from and where are you going? Chu Xian replied. From the White Water Prefecture. I wish to enter the Cloud Mist Mountain Range to kill demonic beasts and earn some spirit stones. White Water Mansion. Is this mansion at the foot of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range? He didn't say he was from Qinghai Province. After all, Qingdafu was located in the middle of Tongzhou, far away from the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. And if one only had a chi refining stage cultivation, it would be impossible to rush all the way to the Cloud Mist Mountain Range to kill demonic beasts to earn spirit stones. The Divine Gang Sect's disciple looked Chu Xian up and down a few times. You said you are a casual cultivator. Do you have any proof? Chu Xian scratched his head anxiously. Evidence? I've been a casual cultivator for these 50 years. The Divine Gang Sect disciple laughed coldly. I think you're purposely pretending to be a casual cultivator, wanting to enter this Cloud Mist Mountain Range to save people. You are clearly a demonic cultivator. All of you, make your move and kill this Fong. As the words fell, the four of them closed in. Two disciples from the Divine Gang Sect activated the Green Gang Sword, and two disciples from the Golden Dragon Temple activated the Vajra Pestle. It actually looked like it had been rehearsed many times. The four magic weapons spread a watery net in the blink of an eye. No matter how Chu Xian escaped, he would never be able to escape from the range of such attacks. The four gave heartfelt smiles. In recent days, they had teamed up to take out 8 passing casual cultivators using this method. No chi refining stage cultivator could block this kind of merge. However, the four men had a flash of light in front of their eyes. There was only a faint residue of Yin Fury Chi in the original place, but there was no sign of Chu Xian. The four of them froze in a daze. Then I saw the line of blood suddenly swept by. In an instant, 4 great heads flew up, and the blood was like a fountain. Chu Xian leapt over his shoulder, and all 4 corpses were then collected into the storage bag. He carefully looked through the storage bags of these 4 people, only to realize that the 4 seemed to have teamed up to take out quite a few loose cultivators and took several storage bags. From one man's storage bag, he also found orders from a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. I see. Lu Zhenxiong and the others had their hideout discovered, fled all the way south, and eventually hid in this reckless Cloud Mist Mountain Range. Several Foundation stage cultivators led a large number of chi refining stage cultivators into the mountain to search for people, while these chi refining stage disciples guarded the bottom of the mountain. As long as you can kill a demonic cultivator, you'll be able to get a lot of clan contributions. The chi refining disciples stationed outside this is why they got the idea of killing Liang and risking their lives. Chu Xian snorted. He didn't waste any time and immediately dug into the thick and foggy Cloud Mist Mountain Range. He had thought that he would only be able to condescend to his trip and use the raw soul of a Foundation Establishment stage demonic beast as a baneful soul. Now it seems as if there are better options. Wasn't the Foundation Establishment cultivator who went deep into the Cloud Mist Mountain Range to capture Lu Zhenxiong and the others just a walking living soul? By the way, he could also enrich his 10,000 soul streamer as well. Cloud Mist Mountain Range. In a cave, Su Ming, Shan Gu, Wei Hua, and Bai Feng were trembling, not daring to make a single sound. In front of them, Wu Tong was lying on the ground, pale and unconscious. There was a narrow wound on its chest with golden light coiled around it, always difficult to heal. Lu Zhenxiong expended his spiritual energy into Wu Tang's body, but he was unable to force back the golden light. The Golden Dragon Temple's unique spells are really hard to crack. After a long time, Lu Zhenxiong could only helplessly withdraw his spiritual energy. Su Ming whispered, "Senior uncle, what should we do?" Lu Zhenxiong smiled bitterly. "We can only take one step and see what happens." Who could have expected Wu Tang's own grandson would actually run to inform on him? Alas! At that moment, the sound of magic weapons whistling resounded outside. The crowd looked solemn. "Keep quiet. I'll go take a look," Lu Zhenxiong said seriously. Su Ming and the others nodded solemnly. Lu Zhenxiong cast a spell to conceal his breath to the extreme before leaving the cave. It was as if a breeze had drifted into the mountains. Not long after leaving the cave, he saw signs of a battle ahead. Upon closer inspection, there was only a puddle of blood in place. The traces of this battle are bound to be left behind by the foundation stage cultivators fighting. The battle ended quickly, and one side must have had crushing power. Strange, could it be a casual cultivator? Lu Zhenxiong carefully checked, inwardly puzzled. This cloud mist mountain range is a vast area, and it is the place where many casual cultivators go to collect medicine and kill demons to earn spirit stones. These days, he had already seen the images of many loose cultivators being killed. It's really not that hard to understand. The head of any demonic cultivator is a great credit to the heavens, but there are only so many devil cultivators. How can there be enough credit to share? Some righteous monks came up with the idea of killing Liang and risking their lives, using loose cultivators to impersonate demonic cultivators so as to obtain clan contributions. The Divine Gang Sect and Golden Dragon Temple turned a blind eye to these situations. Anyway, the loose cultivators had no background or roots in their eyes, so killing them was just as good as killing them. Lu Zhenxiong didn't stay much longer and left immediately. A moment later, several figures arrived here. The middle-aged cultivator at the head was named Sun Shi, the very same Sun Shi who had sent He Liang to entrap Chu Xian. The young cultivator beside him was named Zhang Zhe. Both of them were foundation stage cultivators of the Divine Gang Sect and had been famous for a long time. They were accompanied by 5 other Qi refining stage disciples, all looking competent. It was completely different from those Qi refining stage disciples who were guarding the bottom of the mountain. Senior brother Zhao's distress signal was sent from this place. Zhang Zhe looked at the puddle of blood on the ground with an ugly expression. We're still too late. Sun Shi also had a gloomy face. That Lu Zhenxiong is really something. He's obviously injured himself, but he was actually able to decapitate Master Zhao in such a short period of time. He took a deep breath. Keep searching. Even if we have to search the mountains and the earth, we have to find this group of remaining Wuji sect members. Yes, Zhang Zhe and the others responded in a deep voice. Lu Zhenxiong had just returned to the cave when he sneezed for no reason. Strange. How could a foundation stage cultivator sneeze? Could it be that someone is chanting about me? He was puzzled. Cloud Mist Mountain Range. Another cave. The original owner of the cave was a blind bear that had been single for many years. A demonic beast in the Qi refining stage. Chu Xian politely invited it into his 5 Viscera temple. Not bad. The living soul of a foundation establishment stage cultivator has been gotten, and a storage bag has been obtained. No wonder they say that killing and setting fire to the gold belt. This killing and killing to make money is fast. Chu Xian examined the seized storage bag instead. Shortly after entering the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, he encountered a Divine Gang Sect Foundation stage cultivator. Without saying a word, the other party pointed at his nose and called him a demonic cultivator, and urged his magic weapon to kill him. Chu Xian had no choice but to ask this kind brother to die young. Moreover, in line with the principle of recycling resources, he very carefully extracted the living soul of this benevolent brother, and also threw the corpse into the corpse nurturing tower as well, to be used as nutrients for the Yin corpse. It's kind of nice to be able to afford this man's selfless gift. Chapter 44 Lu Zhenxiong. You give me a quick stop to suffer death. Chu Xian injected this living soul into the breaking soul rope. The suitability of the raw soul to be the breaking soul of the breaking soul rope needs to be further honed. If they did not pass the sharpening, they would perish on their own and be transformed into sustenance for the breaking soul rope. A few moments later, a miserable scream came out from the soul bane rope, and the living soul exploded into countless pieces. Chu Xian shook his head helplessly. Fellow Daoist, you can't. For the next month, Chu Xian remained in the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. Every few days, he would go out and hunt foundation establishment stage cultivators. Of course, the main reason was to find a suitable Fury Soul for the Fury Soul, definitely not wanting their storage bags. Well, absolutely not. After a month, Chu Xian had taken out 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators and a dozen Qi refining stage cultivators. The 10,000 soul streamer had all grown quite a bit, but never got a suitable Fury Soul. Without exception, all of these living souls lasted less than 100 breaths before exploding into countless fragments, becoming the sustenance of the soul-severing rope. This gave Chu Xian quite a headache. It even felt as if the soul fiend soul was not doing it on purpose. Just want more raw souls. As for merit, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. After all, there is a difference between immortals and mortals. As soon as a mortal sets foot on the path of immortal cultivation, he or she becomes a cultivator and is no longer a mortal. Killing mortals is detrimental to merit, but killing cultivators is not. It seems like we have to kill a powerful foundation establishment stage cultivator. I think that Sun Shi is good. Chu Xian nodded. He saw Sun Shi from a distance several times. However, Sun Shi's realm was quite high, at least the third level of foundation establishment. One must be well prepared to deal with such cultivators. Chu Xian didn't want to fall in the gutter. There's the sound of a fight? At that moment, Chu Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows as he heard the sounds of a fight that was getting closer and closer. There were also spells and spells whistling in the air. With a flash of his body, he appeared on top of a giant tree, completely concealing his figure while probing his surroundings. Soon he saw one man chasing another. The person being chased was none other than Lu Zhenxiong. At this point, the right arm was bleeding profusely and there were multiple bruises on his body. The person chasing after that person in the back was Sun Shi. Sun Shi roared, "Lu Zhenxiong, you killed my senior brother Zhao. You also killed 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators of my Shingang sect. Stop and die." Lu Zhenxiong, who had cast a recluse technique to escape in front of him, was simply so angry that he was about to spurt blood. "When did I kill your gangsters? Fart. I've been hiding and harboring in a cave every day. Wouldn't killing someone reveal my location?" But he didn't bother to explain with this Sun Shi. All he wanted to do now was to ditch Sun Shi and re-hide himself in this foggy, deep mountain range. Only, he was too heavily injured and lacked healing elixirs, so his speed of evasion had seriously declined. Although Sun Shi was also injured by him, the other party was after all full of elixirs. Even though he expended his essence blood to escape, it was still always difficult to get rid of Sun Shi. What's worse, making such a commotion was bound to attract other cultivators. If he lured the monks of the Golden Dragon Temple over as well, he would surely die. Above the giant tree, Chu Xian raised his eyebrows. Sun Shi was chasing after Lu Zhenxiong so closely that he didn't even notice his presence. If he made a move at this time, it would certainly be a thunderous blow. Even if they couldn't kill them in seconds on the spot, they would definitely be able to severely injure them. Chu Xian seized the opportunity. The moment when Sun Shi performed his recluse technique and rushed past the giant tree, he leapt out of the way. The fatal soul rope shot out electrically, drawing towards Sun Shi's head. The 10,000 soul streamer stirred open, and a dozen or so unjust and evil ghosts split their heads and suddenly pounced. How could Sun Shi not expect that the giant tree actually hit a terrifying killing move above it? In his haste, he could only subconsciously urge a small silver shield to resist. However, Chu Xian's long-saved attack would not be easily blocked by him. With just a dang sound, the small silver-colored shield then completely dimmed and fell to the ground. The breaking soul rope's momentum did not decrease, and it directly lashed at the top of Sun Shi's head. Sun Shi screamed miserably and fell towards the ground. A dozen or so unjust and evil spirits swarmed around, frantically tearing at Sun Shi's flesh and blood. The little dragon that had been waiting for the opportunity also rushed forward, and actually directly tore off one of Sun Shi's legs. Asterisk 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 off. Sun Shi roared angrily, and 16 small swords rushed out from within his sleeves. A dozen or so wronged souls were zapped into holes on the spot. Clanking, 16 small swords rotated around Sun Shi. It was none other than his original magic weapon, the Green Cloud Divine Blade Sword. This treasure is a complete set of magic weapon, with 16 small swords coming out at the same time, which can be used for attacking and defending, and can be used for advancing and retreating. It is Sun Shi's famous magic weapon. Just now, he had struck Lu Zhenxiong with this treasure. Sun Shi stood on one leg, his gaze icy cold as he looked towards the top of the giant tree. There was a bald cultivator hovering there. He roared lowly, "You're a demonic cultivator too? Good. There are actually 2 foundation establishment stage demonic cultivators in the Cloud Mist Mountain range." He activated the Green Cloud Divine Blade Sword and the 16 small swords attacked in unison. Speed is flying. In one breath, he was still in the same place, but in the next breath, he actually arrived in front of Chu Xian's eyes. Pust! The Green Cloud Divine Blade Sword pierced through the bald cultivator who had sneaked up on him. However, there was no sense of piercing flesh and blood. Sun Shi's eyes flashed, and he suddenly realized that the place where the bald cultivator had originally stood was already empty. All that was left was a cloud of purple and black sinister energy. Sun Shi froze and screamed that it was not good. He was busy trying to retrieve the Qin Yin Divine Blade Sword to defend his back, but it was too late. The Soul Fury rope was drawn from behind him and swept directly across his neck, a great head flying high, blood like a fountain. Sun Shi's consciousness was quickly engulfed by darkness and coldness. When Chu Xian activated his soul-snatching technique, he extracted a living soul from Sun Shi's body. Yes, Chu Xian's eyes lit up. This white living soul was very condensed, far better than the 3 living souls he had previously obtained. Maybe it can be used as a baneful soul for a baneful soul rope. Lu Zhenxiong was originally desperately trying to escape, but when he suddenly heard Sun Shi's screams, he stopped in his tracks and looked back. He instantly saw a bald cultivator Raleigh pull a living soul out of Sun Shi's heavenly aura. The scene looked so dear to him. That's what we demonic practitioners always do. Moreover, looking at the technique of that soul-snatching technique, it was clearly the technique of the Wuji Sect. Could this be a foundation stage disciple of the Wuji Sect? The Wuji Sect had a total of 10 Jindan ancestors, and each of them had foundation stage disciples. These foundation establishment stage disciples, Lu Zhenxiong didn't say that he knew all of them, but he at least knew 7 or 8 of them. There was no image of this person in his mind. Lu Zhenxiong did not foolishly approach immediately, but kept his distance and inquired in a loud voice. Many thanks for your help. I wonder which old ancestor's disciple is it? Chu Xian glanced at him and did not make a sound. He didn't want to get any closer to the remnants of the Wuji sect. The 5 major orthodox sects of the Yu Kingdom were all keeping a close eye on the remaining demonic cultivators. The closer one's relationship with the remnants of the Wuji sect, the greater the possibility of being targeted. He didn't want to live like a street rat again. Lu Zhenxiong hurriedly said, "Fellow Daoist, I'm Lu Zhenxiong, a foundation establishment stage disciple under old ancestor Wan Wuing Wan. Fellow Daoist, my master, elder ancestor Wan, is still alive, and with elder ancestor Wan around, there's still hope for the Wuji sect to re-emerge." Chapter 45, 29-year-old foundation establishment stage cultivator. Meet Uncle Chu. Chu Xian raised his eyebrows. Wasn't it rumored among the cultivators that Wan Wuing had been beheaded by the 3 Jindan cultivators from the Divine Gang sect and the Golden Dragon Temple who had joined forces? How did it come to Lu Zhenxiong's mouth that he's still alive? Lu Zhenxiong hurriedly said, "Fellow Daoist, there are rumors in the outside world that my master is dead, but in reality, he was captured by the Divine Gang sect and used as a testing stone for the sword. It was only because the incident was not honorable that the Divine Gang sect falsely claimed to the outside world that my master was dead." He looked sad as he said this. Chu Xian instantly became interested. 10,000 shadowless had been used as a testing stone by the Divine Gang sect. What exactly was the meaning of this? If Wan Wuing was truly still alive, it would indeed be a good thing. Having a Jindan ancestor as a backer was a different story. In addition, if one had the opportunity to impact the Jindan stage in the future, one would need Jindan stage techniques. Naturally, it also needs a leader. What does this mean? Chu Xian asked. Lu Zhenxiong said seriously, "This is not the place to talk. Fellow Daoist, please follow me." Chu Xian thought for a moment and followed him. A few moments later, the two came to a hidden cave. With a sweep, Chu Xian saw the 4 people Su Ming, Shan Gu, Wei Hua, and Bai Feng. There was also the unconscious Wu Tang on the ground. Beyond that, there is no 5th person. Obviously, the rest of the Qi refining stage disciples were either dead or lost. Only a few of them were left still following Lu Zhenxiong. When Su Ming's 4 saw an unfamiliar cultivator enter, they were instantly on guard. Only after Lu Zhenxiong explained a few sentences slightly did they relax, and they even revealed a look of gratitude towards Chu Xian. Thanks to this bald cultivator. Otherwise Lu Zhenxiong wouldn't have been able to come back alive at all. Without Lu Zhenxiong to lead the team, it is only a matter of time before they are captured alive with 3 or 2 big cats. Lu Zhenxiong spoke once again. "Fellow Daoist, dare I ask which old ancestor's disciple? I recognize 70% of the Wuji Sect's foundation establishment stage disciples, and I never knew who this face of you was." Chu Xian. Chu Xian did not hide it anymore. Lu Zhenxiong froze. Chu Xian. Su Ming's 4 were also instantly stunned when they heard this name. Chu Xian. Chu Xian reached out and wiped his hand, and the disguise technique disappeared, revealing his original face. It's still that handsome, cold face. It was none other than the Chu Xian in their memories. Only, nowadays, Chu Xian's aura was powerful, and it was obvious that he had long since not been at the tiny refinement stage. Lu Zhenxiong was shocked. You promoted to foundation establishment? When did that happen? I remember, weren't you still at the 9th level of Qi refining not long ago? Chu Xian lightly laughed. Oh, Yang Hao had a foundation establishment pill, and I broke through after taking it. It's considered a coincidence. Lu Zhenxiong froze and sked. One foundation establishment pill can successfully establish a foundation. Senior Chu, your qualifications and luck are too good. He had already used the word junior in his words. It was clear that he had already recognized Chu Xian's identity. After saying that, Lu Zhenxiong couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother Chu shouldn't be 40 years old yet, right?" Chu Xian nodded. 29 this year. He joined the Wuji sect at the age of 10 and worked as an odd-job disciple for many years before he drew qi into his body at the age of 20, reaching the 4th level of qi refining at the age of 28. According to the Tsongxian continent's time, he was indeed only 29 years old. Lu Zhenxiang Sked. Incomparably emotional, successful foundation building at less than 30 years old. If the Wuji sect is still around, with senior Chu's qualifications, I'm afraid that even the Yuanying ancestor would personally accept you as a disciple. Shan Gu, Wei Hua, and Bai Feng were excited and envious. Chu, Master Chu, Su Ming, on the other hand, had a complicated look on his face and some jealousy in his heart. See you Uncle Chu, it's only been half a month. He himself was still at the 5th level of qi refining. Xu Xian actually managed to build his foundation in just one step. It's a real people pleaser. He remembered that when the Wuji sect was still in existence, Xu Xian's qualifications were mediocre, and his cultivation was described as tortoise speed. How is it that after the destruction of the Wuji sect, Xu Xian was just like sitting on the flying sword of a Jindan powerhouse? His cultivation speed was ridiculously fast. Lu Zhenxiang seemed to remember something and suddenly asked, when Sun Shi was chasing me, he said that I killed several of his brothers. Could it be? Xu Xian did not hide anything and directly nodded his head. It was precisely me who killed them. Lu Zhenxiang's eyes widened as he sked. Senior Chu was new to the foundation establishment stage not long ago, but he was actually able to steadily crush the Divine Gang sect cultivators who entered the foundation establishment stage earlier. Dang awesome. Su Ming and the 4 of them were shocked to hear this. That's awesome. Was this still the Chu Xian who was at the 4th level of qi refining back then? Chu Xian inquired. What exactly did senior brother Lu mean when he said that old man ancestor Wan had become the divine deity sect's testing stone? Lu Zhenxiang gritted his teeth and said, this bunch of moralistic things. From the Shingang sect you should know that what the Shingang sect cultivates is sword qi. The qi refining stage cultivates heavenly deity sword qi. The foundation stage cultivates pure deity sword qi. The Jindan stage cultivates true deity sword qi. And the Yuanying stage cultivates divine deity sword qi. The Divine Dipper sect patriarch has long been at the 9th level of Jindan. It's the sword qi that's always a sliver short of breaking through. The best method for quenching true astral sword qi is to fight with unjust souls, evil spirits, stern ghosts, and shadowy corpses. And my master teacher has a special physique, and his entire blood is a great tonic for ghosts. That's why that divine deity sect patriarch detained old ancestor in a great formation. Every once in a while, the blood of the old ancestor is extracted to raise the stern ghosts, and then the stern ghosts are used to test the sword, thus quenching the true deity sword qi. Lu Zhenxiang said indignantly, only, this matter is extremely dishonorable, and the Divine Gang sect, as the 5 sects of the righteous Tao who are in charge of the bullseye, is not good enough to make it public, so they falsely claim to the outside world that my master is dead. Xu Xian smiled coldly at his words. The path of righteousness, the path of the devil. Where is the difference? There is only the path of cultivation. As long as one can fulfill oneself, it is only a matter of thought for a righteous cultivator to enter the path of the devil and for a devil cultivator to walk the path of righteousness. The behavior of the sect master of the Divine Dipper was obviously not much different from the devilish behavior of the righteous sects. Where did this information come from? Xu Xian asked again. Lu Zhenxiang pointed at Wu Tang. It was old brother Wu who gathered it, and he also poked around to find out the exact location where the master was detained. It's just north of the Cloud Mist mountain range in the Cloud Mist Manor. His eyes gleamed. Senior Chu, let's join forces together and save our master. With Master Shifu shielding us from the wind and rain, there's no harm for us to even leave Tongzhou and the Yu Kingdom. There is always a place that can accommodate my Wuji sect to reopen its mountain gate. Chu Xian frowned. With just these few people, I'm afraid it would be a billion points difficult to rescue the Jindan ancestor. Lu Zhenxiang saw his worries and said seriously, Wu Tang has already probed. Cloud Mist Manor is usually guarded by only 4 foundation establishment stage cultivators, all of whom are the inner circle of Divine Dipper sect patriarch Mo Huanshan. Mo Huanshan only comes once a month. He didn't want to draw blood too often. That would have killed the master too soon. Xu Xian was thoughtful. If this is true, it is indeed possible to attempt a rescue or two. How many foundation establishment stages do we have? Together with Wu Tang there are only 3 in total? Xu Xian inquired. 3 against 4. There are bound to be other imperial formations within the mountain villa. I'm afraid the probability of rescuing the old ancestor is very low. Chapter 46, Forging Spirit Recipe. Bloodworm Book. Xu Xian was not some reckless man. Anyone with a little bit of brainpower knew that there had to be at least more than 4 foundation establishment cultivators for the rescue to be successful. Not to mention that Wu Tang was still injured and hadn't even woken up yet. Lu Zhenxiong solemnly said, "There is another one. He is the first old ancestor's personal disciple. Third level of foundation establishment." Chu Xian's gaze flickered. Could it be? It is none other than the one with the best qualifications amongst all the foundation establishment disciples. The one with the most hope of impacting the Jindan stage. Senior brother Li Xianmingli. Chu Xian was surprised. He's actually still alive. Back when he had not yet refined his qi, he had heard of Li Xueming's formidable reputation long ago. At that time, Li Xueming's cultivation was so fast and popular that the 10 Jindan ancestors all decided that Li Xueming was bound to be the next cultivator to advance to the Jindan stage. After the destruction of the Wuji sect, Li Xianming was nowhere to be found, and many people thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, Li Xianming managed to escape with his life, worthy of being the first person in the foundation establishment stage of the Wuji sect. Lu Zhenxiong nodded. Wu Tang hooked up with him, and he has gone incognito and worshipped a medium-sized sect. But in order to rescue his master, he is willing to make a move, but only if the master accepts him as a great disciple. Chu Xian smiled. Sure enough, there are conditions, but that's normal. The Wuji sect's Taoist lineage is all gone. It was only normal for Li Xianying to wish to become Wan Wui's great disciple and receive the true transmission. Lu Zhenxiong solemnly said, "Many hands make light work. I also hope that senior brother Chu will join in as well." Lu Zhenxiong, please. After saying that, he actually knelt on both knees and made a deep bow towards Chu Xian. Chu Xian hurriedly helped him up. "Senior brother Lu, I promise." Lu Zhenxiong was very happy. Good. In this way, the probability of a successful rescue is another 10%. Chu Xian, what day will we strike? The Divine Deity Sect's foundation establishment stage cultivators have died several times, so I'm afraid that they will send more people. We don't have much time. Lu Zhenxiong said seriously. When Wu Tang's injuries have turned better, do it immediately, 3 days at most. Good. Chu Xian nodded. He paused and then added, "Does senior brother Lu have the Forging God skill and the Bloodworm book?" The Forging Spirit technique, a foundation stage technique, could refine the divine soul so that it could control more yin corpses. The Book of Blood Insects, also at the foundation stage, opens up an organ called the blood insect capsule in the body to contain the parasites. Bloodworm sacs have a similar effect to corpse-raising towers. It was only that the corpse-nurturing tower was specialized in raising corpses, while the bloodworm sac was specialized in warming up parasites. Moreover, after practicing the bloodworm sac, one could also cultivate the instinctive parasites and increase the upper limit of the parasites. After advancing to the foundation establishment stage, the power of the blood steel wire lagged behind. Chu Xian had long planned to cultivate the intrinsic compass. I just never had the Book of Bloodworms and didn't know how to refine it. Lu Zhenxiong nodded. I have both of these techniques. I've long heard that senior brother Chu is proficient in parasites. Now are you planning to do both parasites and yin corpse? Chu Xian nodded his head. Use all means to raise your strength. Lu Zhenxiong took out 2 canonical books from within his storage bag and handed them over. Both were transcribed by my own hand. There are no mistakes or omissions. Chu Xian nodded and handed over a storage bag. This is. Lu Zhenxiong was puzzled. He opened it but looked surprised. So many blood beads. There are also quite a few large blood beads. Chu Xian smiled. I don't have anything else. I only have these to exchange for the Forging Divine Secrets and the Book of Blood Insects. Senior brother Lu is not to be blamed. Lu Zhenxiong was so happy that he couldn't stop talking. Where? These are already very good. Blood beads that could be given to Su Ming and the other 4 to cultivate. Great blood pearl, which he could use for his own cultivation. This bag of blood beads and large blood beads just solved his urgent need of lacking cultivation resources. As a last resort, the blood beads could also act as a healing elixir. Only the effect was not as good as a real healing elixir. When Su Ming and the 4 of them heard the words blood beads, a light of surprise also rose in the bottom of their eyes. There was only reverence left in his heart for Chu Xian. Chu Xian pondered for a moment. I won't stay here. I'll look for another cave. After saying that, he put down a piece of voice transmission jade. Senior brother Lu, use it to contact me. Good. Lu Zhenxiong watched Chu Xian leave. His heart was overwhelmed with emotion. If the Wuji sect is still around, in time, Chu Xian would also be a genius comparable to Li Xueming. But it's a pity. The other side. Chu Xian searched for a moment and found a cave where a python was coiled. The original owner was politely invited by him into the small dragon's 5-pronged temple. The fishy stench of this place was swept away by him at will. Only then did he sit down and contemplate his next plan. Rescuing a Jindan ancestor was a risky endeavor in itself. Even the best laid plans have the potential to fail. So he has to be prepared to fail now. Beyond the cloud mist mountain range is the Misty State, which has always been a barbaric land, rich in poisonous and demonic creatures, and has always been the Wuji Sect's backyard in the past. Now that the Wuji Sect is gone, there aren't many sects that want to take over the Misty State. If the rescue plan goes awry, I must immediately head south, straight to the Misty State. As long as you enter the boundaries of the Misty State, it is the sky that is high enough for the birds to fly, and the sea that is wide enough for the fish to leap. Chu Xian nodded slightly. He took out the Book of Bloodworms. After carefully flipping through the pages, he quickly understood the refining method of the bloodworm sac. This sac can be opened all over the body. However, next to the heart is best, because the parasites are bloodthirsty. The blood next to the heart is the finest and easy to feed. In addition, opening next to the heart, the compulsion can also reach all parts of the body quickly with the help of the blood vessels, and the speed is also the fastest. As for the side effects, they are also obvious. Once there is a lack of blood food, the first thing the parasites attack is the owner's heart. However, this was not a matter to Chu Xian at all. He had killed so many zombies and had long prepared a large amount of blood beads. He just gave Lu Zhenxiong that bag. Just one of the bags. He still has a lot. In addition, there were also the Divine Gang sect cultivators who had been hospitable during this period of time, all of which he had very carefully collected into the corpse nurturing tower, enough to supply the daily feeding of the parasites and the shadowy corpses. Therefore, Chu Xian did not hesitate and immediately decided to open the bloodworm sac near his heart. The process of opening the bloodworm sac is somewhat painful. After all, one has to manipulate one's own flesh and blood to form an organ next to the heart that doesn't exist. To say it doesn't hurt would be a lie. Chu Xian spent a full 3 hours before forming the bloodworm sac's embryonic form. The next step is simply to reinforce it. Reinforcing it did not require Chu Xian to expend his divine thoughts. So while reinforcing it, he took out the storage bags he had seized earlier and was about to take an inventory. At that moment, the blood steel wire suddenly drilled out of his palm, its head pointing at one of the storage bags. This was none other than Sun Shi's storage bag. What did you sense? Puzzled, Chu Xian immediately took out the items in his storage bag one after another. The blood wire wandered for a few moments, finally stopping in front of an amber. This amber looks mediocre at first glance, but when Chu Xian picked it up and looked at it, there was actually a drop of blood wrapped in it. He asked, "You want it?" Chapter 47 Blood Steel Wire Second Turn. Boiling Blood Technique. Bloodwire nodded his little head thirstily. Chu Xian looked surprised. He suddenly remembered the contents of the Book of Bloodworms. The blood wire is one of the descendants of the ancient insect gold-swallowing blood mother. If you swallow such blood, there is a probability of returning to your ancestors. Even if he didn't succeed in returning to his ancestor, his strength would still increase by a large margin. Could it be that the blood in this amber is the blood of the gold-swallowing blood mother? No! Sun Shi is only a foundation stage cultivator. How could he obtain the blood of an ancient pagan insect? This should just be the blood of a powerful parasite, but it's somewhat related to the gold-swallowing blood mother. It's likely to be other descendants of the gold-swallowing blood mother, such as the flying blood locust and mountain steel sun. However, since the blood steel wire is thirsty, letting it try swallowing it will surely do no harm. Chu Xian cut through the amber. Before he could give the order, the blood wire pounced and quickly devoured the dark red blood. After swallowing it, the blood steel wire immediately became lazy. It slowly returned to Chu Xian's body, burrowed into the bloodworm sac, and curled up. Then, it began to form a cocoon right in the middle of Chu Xian's surprised eyes. He could clearly feel that blood steel wire's aura was rapidly becoming stronger. Starting the second turn? Chu Xian marveled. He pressed down his excitement and began to cultivate the Forging God skill. The Forging God skill was divided into 3 layers, and cultivating this method without spells could only enhance the divine soul by a maximum of 30%. But an enhancement of 30% is still an enhancement, and it's better than nothing. In the future, if he had the chance to get a better one, he would definitely change his technique. 3 days later, Chu Xian suddenly felt that there was a change within the bloodworm sac. He hastily looked within, and he suddenly realized that the cocoon of the blood steel wire began to rupture, and his breath suddenly broke through the bottleneck. Chu Xian looked pleasantly surprised, and when he looked at the blood steel wire again, its appearance hadn't changed much, but its length, hardness, and coarseness had all been enhanced a few more points from before. Although he didn't succeed in returning to his ancestor, his strength has increased by a large margin. Now it's already considered the early stage of the second turn, comparable to an early stage foundation establishment cultivator. If one were to refine the life compass, the strength exerted would skyrocket another notch, but it's a pity that there's no time for that. Chu Xian was greatly relieved. The blood steel wire was promoted to a second turn compulsion, and he had one more trick to defend himself against the enemy. I never named you before, but now I'm going to give you a great name that rings true. I'm not going to name you Kong. That would be too easy. How about this? You'll be called Wire from now on. Chu Xian was satisfied with the name he had given himself. It's so creative. This name should only be found in heaven. How many times can you hear it on earth? Bloodwire nodded obediently. We don't know, and we're not afraid to say. Wire is wire. What's the point of changing your name? What about natural spells? Chu Xian carefully sensed. The steel wire understood, so it immediately swam to the vicinity of Chu Xian's heart. It opened its mouth and gently bit down on the surface of the heart. Something seems to have infused the heart. Chu Xian raised his eyebrows. The first thing he noticed was that the flow of blood in his body became faster. In the blink of an eye, it looked like it was going to boil over. Chu Xian's heart moved slightly, and he violently made a cut in his palm. The wounds only just appeared and healed quickly. In a few breaths, the bloody scabs fell off and they were as good as new. Chu Xian was slightly surprised. Boiling blood. It's definitely a first-rate good spell. 2. Performing this technique causes the host's blood to flow faster and wounds to heal faster. All qualities of the physical body will increase significantly. Well. Chu Xian said 3 good words in a row, his heart rejoicing. In this way, one has one more means. At that moment, the inside of his storage bag suddenly vibrated. Chu Xian took out the sound transmission jade, in which Lu Zhenxiong's voice immediately came. Senior brother Chu, Wu Tang is no longer in any serious condition. Senior brother Li is waiting for us at the bottom of the mountain. It's time to set off. Chu Xian immediately responded. Fine. I'll be right there. Once again, he came to the same cave as before. It was found that there were only Lu Zhenxiong and Wu Tang. As for Su Ming and the other Qi refining stage disciples, they had all disappeared. Lu Zhenxiong saw his doubts and laughed. Senior brother Li helped. I've already moved Su Ming and the others to a safe place. Only then did Chu Xian nod his head. Wu Tang looked at Chu Xian and lamented. How could I have never imagined that you would actually become a foundation establishment stage cultivator so quickly? Lu Zhenxiong laughed. Don't say you couldn't think of it. I couldn't think of it either. Come on you two. Let's go. The 3 of them left the cave and rushed towards the bottom of the mountain. It wasn't long before they saw a figure at the bottom of the mountain. The figure had his back to them, his white clothes fluttering in an immortal style, totally the demeanor of a famous cultivator. Coming. The man sensed their arrival, which made him turn around. Chu Xian saw the person's appearance clearly. Sword brows and starry eyes. Handsome. No matter which way you looked at it, it looked like a disciple of a righteous ruling sect like the Divine Gang Sect. Instead, it was the evil Wuji Sect disciples. As a matter of fact, back then, Li Xianming did experience the looting of the Divine Deity Sect and the Wuji Sect. Later on, it was the Wuji Sect that paid a great price to incorporate Li Xianming into the sect. Greetings, Senior Brother Li. Chu Xian, Lu Zhenxiong, and Wu Tang all arched their hands. In the path of cultivation, the strong are honored. Li Xianming's realm was higher than theirs, so he deserved the word senior. Li Xianming's line of sight swept past Lu Zhenxiong and Wu Tang and landed on Chu Xian. He nodded slightly. Not bad. It's not easy to be able to advance to foundation establishment under these circumstances today. If it were in the past, I would have strongly recommended that Master Chu take on Senior Chu as his disciple. The master he spoke of was the first oldest ancestor of the Wuji sect, with the strongest strength. Only, it fell early. Li Xianming said again. Senior Chu was newly promoted to foundation establishment. His strength is insufficient, so he can just let the wind out on the periphery at that time. Chu Xian lightly laughed and nodded his head in response. Since there was a capable man willing to wrap up the rescue, it was only fitting that he be let out on the outside. He also didn't want to show his strength easily. The news of the loss of Sun Shi and the others should have already been sent back to the Divine Gang Sect, so without delay, let's set off now and go straight to the Cloud Mist Manor. Li Xianming lightly stomped on the ground, his body resembling white lightning, swept out. The Chu Xian trio then followed closely behind. An hour later, the 4 of them arrived at the northern part of the Cloud Mist mountain range. The terrain here is relatively flat. Between the green mountains and the green water, there is a mountain villa sheltered between them. It's none other than Cloud Mist Manor. Cloud Mist Manor appeared to be just an ordinary mountain village at first glance. Instead, formations were shrouded around them, lurking with killing opportunities. If anyone dared to break into it, They would incur a siege from the Divine Gang Sect's cultivators. Lu Zhenxiong and Wu Tang both looked at Li Xueming. Senior brother Li, what should we do? Li Xueming calmly said. I have already investigated the intelligence of those 4 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. The strongest person is at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment, and the weakest person is a newly minted Foundation Establishment. 2 for me and the other 2 for you. Senior brother Chu will find the formation's islet as soon as possible, destroy it, and choose an opportunity to help. Li Xianming threw something, a mirror. This treasure is called the Formation Breaking Mirror. It has little offensive or defensive effect, but it can find out the eyes of many formations. Chu Xian nodded his head and accepted it. Li Hyunmyong had the plan all worked out. Then there's nothing for myself. Chapter 48 Golden Dragon Temple. Warrior Monk Huikong. Chu Xian injected spiritual energy into the Formation Breaking Mirror, and through the Formation Breaking Mirror, he quickly discovered quite a few non-existent threads. These threads, then, would guide him to the place where the formation flag was located, even if they couldn't find the formation eye. Destroying these formation flags one by one, the formation that shrouded the Cloud Mist Manor would be weakened as well. With Chu Xian's attainments in formations, he was also able to find the eyes of the formation. It's only a matter of how long. A moment later, Chu Xian found the first formation flag. This formation flag was embedded into the stone pillar. You can't even tell from the outside. Without the need for Chu Xian to command, the little dragon appeared from the corpse-nurturing pagoda, let out a low roar, and fiercely slapped on the surface of the stone pillar. A crack appeared in the stone pillar as soon as the palm went down. With 2 palms down, the stone pillar completely shattered, revealing the formation flag within. Chu Xian took out the formation flag, injected spiritual energy into it, and shattered it in an instant. The formation shrouding the sky over Cloud Mist Manor had indeed weakened a few points. At this time, sounds of fighting also came from within the Cloud Mist Manor. It was obvious that Li Xuanming's 3 and the 4 cultivators of the Divine Gang Sect guarding the Cloud Mist Manor had already exchanged blows. Chu Xian did not intend to get involved, so he simply flew around the Cloud Mist Manor and pulled out the formation flags. Thanks to his own solid formation foundation and the assistance of the Formation Breaking Mirror, he had only spent half an hour pulling out and completely destroying over 120 formation flags. The formation that had enveloped the sky above Cloud Mist Manor immediately disappeared. The pressure on Li Xuanming's trio was greatly reduced. Good. Faster than I thought. Li Xianming laughed out loud and pointed his 2 fingers violently. The demonic cheese finger energy broke through the air and attacked, like pouring rain, enveloping the other party and making them breathless. Ah! The opponent screamed miserably. His shoulder was pierced by the finger force, and blood spurted wildly. Li Xianming was not relenting, bullying forward, his finger energy continuously breaking through the air. The last blow even pierced right through the heart and killed him. The battle between Lu Zhenxiong and Wu Tang also gradually gained the upper hand. Everything seems to have fallen into place. Master Huikong, the formation has been broken. We're all going to die if we don't make a move. A Divine Gang Sect cultivator yelled towards the manor. The veins on his forehead were bursting out, obviously already angry that the man never made a move. Li Xuanming's trio was stunned. Huikong, the monks from the Golden Dragon Temple are here too? A disgruntled voice immediately came from a compartment within the manor. Foolishness! The poor monk was about to choose a good opportunity to make a move. But you have revealed it. In the next moment, a ring blade split the wall and violently attacked towards Wu Tang. That piercing golden light and sharp aura made people's hair stand on end. Wu Tang screamed that it was bad and forced himself to dodge. The ring blade managed to graze his head and slice through, took away a mop of dark hair. Wu Tang touched his head. Good lord! He was bald. Humph! But you can hide. Cold laughter came. Bang! A majestic and sturdy figure then leaped out of the compartment and appeared in the sight of everyone. The figure was over 8 feet tall and had a large waist, clad in an ochre-yellow power suit, with bound hands and legs at the wrists and ankles. The ring blade flew around and returned to his palm. Golden Dragon Temple. War Monk Huikong. Lu Zhenxiong's face changed slightly. Chu Xian was lying on the roof, looking at the battle within the manor, pondering. The monks of the Golden Dragon Monastery are divided into 2 categories. War monks and scripture monks. The so-called war monks, who have been fighting since childhood, are especially good at destroying evil and destroying ghosts. The war monk travels around from time to subdue demons and get rid of devils. The Wuji sect disciples hadn't rarely fought with the Golden Dragon Temple's war monks. The so-called sutra monks, on the other hand, have been studying Buddhism in the Golden Dragon Temple since they were young. In the beginning they were indeed far inferior to the war monks. However, When one reaches a certain level of realization of the Dharma, one's strength will immediately soar. Words out of the law follow. That's what the sutra monk said. This Hui Kong's name? Chu Xian had heard of it long ago. Hui Kong was a genius on par with Li Xianming. The talent is superb. At the age of 30, he stepped into the foundation establishment stage. It was likewise held in high regard by the many Jindan monks of the Golden Dragon Temple. Li Xianming had fought Hui Kong several times, losing more than winning. Li Xueming, Li Shur. Ha ha ha, we meet again. Hui Kong stared at Li Xueming and heatedly laughed strangely. Good to see a rare opponent. Li Xueming's face, on the other hand, turned ugly. He had investigated the situation of Cloud Mist Manor beforehand, and there were only 4 people stationed there. The Cloud Mist Manor held Wan Wuing and used his blood to feed the Lich Ghosts, and then used the Lich Ghosts to sharpen his sword energy. It's not a glamorous thing to be known by too many people. Why is this Hui Kong here? Can it be that the Golden Dragon Temple is also involved? Li Xueming drank lowly. Hui Kong, your Golden Dragon Temple has always prided itself on being an authentic Buddhist and compassionate to the living. Now you are even in cahoots with the Divine Gang Sect, doing such evil things as imprisoning cultivators and feeding ghosts with blood. Hui Kong laughed strangely a few times. Nonsense. The poor monk is only here to exterminate the severe ghosts. I don't know what the matter of captive cultivators feeding the ghosts with their blood is. Rather, it's you few devil cubs of the Wuji sect who are really throwing yourselves into the net. After saying that, Hui Kong violently stepped on the ground, and the ground actually shook violently. The hard green bricks cracked in droves. For a while, Li Xueming, Lu Zhenxiong, Wu Teng, and the 4 cultivators from the Divine Gang sect all had trouble standing still. Earthquake. Chu Xian could see this Golden Dragon Temple's signature spell at a glance. The war monks of the Golden Dragon Temple have always been courageous and hard to beat. While the earthquake technique hurt people and themselves, the war monk was able to walk through the shaking ground as if it were flat. Time to hit the road. Hui Kong laughed strangely, and his ring sword chopped again, slashing at Lu Zhenxiong. Its upper body robe flew out violently, as if it was a spider with teeth and claws, pointing directly at Wu Tang. At the same time, his hands were clenched, and a large string of rosary beads around his neck flew violently towards Li Xueming's head. In a single moment, he actually activated 3 magic weapons in succession, attacking the 3 Li Xueming people at the same time. Moreover, looking at the light of the artifacts, it was obvious that both the ring sword and the rosary beads were not bad top-grade magic artifacts. The robe was of a slightly lower grade, but it was also a powerful mid-grade magic weapon. Damn! Li Xianming cursed and dodged in a hurry. He was strong enough to move and dodge, barely escaping the rosary's cage. Lu Zhenxiong was slower. His arm was grazed by the ring sword, and a large chunk of flesh was scraped off on the spot. The blood flowed in an instant. He stifled a few grunts and forced himself to back away from the pain. Wu Tang would be miserable. His injuries were only barely healing. Forced dodging and pulling on the chest wound. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped and wrapped in a robe. The whole person seemed to be entangled by a huge python. In just a few breaths, the face was suffocating and almost dying. Hui Kong laughed out loud. How weak? Are the Wuji sect's demonic cultivators already weak to this extent? Lu Zhenxiong clenched his fists. This Hui Kong is very cunning, deliberately allowing the 4 cultivators of the Divine Gang sect to consume a large amount of their spiritual energy. They also took in all of their tactics. Now that it is back in action, it is naturally a sure thing. Withdraw. Li Xianming gritted his teeth and threw out a large flag with a dark aura, making a move to leave. This sudden appearance of Hui Kong completely disrupted their layout. If they dragged on any longer, reinforcements from the Divine Gang sect and the Golden Dragon Temple were bound to arrive. You won't even be able to leave when you want to. The large flag fell to the ground, and tens of thousands of ghosts poured out from the sky and went straight for Hui Kong and the others. It was also a top-grade magic weapon. It was one of Li Xuanming's bottom cards. The robe that was wrapped around Wu Tang was attacked by a large number of ghosts and immediately dimmed and had to let go of Wu Tang and return to Hui Kong. The 3 members of the Divine Gang sect also hurriedly used various means to dodge the ghosts. Hui Kong, however, didn't move a muscle. Razor sharp. He grinned a strange smile. Go, have you asked the poor monk? Chapter 49, Secret Tattoo Scripture. Evil Suppressing Tattoo. Hui Kong let out a low roar, his muscles bulging. A latent golden dragon pattern actually erupted from his body. In a blink of an eye, it soared above Cloudmist Manor. Or chanting or whistling, the sound moves heaven and earth. The tens of thousands of ghosts that surged out of the black banner were torn to pieces by this single golden dragon pattern before they could even get close to Hui Kong. Those weaker ghosts could not even withstand the golden light emanating from the dragon pattern. Ash and smoke in the blink of an eye. The golden dragon pattern spilled out majestic golden light, completely obscuring the entire cloud mist manor. Li Xueming, Lu Zhenxiong, and Wu Tang immediately felt that their qi and blood were not flowing well, and their spiritual energy was not accessible. This golden light was actually weighing them down. Chu Xian, lying on the roof, also felt that his speed of running the bloodshed refining demon scripture had lagged quite a bit. Wu Tang was shocked and angry, not sure what kind of tactic this was. Li Xianming had dealt with the Golden Dragon Temple and recognized this move at first. He said incredulously, "Evil suppressing tattoo? You actually cultivated this move." Hearing these 3 words, Lu Zhenxiong and Wu Tang also remembered something and suddenly changed color. The gongfu and spells practiced by the Golden Dragon Temple were almost all of the type that suppressed evil spirits. Devil cultivators have always suffered losses when fighting with the monks of the Golden Dragon Temple. This evil suppressing tattoo was one of the Golden Dragon Temple's secret techniques, the secret tattoo scripture, and was extremely difficult to cultivate. Once practiced, it was extremely powerful. It was entirely possible to cross a realm or two to imperil the enemy. Even if one looked at the entire Golden Dragon Temple, the number of monks who had practiced the evil suppressing tattoo could be counted on 2 hands. This Huikong has practiced on the side. No wonder he dared to go 1-on-3 and clamored for no one to leave. He actually has this kind of dependence. Buzz! The golden light blasted onto that big black flag. The black banner wailed, dimmed and cracked. Li Xueming sprayed out a large mouthful of blood and had to reach out to recall the black banner. The heart was beyond appalled. This flag was his innate magic weapon, the Black Wind flag. The tens of thousands of ghosts among them were all the living souls that he had extracted from the cultivators he had killed. It turned out to be unbearable. Now, even the Black Wind flag, which was an original magic weapon, had been severely damaged. What else can deal with Huikong? Ha 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 ha, your innate magic weapons. All kinds of means. Use them all. Huikong laughed indulgently. Apparently thinks he has one. Li Xianming gritted his teeth. Both of you. You can't keep your hands off. Go all out to have a chance of survival. Lu Zhenxiong and Wu Tang all nodded their heads unexpectedly. Lu Zhenxiong took out the corpse nurturing pagoda, reached out and a black light rushed out. It was a corpse general that he had carefully cultivated for many years. Huikong swept a glance and snorted. What did I think it was? If it was a 3rd-grade corpse general I'd have to look at it a few more times. But it turned out to be just a 2nd-grade corpse general. Wu Tang slammed his shoulder, and a fat giant worm burrowed out of it. The buttocks faced outward in a violent burst of launch. Those thumb-sized eggs hatch quickly before they even hit the ground, forming a small transparent worm. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of them surrounding Wu Tang. Huikong scanned and snorted once again. Brain-eating worms? That's your bottom card? Li Xueming let out a low roar. And mine. He violently threw a black bead. The black bead exploded while still in mid-air. Black light suddenly surged forth, enveloping Cloud Mist Manor in an instant. The fiendish chi also immediately raged on. The black light intertwined and entangled with the golden light, barely recaptured some of the space. Not so much so that the 3 of them, Li Xianming, were always in the golden light irradiation, and the speed of their gong method operation became abnormally slow. Fiend Black Pearl? Not bad. This kind of treasure is taken out. Huikong laughed out loud. But do you guys think that this is the level of my evil suppressing tattoo? After he spoke, the 3 of them, Li Xianming, changed their faces slightly. Only in the next moment, the golden dragon pattern in midair violently erupted with golden light. The environment barely created by the netherworldly black bead was torn to shreds by the golden light in a matter of moments. Lu Zhenxiong's 2nd-level corpse general had only just rushed out when he was burned under the golden light and wailed. Smoke was coming out of his body. The 3 cultivators from the Divine Gang Sect had also recovered a lot, and when they saw this, they immediately bullied their way forward, and the 3 of them surrounded the 2nd-grade corpse general. Although the corpse had thick skin and flesh, it could only take a beating when it was surrounded by 3 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators at the same time. As for those brain-eating insects, although they wouldn't be affected by the golden light of the evil suppressing tattoo, they were never able to get close to Huikong. The pile of brain-eating bug corpses on the ground was growing, but no wounds appeared on Huikong's body. Weak, weak, weak. How weak? Huikong laughed indulgently as his preceptor swung, splitting the swarms of flying brain-eating insects in 2. In the next moment, he actually violently maneuvered the ring blade towards Wu Tang. Wu Tang was caught off guard and could not react at all. One can only subconsciously avoid the head. However, its right arm was still directly severed flush by the light of the ring sword's blade. The brain-eating worm mother bug lying on her right arm was also chopped into two at this moment. Juicy splash. That female insect was Wu Tang's innate parasite. Now that the mother insect was dead, Wu Tang was immediately revolted. It was as if his head had been hit by a giant hammer and he went blank. He fell to the ground, staring round-eyed, and just couldn't even speak. Die! Hui Kong bellowed, and the ring blade chopped again. Li Xianming and Lu Zhenxiong were unable to spare any time to help. One could only watch the blade fall. However, right at this moment, the Yin Fury Chi suddenly flashed by. A chain was violently drawn towards the back of Hui Kong's heart. Hui Kong felt the threat of death and his face changed drastically. He didn't bother to urge the ring sword to chop again. Instead, he casually made a move, and a golden bowl appeared in front of him. The Soul Fury rope was drawn over the golden mantle. It's like pumping inside tofu. In just an instant, deep cracks appeared on the surface of the golden mantle. It was even jerked farther away. The soul-severing rope went on unabated, directly hitting Hui Kong's chest. Just a click. A narrow scar then appeared on Hui Kong's chest. It cracks from the left shoulder all the way to the right waist. Blood dripped down. Even worse, the golden dragon pattern on Hui Kong's body was also damaged by this strike. The golden light that enveloped the sky above Cloud Mist Manor immediately diminished greatly. Hui Kong's face changed drastically, and he hastily stepped back and looked at the visitor. Li Xianming and Lu Zhenxiong were also greatly surprised and looked at the man. Herself realized that it was none other than Chu Xian. Chu Xian. Lu Zhenxiong had a surprised look on his face. Fang Zhuoxian was late in appearing. He had thought that Chu Xian was out on the loose, and seeing the sudden appearance of Hui Kong in this situation, the odds were that he had run away on his own. Unexpectedly, Chu Xian had actually appeared, and it also hit Hui Kong's body with precision, weakening the power of the evil suppressing tattoo. Li Xuanming's eyes flashed with a strange color. The evil suppressor tattoo was indeed powerful, but it was inscribed on the body, so it couldn't be approached. Once the skin on the surface of the body is broken, the evil suppressing tattoo is obscured and broken. Then the power is greatly diminished. Li Xuanming had known the weaknesses for a long time, but Hui Kong was too strong after he had inspired the evil suppressing tattoo. He was never able to get close to Hui Kong. By all rights, Chu Xian should have never come into contact with the evil suppressor pattern. How can we know its weakness? Chapter 50, Ridiculous. This kind of trash spells also want to hurt me? Chu Xian gazed at Hui Kong, who was in a state of shock and anger, with an ancient expression on his face. Just now, he had been lying on the roof watching for so long. Could it be that he had watched for nothing? He'd seen it coming. Every time Hui Kong activated the evil suppressing tattoo, the tattoos on his body would glow for a moment. Obviously, as long as the pattern was destroyed, the evil suppressor pattern would greatly reduce in power or even simply disappear. Even if he didn't know how to break the evil suppressor pattern, he could still see it through his own eyes. Kid, what are you? Hui Kong stared viciously at Chu Xian and roared. Without saying a word, Chu Xian fiercely bullied his way forward. In the process of rushing towards Hui Kong, spiritual energy immediately gushed out from his right palm. The likeness of a giant ghostly claw gradually appeared. Hui Kong had fought with the Wuji Sect's cultivators many times, so naturally, he could tell at a glance what kind of spell it was. Fiend Devil Claw? Ridiculous. This kind of trash spell also wants to hurt me? Hui Kong let out a cold laugh and violently stepped on the ground, drifting towards the back. He reached out and with a wave, the ring sword returned to his side, and he was about to attack towards Chu Xian. Li Xianming and Lu Zhenxiong, being Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, were also well aware of the underworld demon claw. This Foundation Establishment stage spell was said to be strong or weak. If it could only be activated with spiritual energy, it could almost be considered a rather weak spell. But right now, the land of the Netherworld has long been occupied by the 5 orthodox sects, and ordinary devil cultivators can still get the Netherworld's chi? The Yin Fiend Devil Claw without the Yin Fiend chi to catalyze it was not much different from normal Foundation stage spells. So slow, he can't even touch the corner of Hui Kong's coat. Li Xianming let out a dark sigh. Those 3 Divine Deity Sect Foundation Establishment stage cultivators also looked at Chu Xian with sneers on their faces. There are still people who use the Shady Devil's Claw these days. It's really outdated. Seeing that the 3 of them wanted to approach, Hui Kong directly stopped them with a big wave of his hand. Don't come over. This devil cub will be dealt with by the poor monk himself. Fong was injured only because of a sneak attack. This shame he would wash away with his own hands. He couldn't wait to split this nameless cultivator's head with his ring blade. At that very moment, Chu Xian violently slapped his sleeves. The sinister aura actually gushed out from his sleeve. The last breath of that netherworld devil's claw had only just manifested. It took shape directly in the next breath. Crossing a distance of dozens of feet, he violently grabbed Huikong. Huikong's eyes rounded in incomparable astonishment. The netherworld devil's claws suddenly tightened. He immediately felt the bones in his entire body crackle. The bones of both arms were even directly crushed at this moment. Ah! Huikong let out a miserable scream. The scream caused Li Shueming, Lu Zhenxiong, and the three cultivators of the Divine Gang Sect to freeze for a moment. How can the situation be completely reversed in the blink of an eye? Why was Huikong captured by that netherworld demon claw? That's impossible. Murphy. Li Shueming's gaze moved and noticed Chu Xian's sleeve. There's still some yin and yang left there. He understands. Senior brother Chu used his spiritual energy to condense the Yin Fiend demon claws at first, causing Huikong to become careless. After Huikong relaxes, immediately inject the Yin Fiend Qi, and the Yin Fiend demon claw will instantly take shape. This Yin Fiend Qi is very pure, and the condensed Yin Fiend demon claw is extremely powerful. Li Xianming whispered. Lu Zhenxiong listened in amazement. The Yin breath. Where did Chu Xian get the Yin Fury Qi from? Chu Xian gazed at Huikong, who was controlled by the netherworld demon claw, and once again urged the soul-severing rope, violently extracting it and pointing it directly at Huikong's head. Damn it! I'm gonna tear you alive. Vajra beads. The pain made Huikong come out of his anger. Even poor monk, which has always been on his lips, is no longer spoken. He roared violently, and the rosary beads flew violently. In mid-air, the string holding the rosary beads then snapped right off. 72 thumb-sized rosary beads were like cannonballs, enveloping towards Chu Xian. Chu Xian reached out and waved his hand, and the golden wood shield floated to his side. Dang it! The rosary beads blasted on top of the golden wooden shield. It made the sound of gold and iron clashing. The golden wooden shield quickly began to deform, but it wasn't broken in the first place. The only thing that could block a top-grade attack spell was obviously a top-grade defense spell, a top-grade magic weapon. Lu Zhenxiong's eyes widened. Wasn't Chu Xian promoted to the Foundation establishment stage not long ago? How did you get a top-grade defense spell? Crackle! The Soul Buster rope violently extracted towards Huikong's head. Huikong's pupils narrowed steeply at this moment. He exclaimed, Vajra robe! The robe that had attacked Wu Tang immediately flew and blocked above Huikong's head. Just a click. This mid-grade magic weapon was actually snapped by the soul-severing rope in an instant, as if it were a fragile windowpane. What a powerful magic weapon! It seems to be an innate magic weapon refined by senior brother Chu. Lu Zhenxiong sighed with another look of astonishment. Help me! Help me! Huikong exclaimed in horror. He didn't expect that the top-grade magic weapon Vajra bead would not be able to force this kid back at all. The middle-grade magic artifact, the Vajra robe, directly shattered when it couldn't even block a single blow from the other party. If he himself were to be solidly smacked in the head, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. The three Divine Gang Sect cultivators immediately surrounded Chu Xian from three directions. Your opponent! It's us! Li Shueming let out a cold smile, and with Lu Zhenxiong on the left and right, they blocked Chu Xian's side, blocking the path of those three people. Although Li Shueming had used up a lot of his spiritual energy, his intrinsic Dharma weapon had also been injured by Huikong, and there were still injuries on his body. But after all, he was a Wuji Sect genius. Even at times like this, blocking 2 with 1 was completely out of the question. Huikong saw the scene, and he was in a rage. His pupils were rounded, his expression was desperate, and he could only watch as the soul-severing rope suddenly drew down. You dare to kill me, my master! He cursed in horror, but not even the harsh words. Snap! Huikong's head was directly snapped in half by the breaking soul rope. Red and white splatter. With a single move of his hand, Chu Xian reached out and extracted the condensed living soul within Huikong's body and threw it into the soul-severing rope. There was already Sun Shi's living soul within the faithful soul cord, and it was still in the process of adapting. This Huikong's living soul was clearly 1 point stronger. The two fight, and the one that survives qualifies as a Fury Soul. Huikong's death was nothing short of extinction for the three cultivators of the Divine Gang Sect. As for Li Xianming and Lu Zhenxiong, it immediately boosted their morale. Less than 100 breaths. These three Divine Deity Sect cultivators were then killed by Chu Xian in conjunction with Li Xianming and Lu Zhenxiong. Phew! The three men gasped for air. The difference was only that Li Shueming and Lu Zhenxiong were really gasping. Chu Xian, however, is pretending. In the battle with Huikong just now, his intrinsic compass had not yet been utilized. Not exactly the bottom of the barrel, and not to the point of exhaustion, but it has to be loaded. Otherwise it seems a little too strong. Lu Zhenxiong excitedly said. Senior brother Chu, Which of you is newly promoted to the foundation establishment stage? You should already be at the second level of foundation establishment, right? Li Xueming, on the other hand, looked at Chu Xian with some complexity. Senior brother Chu, you're hiding it so deeply. Chu Xian smiled. Going out and hiding some strength is just a matter of hiding some strength. Senior brother Li is not to be blamed. Li Xianming nodded in understanding. He took a deep breath and solemnly said, the obstacle has been removed. Let's quickly free the old ancestor. Good. Chu Xian and Lu Zhenxiong both responded in hushed tones. Chapter 51, Disciple of the Wuji Sect. Chu Xian. Meet the old ancestor. Lu Zhenxiong helped Wu Tang up. The four of them entered the interior of the mountain villa together. Not long after, Li Xianming discovered the secret door leading to the underground of the mountain villa. The four made their way down. Eventually, he came to the huge dungeon underneath the mountain villa. It's all paved with pitch black rock. The air was filled with a cloudy, demonic aura. The righteous monks are bound to feel twice as bad. However, to a devil Dao cultivator like Chu Xian, it was simply like being in a heavenly paradise. In the center of the underground palace, there was a figure sitting withered. Its figure was dry and withered. At first glance it looks almost skin and bones. It's very oozy. The footsteps of Chu Xian's four people came. The pale figure didn't react in the slightest either. It was only after a long time that he said, without looking up, again? How much blood do you plan to drain from me this time? Lu Zhenxiong said excitedly, Master, it's me, Zhenxiong. The pale figure froze and jerked his head up. He suddenly saw Lu Zhenxiong, as well as Chu Xian, Li Xueming, and Wu Tang beside Lu Zhenxiong. It was only at this moment that Chu Xian truly saw the face of Wan Wuing. This originally spirited Jindan ancestor was now like a skeleton, deep eye sockets and prominent cheekbones, when really, he had been tortured by the Divine Gang sect for too long. Zhenxiong. Wan Wuying's eyes widened, also revealing a shocked expression. Chu Xian, Li Xueming, and Wu Tang all arched their hands toward Wan Wuing. Disciples of the Wuji sect, meet elder ancestor Wan Wuing. Wan Wuing was first stunned, then broke out into laughter. What a heavenly thing to say. I really didn't expect that Wan Wuing, would actually have the day to leave alive. Good. You are all good sons and daughters of my Wuji sect. Lu Zhenxiong solemnly said, Master, we'll open the formation and save you. All the flags of this formation were exposed, apparently only internally and not externally. It was estimated that the God Gang sect patriarch Mo Huanshan could not have imagined that someone would actually find Cloud Mist Manor, and that they would be able to break through the formations outside and kill the guarding cultivators. Eventually, he came to Wan Wuing. Soon, the four of them pulled out the formation flags one by one. Lu Zhenxiong rushed forward and supported Wan Wuing. Li Xueming then took out a bottle of healing elixir and offered it with both hands. Old ancestor, healing is important. Chu Xian also took out a bag of great blood beads and offered the same. Wan Wuing was very happy and directly swallowed the elixir and the great blood pearl in one gulp. His parched and withered body immediately began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's like a balloon being reinflated. In the blink of an eye, Wan Wuying's face was no longer hollow and oozing, with some of the divine might of a Jindan cultivator. Well, I know you. You're the first ancestor's shut-in disciple, Li Xianming. He's always bragging in front of me, saying that you have the qualifications of a golden Dan. At today's glance, not only is his qualification and strength excellent, but his heart and character are also superior. Wan Wuing laughed out loud. A large hand gently patted Li Xueming's shoulder. Very happy with him. If I get out of the trap here, Mo Huanshan is bound to know about it. Let's go now before it's too late. We'll talk about some things on the way. Wan Wuing said seriously. Yes. The four Chu Xian people responded in hushed tones. Where to, Master? Could it be that you already have a goal? Lu Zhenxiong was puzzled. Wan Wuing let out a strange laugh. I had already figured out where to go before I was surrounded by cultivators from the Divine Gang sect and the Golden Dragon Temple on the way. Follow me. Wanless shadow returned to the ground, immediately wrapping the four Chu Xian people in spiritual energy. They flew towards the south. When he passed by the Cloud Mist Mountain range, he also brought Su Ming and a few others along with him. Wan Wuing was a Jindan stage cultivator. What he was using was a magic treasure, whose power far exceeded that of the magic weapons used by Qi refining and foundation establishment stage cultivators. But all of Wan Wuying's magic treasures had been taken away. Right now, he could only use the might of a Jindan cultivator to imperialize his Qi. However, even if one is traveling on imperial Qi, without the aid of any apparatus, even though there were still quite a few cultivators with them, he's still fast. In the blink of an eye, He had gone over the Cloud Mist mountain range and arrived at the Misty State's borders. After coming to the Misty State, Wan Wuing went all the way south again, not stopping at all. He didn't stop until he spotted the mortal city in the distance. He found a nearby valley with rich spiritual energy and coiled down. Rest here first. After Wan Wuing had instructed him, he immediately sat down and absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Chu Xian only knew that south of Tongzhou was the Misty State, but he didn't know much about the specifics of the Misty State. Right now there was only one way to follow Wan Wuing. However, Wan Wuing was, after all, a Jindan ancestor, with 10,000 shadowless shelter. It was natural to feel much more at ease. Chu Xian immediately turned around along the valley, very discreetly. Formations were placed at the various entrances and exits of the valley. In this way, even if someone approached the valley, he would be the first to know. When he returned to Wan Wuing, it was discovered that Wan Wuing had woken up by now and was talking with Lu Zhenxiong, Li Xueming, and Wu Tang. Xianming. There is also a small bald man from the Golden Dragon Temple here these days, sharpening his magic weapon with a stern ghost. That little baldy is not bad in strength. He also carries the evil suppressing tattoo. How did you win over him? It was only at this time, when he had the leisure, that Wan Wuing looked at Li Xueming with some doubt and inquired. Li Xueming smiled awkwardly and looked towards Chu Xian who had just returned. I'm not going to hide it from the old ancestor. The one who defeated Huikong wasn't me, but senior brother Chu. Lu Zhenxiong respectfully said, Master, that monk's name is Huikong. Huikong is exceptionally cunning, and waited until we had almost exhausted our spiritual energy before showing himself. All three of us were unable to defeat Huikong and nearly died. It was senior brother Chu who pressed on for a long time, struck with a thunderous blow, gained the upper hand, and ultimately killed him. Wu Tang also arched his hand and said, Old ancestor, that Huikong is very powerful and easily tried to kill me. If it wasn't for senior brother Chu's thunderous strike, I would have already died and this rescue operation would have gone terribly wrong. Wan Wuying's eyes fell on the youngest Chu Xian, and he was even more surprised. Li Xianming, he's seen it before. Lu Zhenxiong, a disciple he had trained for many years. Wu Tang, whom he also recognized, was a secret agent of the Wuji sect that had been deployed long ago. This young man, he looks so familiar. Can this man kill Huikong? Chu Xian arched his hand and respectfully said, Disciple of the Wuji sect, Chu Xian, meet the old ancestor. Chu Xian. Wan Wuing chewed on the name, having no impression. Lu Zhenxiong introduced, Senior, when the sect was destroyed, Senior Chu was still a chi refining stage disciple. He only grew up and stepped into the foundation establishment stage in the period of time after the clan's destruction. Wan Wuing was puzzled. Then when the clan was destroyed, Chu Xian, you should have been at least at the 8th or 9th level of chi refining. There doesn't seem to be you among the disciples at the 8th or 9th level of chi refining either. Chu Xian respectfully said, At that time, I was still only at the 4th level of chi refining. After the destruction of the clan, I seem to have opened up the knacks and cultivated by leaps and bounds. Plus there was also a small amount of luck in getting quite a few blood beads. Big blood beads. It was only a short while ago that he stepped into the foundation establishment stage. Wan Wuing was surprised to hear that. In just a few short years, he had skyrocketed from the 4th level of chi refining to the foundation establishment stage. Li Xianming's trio also personally admitted that Golden Dragon Temple's little bald man was also killed by Chu Xian. If Chu Xian had not stepped in, I'm afraid that this operation to rescue him would have failed. Chapter 52. I am willing to lead my Extremine Cave lineage to join the Heavenly Seal sect. Wan Wuing sized up Chu Xian with interest, like seeing an uncut diamond in the rough. There aren't many good ones like that these days. After the destruction of the Wuji sect, I'm afraid that all the immortal cultivation seedlings in the Yu Kingdom were controlled by the 5 righteous sects. For Chu Xian to have this kind of qualification, it was very likely that he would be able to step into the Golden Dan Dao in the future. This kind of disciple should be brought around and nurtured. Wan Wuing smiled and said, Chu Xian, would you like to worship this seed as your teacher? Chu Xian immediately performed the salute of worship and respectfully said, Old ancestor is above. Receive a bow from my disciple. Wan Wuing laughed out loud. Good. With a disciple like you, this seat's heart is very comforted. Su Ming, Shan Gu, Wei Hua, and Bai Feng were envious at the sight of this scene. This is an old Jindan ancestor. The gods and goddesses are not seen and not heard on weekdays. Characters you can't even see. Now, however, because of Chu Xian's qualifications and strength, he personally made a move to accept him as a disciple. In the past, Chu Xian was still just a small cultivator at the 4th level of chi refining. Where's that kind of treatment? Li Shueming took it in, his heart somewhat complicated. Chu Xian's qualifications were amazing and his strength was superb. Obviously in Wan Wuying's opinion, it was already above him. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have taken the lead in opening his mouth and accepting Chu Xian as his disciple. I'm afraid that my own position will be threatened in the future. Recalling when they had just met, he had still called himself senior brother Chu in one breath, and was still high-minded enough to let Chu Xianyuan put the wind out of the sails outside. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Xian's strength was already able to match his. One was still too arrogant and belittled Chu Xian. Wan Wuying laughed. Xian Ming, now that I'm the only Jindan cultivator left in the Wuji sect, would you like to worship me as your master? Without hesitation, Li Xianming knelt down on one knee and performed the master worship salute. Apprentice Li Xianming, greetings to master. Wan Wuying looked at Wu Tang. Wu Tang understood. Apprentice Wu Tang, greetings to master. Wan Wuying nodded in satisfaction. Looking at Chu Xian again. Xianer, you have the best qualifications, but Xian Ming, Wu Tang, and Jin Xiong all have higher qualifications than you. From now on, Li Shueming is your eldest senior brother, Lu Jinxiong is your second senior brother, and Wu Tang is your third senior brother. Wan Wuying laughed. Why don't you come and pay your respects to your three senior brothers? Yes. Chu Xian paid his respects to the three people one by one. In this way, only then could he be considered to have truly worshipped Wan Wuying. And with the three senior brothers, Li Xianming, Chu Xian did not intend to be positioned above Li Shueming as some kind of grand master. He had known from early on that Li Xianming wished to be this big senior brother. In addition, his seniority was still shallow, and he did not have the prestige of serving as a grand master compared to the likes of Li Shueming. If you force yourself to be one, you'll get in trouble instead. Lu Jinxiong asked, Master, what are your plans next? Instead of answering at first, Wan Wuying revealed a smile and asked in return, the 5 sects of the righteous path. Which 5 sects are they? There was no cultivator in the Yu Kingdom who didn't know about this issue. Lu Jinxiong immediately replied, Divine Gang Sect, Golden Dragon Temple, Myriad Sound Palace, Royal Spirit Mountain, and Heavenly Seal Sect. Wan Wuying asked again, who got each of the 3 states of my Wuji sect? Lu Jinxiong froze. This he did not know. Li Shueming said in a deep voice, I know. Tongzhou was swallowed by the Divine Gang Sect, and Jiangzhou was divided equally between the Golden Dragon Temple and the Myriad Sound Palace. The northern third of the Misty State, a populous and fertile land, was acquired by the Imperial Spirit Mountain. The southern 2/3 of the Misty State's barbaric lands shall all belong to the Heavenly Seal Sect. Wan Wuying smiled faintly. The southern part of the Misty State is full of scorching rainforests, with many snakes, insects, rats and ants, and ghosts and devils. The other 4 clans didn't even look at it and directly threw it to the Heavenly Seal Sect. What do you guys guess is the attitude of the Heavenly Seal Sect right now? All 3 of Chu Xian's eyes lit up. The 5 clans of the Righteous Path had all contributed in order to attack the Wuji sect, but when the spoils are finally divided, it is clear that they are not equalized. The Divine Gang sect was the strongest and took the lion's share. The Golden Dragon Temple was the next in strength, but had only gained half of the state. The Tianyin sect is the worst. The southern part of the Misty State is all barbaric land. The Heavenly Seal sect must harbor resentment. Chu Xian had now guessed where Wan Wuying was aiming for. Wan Wuying narrowed his eyes and smiled. It is none other than the Heavenly Seal sect. A full 2 of the Heavenly Seal sect's Jindan cultivators fell during the great battle that besieged my Wuji sect. Now that there is another need to open up the barbaric lands in the southern part of the Misty State, there is an even greater need for manpower. It's excellent for us to commit to the Heavenly Seal sect now. Wu Tang was worried. But master, we are all Devil Dao cultivators when all is said and done. Can the Heavenly Seal sect accept us? Wan Wuying heatedly smiled. There are definitely those who are not in favor of recruiting us. But so what? The Wuji sect's techniques and spells, they don't want them? A Jindan cultivator, for foundation stage cultivators, and these Qi refining stage cultivators, they don't want it? Li Xianming and the others nodded their heads over it. With the benefits right in front of us, how could anyone give them away? What's more, it wasn't as if the other sects hadn't accepted the surrendered Wuji sect cultivators. Jindan cultivators, all of them have been cultivating hard for many years. It would take another 400 or 500 years for the next Jindan cultivator to emerge. Since this is the case and the other party is willing to defect, growing their own strength out of thin air, why not do it? One day later, the group was then led by Wan Wuying and headed straight to the nearby Heavenly Seal sect's branch hall. The Heavenly Seal sect's main camp, or mountain gate, was located in Jinzhou, in the western part of the Misty State. It was only after the destruction of the Wuji sect that the Heavenly Seal sect dared to encroach eastward into the Misty State. Although there are many ghouls and evil spirits in the Misty State, snakes, insects, rats and ants are endless, and there are also some local small sects that have joined together to trip up the Heavenly Seal sect. The pioneering process was incredibly difficult. However, these few years down the line, more or less 2 branch halls have been established in the Misty State. Wan Wuing brought Chu Xian and the others to one of the Flying Mountain Hall. Fei Shan Tang is built between green mountains and green water, in which cypresses and green bamboos also grow. It looks elegant at first glance. It's actually the only place that's considered clean. The surrounding area is dotted with poisonous and evil spirits. If it wasn't for the cultivators of the Heavenly Seal sect opening up the path, no mortals would even dare to establish a branch hall for the Heavenly Seal sect in such a place. Looking down from a high altitude, there weren't many cultivators within the Flying Mountain Hall. There were basically only some chi refining stage cultivators. Foundation stage cultivators, on the other hand, were almost all cultivating. Wan Wuying's arrival immediately shook all the cultivators. Whoever is in charge here, tell him to come out. Wan Wuying looked around the circle and faintly said. A few moments later, a middle-aged cultivator walked out quickly. The predecessor is. This cultivator felt a powerful pressure from Wan Wuying on the spot. A quick glance guessed that it was most likely a Jindan stage cultivator. How dare you slack off? Straight away, he respectfully arched his hand and addressed his mouth as senior. This seat Wan Wuying, Jindan cultivator. Tell you old things of the Heavenly Seal sect that this seed is willing to lead my extreme cave lineage and worship the Heavenly Seal sect. Wan Wuying calmly said with a big wave of his hand. The middle-aged cultivator froze for a moment. 10,000 No Shadows? That's a familiar name. Wait. The Wuji sect's Jindan cultivator who was beheaded by the Divine Gang sect in the Golden Dragon Temple in a joint effort some time ago was not precisely called Wan Wuying. This one in front of me. Is it hard to be a Wuji sect Jindan magic cultivator? The middle-aged cultivator immediately rounded his eyes. Chapter 53, Old Man 1. Don't joke with me. The middle-aged cultivator gulped. Not only him, but the Heavenly Mark sect disciples present also gulped their saliva. The Jindan powerhouse was right in front of them. They didn't dare to point at each other's noses and call each other unscrupulous devil cultivators. With the strength of this Jindan powerhouse, killing everyone in the Fei Shan Hall was but a breeze. Why don't you go now? Expect this seat to kill a few people to prove itself? Wan Wuying seemed to be smiling. The middle-aged cultivator took out the miles of sound transmission jade as nimbly as if his butt had been burned by fire. You wait a moment. I'll tell master. Unusual sound transmission jade. The range of sound transmission is not large. However, the 10,000 miles sound transmission jade could transmit sound within 100,000 miles. It's a bit of an exaggeration to include the whole of you, but it would at least encompass a small half of Jinzhou in Misty State. The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly told the general hall about the situation one by one. It was only a moment later that he respectfully said towards Wan Wuying, Senior Wan, and all of you from the Wuji sect, please still wait here. My Heavenly Seal sect's Jindan ancestors will arrive in half a day at most. Wan Wuying calmly said. Wrongly said. It's the Extreme Cave. Yes, the Extreme Cave. Extreme Cave. The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly searched for a replacement. Chu Xian listened in thought. The Wuji sect had 10 Jindan ancestors. Every Jindan ancestor had their own cave. Normally, they are spread out and recruit disciples on their own. Only when the clan was in danger, or if a large ceremony was held, would they gather together. Wan Wuying's cave was then called the Extreme Cave. Obviously, Wan Wuying didn't mention Wuji sect and only said Extreme Cave in order to clear the air with the Wuji sect and not to lose the truth. This is the first step in the cleansing of the demonic cultivator. Go do your own thing. This seat will wait here. Wan Wuying calmly said. Yes. The middle-aged cultivator nodded like garlic. Chu Xian and the others just stood there in the square. The cultivators of the Heavenly Seal sect, each doing their own thing, didn't dare to approach. Half a day later, a stream of light flew from the sky. Old man ghost, why have you come to my Heavenly Seal sect? Really not afraid of death? A cold laugh came from the sky. Wan Wuying let out a strange laugh. It's you who's here. He. To put it politely, even if you Heavenly Seal sect comes with 2 Jindan cultivators, you're no match for me. What am I afraid of? At that moment, a figure landed in the blink of an eye. Chu Xian fixed his eyes on it. The other party was found to be a middle-aged cultivator with a refined face, a green dress with a jade belt around his waist. Upon closer inspection, which is a jade belt, it was clearly a slender green snake. Ha, old man Wan, you're still talking so forgivingly. The elegant cultivator laughed. You have to carry your green snake with you everywhere you go? Stinking show off. Wan Wuing snorted. The elegant cultivator laughed softly. That's all I have as a hobby. He pointed to the lobby in front of him. Old man Wan, go in and talk. He swept another glance at Chu Xian and the others and smiled. Someone come. Serve tea to these young Taoists from the extreme Yin cave. Don't neglect them. Yes. The middle-aged cultivator from earlier nodded repeatedly. Chu Xian and the others were brought to a side hall. Immediately, a cultivator served tea. The tea is aromatic and bitter. It's none other than the specialty of the Misty State, the Bitter Hair Peak. This tea is rich in spiritual energy, and drinking it often can quench the flesh and get rid of impurities. Of course, it doesn't compare to the effects of an elixir. However, many cultivators like to use it as a gift for other cultivators. When the Wuji sect was still in existence, Chu Xian had obtained a small can of bitter Maofeng, and had thought that it would be difficult to drink it again in this life. I didn't expect to taste this again today. What do you guys say? Can this matter come to fruition? Wu Tang sipped his tea and said in a low voice, it seems to me that elegant-looking senior has some friendship with master. Li Xueming calmly said, that Jindan senior is named Zhao Wuya, and has always disliked the God Gang sect's rampant behavior. The Heavenly Seal sect sent him over, so there should be a willingness to pick up the slack. Lu Zhenxiong also nodded deeply. When that senior Zhao spoke just now, he also didn't mention anything about the Wuji sect, only the extreme Yin cave. If the Heavenly Seal sect didn't want to receive these people of theirs, they would have sent several Jindan stage cultivators a long time ago to put them to death. And why send only one person? Good tea and water for them. After 2 hours of anxious waiting, things finally came to a head. Wan Wuying and Zhao Wuya walked into the side hall with large strides. The two talked as if they were old friends who hadn't spoken in years. Wan Wuying, old Zhao, your green scale snake bloodline is pure. You must cultivate it properly. Don't bury its talent. I have orthodox breeding methods here. I'm giving it to you. Zhao Wuya, you're welcome. We have this kind of relationship. Why bother giving me a gift? Then, while excusing himself, he slipped the pages into his pocket. Seeing this appearance, Chu Xian and the others instead put their hearts back into their stomachs. Zhao Wuya looked towards Chu Xian and the others. His eyes finally landed on Li Xianming. You're Li Xianming, aren't you? You're really young and accomplished. When I was your age, I was still at the 7th or 8th level of qi refining. Li Xueming smiled humbly. Senior Zhao has deep roots and thick roots. I'm just being frivolous and adventurous. Zhao Wuya laughed. How articulate. He lamented. Old Man was trapped in Cloud Mist Manor, and you were the one who led the team to rescue him, right? Well done. As a disciple who can have this kind of realization, you are destined to be a giant of the Yu Kingdom in the future. The people under my hand have just brought news that Huikong of the Golden Dragon Temple is dead. You killed them too, right? Not bad, not bad. It doesn't matter how much you lost before. It's up to you to see who can have the last laugh. Li Xueming's smile, which was still somewhat happy, instantly became embarrassed. Zhao Wuya froze for a moment. What? Not you? Wan Wuing laughed. Zhao Wuya, you often brag about your brilliant calculations, but this time, you've guessed wrong. Zhao Wuya scratched his head a little out of breath. Then who could it be? Lu Zhenxiong? Your disciple? Wan Wuing shook his head again. Zhao Wuya looked at Wu Tang. It can't be. Wu Tang also smiled awkwardly and scrunched his head. Wan Wuing continued to shake his head. Zhao Wuya's line of sight finally landed on Chu Xian. Could it be? Wan Wuing seemed to smile and laugh. You guess? Keep guessing. Zhao Wuya looked Chu Xian up and down carefully. Those eyes seemed as if they wanted to see through Chu Xian. This kid is a new face. I haven't seen him before. Zhao Wuya said seriously. The intelligence of the younger generation of Foundation establishment stage disciples of each sect had more or less long been known by the other sects. People like Li Xianming, Lu Zhenxiong, and Huikong had long been on the Skymark sect's intelligence list. As for Wu Tang, although he was a bit old, he was also a former Foundation establishment stage genius. It's just not as young. Only Chu Xian, a new face, Zhao Wuya knew nothing about. Wan Wuing laughed out loud. His name is Chu Xian. He was still at the 4th level of qi refining when the Wuji sect was destroyed. He killed Huikong, and the person who rescued me from Cloud Mist Manor was also him. Zhao Wuya froze, only reacting after a long time, and said in annoyance, Old Man Wan, don't joke with me. It's been less than 2 years since the destruction of the Wuji sect. How could he have skyrocketed all the way up from the 4th level of qi refining? Straight into the foundation establishment stage? Chapter 54, Taming Huikong. The soul of the fiend is accomplished. Wan Wuing shrugged. How would I know? Chu Xian was helpless in his heart. He himself had wanted to bide his time, but in the end, he had been sold out by his cheap master. Having a master teacher who loves to show off is a real headache. He arched his hand towards Zhao Wuya. Senior Zhao, the destruction of the Wuji sect made me realize the truth of the weak and the strong in the immortal cultivation world. It was like an enlightenment that day. Plus I was lucky and had some strange encounters before my realm could soar so much. My qualifications are actually no better than Senior Brother Li, Senior Brother Lu, and the others. Just lucky. Chu Xian knew his cultivation qualifications very well. Just lucky indeed. If it wasn't for getting the blood mirror and picking up Aquamarine, the planet of doom, as a backyard. Where is his realm and strength today? Wan Wuing nodded slightly when he saw how humble he was. Zhao Wuya also listened and nodded. A strange encounter is something you can't ask for. The immortal cultivation world is full of examples of people who lost their footing and fell off a cliff, only to inadvertently discover a cave left behind by a previous great power. Some people could even be instilled in one day, leaping directly from mortal to the foundation establishment realm. In comparison, such strange encounters like Chu Xian's were, on the contrary, not very rare. If he had truly obtained a miraculous encounter, Chu Xian's realm skyrocketing within these 2 years would not be something to be fussed about. Zhao Wuya nodded his head and sighed. Old man Wan, you have a good seedling. Wan Wuing heatedly smiled, somewhat self-satisfied. Zhao Wuya arched his hand. I will report the situation to the sect master, and in 2 days at most, there will be a specific appointment. For these 2 days, please rest in Fei Shan Hall. Wan Wuing nodded. Good. I'll wait for Brother Zhao's shortcut. Zhao Wuya violently stepped on the ground and rose up with his imperial qi, losing sight of him in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged cultivator who had received Wan Wuing earlier walked quickly. He respectfully said, Elder Wan, my name is Li Shan, the inner door deacon of the Heavenly Seal sect, and I am now in charge of all affairs of the Fei Shan Hall. Extreming cave these Dao friends. I have arranged a temporary cave for them. Elder Wan Yu. Wan Wuing waved his hand. Just arrange it as you please. When the official appointment comes in 2 days, this seat will open the cave on its own. Yes. Li Shan led the order to leave. All go and rest. Wan Wuing waved his hand. Chu Xian and the others then headed to their temporary cave dwellings under the leadership of the Heavenly Hallmark Sect's cultivators. The cave residence Chu Xian chose was located halfway up the mountain. Immediately after he entered, he took the first opportunity to survey the situation inside the cave. Only after confirming that no one could spy on his formation did he proceed to set it up. Only when the various formations of disorientation, warning, and ambush were properly set up did he truly sit down on top of the stone bed and relax. Looking back at the experiences of these few days, even Chu Xian was somewhat awed. I didn't realize I was this strong. That Huikong's strength is among the top of the young generation of foundation establishment stage cultivators, and I was able to put him to death without even using my compulsion. In that case, my strength should be able to steadily suppress most early foundation establishment cultivators. Chu Xian smiled faintly, having a more detailed knowledge of his own strength. Now that he was only at the second level of foundation establishment, he was able to steadily suppress most early foundation establishment cultivators. When he stepped into the third level of foundation establishment, even cultivators at the fourth level of foundation establishment wouldn't be his opponent. With a blood mirror in hand and a zombie-strewn aquamarine to back it up, it's all just around the corner. Well, the Fury Soul Cord has moved. Chu Xian's heart moved as he took out the soul-severing rope. The baneful soul of the baneful soul rope never settled down. Originally, he had planned to use Sunshire's living soul as a baneful soul, but then he got Huikong's living soul and simply threw it inside the soulbuster rope as well. Now that the two souls are battling each other, they've already split the difference. Ho ho ho! A triumphant roar emanated from within the Fury Soul Cord. Chu Xian fixed his eyes and saw that Huikong had just torn apart Sunshire's living soul and devoured it in 3 or 2 swallows. With a thought, he recruited Huikong. Today's Huikong, but a living soul, eyes full of ferocity and bloodlust, has long been no half of the sanity of the living. Seeing Chu Xian, it was about to pounce on the spot. However, when Chu Xian's mind moved, the soul-destroying soul rope jerked down. Crackle! Huikong bared his teeth in pain. The souls were dulled considerably. However, it still did not retreat, but continued to pounce towards Chu Xian with fierce eyes. Crackle! The soul fury rope is drawn again. Huikong's soul body dimmed once again. Crackle! Crackle! A dozen strokes in a row. Huikong's soul body dimmed to the point of being almost transparent. The next moment it was going to completely dissipate. Even Chu Xian frowned. Can't fight anymore. Hit it again and it's gone. However, at this moment Huikon's eyes also finally tamed down. He obediently levitated beside Chu Xian, not daring to make a move. Only then did Chu Xian nod in satisfaction. So it's a done deal. With Huikon's ferocity and brutality nowadays, he was more than capable of being the breaking soul of the breaking soul rope. In the future, if the cultivator's raw soul was drawn out again, it could be completely thrown to Huikong, causing him to devour it and replenish it. As Chu Xian's innate magic weapon, the soul-severing rope would only grow stronger in the future. Huikong's strength, naturally, would gradually increase. Not bad. Continue cultivating the forging god skill. Chu Xian did not put away the breaking soul rope and allowed Huikong to roam around the cave. On his own, he closed his eyes and operated the divine forging technique to continue hammering his divine soul. Huikong revealed a fierce look at Chu Xian several times, but then pressed it down out of fear. In the end, you just have to be good and stay put. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ming's voice came from outside the cave. Chu, Uncle Chu, the appointment from the Heavenly Seal Sect has come down. Old ancestor asked me to summon you out. Chu Xian exhaled and collected his energy, striding out of the cave. There was also a sparkle in the bottom of his eyes. It was chilling to watch Su Ming. Speak, Chu Xian calmly said. Su Ming hurriedly said, our extreme cave lineage is completely subsumed into the Heavenly Seal Sect. However, instead of going to the Heavenly Seal Sect's mountain gate, we'll just open a cave in the Misty Prefecture and assist the Fei Shan Hall in continuing to develop its territory. Chu Xian smiled faintly. It was the same as he had expected. The Heavenly Seal Sect couldn't refuse a Jindan cultivator and 4 Foundation establishment cultivators that were delivered to their door. Not going to the Heavenly Seal Sect's mountain gate and directly opening a cave on the spot was also the best choice. Where is the master? Chu Xian asked again. Su Ming respectfully said, he's picking a place with rich aura and preparing to open a cave. The old ancestor told you to fly south and you should be able to see him. Good. Chu Xian nodded, immediately taking out the Big Dipper flying sword. He rose up in the air and traveled all the way south. Su Ming looked at his departing back with envy and emotion. In the future, I want to be like Uncle Chu. He clenched his fists and made up his mind. Chu Xian traveled all the way south. It soon became apparent that there was a stream of light in the sky that was flying around. Li Xueming, Lu Zhenxiong, and Wu Teng harnessed their flying spells and hovered in midair, waiting. He then moved closer. Senior Brother Chu. When the 3 saw him, they all smiled and nodded. Senior Chu's divine soul seems to have refined, Lu Zhenxiong suddenly said. Chu Xian nodded his head. Precisely. The first layer of the forging god skill has been practiced. Lu Zhenxiong praised. Very fast. Others cultivate the forging god skill without 3 to 5 years. It is difficult to practice the first layer. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the mountain peak ahead. Apparently it was Wan Wuing who proceeded to open the cave. Go, let's go over. Li Xueming's gaze burned. Chapter 55, Opening a Cave, naming it Waterfall Cave. As the 4 of Chu Xian approached, the mountain peak in front of them had already been flattened, opening up a flat dojo. This dojo was right in the center of several surrounding peaks. It is just right to be used as a place for the disciples of the Extreme Cave to spar and exchange ideas on a regular basis. Wow! A gale swept through. Wan Wuing appeared in front of the 4. The 4 Chu Xian people arched their hands and addressed their mouths as master. Wan Wuing nodded slightly. This place is the place with the densest spiritual qi within a radius of thousands of miles. Master has already greeted the side of the Heavenly Seal Sect. The 3,000 miles around this dojo are all my Extreme Cave's territory. The 4 of you will then open your own cave within this 3,000-mile radius. Wan Wuing smiled faintly. In the future, we will have to manage this place well. As long as the people are still here and the inheritance is not broken, there is no possibility of a resurgence. Yes. The 4 Chu Xian people solemnly nodded their heads. Wan Wuing continued. Right now, let's open up the cave first. The various cultivation resources you need for yourselves will be asked for from the Heavenly Seal Sect. They need my Extreme Cave's contribution. They wouldn't dare to not give it. After settling down, we will proceed to relocate the mortals, and incorporate all of these surrounding lands of extra-chemical barbarians into the boundaries of my Extreme Cave. In this way, it is truly standing firm. Chu Xian nodded deeply. This was the case with the Wuji sect in the beginning. As long as one becomes an inner disciple, there are hundreds of mortal slaves serving at all times. Those mortal slaves didn't have a life of their own. Their only job was to prepare meals for the inner disciples of the Wuji sect, clean the cave and so on. Cultivators were fundamental, but these slaves were equally indispensable. In addition, many of the spiritual plants and medicines required for alchemy, and many of the ores required for weapon refining, did not require cultivators to plant and dig. Such drudgery could well be given to mortals. Only those that were extraordinarily precious required the cultivator's personal attention. And more importantly, there are the spiritual seedlings born among mortals. The so-called spirit seedlings are mortals who possess spiritual roots. After the test, the spirit sapling would enter the sect, cultivate, learn, comprehend, and eventually become a new disciple. Among these disciples, those with good qualifications would go on to impact higher realms. Those with poor qualifications leave the clan and establish families outside to prosper. The likelihood of a spirit seedling appearing in a cultivator's offspring would be higher. So on and so forth. It is a virtuous cycle. Ultimately, it will make the clan more and more prosperous. It could be said that behind a huge and flourishing sect, there were bound to be countless mortals as support. Chu Xian had also never taken the role of mortals lightly. After Wan Wuing finished saying this, he disappeared in a flash. Another rumble came from near the dojo. It was obviously Wan Wuing who was opening his cave. I'll go over there. Li Xueming pointed to the north. Lu Zhenxiong and Wu Tang also searched for a suitable place to open a cave. Chu Xian did not join them, but instead flew towards the south alone. He had no requirements for the cave, just want to be clean and undisturbed by others. After all, he was the one who had to leave Zhongxian heaven and earth every once in a while and head to Aquamarine planet. Chu Xian rode the Big Dipper flying sword and circled over this place for a long time before finally selecting a secluded valley. Inside the valley, a waterfall cascaded down. The water flow formed a small lake within the valley, with some unknown fish and shrimp in it. Some green bamboos and unknown miscellaneous trees grow around the lake. The overall environment was very elegant and very much in line with Chu Xian's thoughts. Right here. After thinking about it, Chu Xian suddenly had some bad taste in placing the location of the cave behind the waterfall. He took out the breaking soul rope and violently jerked it toward the front. Bang! 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 The solid mountain rock was immediately blasted away. I'm afraid that the faithful soul cord didn't expect that it would actually be used by its owner to smash stones one day. The stone chips splashed in all directions, smashing into the lake and scaring away the fish. Only, no matter how desperately they tried to escape, they still couldn't escape the lake. It's like every human life. In no time, the rough cave was opened up. As for the uneven rocks within the cave, Chu Xian only needed to put in a few turning stone into clay techniques to easily fix them. However, the fossil to mud technique can handle a very limited number of rocks, too large to transform. At best, it can only tackle fist-sized rocks. This was also the reason why Chu Xian had to use the soul-severing rope to open up the cave in the first place. Finally, Chu Xian condensed a ball of water and washed away the dirt and stone debris within the cave. In this way the cave was declared completed. The next step was to set up the formation. Chu Xian had long been familiar with these things. In less than an hour, he had laid down formations such as the Misty Trail Formation, the Bane Formation, the Early Warning Formation, and the Spirit Gathering Formation around the valley. As long as it wasn't a Jindan cultivator making a move, it would be impossible for a foundation stage cultivator to blast open his formation in a short period of time. Unfortunately, there is still a formation soul missing to hold down the fort. If there is a formation soul, even if I am not here, I can still ensure that the cave is safe and sound. Chu Xian kept this matter in his mind. Then it was back inside the cave. The cave was simple. There were only 4 stone chambers, the cultivation room, the alchemy room, the refinery room, and the spirit plant room. It's all very empty today. Chu Xian also did not intend to place precious things here. It's just for show. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Senior Chu, where are you? It's Lu Zhenxiong's voice. Chu Xian rode the Big Dipper flying sword to the sky outside the cave. Sure enough, he saw Lu Zhenxiong and the 3 of them coming together. 3 senior brothers. The caverns are all properly opened? Chu Xian smiled and arched his hand. Lu Zhenxiong laughed. What could be so difficult about opening a cave? It's naturally simple. Wu Tang looked down to the valley below. This is where Senior Chu chose. Not bad, not bad. It's a nice scenery. Li Xueming smiled. What is the name of Senior Chu's cave? Chu Xian thought about it and laughed. Waterfall Cave. All 3 of them lit up. Good name. It has some ancient charm. The 4 of them talked freely, and Chu Xian thus learned the directions and names of the 3 of their caves. It wasn't until dusk that the 4 of them parted ways. Chu Xian once again returned to the waterfall cave. This time, he galvanized the formation in its entirety. Chu Xian sat cross-legged on top of the stone bed, recalling his experiences during this period of time. I've got a lot to gain this time. The most important thing, naturally, is that he worshipped under Wan Wuing, and also managed to whitewash his identity, transforming into a cultivator of the Heavenly Seal sect. From now on, it will no longer be the devil cultivator that everyone shouts at. Secondly, it's the fact that the Fury Soul Cord already has a Fury Soul. Judging by Huikon's ferocity nowadays, it's obvious that I have one more card to play. Once again, it's the second turn of the Steel Wire, and I'm going to spend more time next to cultivate it into a life compass. Lastly, the storage bags of several Foundation Establishment stage cultivators such as Sunshur and Huikong were also obtained. I've already looked at the storage bags of Sunshur and the others, and now there's still Huikong's storage bag left to look at. Chapter 56 Extreme Grade Defense Artifact. Merit Bell. Chu Xian then took out Huikong's storage bag. At that time, after killing Huikong, he immediately entered the underground palace to rescue Wan Wuing. Then he immediately left Cloud Mist Manor again and came straight to Fei Shan Tang. There was little free time during that time. Only now do I have time to check it out. Huikong's storage bag was extraordinary. For Qi refining stage cultivators, the ones they use are usually lower grade storage bags, with only about one side of storage space. That is, it's only 3 feet in length, width and height. Converted to aquamarine units, this is equivalent to 1 cubic meter. Foundation Establishment stage cultivators generally used medium quality storage bags with 10 square meters of storage space. This Huikong, however, was using a top grade storage bag. The storage space was a full 100 squares. It was important to know that storage bags belong to space magic weapons. Due to their special characteristics, space spells were inherently more valuable than treasures such as attack spells, defense spells, and flying spells. The price of a top-grade storage bag was even about 30% higher than a top-grade magic weapon. Li Xueming was still using medium-grade storage bags nowadays. Huikong, however, was able to hold a top-quality storage bag in his hand. As expected, he was a member of the Golden Dragon Temple's Heavenly Pride. It's really ho-hum. Chu Xian rubbed his hands together excitedly and slowly opened the storage bag. Various treasures within the storage bag immediately came into view. First, there were the dazzling spirit stones, small spirit stones, enough to pile up into a small mountain. A rough estimate would be at least $3,000. The medium spirit stones, on the other hand, were all piled up in the corner, roughly $50. These spirit stones alone were enough to purchase 3 to 4 top-grade magic weapons. Other than the spirit stones, Chu Xian also saw several magic weapons, but they were all medium-grade magic weapons. Now that Chu Xian's vision was higher, it was only natural that a mid-grade magic weapon would not be seen. These spells are only better than nothing. In fact, he wanted Huikong's Vajra beads even more. That magic weapon can attack and defend. It's a rare and good magic weapon. If it was contaminated with the Yin Fury, it was likely to be used for him. Unfortunately, the Vajra beads and Vajra robes used by Huikong were all damaged in the battle. It was only that ring sword that had fallen into Chu Xian's hands. However, that preceptor was refined by the monks of the Golden Dragon Temple, and was unusually rigid. He had difficulty controlling that ring blade and could only utilize 30% of its power at most. Golden Dragon Formation, Ghost Control Formation, Fury Repelling Formation. These formations are all good, but I can't use any of them, so I'll find a chance to sell them. Essentials of Foundation Stage Formation. This is good. There's actually a box of Taiyan Dan? Chu Xian found a box of pills in the corner and revealed a strange color. Tai Sui Dan. An elixir made with meat Tai Sui as the main ingredient. To cultivators, this elixir is highly toxic, but it's a great tonic for the shadowy corpses. Many corpse pawns needed Tai Sui Dan to assist them in order to be promoted to corpse general. The Wuji sect had cultivated a large number of flesh Taiyu to refine Taiyu Dan in the first place. Chu Xian was worried that he didn't know where to find meat Taiyu to refine Taiyu Dan, but it turned out that Huikong took the initiative to deliver it to his door. There are actually some neat Teiyukai seeds here. It should be the things on Huikong's body from the demonic cultivator he beheaded earlier. He couldn't read them, so he threw them all in his storage bag. Chu Xian revealed a smile and continued to look through it. He suddenly found a huge jade box of exquisite shape. There was a seal attached to the surface of the jade box with a line written on it. There is not enough merit to open it. Chu Xian raised his eyebrows. Merit? Other people don't know how much merit they have, but there was a great deal of merit in him. Without hesitation, Chu Xian directly opened the jade box. An ancient bronze bell lay quietly within the jade box. The surface of this bronze bell is engraved with gods and Buddhas. There is Vajra's angry eyes. Bodhisattva's lowered eyebrows and Buddha's light smile. It seemed that in an instant, Chu Xian was caught in the sights of these gods and Buddhas. He was as weak as an ant. Those gods and Buddhas, however, are as great as mountains. In the blink of an eye, the strange vision dissipated again. He himself remains in the cave. This magic weapon, it actually made me see visions. How could it be so powerful? Chu Xian was creeped out. And then he was ecstatic. It hadn't been taken out yet, hadn't been activated yet, and it made him feel threatened. What if it's really hyped up? I just don't know if I can use this bronze bell. Chu Xian was thoughtful. Think twice about it and make adequate preparations before removing it. Knock. The moment it was taken out, the bronze bell struck on its own, stirring up the Buddha's light, as if it wanted to test whether the user was qualified to use it. Then, however, a wheel of meritorious light suddenly appeared behind Chu Xian's head. The wheel of merit and virtue light slowly rotated, vast and magnificent. It's like the descent of the real Buddha. The chimes of the brass bells came to a screeching halt. It's like a quacking duck in the middle of the night being pinched. On the surface of the bronze bell, that sight of the gods and Buddhas of the heavens, also in this instant, did not have any semblance of oppressive intent towards Chu Xian. Instead, there is also some pleasing buzz. The wheel of meritorious light is fleeting. Chu Xian looked at the obedient bronze bell in front of him and scratched his head. Looks like my little billion points of merit are still somewhat useful, ha. Chu Xian carefully looked through this bronze bell and soon saw 3 words at its bottom. Merit bell. He raised an eyebrow. He had heard of this treasure. The then abbot of the Golden Dragon Temple, Yuan Hong, when he was still a monk at the foundation stage, used this merit bell. Merit bell in hand, the round Hong will be like wearing the Lohan treasure clothes, regardless of the strong enemy surrounded. I will be immovable. Yuan Hong's peak performance was to resist 6 demonic cultivators of the same realm for 5 days and 5 nights with the power of 1 person until reinforcements arrived. Now that Yuan Hong had become a Jindan stage monk, the merit bell was naturally given to the following monks. I didn't expect that it would be given to Huikong. Huikong clearly didn't have enough merit, otherwise he would have taken out the merit bell long ago in that earlier battle. The merit bell was an extremely high-quality magic weapon. If there was truly this merit bell, the 4 of Chu Xian together would not be able to break through his defenses. Good. No one else can use this thing at all. I'm the only one who can use it. Chu Xian couldn't help but laugh. What a godsend. I'm afraid that the Golden Dragon Temple wouldn't have imagined that there was a demonic cultivator whose merit was actually high enough to move the merit bell. Chu Xian looked to the side at Huikong, with a doting smile. Huikong. Ah, Huikong. You've really helped me out. Huikong was confused. The current him had long since lost the memories of his life, and now only had awe for Chu Xian. Chu Xian spent some more time looking over everything in Huikong's storage bag before nodding in satisfaction. The merit bell, Taiyang Dan, and more than 3,000 small spirit stones were the biggest gains he had gotten from Huikong's storage bag. After a brief moment of joy, he began to plan his next business. One of them is to cultivate the native parasite. Secondly, replenish the Yin and the great blood beads. Third, to seek out a powerful being to serve as the main soul of the formation. Fourth, seize the time to cultivate and break through to a higher realm. Time is running out on this one. It's just the right time to utilize the different flow of time between Songxian Heaven and Earth and Aquamarine Star to speed up the pace. Chu Xian took out the energy-filled blood mirror and immediately excited it. Chapter 57, Two-Headed Python. Instinctive Compulsion. Aquamarine. East Lake City. Hotel Hote. Chu Xian had once again arrived at this familiar place. The place where he appeared was still the rooftop. Chu Xian felt that the rooftop had a wide view, so he had always stayed on the rooftop instead of in a hotel room. As soon as he showed up, he heard the happy roar of the little tiger. Immediately afterward, a majestic and lanky figure rushed over as if it were a tank. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Chu Xian. The big head rubbed against Chu Xian one by one. It's weird how it looks to outsiders though, but that's exactly how the cadaver expresses its graciousness. Chu Xian smiled and nodded. How have you been during my absence? Ho ho ho. Tiger described with his hands and feet. One moment pointing east, the next west. One moment bouncing, the next running. It was a vocal, hand-wringing affair. Of course, Chu Xian would definitely not be able to understand these contraptions just by looking at them. It was mainly through the divine soul connection between himself and Little Tiger that he was able to learn about the thoughts that Little Tiger had passed on. As I expected, it's mostly business as usual, but a little thing happened. Chu Xian nodded slightly. He learned from the intention transmitted from Little Tiger. A two-headed python, over 20 meters in length, appeared majestically in the East Lake. Many of the surrounding transcendent creatures were hunted down by that two-headed python. It also wreaked havoc in Eastlake for the first 2 months. The Black Blade Security Company suffered heavy losses as a result and had to ask the Linjiang army for help. That two-headed python was still very much a deadbeat trying to enter the netherworld soul-snatching formation. However, after entering for a few moments it rushed out, and its divine soul seemed to have been slightly affected. Little Tiger also fought with that two-headed python and beat it up so badly that the latter broke its tail and escaped. Now I don't know whether they have entered the Dragon River or are harboring deep in the East Lake to recuperate. Now, the Linjiang army had also sent hundreds of people to Donghu City to look for traces of the two-headed python in various waters. Tiger and Panther both fought them off, but each time they quickly disappeared into the darkness. Those soldiers of the Linjiang army were so low in strength that they didn't even notice them. Chu Xian was very interested in that two-headed python. The transcendent creatures of Aquamarine Star seemed to be very different from the demonic beasts of Zhangxian Heaven and Earth. If an ordinary demonic beast had intruded into the Infine soul-snatching formation that he had laid down, it would have long since become a nutrient for that formation. However, that two-headed python entered and stayed for a moment, and actually managed to come out alive. It surprised him quite a bit. There may be something peculiar about its living soul. If it was drawn out, it might be used as the main soul of the formation. However, the matter is not urgent. Since the Linjiang army squad hadn't withdrawn from East Lake City yet, it meant that the two-headed python was still in East Lake City as well. Can a small two-headed python be stronger than a foundation stage cultivator? When you have the time, you can just take it with you, and you don't need to keep it in mind as something important. Where's Panther? Chu Xian casually asked. Ho ho ho! Xiaohu pointed to the north. Chu Xian nodded, and Little Tiger said that Little Leopard had gone out to forage for food. Because all the zombies in East Lake City died in that last necrotic wave. Over the past year or so, there had been other zombies wandering in from the surrounding cities, but the numbers were always relatively small. Both Little Tiger and Little Leopard simply ran next door to Shuanglong City and other cities to forage for food. Chu Xian was very assured of their strength. It's the city walkers that need to be worried about instead. You guard here, Chu Xian casually said. Ho ho ho! Xiaohu hammered his chest heavily with a solemn face. Chu Xian sat down and immediately began to cultivate the intrinsic compulsions. It is written in the Book of Blood Insects that 2 conditions are required to cultivate an instinctive parasite. 1. The formation of bloodworm sacs. Secondly, feed the native parasites with essence blood. Now the bloodworm sac has coalesced. What Chu Xian needed to do now was to feed the blood steel wire with his essence blood. Wire, come out! Chu Xian called out in a low voice. His palm then cracked a gash. Wire burrowed out and rubbed his arm affectionately. Chu Xian forced out 3 drops of his heart's essence blood, and his face suddenly paled. The steel wire was like smelling a feast as it rushed closer and quickly devoured these drops of essence blood. Phew! The speed at which essence blood is produced is still really slow. On average, I'm afraid it takes 3 days to produce a drop. Chu Xian shook his head helplessly. He couldn't give too much essence blood in one breath, otherwise the wire will eat up. In the blink of an eye, it was a month later. 1 drop of essence blood for 3 days. Together with the 3 drops of essence blood from the first day, Chu Xian had fed a total of 13 drops of essence blood to the steel wire. The connection between him and the wire grows stronger by the day, until the last day. The 14th drop of essence blood goes down. Chu Xian suddenly felt spiritually permeable. The wire was as good as an extension of his own limbs. One thought to himself and Wire knew what to do. It's really as good as it gets. In this way, this native compulsion is considered a success. In this way, the wire will be much more combat effective. The likelihood of backlash is dramatically reduced. However, once Wire was injured, Chu Xian would also empathize and be greatly traumatized. That day when Wu Tang's brain-eating insect mother was killed by Huikong, Wu Tang almost fainted, precisely because of the tremendous backlash brought about by the killing of his own parasite. Chu Xian gently stroked the steel wire, revealing a satisfied smile. I did make the right choice. Cultivating the instinctive compass is too time-consuming to be cultivated in Zhangxian Heaven and Earth. Unfortunately, not only did the blood wire bug egg buried earlier not hatch, it died instead. Chu Xian sighed a little as he recalled that earlier incident. Guess there was something wrong with that blood wire worm egg itself. It absorbed his blood, and after a month or 2 had passed, it actually dissolved without a sound. My next compulsion will be of a completely different kind. Perhaps the wire can be made to mate with a more powerful compulsion to lay a new breed of eggs. It's a choice. After a period of study, Chu Xian had long since come to know the bloodworm book like the back of his hand. How to cultivate better compulsion has also been royally learned. This native compulsion of his, His bloodline had far exceeded that of an ordinary blood wire. Counts as a mutant blood wire if you have to say so. It was entirely possible to find an opportunity to mate with a more powerful parasite in order to lay eggs. Of course, this worm egg is not stable. It's the equivalent of opening a blind box. If you drive the wrong way, you will waste a lot of energy and time. It's almost time. Go out for a walk and see where the two-headed python is now. Chu Xian drummed his spiritual energy and shook the dust that had fallen all over his body. Ho ho ho! Tiger squealed with delight. This month, every day, apart from foraging for food, he didn't move an inch to guard Chu Xian's side. He was happy that his master needed him. He saw the panther next to him growl less aggressively. Up went a slap and a point to the nose rant. As if to say, the master is right here. Screaming so unmotivated. What do I need you for? Panther whimpered a few times in aggravation, as if admitting his mistake. Chu Xian smiled and patted their heads. Little Tiger's loyalty. He had seen it. Come on, walk me around. Roar. Both Little Tiger and Little Leopard let out excited roars. Chu Xian put them into the corpse nurturing tower, took out the Big Dipper flying sword, and immediately soared into the sky. Chapter 58. I suggest that you three should go and invite the Immortal cultivator staying at the Haotai Hotel. In the meantime, the temporary garrison camp of the Linjiang army. This camp is right next to Blackfront security, but the makeshift camp was clearly much larger than the small buildings of the security company next door. And everywhere there is the dryness and strength of regular troops. At this time, in the small building in the middle of the camp, 7 people were gathered at a round table and were discussing. These 7 people, 3 of whom were all wearing the uniform of the Linjiang army, sat in the upper seat. The first person, majestic and burly, bald and strong. On his left was a slender woman. On his right hand was a thin man. They were the 3 commanders of the Linjiang army, named Xiong Xing, Lin Qiao, and Li Taimu. The other 4 were dressed in civilian clothes and sat on either side. These 4 people were the 4 transcendents of the Black Wind Security Company. The man with the inch head is Wang Jiangang, dry and thin middle-aged, is Wang Jiangon's cousin Wang Yong, fatty fat guy named Tang Jinchuan, the one-armed middle-aged man. On the other hand, was Song Dai. I still think that with the number of personnel we have, we can't intercept the two-headed python into the lower reaches of the Dragon River, and we must call for help from headquarters. Li Taimo said seriously. Don't forget, that double-headed python broke through the blockade of the 5 of us and more than 300 soldiers of the Linjiang army in the first place. Lin Qiao, however, immediately shook her head. That double-headed python had already suffered a serious injury when it broke through the blockade in the first place, and some time ago it also fought with unknown transcendent creatures and was injured again. So now it is definitely nestled in the East Lake recuperating from its injuries. By the time the support from HQ comes, it'll be long since healed. I think it's important to set up as soon as possible to intercept the two-headed python and never let it enter the lower reaches of the Dragon River. That's not really our territory. Bearstar rubbed his temples and looked to the 4 black striker men who rarely spoke. He asked, "This East Lake City is your territory. Wang Jiangang, what do you have in mind?" Wang Jiangang smiled awkwardly. "What ideas can I have? Everything is at your will." He was nothing more than a discharged veteran. If it wasn't for the recruitment of the Linjiang army, coupled with his own coincidental awakening of his talent, how could he have formed the Black Strike Security Company and occupied the territory of Donghu City? That's a bit of eye candy he still understands. Wang Jiangang didn't speak, but Tang Jinchuan did. I suggest that the 3 of you should still go and invite the Immortal cultivator who was staying at the Haotai Hotel. With him making a move, not to mention intercepting that double-headed python, even killing the double-headed python won't be difficult. After he said this, Xiong Xing, Lin Qiao, and Li Taimu all frowned. Wang Jiangang and Wang Yong, on the other hand, secretly screamed that it was not good. After these 3 members of the Linjiang army entered Donghu City, they were ordered to go to the Haotai Hotel early in the morning, hoping to approach that mysterious Immortal cultivator. However, no matter how much shouting was done, there was no sound inside the hotel. If you go in hard, but it's like walking into a fog, walking dizzy, walking out after 2 or 3 hours and realizing you're still in the same place. It was obvious that the mysterious cultivator did not intend to see them. They were the commanders of the Linjiang army, the backbone members of the most powerful force in this entire Linjiang province. You can't put your hot face on someone else's cold ass over and over again. Xiong Xing faintly said, "That person doesn't want to see us, so don't bring this matter up again." Tang Jinchuan wanted to say more, but he was pulled by Song Dai. He had to sit down. Tang Jinchuan had seen the divine might of an immortal cultivator with his own eyes. A spider mother that powerful was easily put to death by that immortal cultivator. From then on he knew that the power of that immortal cultivator was by no means comparable to those transcendents like them. I'm afraid that even Yi Nantian, the general of the Linjiang army, a powerful man who had been promoted to a 4th-level transcendentalist a few months ago, might not be a match for that man. Unfortunately, these 3 commanders regarded themselves so highly that they only went to the Hawthorne Hotel twice and then stopped going. Seems to think that would be too degrading. It is really sad. Tang Jinchuan couldn't help but sigh secretly. A moment later, Bearstar tapped out. Then it's a deal. Immediately place obstacles where Long Jiang enters Hanhai province. Within a week, we must kill this 2-headed python that is plaguing Linjiang province. The crowd responded in hushed tones. Yes, to the south of Linjiang province is Hanhai province. It is through Linjiang province that the Dragon River flows into Hanhai province. The ruling force in Hanhai province is the boat gang. Those guys in the Linjiang army don't deal with each other very well. There is also just basic trade between the two sides. Once the 2-headed python was allowed to escape into Hanhai province, there was nothing that could be done about it. No matter what the Linjiang army did. After all, it was already someone else's territory. Who wouldn't want a transcendent creature like a double-headed python with the spiritual energy crystals in its body? At that point, trouble will be even more numerous. Xu Xian harnessed the Big Dipper flying sword to soar into the sky. When looking down on the earth, a convoy was spotted heading south along the Dragon River. Eventually, all kinds of obstacles were placed where the Dragon River entered Hanhai province. All that sturdy wire mesh is full of barbs. Any fish that passes through will be stung. These instruments are very specialized. Obviously only the Linjiang army with its industrial capacity can produce it. Xu Xian looked downwards with interest. It seemed that the Linjiang army was preparing to intercept that double-headed python. As it happened, he also wanted to see if this 2-headed python was qualified to serve as the formation's main soul. If he was not qualified, there was no need for him to waste any more time, and he could just leave everything to these soldiers of the Linjiang army to solve. At that moment, a dull explosion came from the East Lake. Apparently a group of soldiers from the Linjiang army were embarking on an attack. It seems that the place where it hid and recuperated has long been discovered by the Linjiang army. Xu Xian smiled faintly. Around the East Lake, violent fights immediately appeared. The huge snake's tail jerked away. Each stroke creates a sonorous wave. Trees along the shore would also be jerked right off. Many of the soldiers of the Linjiang army, even the 1st-level transcendents, could not carry this powerful blow from Snaketail. It was smashed into mush on the spot. Xu Xian watched their battle with interest. The battle between transcendents and transcendent creatures was very different from the fights between cultivators. The cultivation system and battle system of cultivators had long been passed down for an unknown number of years, matured long ago, but it's only been over 5 years since Aquamarine's psychic energy eruption. For the transcendents, everything has to be figured out from scratch. That's why they fight in a weird way. One moment, he used the psychic power within his body, and the next, he attacked through a small kinetic weapon like a gun. As Xu Xian watched, it always felt like children were fighting. Having stepped into the Foundation establishment stage, he had long been fearless of unusual guns. Unless it is a missile or even a more advanced atomic bomb, modern thermal weapons can no longer hurt him. Did it hurt? At that moment, Xu Xian noticed the 2-headed python screaming in agony a few times, and with a zap, he dug into the deep water. Judging by the splash, it had apparently entered the Dragon River and was swimming rapidly downstream. I don't see any peculiarities so far, so we'll see. Xu Xian shook his head. This little python, I'm afraid, is still going to let him down. Chapter 59, Surrounding the 2-headed python. The commander dies. Splash all the way south. Apparently it's a huge monster that's escaping along the Dragon River. The physical qualities of transcendental beings have been enhanced in all directions, but wisdom is not easy to come by. The intelligence of most transcendental creatures is only slightly elevated compared to what it used to be. It's the equivalent of a 5 or 6-year-old human child. If you have to make an analogy, after feeling their lives threatened, their first reaction must be to run away. From this point of view, there was nothing strange about this 2-headed python. Xu Xian patiently continued to look down. The 2-headed python was fast. In the blink of an eye, it scurried out hundreds of meters, faster than a speedboat. The soldiers of the Linjiang army wanted to chase after it, but they couldn't even touch the splash and could only watch it escape. At this moment, Xiongxing and the other 3 commanders, as well as the 4 transcendents from Black Strike, were all guarding the pass. Behind them was the Dragon River, but it was already the border of Hanhai province. All they had to do was to intercept the two-headed python on the border of Linjiang province. It would be best if they could be killed, but if they couldn't be killed, they had to be seriously injured. This goes back and forth a few times, and sooner or later, you'll be able to kill it. Coming. Wang Yun's talent was farsightedness. He saw a huge wave appear on the river from a distance. Apparently there was a horrible creature underwater that was coming at them fast. Ready! Bearstar bellowed. All the Transcendents stood by in strict anticipation. The waves are getting closer. The threat brought to them by the two-headed python under the water was also growing. Each man clutched his weapon. I'm not sure how many beads of sweat have broken out on my body. Hiss! The two-headed python, which was traveling at high speed, failed to break in time and ran headlong into the wire mesh. The barbs of the wire mesh joints dug deep into its scales, hooking out a cascade of gore. In a flash, blood stained the river at the feet of the crowd. Shoot! Bearstar waved his hand in a big way. The muzzle of the automatic rifle spat flames. Bullets shot into the water moment by moment, blasting into the two-headed python. Hiss! The two-headed python once again let out a miserable scream. The huge body stirred madly, creating a sonorous wave. Some soldiers of the Linjiang army did not stand still for a moment, and they were lifted off by the waves and fell directly into the water. The ferocious two-headed python opened its mouth wide and bit those unlucky soldiers directly into two. Keep firing and empty your magazines. Xiongxing's gaze was icy cold as he stood still and continued to give orders. Bang! 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 The flame of the automatic rifle tore through the air and blasted into the water. This time, however, the agonizing hiss of the two-headed python could not be heard. Can't see any more blood surfacing either. The soldiers' clips were emptied one after another. However, as well-trained soldiers of the Linjiang army, they had long prepared spare magazines. Without needing an order from the commander, they replaced the magazines on their own. The gun was pointed at the water. Still alert. After all, this wasn't the first time they had dealt with this two-headed python. Xiongxing, Lin Xiao, and Li Taimon glanced at each other, instinctively sensing that something was wrong. How come this two-headed python just seems to have disappeared? Or maybe after their round of fire, they have been seriously injured? Lin Xiao stuck her head out and looked towards the water. Wanted to see the reality of this two-headed python. The water seemed to be empty underneath. She was about to speak. A huge head was seen rushing straight out of the water. The bloody mouth was open to the extreme. With a fierce bite, he swallowed Lin Xiao whole. Poof! The upper half of the two-headed python smashed back into the river. The huge wave that was created doused everyone from head to toe. Li Taima stared dead at the churning river. His eyes rounded in disbelief. Lin Xiao! Lin Xiao! He growled angrily. Bearstar clutched the railing, and a huge force erupted, almost pinching the iron railing out of shape. His frame trembled a little. Lin Xiao, one of the 5 commanders of the Linjiang army, had stepped into a second-level transcendent for 2 full years, and might be able to try to impact a third-level transcendent in a year at most. Now, to actually die so easily? Chu Xian raised his eyebrows. This two-headed python, so cunning. Sink to the bottom of the river on purpose and pretend to be injured. Wait for the Linjiang army commander to let his guard down and storm out. Chu Xian gradually came to be interested. The two-headed python was so cunning in life, and when the time came to draw out the living soul, it would retain its cunning character as well. Cunning, a quality that would be abhorrent when placed in an enemy, but when placed on a teammate, it puts all fours in one's mind. That's when the river churned once again. The two-headed python actually poked its upper body directly out of the water. Those 2 heads, with 4 snake eyes, stared grimly at Xiongxing and Li Taimu. When they were near Longjiang City, these 2 were involved in the siege of it. It remembers naturally. One of the two-headed python's heads moved. A spasm. A few moments later, spit out Lin Xiao all in rags. It landed right in front of the duo of Xiongxing and Li Taimu. Those 4 snake eyes were full of teasing. Wang Gangjian and the others were in awe. They see it. This two-headed python wasn't afraid of them at all. It's provocative. Pure provocation. I'll kill you. Li Taimu growled angrily. Lin Xiao's outfit was one that he had specially bought from the side of the boat gang to give to Lin Xiao. The two-headed python spitting this stomach-corroded outfit in front of him was worse than killing him. Bearstar pulled him back. It's provoking you. Attack according to the predetermined plan and never be impulsive. Li Taimu took a deep breath. His eyes still red. Good. Xiongxing shouted towards Wang Gangjian's 4. There's a change in plan. We need your support. Righteousness. Wang Gangjian nodded in response. Bearstar violently twisted the hard iron railing, and the hard iron railing was directly twisted down by him. Then his right arm erupted with a huge force and he threw himself violently. Whoosh! The iron railing breaks into the air. The two-headed python hadn't reacted yet. The razor-sharp iron bar was lodged dead center into the scales just below its neck. Hiss! The two-headed python hissed miserably in pain. Attack! Bearstar yelled. He violently threw one of the iron spears he had long prepared around him. Use all your strength on each one. It was as if he wanted to bet all the indignation of the death of his fellow officers on this single iron spear. His talent was similar to Wang Ganjian's, both of which were of the strengthening lineage, which meant strengthening parts of the body. Transcendent creatures like the two-headed python can fight in water, but people have trouble getting into the water. So the best way to attack now is with a thrown weapon like this. Li Taimu let out a low roar, and his palm also violently ignited a fireball. When the fireball had condensed to a certain level, it suddenly smashed away. There were two thuds, pointing straight at the head of the two-headed python. He could consume the spiritual energy in his body in order to gather flames. Such a transcendent is categorized in the elemental lineage. With the two commanders leading the way, the rest of the transcendents and soldiers attacked. Bullets pouring. Spiritual energy erupted. Chu Xian overlooked everything with great interest. He realized that most of the talents awakened by transcendence were of the strengthening lineage. That is, to strengthen an organ or a part of one's body. Some people strengthen their arms, others strengthen their legs and feet. Some people have eyes, ears, etc. Elemental lineage transcendents like Li Taimu who could extract the spiritual energy accumulated in his body and condense it into a flame form to blast it out were not rare. Chapter 60, Stealing my Yin Fury Chi. You shall die. Boom boom boom. All sorts of attacks landed on the two-headed python, beating the latter's skin and flesh. He screamed miserably. The two-headed python's provocative behavior clearly didn't work. Its aim of angering the transcendents, luring them into the river, and then using its home field advantage to wipe them out one by one didn't work either. A large amount of blood soared out from the two-headed python, quickly staining the surface of the river. Every time its giant tail tried to draw down, it was preempted by the battle-experienced Bearstar. At this point, the latter will throw an extraordinarily sharp, poisoned iron spear. This was specially prepared by Bearstar for the two-headed python. These powerful poisonous hardened iron spears forced the two-headed python to withdraw its giant tail in defense. After a melee, the two-headed python was bruised and battered, with 30% of its scales shattered. However, on the side of the human transcendents, there were only 3 Linjiang army soldiers and 6 members of the Black Strike Security Company killed in action. The two-headed python screamed under the ferocious fire, seemingly without the power to fight back. At this rate, the scales will tip completely in favor of the transcendents. Xiongxing and Li Taimu's eyes all flashed sternly. They want to avenge the deaths of their fellow officers. Among the clouds, Chu Xian yawned as he watched. Until now, the two-headed python hadn't been able to display the qualities that had caught his eye. It was also that cunning character that raised just a tiny bit of interest in him. However, at that very moment, Chu Xian suddenly sensed a familiar fluctuation from within the two-headed python. It's the Yin Qi? Chu Xian's spirit lifted. In the next moment, the two-headed python was seen violently lifting up its two heads, and purple-black gas was suddenly spewed out of its mouth. The gas was cold and evil, and it seemed as if there were ghosts crying and wolves howling in it. If you listen sideways, it's enough to shake the soul. The crowd instinctively sensed something unsettling and dispersed. However, there were also some people who were enveloped by the purple-black gas before they could react. Wait for the gas to dissipate. All that was left in its place was a corpse with a grim expression and no body heat. Even a level 1 transcendent had only supported himself for a few more seconds in the purple and black gas before he followed in the footsteps of ordinary people. Wang Jiangong's eyebrows jumped wildly when he saw this scene. He recognized the gas. It was exactly the same as the gas he had seen in that area near the Hao Hotel when the wave of corpses had come that day. Run! Run! Wang Gangjian could not think about it and pulled on Wang Yong next to him and ran. On that day in the beginning, tens of thousands of zombies and a large number of transcendental creatures had rushed into the gas-shrouded area. And they're all dead. Those of them, compared to the walkers, were pitifully few. They are also pathetically weak. How could it possibly block the attack of this purple and black gas? Tang Jinchuan and Song Dei were uncertain, but they also followed closely behind. Xiongxing and Li Taimu were also enveloped in purple and black gas at this time, but they were, after all, battle-hardened level 2 transcendents. Coupled with the Yin fiendish chi spewing from the mouth of the two-headed python, it had long been diluted many times over. If one were not to compare it to the Yin fiend chi and the Yin fiend soul-snatching formation, the former was at best only 1% of the latter. But even so, Xiongxing and Li Taimu were extremely unpleasant. They felt as if hordes of gremlins had rushed into their heads. These demons sell their souls and flesh and tear them apart. However, they were not able to fight back half-heartedly, and could only watch as they were torn to pieces. The feeling was fleeting. Just then, a calm voice rang out from the sky dome. "Stealing my fury chi, thou shalt die." The voice was like a majestic holy sound that cleansed the soul. In an instant, the ghostly cries and horrifying illusions were crushed to nothing. When Xiongxing and Li Taimu came back to their senses, finding that he had stiffened up immensely, several parts of his body had even taken on an iron color. Obviously, if it continues, and their bodies die, they looked to the sky in unison. He discovered a figure stepping on top of a flying sword, overlooking the living world. The figure's clothes were flowing, and his eyes were bland. It was like the legendary Taoist Immortal who had forgotten his love and had no more feelings or desires. Wang Gangjian, Wang Yong, and the others who had fled, heard this sound and also stood violently, looking at the sky incredulously. He showed up, that mysterious cultivator. He appeared. Tang Jinchuan looked excited. Of all the people present, he was considered one of those who had seen Chu Xian in person. Unconsciously, he realized that he had become Chu Xian's admirer. This mysterious cultivator always appears in the nick of time. The double-headed python also stared at Chu Xian with a deadly stare. The four snake eyes were filled with bloodlust, brutality, fear, and shock and anger. It saw Chu Xian's extraordinary at a glance. Ever since it opened its spirit and became a transcendent being, it had never seen a human who could fly in the sky. This guy, he's the first. Moreover, the fury chi that he had spat out was actually resolved by this human in a matter of moments. The solution, actually, was just to say the word. The two-headed python sphere of Chu Xian had already surpassed all the enemies it had seen before. Chu Xian looked at the two-headed python with a flat expression. He really didn't expect that this two-headed python could actually spit out fury chi. I think it must be that time after mistakenly entering the Fiend soul-snatching formation, he unintentionally absorbed the Fiend chi. Its body must have something strange about it. Otherwise, he would have died inside the formation long ago. It was even more unlikely that they would store the fury chi and use it as a base card to attack their enemies. Hiss! The two-headed python was furious in his heart as Chu Xian looked at him. It gave a long, grumpy hiss. The scales on his body were upside down. The snake heads on the left and right sides then violently bit towards Chu Xian. "Little tiger, little leopard, over to you," Chu Xian casually said as he held out the corpse-raising pagoda in his left hand. Ho ho ho! A lanky figure nearly 3 meters tall appeared as if it had been created out of nothing. The fist slammed into the snake's head. The figure was stout, though far beyond the norm. But in the eyes of Wang Gangjian and the others, that figure was compared to the massive body of the two-headed python. Still weak as a lamb. A thought rose in everyone's mind. Isn't it looking for death to swing a fist at such a huge thing? It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot or an ant trying to shake a tree. As everyone's eyes converged, just a thud. That hideous and ghastly snake head was actually blown away by the fist in an instant. Eyes, teeth, scales, blood, bones, flew everywhere. These things are almost indistinguishable from bullets. Wherever it passed, everything was penetrated. Some of the guys who loved to watch and were unlucky enough to have their limbs pierced through on the spot. Those who were unlucky enough to be bloodied were even pierced through parts of the throat, heart and arteries. Burp on the spot. Everyone's eyes rounded, including Xiongxing and Li Taimu. They simply could not have imagined that the unbeatable two-headed python would actually have one of its heads directly blown off by a single punch. It was simply not something that they, the Transcendents, could do. Yi Nantian couldn't do it either. Chapter 61, Soul Extraction. Immortal means, that's still just the zombies harnessed by the Immortals. If the Immortals themselves were to make a move, the two-headed python would surely die on the spot. Tang Jinchuan exclaimed. Wang Jiangang and the others, who were originally still a bit worried about the strength of the Immortals, nodded their heads at this moment. Roar! The two-headed python had one of its heads blown off, and the remaining one immediately wailed in agony. After coming back to its senses, its two remaining snake eyes stared at Chu Xian in death. It was full of brutality and murderous intent. It was about to open its mouth and attack again. A lean, short figure, however, suddenly appeared. A nail with a terrifying aura was viciously nailed into the huge body of the two-headed python. Fire sting! Boom! The rushing fire exploded. The two-headed python was severed flush from the waist down. A large amount of broken flesh and blood was thrown in all directions. This unexpected scene once again shook those in attendance. That figure, where did it come from? Just now, the Immortal seemed to say that little tiger and little leopard. There should be two zombie henchmen at the same time. No wonder. The one that appeared first with a big waist is a warrior type, and the one that appeared after him is smart and short, so you can tell it's an assassin department. Is this an immortal? People are full of shock as you speak. The two-headed python that they couldn't kill with all their might was now being beaten by the two zombies under the immortal's command. The disparity is too great. Whoosh! Little tiger and little leopard dodged in a flash and appeared by Chu Xian's side one after another. The tiger was spirited and proud that he had accomplished another of his master's tasks. The little panther had a piece of snake meat in its mouth and was chewing on it with gusto. Chu Xian looked down at the two-headed python. This beast is missing a head and the lower half of its body. The wound was spilling blood one by one. And yet it's actually still alive. Its life force was even more massive than Chu Xian had imagined. The essence of an energy like psychic energy is far inferior to aura though, but its addition to the life force has been almost comparable to Reiki. Hiss! The only two remaining eyes of the double-headed python were filled with resentment towards Chu Xian. It knew that it had no chance of surviving any longer. The reason I'm still alive now is just a flashback. It's angry. It was going to drag this halfway decent human with it. In the next moment, the double-headed python violently opened its mouth, actually spewing out a large amount of fiendish chi from its body. It's going to release all the yin and yang in its body. Kill the uninvited guest. Chu Xian revealed an odd smile when he saw this roiling netherworldly chi. You're delivering? The fiend chi was tantamount to a tonic to Chu Xian, who cultivated the blood fiend alchemy demon scripture. During that previous period of time, it was precisely because he had been sitting in the fiend soul-snatching formation and cultivating that he was able to rapidly improve and reach the second level of foundation establishment. The fury chi spewed out by the two-headed python wasn't great, right, but it could be absorbed and cultivated. Chu Xian simply ran the bloodshed refining demon scripture, allowing the yin aura to envelop him. The two-headed python's pair of serpentine eyes were filled with a smooth color. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. There was no way to know the horror of this yin and yang. He actually allowed the fury chi to envelop him. Looks like he can drag this damn human with him before he dies. People looked at this scene, but their hearts were anxious. What's going on? How come the immortal is covered by that evil aura? Just now, I saw the immortal not moving at all, as if he wasn't afraid at all. Hey, that guy wasn't scared, was he? There's no such thing as an immortal nah. It's just a more powerful human. People were talking, each with their own ideas. Song Dei whispered, can immortals still do that level of evil? Wang Zhengang didn't have much to go on and hesitated. That area is full of this evil aura, yet the immortals are guarding the side. They should have something to fall back on. He hadn't seen Chu Xian personally enter the fiend soul-snatching formation. It was only known that Chu Xian had guarded the outside of the grand formation and had warned him not to approach. So, one can only judge by past experience as well. Tang Jinchuan's eyes were firm. I believe that it will work. Xiong Xing and Li Taimu originally had a hopeful face. However, when he saw that Chu Xian was instantly enveloped by the fiendish chi, his heart was half-cooled on the spot. Holy, why isn't he dodging? Doesn't it look awesome? Li Taimu couldn't wait to rush in and pull Chu Xian out, growling towards his ears as to why he didn't dodge. Bear Star sighed. Don't be hasty, take another look. Maybe they have some kind of card. Buzz. In the next moment, the severing chi enveloping Chu Xian suddenly converged. It disappeared without a trace. Chu Xian, on the other hand, opened his eyes with intent and looked toward the two-headed python, smiling. Is there more? The two-headed python's eyes, which had only moments ago been freely relieved, immediately became stunned. What's going on? The unrivaled yin chi is actually gone? It looked as if it had been absorbed by this damn human. Wang Gangjian and the others also had the same expression. In the face of that kind of evil chi, even the transcendentals were dying from dabbling in it, and that immortal actually felt a bit unfulfilled. What's going on? Tang Jinchuan, however, had an expected expression. I knew it. Li Taimu was ranting about why he didn't dodge 1 second, and when he saw the scene the next, his grumpy look instantly froze on his face. Xiong Xing laughed. You see, there really is a bottom card. He really isn't afraid of this evil chi. You're good enough to be qualified to be my formation master soul. Chu Xian nodded calmly, recognized the strength of the two-headed python. The two-headed python growled angrily. Although it didn't know anything about formation master souls, it knew that it had been belittled by Chu Xian. From the beginning, Chu Xian did not treat it as an opponent of the same level. The two-headed python wailed in despair, dragging half of its body and launching a final attack towards Chu Xian. That bloody mouth seemed as if it wanted to swallow Chu Xian together with the surrounding space. Hit the road. Chu Xian did not flash or dodge. It's just a handful. A blood-colored chain was suddenly drawn out. Click. The head of the two-headed python was snapped off by the roots. There was even anger and resentment remaining in its huge snake eyes. Didn't even know he was dead. Chu Xian cast a spell and casually pumped his hand. The white, two-headed raw soul was then drawn out of him hard. Could that be a spirit? People looked shocked. Soul pumping. That's something that only immortals can do. The four Wang Jiangang people were even more respectful and fearful of Chu Xian. Xiong Xing, Li Taimu, and the soldiers of the Linjiang army had also completely curbed their proud nature. The only thing in his heart was full of awe for Chu Xian. Sentinel. Soul-sucking. What else could this be if not an immortal tactic? In Xiong Xing's heart, boundless remorse had now risen. If he had been able to go to the Hawthorne Hotel for the third time, just like how Uncle Lu Huang invited Kongming 3 times, he would have asked this mysterious immortal to join them and deal with the double-headed python together. I'm afraid the outcome won't be as tragic this time around. A backbone of the Linjiang army like Lin Xiao won't die either. All because of his arrogance, his pride. It ultimately leads to the worst possible outcome. He felt a deep sense of guilt. Chapter 62, we must pull him into the Linjiang army's camp. It's okay, Brother Bear. It's not your fault. No one thought he was really immortal. Before I came here, I was telling Xiaoer that there's no such thing as an immortal in this world, and that if there really was one, he would have saved Aquamarine long before the end of days appeared. Li Taimu saw Bearstar's guilt and spoke out to comfort him. Bearstar let out a few long sighs and nodded slightly. After Chu Xian extracted the two-headed python's living soul, he directly collected its body as well. After doing so, without even looking, he stepped onto the Big Dipper flying sword and disappeared without a trace, leaving the grateful people looking at each other in disbelief. Chu Xian did not strike this time in order to save anyone, but only to behead the two-headed python in order to obtain the Formation Master's soul. He naturally didn't care about people's gratitude. Li Taimu said in a low voice, Brother Xiong, that level 3 spiritual energy crystal is gone. How can we go back and deliver? Bearstar murmured, if it's gone, it's gone. Just don't let the boat gang get it. After speaking, he paused and added, today's incident was immediately passed back to inform headquarters. Good. Li Taimu nodded. Hotel Hao Tai. Rooftop. The gale rolled back and Chu Xian landed smoothly. Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and Little Leopard were released by him from the corpse-raising tower. By the way, the massive body of the two-headed python was also thrown out. The Little Dragon was a little curious and squatted down to carefully pick at the two-headed python's body. Little Tiger was still the same as before, guarding Chu Xian's side and not moving an inch. The Little Leopard, in a blink of an eye, his mouth is holding a piece of snake tail, crunching and chewing happily. Tiger glanced at him and went up for a slap. Ho ho ho! Roar! Xiao Hu cursed, as if reprimanding the panther for disturbing his master. Panther whimpered in aggravation and could only spit out the snake's tail. Chu Xian saw their little actions and had an amused look on his face. You two did a good job this time. Reward. Chu Xian flicked his fingers and flicked 2 black and unseemly Taiyang Dan over. Little Tiger and Little Leopard's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly caught it and directly ate it. They don't know what it is, but instinctively there was thirst. So, don't think about anything else. Just eat. Little Tiger and Little Leopard both had the realm of an 8th level corpse pawn now. One step further and you can impact the corpse general. Giving them Teoden now will speed this up. Chu Xian still had quite a lot of Taiyang Dan in his hand. Enough for all 3 of these corpses under his hand to step into corpse generals. The little dragon also smelled the Taiyang Dan, and all of a sudden his eyes turned green. As for the corpse of this two-headed python, let's give it to these corpses to eat. With a wave of Chu Xian's hand, a dozen or so corpses were also released from the corpse nurturing tower. The realm of these corpses was not comparable to that of the dragons, tigers, and leopards, but they were quite not bad either. Compared to the ordinary zombies of Aquamarine, it possessed crushing strength. A little nurturing is good. They may be needed as cannon fodder later. Upon receiving their master's order, the shadowy corpses immediately swarmed. Open the meal. You guys go get me some powerful walkers and bring them back. Chu Xian commanded. Ho ho ho! Little Dragon, Little Tiger and Little Leopard drew their legs and rushed out, and it was a great effort. Not long after, a full 20 robust zombies were thrown in front of Chu Xian. Chu Xian swept a glance and knew that these zombies were not ordinary. By no means were they ordinary zombies. At least they were all level 1 zombies, with psychic energy crystals already evolved in their bodies. Not bad. A reward. Chu Xian flicked over a Taiyang Dan towards the little dragon. The little dragon went straight for it with his mouth, and then nimbly ran off to the side to digest it. with a twinkle in his eye. The little panther came to these zombies and immediately used his claws to dig a bloody hole in them. Then he pandered and generally laid down in front of Chu Xian, as if he was showing off that he was very capable. Chu Xian couldn't help but hold his forehead as he looked at the several zombies that had been dug up beyond recognition. To use a living being as a cauldron, you must dig blood holes where the blood meets and bury the seeds. You can't just dig a hole, pull out and beat them up, Chu Xian calmly said. Ho ho ho! Little Tiger nodded repeatedly. A pair of wrists rubbed and clucked. It pulled the panther by the leg and threw it off the rooftop in the latter's horrified eyes. A crackling sound soon followed from below. These walkers are unusable. Chu Xian executed the blood transformation technique, draining the blood from their entire bodies and condensing it into large blood beads. As for the rest of these level 1 zombies, he did it himself, digging out bloody holes one by one and burying all kinds of seeds. Without exception, these seeds needed to draw on the flesh and blood of living beings to grow. For example, meat taiyaki, blood demon teeth, and so on. As Chu Xian's cultivation increased, the Yin corpses and parasites under his hands all needed to be upgraded as well. There will be a need for more walkers as furnaces in the future. I'll have to get a zombie farm and use the zombies as soil so I don't have to struggle to find them every time. Chu Xian smashed his lips. There's no zombie brush cage. Would love to get one over to the whole brush field. Unfortunately, this is reality, not a game. Go play. Chu Xian waved his hand, allowing the little dragons to play as they pleased. He himself rode the Big Dipper flying sword and entered the netherworld soul-snatching formation. Inside the grand formation, there was still a raging in fury and evil chi spewing out. In the eyes of the righteous cultivators, this place is incomparably evil, a hell that should not exist and should be destroyed. But in the eyes of the Devil's Way cultivators, this place was a completely vibrant and lively scene where everything was actually developing. Chu Xian took a deep breath, only feeling permeable and floating. He reached out and the soul bane rope appeared in his hand. The faithful soul Huikon also rushed out. It felt as if it had arrived in heaven. Everywhere was thick with the Yin Qi. It shrieked excitedly, absorbing all the shadowy aura within its sight. Chu Xian smoothly released the two-headed python's living soul as well. It was as he expected. There is indeed something strange about the living soul of a two-headed python. Ordinary living souls cannot withstand the scrubbing of the Yin Fury Qi. A few times it's going to dim and dissipate. But the two-headed python's living soul had undergone 7 or 8 washes of Yin Fury Qi. It's just slightly dull. Upon closer inspection, its living soul had actually fused some of the Yin Fury Qi. No wonder the sky could store Yin Qi inside his body. Looks like I've picked up a treasure. Chu Xian revealed a smile. All he needed to do was to throw the two-headed python's raw soul here and shuffle it around for years and years. And sooner or later, it would turn into a powerful Fury soul. When the time came, it was more than enough to serve as the main soul of the formation. Now, it's my turn to start practicing. Chu Xian sat down in the center of the formation, resting and concentrating, inhaling and practicing. There are no years of practice. Chu Xian just sat there quietly and withered. Whatever happened in the outside world was none of his business. Longjiang City, headquarters of the Linjiang Army. Yinantian put down the satellite phone and couldn't calm down inside for a long time. Bearstar's report was still lingering in his mind. General, Lin Xiao was sacrificed and devoured by a two-headed python. General, we were no match for the two-headed python, but that mysterious immortal appeared and killed the two-headed python by himself, and seemed to have drawn out the two-headed python's soul. The corpse of the two-headed python was also taken away by the immortals, and we weren't able to bring back the psychic energy crystals. Yinantian looked out to the south, his heart vibrating and difficult to calm down. Two-headed python? After I advanced to a rank 4 transcendent, I asked myself that I might be able to defeat it, but there was no way I would be able to kill it, and kill it so easily and without any delay. That immortal cultivator, at least has the strength of a level 5 transcendent. Such a powerful battle force can affect the balance of power in the neighborhood by stomping his foot. He must be brought into the camp of the Linjiang army. No more than that. He can't be pulled over by the boat gang. Chapter 63 Hanhai Province. Boat Gang. Hanhai Province. This province has a huge inland lake called Lake Han. It is one of the several largest inland lakes in the Yan Han dynasty. To the east of it is the vast East China Sea, hence the name Hanhai Province. Water transportation within Hanhai Province is extremely well developed. There has been a large number of fleets of ships since ancient times. There are everything from tiny sampans to huge marine police vessels. After the zombie outbreak, most of these people, who make their living as fishermen and live on boats all year round, have survived. Multiple forces were then formed with the gathering of some transcendents. The leaders of these forces came together and eventually formed the alliance known as the Boat Gang. The Boat Gang doesn't have much of a gang leader. The Transcendent Society, formed by the Transcendents, is the ruling body of the shipwrecks. However, the boat gangs were very powerful and spread throughout the Hanhai province. Many people had difficulty arriving at the Transcendent Society located in Jade Sea City in the first place. The Transcendents also have their own mountains. There are still barriers between some of the Transcendents. That's why it's so hard for the attendees of the Transcendental Society to show up every time. A lot of little things can be decided by 2 or 3 Transcendentalists. The Transcendent Society was established in a large shipyard in Jade Sea City. This was originally the dockyard of the first shipyard in Jade Sea, where 6 ironclads had been built. It had also been complemented by the Emperor of Yen Han himself. Now, however, with the zombie outbreak, the dock has long since been taken over by the boat club and remodeled into the center of the boat club. At this very moment, in the conference room on the highest level of the dockyard, 2 Transcendents were processing paperwork from various places sent by their subordinates. Without exception, these instruments were all about advanced zombies and transcendental creatures all over Hanhai province. Zombies and transcendental creatures evolve at a rate no slower than humans. Those powerful zombies can gather a large number of zombies to dominate the area when they raise their arms. From time to time, they have to plunder the surrounding human settlements. As the most powerful force in Hanhai province, the boat gang naturally have the obligation to help the weak. Eradicating those high-level zombies and transcendental creatures also benefits their rule. These 2 Transcendents, one with a short stature and childish face, appeared at first glance to be a young boy, but on closer inspection, there were vicissitudes in the face that did not belong to a child. The other was tall and full of curves, like a ripe peach. The woman looked bored with a bottle of wine in her left hand and a piece of paperwork in her right. She took a boozy sip of wine. Only then did he casually say, Jinshan City, a high-level zombie with the talent of firing ice picks has appeared, and has destroyed 3 small gathering places, suspected to be a level 2 zombie, with thousands of normal zombies and more than 20 level 1 zombies under his command. As soon as the words left his mouth, the young boy immediately said, Ding Peng is the closest to there. Send a message to Ding Peng and ask him to bring people to clear out the corpses. The woman went on to report several affected places in Hanhai province. The little boy was able to quickly give his opinion on how to handle it all in less than a second. It was as if he had a map of the entire Hanhai province in his mind. All the transcendents of the ship's gang, the large and small gathering places under the ship's gang's rule, were dotted about like stars of varying brightness and darkness. The woman saw a piece of paperwork and suddenly became interested. The little boy didn't even look at it, but spoke. Sister Fish, this is the first time you've shown an interested expression today. The woman covered her mouth and laughed softly. The Linjiang province insiders came to report that the double-headed python that broke through the heavy siege of Yinantian and the others has appeared in Donghu City. Yinantian sent 3 commanders, Xiong Xing, Lin Qiao, and Li Taimu, to East Lake City to besiege and kill the injured 2-headed python. She laughed. Rio, it's that 2-headed python we saw once. The little boy nodded his head. That 2-headed python is smart and cunning, with powerful spiritual energy. It can't be killed easily. Xiong Xing, Lin Qiao, and Li Taimu are all experienced level 2 transcendents. And I just come up with the calculation that if we take the limit of 2 casualties and the loss of 10 or more level 1 transcendents, there's barely a 72% chance of stopping the 2-headed python. The woman covered her mouth and laughed. Rio, you miscalculated. The boy frowned. Impossible. Everything is a constant. The result will only be certain. The woman pushed the paperwork in front of him and laughed softly. Check it out. An unexpected element has appeared. The little boy quickly read through the paperwork at a glance. For the first time, an unexpected look appeared on his calm face. Flying with a sword? Soul extraction? Immortal tactics? The little boy couldn't believe it. He thought he knew enough about psychic energy. I didn't realize there was actually something unexpected out there. And, just as easily, it changed the outcome. The young boy said seriously. The 2 zombies he manipulated easily and seriously injured the 2-headed python without even putting up a fight. There is a 52% chance that this so-called Immortal is a level 4 transcendent and a 22% chance that he is a level 5 transcendent. He's able to manipulate walkers, so there's a 55% chance that the type of talent awakened has something to do with the brain. The woman's beautiful eyes flashed with color. Level 5 transcendent? Brain enhancement? That's a high rating? The little boy nodded seriously. The woman laughed softly. So let's go meet him? Maybe we can find the lost memories. The little boy said seriously. Judging by his behavior and conduct, he is not a good person to befriend. Are you sure you still want to go? The woman nodded. Going to, even if he's not a good befriender. Surely he won't refuse a gift if we offer it? The little boy got up. Okay, let's go then. The woman laughed. Don't you need to tell the boat captain? The boy shook his head. No need. It was already said when we stayed in the boat gang. We'll help him for a year. And after that we can leave if we want to. The woman whispered. Good. Then go. Well, before I go, I'll drop off a few more bottles of wine. The wine brewed by the boat gang is too good. Little boy. I guessed it. He pointed to his feet. The warehouse for storing alcohol is on the east side of the second basement level. It's guarded by 2 guards and it's time for them to doze off. The woman laughed softly and scratched the bridge of his nose. It was the right thing to do to get you out of the hospital in the first place. The little boy ducked back at once. The woman giggled softly and took the little boy's hand. Striding out of the dock, it was as if a strange veil had been cast over them. People were coming and going all around them, but people were just letting them go as if they couldn't even see them. It wasn't until an hour or so later, when a new delivery of paperwork knocked on the door and entered this room, that the duo was found to have been gone for much longer. Soon the news of the 2 of them leaving was laid before the ship's captain. Bosun, nearly 70 years old. His real name has long been forgotten. The general public only knows him as the boss of the fishermen in the East China Sea. Almost 70 years old and still going down to the sea every now and then to fish. He had a lot of prestige before the zombie outbreak. After the zombie outbreak, the captain of the ship was fishing in the East China Sea, thus escaping the most dangerous period. Then he awakened his gift and logically became the boss of the fishermen. Eventually, he was elected as the chief of the Transcendental Society. The bosun has gray sideburns and an old face, but hale and strong. Every deep wrinkle on his face seemed to be saturated with the salty scent of the sea breeze. Chapter 64 Foundation Building 4th Level. Corpse Queen Descendant. The bosun tapped on the tabletop. Ji Xingyu and He Shangliang. These 2 people have been in the boat gang for more than a year, and have never had any intention of staying. Now all of a sudden it's gone? Well, also slipped in half a case of booze before he left. The skipper rubbed his head, recalling something. When they first came to the ship's gang, I think they said they were searching for lost memories and hoped for the help of brain-enhancing transcendence. It seems they decided that the so-called Immortal who appeared in Linjiang province was their target? The bosun sighed softly. When these 2 were attacked by the Corpse King and were dying, they were saved by him. That little boy's awakened talent greatly strengthened his brain, allowing him to process all kinds of information extremely quickly. The boat gangs are all muscular and full of fighting and killing. Just what they need. Talents like He Shangliang. So, in the beginning, he had given little in the way of constraints, and had only hoped that the duo would stay. These 2 then agreed with him to stay in the boat gang for a year as a reward for saving his life. After a year, you can go or stay. I didn't expect that to go away. The bosun shook his head helplessly. He was sorry to see these 2 go, but the 2 men's desire to leave was clearly strong, and not something he could leave behind just by retaining them. Just go away. As for that cultivator who appeared in East Lake City, should the boat club befriend him? It's better to mention it within the Transcendent Society so that they don't mess with this immortal cultivator. The bosun shook his head and sighed softly. The boat gang looks powerful, but in reality, it is loose. He, the chief of the speech, is just more weight. Whether others listen to it or not is still a matter of opinion. The more important thing now was still the increasingly terrifying Corpse Queen in the north of Hanhai province. It can't be allowed to continue producing descendants and expanding unchecked. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Xu Xian had been sitting in the Yin Fian soul-snatching formation, not even moving a bit. During that time, the spirit of the 2-headed python had repeatedly shown its ferocious intent towards him. Instead, he was brutally beaten by the faithful soul Huikong. This was because before Xu Xian entered his cultivation state, he had instructed with the fiendish soul Huikong that as long as the spirit of the 2-headed python dared to make a move against him, he would whip Huikong. Whether Huikong saw it and didn't stop it or didn't see it, he couldn't help but whip Huikong, so as not to get smoked. Huikong did not even allow the spirit of the 2-headed python to get too close to Xu Xian. Once they get close, they rush up and beat them up. After a few consecutive punches, the spirit of the 2-headed python settled down a lot. It only dared to absorb the yin and yang qi around it, not daring to make another move. At this moment, the aura surging within Xu Xian's body also grew stronger. It seems to be about to break through that boundary. A year ago, Xu Xian had already stepped into the 3rd level of foundation establishment with the addition of such a majestic Yin Fian Qi. What he was impacting now was the 4th level of foundation establishment. Once one advances to the 4th level of foundation establishment, One is stepping into the ranks of mid-foundation establishment cultivators, with Chu Xian's bottom card. Even if he faced a cultivator at the 5th or 6th level of foundation establishment, he was still unafraid. If he were to directly activate the merit bell despite the exposure of his base card, Chu Xian would even be completely unafraid of the full force of a cultivator at the 7th level of foundation establishment. Buzz off! The spiritual energy surging within Chu Xian's body was like a wild dragon, constantly bumping against that invisible bottleneck. Once, twice, 3 times, and I don't know how many times it crashed. Eventually, the bottleneck opened wide. In a flash, it was like a submerged dragon coming out of the abyss. Majestic auras stirred out in all directions. Some of the ghosts and evil demons that were bred in the Yin soul-snatching formation were all directly shattered by this majestic breath. However, after they die, their fragments return to the formation and eventually become sustenance for new ghosts. At that moment, Chu Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed under his eyes. 4th level of foundation building. He gave a knowing smile, sitting directly inside the large formation to cultivate. A large amount of purine fiend chi converged every day. It's like taking an elixir every day. It's strange that the cultivation speed is not fast. Chu Xian casually made a move. The faithful soul Huikong then obediently returned to the faithful soul cord. Chu Xian lightly stepped on the ground and left the range of the grand formation in the blink of an eye. He rode the Big Dipper flying sword and soared through the sky with reckless abandon. He planned to seek out a place with a large number of walkers and use it to test the new spells he had acquired. In the meantime, Xuanglong City. The woman and the little boy stood on the roof of a tall building, looking out at another tall building next to them. The tall building was so peculiar that it actually had some veins and sinews on the outside. It's like a building of flesh and blood. Ji Xingyu was a bit emotional. It took us a full 2 years to get here, during which we encountered too many accidents and were chased by level 5 zombies and level 5 transcendental creatures. But we finally arrived in Xuanglong City. A little further on, there's that East Lake City where the immortal cultivators live. We need to hurry up and bring a gift to meet him. He Shangliang calmly said. There's a level 4 zombie, 9 level 3 zombies, and a large number of low-level zombies in there. That level 4 zombie, a descendant of that corpse queen in the north of Hanhai province, has a very special talent. According to my calculations, you have a 72% chance of killing it, a 25% chance of a tie, and a 3% chance of dying on it. Are you sure you still want to use it as a gift? Ji Shangyu covered her mouth and laughed softly. Of course, a class 4 spiritual energy crystal is what qualifies as a gift. People can't look at spiritual energy crystals that are too low in grade. He Shangliang nodded. Then go ahead. I'll help you clear the low-level zombies around. This level 4 zombie is very productive. I predict it will only take 20 minutes for it to produce 100 zombies. There's probably quite a few level 1 walkers among them. Jixing Fish smiled and nodded, and was about to advance. But suddenly, as if sensing something, he jerked his head up. The two of them immediately saw a figure coming through the air. Like immortal gods, the duo's faces changed slightly, and they hurriedly hid in the shadows of a nearby building. He Shangliang whispered, "Is it that immortal?" Jixing Fish nodded. "How did he get here?" At this very moment, Chu Xian levitated in front of a tall building. He was going to move on, but stopped because of the strange appearance of the tall building. The tall building was so peculiar that the exterior was actually covered with bits of veins and sinews, extremely different compared to the other skyscrapers around it. With a cursory sweep, Chu Xian realized that there were many living things in the tall buildings. Exactly, zombies. These zombies also have a peculiar appearance. They were smaller than the ordinary zombies Chu Xian had seen, topping out at half a person's size, but more flexible and agile. There are also suction cups on the limbs that allow for quick advancement on walls and even ceilings. What made Chu Xian feel even more surprised was that these zombies didn't have mouths and didn't have the ability to eat at all. They are like industrious worker ants, carrying all kinds of organic materials into tall buildings, then continue out and back, tireless. Chapter 65. The three of us came together, and you're the only one who keeps howling. It's really embarrassing. Chu Xian's divine soul spread out and quickly wrapped the entire tall building within. After a minute or two of work, he understood why these walkers were so idiosyncratic. These little zombies, all bred by a corpse mother. Corpse mothers are like queen bees and queen ants. All it needs is for the little walkers to keep feeding on it with food, and it can produce a steady stream of zombie eggs. These zombie eggs can give birth to one little zombie after another after a period of incubation. These zombies are clearly beyond common sense. After all, if you have to pull science, zombies should be fetal, not oviparous. Anyhow, kind of interesting. I wonder if a little walker like that could work as soil for a zombie farm. The more Chu Xian looked, the more interested he became. I happened to pass by this place by chance, and I didn't expect to have this kind of chance. As for the two survivors hiding in the tall building behind him, he had long since discovered them at the first opportunity. However, since the other party didn't show up out of fear, he didn't bother wasting time picking out the other party's hiding place. Little dragon, little tiger, little leopard, pull out the mother of all the zombies here. Chu Xian casually made a move. The three corpses of the dragon, tiger, and leopard then flew out of the corpse-raising tower and landed at the entrance of the tall building. Ho ho ho! The three corpses growled with excitement. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, killing into these corpses that were carrying food back and forth. He Shangliang and Ji Shengyu took everything in, their faces grave, the bald zombie rushing at the front, the stout zombie following closely behind, and the dry and skinny zombie appearing from time to time, could all be level 4 zombies. This cultivator, he is very capable, he Shangliang said seriously. Ji Shengyu teased. You're not even talking about probability anymore. You're panicking. He Shangliang was silent. Ji Shengyu asked. The corpse mother hasn't appeared yet. If it hatches the zombie eggs regardless, do you think these 3 zombies will be able to stop it? He Shangliang combined the information intelligence already in his mind and thought quickly. The slightest hint of white gas even rose from his head. Obviously the brain is racing. Only after a moment did he Shangliang say seriously. These 3 zombies have a 35% chance of killing the zombie mother. But there's a possibility of folding. The words just fell. Little dragon and little tiger were like savage beasts, killing their way into the tall building. All along the way were the broken limbs of small zombies, even dragged out a bloody channel. Panther, on the other hand, was like an assassin, taking the life of a small zombie with every appearance. The 3 corpses are unrivaled. Deep underground, an angry low whistle suddenly came from the depths at this moment. Apparently, the corpse mother that had been producing zombie eggs all along had also sensed that her heirs were being massively brutalized. Bang, bang, bang. Thin, low popping sounds came from every direction. Chu Xian raised his eyebrows. He sensed that there seemed to be a great deal of new life emerging from all parts of the underground, coming towards the surface. Unsurprisingly, it should be those zombie eggs hatching early under the urging of the corpse mother. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of a violent explosion suddenly came. Chu Xian fixed his eyes on it, and it was actually a few small zombies that hugged the little leopard and blew themselves up. Pieces of internal organs and blood and bones were splattered everywhere. The bodies of those little zombies had somehow changed and were actually filled with unstable energy. The slightest external stimulus can explode. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, more small zombies appeared from the depths of the underground, and immediately blew themselves up when they hugged the 3 corpses of Xiaolong. With no regard for themselves, Rao Xiaolong's 3 corpses were indestructible. But in the midst of such continuous explosions, it was also dazed. Panther, in particular, is a high offense, low defense type, kill powerful enemies with ease, resisting powerful attacks. On the other hand, falls completely short. Chu Xian's mind was connected to the little panther, and he immediately noticed that injuries had appeared on the little panther's body, wail after wail. Xiaohu was annoyed to hear it from the sidelines. Going up there is a slap in the face. It's a shame that you're the only one who's been crying since the 3 of us got here. No, throw the body. Chu Xian came to be interested instead. Little Leopard's realm today was already an 8th level corpse pawn. I can't believe that you can also be injured by a large number of small walkers blowing themselves up. This proved that these zombies and transcendental creatures of aquamarine did have their own unique characteristics. At that moment, another shrill whistle came from the ground from far away. The corpse mother had awakened more zombie eggs, and more little zombies that could blow themselves up were coming towards the ground. From the sound of it, even the corpse mother was moving towards the ground. Apparently, the corpse mother was displeased with such a slow attack, intended to end the fight quickly. He Shangliang said seriously, the corpse mother is coming soon. If these 3 zombies don't retreat, there's a 70% chance that the one who specializes in stabbing will be seriously injured. Ji Xingyu's willow eyebrows flicked up. Do you guess if the immortal cultivator will go down? He Shangliang nodded. It will definitely go down. My knowledge of him is limited, but I reckon it would take a lot of effort for him to kill the corpse mother. Ji Xingyu laughed softly. When the time comes for us to make a move, we'll be able to sell him a favor. He Shangliang nodded. They guessed right. Chu Xian did intend to make a move. It's been a long time since I've been hands-on, so it's a good time to try out my new spells. He smiled slightly. After cultivating the bloodshed refining demon scripture to the 4th level, he had acquired 2 new spells. One of them is the bloodshed puppet shadow, which has been cultivated to the 3rd level. The second is the blood refining corpse fire, which has been cultivated to the 4th level. Bloodshed puppet shadow, a mid-grade foundation stage spell. Through the combination of essence blood and Yin fury chi, 3 pitch black shadows were condensed. On weekdays, you can lurk in your own shadow, unnoticeable. In the event of an attack, they will automatically manifest themselves to fend off the attack. It doesn't need to catalyze itself. This is definitely an important means of self-preservation. Chu Xian had long been thinking about this move for a long time. However, against these zombies, there was absolutely no need to use the bloodthirsty puppet shadow. What Chu Xian was going to use was the blood refining corpse flame. Blood refining corpse flame was also a foundation stage mid-grade spell. It requires the melting of living corpses to be born. If the blood refining corpse flame was added to the attack spells, the power of the spells would be greatly enhanced. If you add a defensive spell with blood refining corpse fire, the defensive spell also gains the ability to burn in reverse. Force your opponent to not dare to attack. This move was an excellent spell in Chu Xian's view. The cost-effectiveness of these 2 spells even surpassed the spells acquired by practicing the 5th and 6th layers of the bloodshed refining demon scripture. This was precisely the reason why Chu Xian intended to find a place to cultivate his spells as soon as he had made a breakthrough. With a casual toss of his hand, spiritual energy carrying 36 array flags wrapped around this tall building and into it. This formation is called the ceiling formation. Foundation stage lower grade formation. It sounded powerful as hell, but in reality, it only served to limit the departure of the beings within the formation. There were more powerful formations than the ceiling formation. When Chu Xian used this formation, he was only slightly restricting it, not allowing the zombies within the formation to leave recklessly. With his spiritual power and divine soul nowadays, there was no longer any need for him to search for formation eyes and set up formation flags one by one. With just one throw, under the guidance of divine thoughts, the formation flag was naturally in place, and the formation formed itself. Chapter 66, This Man, Too Scary. Blood refining corpse fire. Chu Xian let out a low roar, and spiritual energy gushed out from his body, completely wrapping the entire tall building from top to bottom. Even with his current total amount of spiritual energy, it would be a bit of a stretch to completely wrap this 100-meter tall building. Chu Xian immediately took out several bottles of spirit-returning water and drank them, replenishing his overconsumed spiritual energy. In this way, the zombies in the entire high-rise were wrapped in his spiritual power. The corpse mother sensed a change in her environment. It howled uneasily. The little zombies obeyed its guidance and split off to charge in the other 3 directions. However, it was as if they ran headlong into a wall of air. No matter how much they rushed, they could not leave within a 10-meter radius of the tall building. The corpse mother growled in surprise and anger. It stared dead center at Chu Xian, who was suspended in midair. Its brain, no bigger than a walnut, concluded that this human must have caused all this. If we can kill him, everything will be solved. However, it was only then that the corpse mother let out a shrill whistle and commanded more than 300 small zombies to run towards the rooftop of the tall building. The air around them then seemed to have been set ablaze in an instant. Boom! The flames instantly wrapped the entire high-rise. In a split second it was pointing straight up to the sky. The blazing heat even forced both He Shangliang and Ji Xingyu to retreat. Ji Xingfish was surprised. What's going on? Flames? He Shangliang said gruffly. He actually has an elemental system talent? Shouldn't he be a strengthening system talent? Could it be a double gift? Dual-talented transcendents are rare. He Shangliang had heard that such a person existed in Yanjing, the capital of the Yan Han dynasty, but he had never seen one with his own eyes. Squeak! Amidst the flames came the miserable wails of the little walkers. Their skin and flesh, like fiery oil, made the flames more vigorous. Their bones, burned to ashes. In 5 or 6 minutes of work, within this tall building, from the highest floor to the lowest, all the zombies were incinerated in this terrible corpse fire. The increase in the number of corpses only made the corpse fire grow stronger. This was precisely the terrifying aspect of the blood-refining corpse flame. If it was put into the middle of a battlefield of huge scale, the blood-refining corpse fire could even endure for months or even years, until all the corpses are completely burned. Little dragon, little tiger, and little leopard all backed away, afraid of getting half a corpse fire. Panther runs especially fast. Little dragon and little tiger saw it in this uncontested state. Pissed off. It's your kid's fragile flesh that can't take a few blasts from the indigenous zombies here. Forcing the master to take matters into his own hands. You boys are so beat up. Little Dragon and Little Tiger looked at each other and very silently opened their arms left and right. A handful of slaps. Snap. The two swats almost caused Panther's head to snap back 360 degrees. Roar. Inside the tall building, the faint roar of the corpse mother was heard. All the little zombies and zombie eggs it produced became fuel for the horrible blood-refined corpse fire. Only it, because of its higher rank and more tenacious vitality, barely managed to stay alive. However, 70% of its entire body area was also turned into charcoal. Obviously death is coming. Wow. At this time, the blood-refining corpse flame was rewinding at an extremely fast speed, and eventually disappeared completely. Snap. Footsteps came. The zombie mother looked up and saw the human in black walk up to her. He was like the Grim Reaper, walking through the wreckage of the walkers. The terrifying blood-refining corpse flame was precisely what he had taken away. The corpse mother's eyes that looked at the other party no longer had any semblance of anger, only endless fear. Take it back and keep it, Chu Xian casually commanded. Ho ho ho! Little Tiger was the most aggressive, rushing to the front and carrying the corpse mother. Chu Xian casually threw 2 large blood beads into the corpse mother's mouth. The parts of the latter's body that had been burnt to charcoal immediately began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Slow, but firm. The corpse mother was shocked. Such pure flesh and blood energy? Go! Chu Xian casually beckoned. Then he took Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and Little Panther to ride the Big Dipper flying sword and disappeared without a trace. Only after Chu Xian left did Yi Shangliang and Ji Xingyu walk out of their hiding place and come to the front of this pitch-black tall building. The walls are cracked. The temperature of the flames just now was very high. Ji Xingyu whispered. Yi Shangliang reached out and touched the wall, and immediately felt the heat that hadn't fully dissipated. A normal person would have withdrawn his hand at the first opportunity. But he didn't. Instead, he fought back the burning sensation and continued to press against the wall. A moment later, he whispered, the temperature is over 2,000 degrees, completely melting steel. This man, it's horrible. Ji Shangyu nodded. He's so strong that he doesn't need our help and can't sell any favors at all. Yi Shangliang calmly said, the gift is also gone. People took it on their own. Ji Shangyu shrugged helplessly, then changed the gift. There are many descendants of the Corpse Queen. There is no shortage of this one. Yi Shangliang frowned and thought for a while before he said, the information from the boat gang shows that there is a corpse mother in the city of Fengyang in the northern part of Hanhai province. Let's go there. Good. I hope it stays obediently in Fengyang city, doesn't become stronger, and doesn't run away. Ji Shangyu thought about it, and doesn't die. Yi Shangliang calmly said, the probability of corpse mother promotion is 5%. The probability of relocating the nest is 53%. The probability of deaths due to territorial conflicts is 49%. And the probability of deaths due to transcendent intervention is 22%. Ji Shangyu cocked her head and looked at him. I'm just saying, why are you taking data again? Yi Shangliang, data is truth. Let's go. Don't delay the effort. Ji Shangyu coughed lightly. I heard that Fengyang city is rich in white wine. Yi Shangliang calmly said, I've already planned the route. There is a liquor production base in the southern suburbs of Fengyang City. We'll pass by there. Ji Xingyu was instantly enraptured. Okay. For the sake of white wine, punch the duck. The Grand Hyatt Hotel. After Chu Xian landed, he directly arrived at the small farm in the backyard. During this period of time, the spiritual plants in the middle of the small farm grew in a very orderly manner. Quite a few spiritual plants have matured. Chu Xian harvested them in passing. These spiritual plants could refine various elixirs such as rejuvenation water and rejuvenation dan. This elixir is consumed quickly and is indispensable. Subsequently, Chu Xian planned another field. This site is much larger and encompasses the surrounding residential buildings and stores. As for the demolition work, just leave it to Little Dragon and Little Tiger. The dozen or so shady corpses were having nothing to do, just in time to be responsible for violent demolition. The thumping sound was heard even by the people over at Blackfront Security. Every day is heartbreaking. In a day's time, this area that Chu Xian had named a zombie farm was bulldozed. All kinds of bricks and construction waste, too, were taken out of the farm. As for those small stones and pieces, they were all transformed into clay by Chu Xian using the stone-to-clay technique. After doing so, Chu Xian dug out a large pit in the center of the farm and threw the unknown corpse mother into it. Another formation was placed around the corpse mother to ensure that it could not escape. Chapter 67 Refining the Bloodshed Puppet Shadow. Three-Headed Corpse General. Chu Xian looked condescendingly at the corpse mother and said indifferently, your task is to produce castrated versions of the little zombies, which do not eat, do not move, and do not have the ability to think. They are the soil of this farm. Understand? The corpse mother nodded her head as if she were pounding garlic. After the previous battle, it had completely lost its mind to resist. Let it do whatever it wants as long as it survives. Soon, the corpse mothers who had gotten enough food supplies turned on the full power to spawn. Zombie egg after zombie egg was placed in a pit by the S. After 4 to 5 days, the zombie eggs will hatch. The flesh of the little walkers will become a breeding ground for spirit plants. In this way, spiritual plants such as flesh taiyang and blood demon teeth could be mass-produced. The realms of these corpses under Chu Xian's hands were also able to rise by leaps and bounds. Moreover, every time a small zombie died from being drained of energy by the spirit plant, he would also receive a merit for it. Chu Xian stood on the rooftop and looked at the thriving zombie farm, revealing a satisfied smile. That's the way to do it. Soon, he entered the Yin Fiend Soul Snatching formation and sat down, beginning to refine the Blood Fiend Puppet Shadow. Refining the Bloodshed Puppet Shadow was mainly a watery endeavor. Another essence and blood, and a yin and yang. Chu Xian estimated that he was afraid that it would take another year before he could completely refine the 3 Bloodshed Puppet Shadows. Fortunately, he was in the aquamarine planet, where the flow of time was only 1/10 that of Tsongxian Heaven and Earth. Although 2 years had already passed, on the side of Tsongxian Heaven and Earth, only a little more than 2 months had passed. To a cultivator, more than 2 months of cultivation was just a snap of the fingers. What's the harm in being a little longer? Time passes day by day. Chu Xian's daily affairs were simple. During the daytime, he refined pills such as the Taiyang Dan, while at night, he refined the Bloodshed Puppet Shadow. 1 year later, Chu Xian was still sitting in the Netherworld Soul Snatching formation. His shadow trailed off. It was as if some strange evil spirit had burrowed into it. The 3rd Bloodshed Puppet Shadow has also been refined. That makes me the equivalent of having the means to defend myself against deadly attacks 3 times. Many times, one can exchange injuries for injuries and fight for one's life by virtue of the Bloodshed Puppet Shadow. Chu Xian revealed a satisfied smile. At that moment, 3 corpse roars came from not far away. It was the 3 corpses of Little Dragon, Little Tiger and Little Leopard. They sensed the news that Chu Xian had ended his cultivation and immediately came from everywhere. Not long after, all 3 corpses stood in front of Chu Xian. The 3 distinctly different Yin corpses all exuded extraordinarily strong auras at this moment. Shu Lung, a big bald guy with a majestic body, physical combat, spells, and both, without losing a single step. It can be said that he is practicing both law and martial arts. Xiao Hu, the lanky giant with a physique 1 size larger than Xiaolong's, a real slugger, a tank, a strong man, a small panther, dry and thin, with a faint black light shrouding all around him, so like a sharp knife walking in the night. At any moment, the enemy's life will be reaped. However, it was a rat's tail that it hadn't quite swallowed in its mouth that made the sharp knife in the dark seem a little demented. Junk food, no more. Chu Xian chided. Panicked, Panther spat the rat's tail off and scrunched his neck to show that he knew. Chu Xian swept another glance and realized that all 3 corpses had already broken through to the corpse general realm in a watery manner. Xiaolong is in the highest realm, as a level 2 corpse general. Little Tiger and Little Leopard were next in line, both first-class corpse generals. It wasn't long before more shady corpses arrived from all directions. It was precisely that first batch of Yin corpses that Chu Xian had casually refined. They are in both high and low realms. The highest was already an 8th level corpse pawn, and the lowest was a 5th level corpse pawn. Chu Xian had little expectation of their realm and casually let them loose. Just a little help in a pinch. 3 corpse generals. That's 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators. If I were stuck in Tsongxian Heaven and Earth, without the support of the Taiyang Dan, how could I cultivate 3 corpse generals out so easily? Chu Xian smiled with satisfaction. Every time he came to Aquamarine, he became stronger and mastered more cards. This time when he returned to the Tsongxian Heaven and Earth again, he would no longer be the former tiny foundation establishment with little to no cards. This time, he had 3 corpse generals to assist him, and he had the blood refining corpse flame and the blood fiend puppet shadow, the fatal spell weapon, the fateful soul rope, also had Huikong, who had completely metamorphosed into a fateful soul, sitting in its place. There was also an overwhelmingly powerful defensive weapon like the Merit Bell. However, the efficiency of this netherworld soul snatching array is now lower. The Yin Fury Chi produced every day is slightly insufficient to feed my cultivation and the devouring of the Fury Souls. Chu Xian looked around. Immediately, it was noticed that the Yin Fiendish Chi within the Grand Formation had weakened a lot. If he continued to sit in it and cultivate, in a maximum of 3 months, the scene inside the large formation would change from ghostly to birdsong. That's not good. Unacceptable. Therefore, Chu Xian needed to expand and enhance the En Fiend soul-snatching grand formation. However, with his attainments in formations nowadays, it wasn't enough to transform the netherworld soul-snatching formation on his own. The only option, then, is to replace the big formation with a new one. This time, when he returned to Xian Heaven and Earth, the most important matter was to purchase a new grand formation. It would be best to purchase some formation books and go through them on your own to comprehend them. The second thing is to look for the second parasite. There are also two ways to go about this search for the second compulsion. The first method is to go directly to a well-qualified compost. But what a magnificent world. If you have to look for it like a big wave, you may not find it for decades. Odds are you'll have to buy it. With a second turn compulsion like wire, Chu Xian naturally no longer looked at the inferior first turn compulsion. He had to purchase at least one second turn compulsion, as well as its accompanying feeding and reproduction methods. That's not a bad price. The second method, on the other hand, is to look for parasites that can mate with the wire and reproduce offspring. After swallowing the strange blood, the steel wire had already turned 2 and its qualifications had been greatly strengthened. If you can mate with other second-turn compotes, or even third-turn compotes, it is possible that the offspring of the birth of the parasite will be stronger. This method is a little cheaper than the first. However, it's like drawing a blind box. No one knows what offspring of parasites will eventually be born. Chu Xian intended to try both methods. Don't miss a single opportunity. After explaining the various matters, Chu Xian brought along Little Dragon and Little Leopard, and then gripped away the soul of the double-headed python from within the En Fiend soul-snatching formation as soon as he was able to do so, before he activated the blood mirror and disappeared. In the waterfall cave, strange light flowed. Chu Xian appeared out of thin air. He didn't move after he appeared, but instead took the first quiet moment to explore his surroundings. It was found that there was no abnormality in the surroundings. There was also no sign that the formation he had set up beforehand had been destroyed or opened. That's reassuring. Chu Xian took out the soul of the two-headed python and refined it into the formation. This was because the two-headed python's soul had long since metamorphosed into a fury soul after such a long period of time. Plus it had already been beaten up by Huicom long ago. Nowadays, no matter what Chu Xian wanted it to do, it was extremely obedient. The process of refining the main soul of the formation was very smooth and only took a day. A day later, the soul of the two-headed python looked up to the sky and officially became the main soul of the formation. From then on, when Chu Xian was not in the waterfall cave, this place was given to the two-headed python to guard. With the enhancement of the formations here, plus the En Fury Chi that he possessed, the two-headed python could completely withstand the full force of a cultivator at the 6th level of foundation establishment. Only after doing so did Chu Xian leave at ease. After so many days of closed-door cultivation, it was indeed time to take a look at the changes around him. Chapter 68. If Uncle Chu also joined in, he would definitely make a huge profit. When Chu Xian flew around, he realized that his 3 senior brothers, Li Xueming, Lu Zhenxiong, and Wu Tang, were all still in seclusion. When it is true that there are no ace in the mountains, there are no years of cultivation. That's normal. After all, after becoming a foundation establishment stage cultivator, one would have a lifespan of at least 200 years. Even as a devilish monk, he did some devilish tricks and reduced his lifespan a bit. All of them are at least 170 or 80 years old. 3 or 4 years of retreat at a time are perfectly normal. As for the Chu Xian 4's master, Wan Wuing, he was even more so, closing his eyes for at least 10 years at a time. However, Chu Xian realized that the 4 Qi refining stage disciples, Su Ming, Shan Gu, Wei Hua, and Bai Feng, were running around every day. As he soared into the sky on his Big Dipper flying sword, he saw Chen Gu and Wei Hua escorting a group of mortal artisans. Looking at the direction it should be to relocate them to a plane above the boundary of the extreme Yin cave. Just ask them what's changed lately. With a single sway, Chu Xian appeared above Chen Gu and the others. Chen Gu and Wei Hua sensed the appearance of a powerful aura and hurriedly revealed a look of alertness as they stood in a tight formation. After realizing that it was Chu Xian, he was instantly relieved. Chen Gu happily said, "So it's Uncle Chu. Uncle Chu, you've only been in seclusion for a few months. Why did you come out of seclusion?" Shan Gu, Wei Hua and Chu Xian used to be friends. Now Chu Xian had advanced to the foundation establishment stage. They addressed Chu Xian as senior uncle, but deep down, it was still proud that he had been friends with Chu Xian. Wei Hua looked at the mortals and said aloud, "This is our Extreme Yin Caves Foundation Establishment Stage Taoist Master, Master Chu Xian Chu." Just now, when Chu Xian flew in with his Big Dipper flying sword, The mortals cast gazes of admiration towards him. Now that he heard Wei Hua's description, he was even more admired. Foundation stage Taoist master. To them, mortals who were unable to cultivate, they were already gods. I happen to have nothing better to do, so I'll escort you to your destination on the way, Chu Xian casually said. Chen Gu and Wei Hua were moved inwardly. Many thanks, senior uncle. And the mortals were thankful. The misty state is full of rampaging snakes and insects. At night there are still evil spirits and ghosts. Even with Chen Gu and Wei Hua, two Qi refining stage Dao masters escorting them, deaths and injuries were inevitable. The mortality rate of the last batch of mortals even reached 30%, but now there is a foundation stage Taoist master showing up. They're much safer. Chen Gu, come here. Chu Xian beckoned. Chen Gu then lowered his eyebrows and came to his side. He thought that he had failed to do his job properly and Chu Xian was preparing to chastise him. When Chu Xian saw his appearance, he burst into laughter. Don't worry, I'm not trying to chastise you. I'm just asking some questions. Chen Gu then breathed a sigh of relief. Senior uncle, please ask. Chu Xian then took a general look at the situation these past few months. As he expected, the 5 sects of the righteous path hadn't changed much. Wan Wuying's escape from Cloud Mist Manor and the death of Hui Kong, the genius monk of Golden Dragon Temple, were two things that even more dissolved into nothingness. The Divine Gang sect and the Golden Dragon Temple were clearly ashamed of widely publicizing this matter. It's not glamorous. Once the world's cultivators knew that the Divine Gang sect, the first of the 5 sects of the righteous path, actually detained Wan Wuying and drew blood to feed the ghosts in order to hone their sword qi, it was bound to set off an uproar within the state of Yu. The identity of the Divine Deity sect, the reigning head of the 5 sects of the righteous path, would be significantly affected. Cultivators all over the world would know that the Divine Gang sect and the Golden Dragon Temple were both moralistic sects. On the surface, they cut down demons, but in reality, they are deceiving the world. Wow, Uncle Chu, there's really an important matter recently, Chen Gu whispered. The Heavenly Seal sect is preparing to make a big move against the indigenous sects of the Misty State. It's said that a Jindan ancestor was shaded by the indigenous sects of the Misty State and fell into a coma with serious injuries. That's what prompted the Heavenly Seal sect to speed up. Chu Xian could not help but laugh. He had long felt that the Heavenly Seal sect was not doing things well. It should have gathered all the forces of the entire clan and swung eastward, directly sweeping away the indigenous sects of the Misty State with a powerful disparity in strength. As a result, only a small group of cultivators were sent out to establish the Fei Shantang and relocate the mortals. Froze all the way to a flat push turned into a step-by-step nibble. Now, there were Jindan cultivators who had suffered a heavy blow and had been beaten and hurt before they thought of making a big advance. What the hell are you doing? However, it's not really hard to guess. There must be a power struggle within the Heaven Seal sect. The indigenous sects of the Misty State were said to be strong or weak. If the entirety of the Heavenly Seal sect were to strike, it would certainly be able to completely sweep away the indigenous sects. However, the indigenous sects would inevitably fight back with incomparable frenzy in order to protect themselves. The Heavenly Seal sect was bound to have some cultivators injured or even fall. In that case, which faction to have contribute to the fight against the indigenous sects of the Misty State was a topic that could be manipulated. Whoever it is, they want to preserve the strength of their faction as much as possible and do their best to grab the most fruits of victory. Where there are people, there are struggles, even among monks with long lifespans. As one of the 5 sects of the righteous path, the Heavenly Seal sect had a vast territory and a large number of people. So naturally, there was no shortage of struggles. Chen Gu said mysteriously. There are already quite a few cultivators who have arrived at the Fei Shan Hall from the Tianin sect's main hall. There are 5 foundation establishment stage cultivators alone, and even more Qi refining stage disciples, 70 to 80. This is still just the first batch. I see that all these people are hanging their heads. They seem to be disillusioned people within their sects and have been sent here. Chu Xian nodded slightly. That's the kind of thing that no one wants to do when they're risking their lives. The first group of cultivators to be put into the battlefield had a higher mortality rate. This first batch of cultivators thrown into the Flying Mountain Hall either had no faction or were victims of the struggle. Chen Gu hammed and hawed. Uncle Chu, these guys are busy raising their strength, and they're using all sorts of means, devilish means, and they use them as they are. Chu Xian faintly laughed lightly. Looking at you, it seems that you have made quite a bit from it. Chen Gu smiled as if he was an old fox. Ha ha ha. It's just a small profit from the Qi refining stage disciples. If Uncle Chu also joins in, he'll definitely make a huge profit. Chu Xian's heart stirred. That's a good idea. Those first cultivators involved in the war would definitely do everything they could to increase their strength in order to protect themselves. He had saved so many blood beads, great blood beads, fiendish chi, corpses, and the feats, spells, and artifacts that he had obtained from killing righteous cultivators in his own hands. Must be very appetizing. Not bad. Chu Xian nodded slightly and looked at Chen Gu a few more times. Chen Gu immediately understood the situation and hurriedly said, I know the location of the black market. Once this batch of mortals is delivered, I'll take Uncle Chu there. Chu Xian smiled faintly. This kid's on the road. As a foundation establishment stage cultivator, Chu Xian externalized his foundation establishment stage aura all the way and personally pressed the formation to escort him. Along the way there were few mishaps. Those indigenous cultivators who had presumed to brutally kill the mortals sensed Chu Xian's aura and all withdrew in unison. Mother asterisk 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 Whoever relocated mortals had foundation establishment cultivators escort them. It's too bullying. Chapter 69, Don't worry, Uncle Junior. I'll definitely complete the mission. Chu Xian's trio eventually sent this group of mortals to a place called Plain City. This city was the first mortal city under the shelter of the extreme Yin Cave. The city of Plains had not been established for long. Just over 2 months. There are only 2 avenues in the city, east-west and north-south. The number of houses is only a few hundred. As for the number of mortals, only 2,000. Instead of a city, it was more like a village or town. Moreover, because the misty state is full of snakes, insects, rats and ants, evil spirits and ghosts, the first priority is to build a towering wall outside the plain city. As a result, the construction of houses, stores and many other buildings had to be postponed. However, these tedious and tiring matters did not require Chu Xian to supervise the work. As a foundation establishment stage cultivator, he was the mainstay of the extreme Yin Cave. This help in escorting the mortals has long made them grateful. As for the more tedious matters such as supervising the laborers, they were handed over to the chi refining stage disciples such as Chen Gu and Wei Hua. After the 3 of them arrived at Plain City, Chen Gu explained a few words to Wei Hua before leading Chu Xian out of Plain City and towards the north. Chu Xian disliked his speed as being too slow, so he simply pulled him onto his Big Dipper flying sword. Not long after, the 2 of them landed outside of a marketplace hidden amongst green hills and green water. Chen Gu rubbed his head with a dazed expression. He awkwardly said, Senior uncle, this flying sword of yours is too fast. I am dizzy. Chu Xian let out a light laugh and casually tapped his hand, and a wave of spiritual energy surged into his body, swiftly dissipating this state of dizziness into nothingness. Chen Gu immediately revealed a look of gratitude. Many thanks, Senior uncle. The 2 each changed their appearance, and soon changed their appearance completely. This was followed by stepping into the workshop. As Chen Gu advanced, he informed Chu Xian of the situation in the workshop market. Through Chen Ji's description, Chu Xian quickly learned all sorts of information about this workshop market. This workshop is nameless. It was just the place where the first batch of Heaven Seal Sect cultivators who arrived in the Misty State gathered. Later on, the scattered cultivators around the area caught wind of it. That's what formed the place. The order of the marketplace was maintained by a few of the strongest foundation establishment stage cultivators. Generally speaking, as long as they didn't cause too much trouble, those few foundation establishment stage cultivators didn't bother. Let's see the market first. Chu Xian flowed between the various stalls. Chen Gu followed closely behind. The duo really saw a large number of things belonging to the Devil's Way cultivators. Blood beads are especially popular and exceptionally sought after. The cultivators in this nameless marketplace had all changed their faces without exception, so they were not stingy in purchasing such devilish treasures. Anyway, with the disguise, I'll buy the blood beads, so drop them any way you want. If you have the guts, go to the general hall of the Tianyin sect and sue me. In addition to blood beads, shady corpses and parasites are also popular. Chu Xian had seen more than once a few cultivators arguing over a mid-qualification Yin corpse. All parties are raising prices. In the end, he froze and traded it for 300 small spirit stones. One must know that a medium-grade magic weapon is only 200 small spirit stones. Medium-grade qualified Yin corpses, unless they were in a higher realm, were generally the same price as a medium-grade magic weapon. As a result, this Yin corpse was actually sold at a premium of 100 small spirit stones. It was enough to see that this group of cultivators had done everything in order to raise their strength. As for the parasites, judging from the variety of parasites, a number of them were secretly cultivated by themselves. It's just now being put up for sale. Beings like parasites, which were addicted to blood and flesh, had always been categorized as a means of the Devil's Way. but now it seems that there are not many cultivators who secretly raise parasites at all. It was a pity that they were all first-turn compotes and did not have the second-turn compotes that Chu Xian needed. In addition to ink corpses and parasites, it was the 4 more orthodox treasures of Dan formation and rune weapons. Chu Xian looked around and couldn't find any bright ones. Senior uncle, I have a few long-term customers who have already bought many demonic beast blood beads from me. Do you want to? Chen Gu whispered. Chu Xian smiled and threw a storage bag over. I'll entrust you to sell these things for me and give you a 10% draw. Chen Gu froze for a moment and immediately opened it. He was immediately shocked by the densely packed treasures in it. Blood beads. Chi. Lower grade magic weapon. Medium grade magic weapon. Rejuvenation pill. Rejuvenating water. Uncle Chu is also too rich. A 10% draw on these babies. Chen Gu gulped. It was as if he saw small spirit stones piled up into a small mountain smashing towards him. However, Chen Gu was not stoned by wealth. Instead, he cautiously said, Senior uncle, there are too many treasures. I'm afraid that someone will covet them. Chu Xian took out the corpse nurturing tower and casually made a move. A shadowy corpse with a dry and thin figure, as if it was walking in the shadows, then suddenly appeared. Its entire body was bulging with muscles, lurking with terrifying explosive power. Chu Xian indifferently said, Little leopard, you follow him, and whoever dares to make a move against Chen Gu will be killed on sight. Roar! The little panther let out a low roar, revealing its sharp fangs. The appearance of this ink corpse immediately caused all the surrounding cultivators to jolt and cast their eyes. A shadowy corpse that actually exuded such a terrifying aura. Its realm naturally speaks for itself. The corpse will be. It must be the corpse general. The controller of the corpse general was inevitably a foundation stage cultivator. The monks hurriedly lowered their heads. How could one dare to offend a foundation establishment major cultivator in the slightest? Chen Gu was touched. Don't worry, senior uncle. I will definitely complete the mission. Go on, I believe in you. Chu Xian patted his shoulder and smiled. He watched Chen Gu leave. He himself was striding towards the tallest building in the marketplace. The building is equally nameless. The main attraction is a flat-out no-brainer. If it wasn't for Chen Gu pointing out that this was the tea house that those 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators had teamed up to establish, Chu Xian wouldn't have been able to see that there was anything half as strange about it at all. Stop. No random entries or exits from this tea house. At the door was a strong chi refining stage cultivator. He directly stopped Chu Xian and spoke in a lofty tone. Chu Xian did not speak, but instead directly shook away his foundation establishment stage aura. The strong cultivator fell to his knees with a plop. Sweat slick, he hurriedly said. Senior didn't know that Senior was a foundation establishment great cultivator. Senior is not to be blamed, Chu Xian casually said. There's no harm in that. Go and call those 3 foundation establishment stage Taoists. I have big business with them. The strong cultivator hurriedly said. Yes. I'll send a message to the 3 seniors. After transmitting his voice, he then immediately invited Chu Xian into the elegant room on the 3rd floor of the tea house. What kind of tea does Senior want to drink? Senior here has the specialties of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Bird's tongue tip, which leaves a fragrance on the lips and teeth, as well as, Chu Xian casually said, bitter hair peak. Is there one? The strong cultivator's face was full of smiles. Yes. It seems that Senior is someone who knows tea. Bitter Mao Feng's initial blend is bitter, but it has a rich aftertaste. He quickly made tea for Chu Xian and asked, Does Senior need pastries? Chu Xian waved his hand. Alright, go down and wait. The strong cultivator respectfully said, Yes. Seniors can call me at any time if they need anything. One of the 3 foundation establishment seniors has already rushed here and will be here soon. After saying that, he faced Chu Xian and left backwards. The attitude was incredibly respectful from start to finish. He was afraid that Chu Xian would give him a chop if he was not satisfied. Chu Xian laughed lightly. This was the treatment of a foundation stage cultivator. In the eyes of chi refining stage cultivators, foundation establishment stage cultivators are great cultivators, almost like the sky. Chapter 70 Raising Fury Formation. Devil's Path Formation Illustration. After Chu Xian drank 2 bitter hair peaks, a figure stepped onto the steps and arrived at the 3rd floor elegant room. Chu Xian cast his eyes. It was discovered that the other party was a young cultivator dressed in white. This man's disguise is not very good. Compared to other foundation stage cultivators, it might be enough. However, Chu Xian had after all been immersed in the field of disguise arts for many years, relying on the disguise arts to evade countless chases from the righteous cultivators. It has long been out of this world, unless a Jindan powerhouse showed up. None of them would be enough to see his true appearance. But this monk in front of me, well, a single glance was taken by Chu Xian. The true face of this person looked very young, cultivating into the foundation establishment stage at this age. One would think that the qualifications wouldn't be too bad. Instead, they were thrown into the misty state to act as the first group of cultivators to attack the indigenous sects. Clearly a victim of factionalism. I've met you, my friend. I'm Song Feng. I don't know how to address you? The young cultivator smiled and inquired. Chu Xian casually said, He Liang. Use a pseudonym anyway. Just report any one of them. Song Feng smiled. What do you have to sell? Fellow Daoist? What do you need? Chu Xian directly flicked a large blood bead over. Song Feng reached out to catch it and examined it carefully, revealing a shocked expression. This large blood bead is of excellent color and round. When he smelled it carefully, there was also the scent of scarlet sweet blood gas. Large blood beads of this color are not often seen. Song Feng revealed a smile. This kind of great blood bead. I'll take as many as fellow Daoist he has. Chu Xian casually said. Don't be in a hurry. You may not necessarily be able to take out the things I need. Song Feng laughed. Fellow Daoist, he has underestimated me. Please speak. Chu Xian directly reported the names of the 3 types of grand formations. Yin Fiend Soul Refining Formation. Tainted Blood Nourishing Fiend Formation. Soul Returning Blood Fiend Formation. Any? These 3 types of grand formations were all better than the Netherworld Soul Snatching Grand Formation. The grades of the latter 2 had even reached the ranks of the extreme grade formations of the Foundation Establishment stage. The coverage area was at least 10 times higher than that of the Netherworld Soul Snatching Formation. After hearing Chu Xian report the names of these 3 formations, Song Feng's face changed slightly. He can't really get it out. These 3 that Chu Xian had reported out were all first-rate Devil Da formations. All living beings within the range of the formation will be killed to feed the Yin. Right now the 5 sects of the righteous path were sparing no effort to combat all sorts of acts that brutalized mortals. These devilish formations were naturally also seized by the 5 sects of the righteous path. The Heavenly Seal sect hadn't profited much from the previous war, and naturally didn't have much in the way of demonic Dao formations collected. Song Feng smiled awkwardly. Fellow Daoist, I don't have this kind of large formation, but I have a top-quality qualified Yin corpse that has been refined for many years, and has already reached the realm of a 9th-grade corpse pawn. Chu Xian waved his hand. No, there's no need to talk if there isn't. He only came for the big formation. Other than that, nothing else could hold his interest. Song Feng was unwilling. Fellow Daoist, I have 3 top-grade artifacts that I can sell to you at a discounted price. I only want the Great Blood Pearl. Chu Xian shook his head once again. As long as it's a great formation. Song Feng wanted to speak again. There were footsteps on the stairs again. Immediately after that, a majestic cultivator appeared. Big formation? I have. The majestic cultivator hemmed and hawed and said aloud. Chu Xian nodded his head and gestured for the other party to sit down. Is it possible to take a look? Sure. The majestic cultivator swept a glance at Song Feng. Fellow Daoist Song, people don't want anything else. Go away. This business belongs to me. Song Feng let out a light sigh and looked at Chu Xian a few more times before turning to leave. Chu Xian lightly laughed. How do you call it? The majestic cultivator sat down in front of Chu Xian, picked up a few pastries and stuffed them into his mouth. Anyway, they're all fake names. Call them whatever you like. Well, just call me Old Han. Chu Xian burst out laughing. This one is true to form. Interesting. Cultivator Han casually took out a set of array discs from his storage bag. Here, the break-raising array. Take a look. Chu Xian swept a few glances and frowned. This fiend-nurturing grand formation is only a middle grade of the Foundation Establishment stage. I don't need it. Cultivator Han smiled helplessly. Fellow Daoist, those great formations you named are long gone. I reckon that even the remnant cultivators of the Wuji sect don't necessarily clutch that kind of grand formation in their hands. This fiend-nurturing formation is quite alright. I can attach a secret book of formations to you. If you have some talent for formations, you can combine the fury-nurturing grand formation with other grand formations, and perhaps it will meet your requirements. With that, Cultivator Han returned a thin pamphlet. There were only 6 words on the cover. Illustrations of Devil's Path formations. Chu Xian flipped through it slightly. It was found that a large number of Foundation Establishment and Qi Refining Stage formations were recorded in it. All of them are so-called magic formations. Apparently it was written by a certain formation master who loved to delve into the sidetracks. Barely. Make an offer. Chu Xian nodded his head and flicked a large blood bead over. Cultivator Han flipped over and looked at it a few times and said, How many cities have you slaughtered with a large blood bead? Of this color? Strange. I haven't heard any news of mortal cities being slaughtered recently. Xu Xian did not respond and only drank tea. This majestic cultivator was clearly trying to probe him, and he naturally couldn't reveal it. The majestic cultivator was not annoyed when he saw that his attempts were not successful. With a light laugh, he then said seriously, "If they are all of this color, I can give a higher price. 50 small spirit stones for one large blood bead. This break-raising grand formation of mine, plus the illustrations of the Devil's Path formation, is about 500 small spirit stones. Just give me 10 great blood beads." Xu Xian nodded his head. The normal price of a great blood pearl should be 40 small spirit stones each. However, after the Wuji sect was gone, the difficulty of refining the great blood bead skyrocketed, and the price naturally soared. I didn't realize that it had actually risen to 50 small spirit stones now. Here, Xu Xian took out 10 large blood beads and flicked them over. The majestic cultivator smiled heatedly and accepted it. "Good. Remember to look for me if you have this kind of business in the future. I still have quite a few things here. Corpses, parasites, blood kung fu, evil pills, magic talismans." Xu Xian's heart moved slightly. Can there be a second turn compass? The majestic cultivator froze. A second turn compulsion? That's not very common. But I know a guy who raises quite a few parasites, not a few of which are second turn parasites. So I can hook you up. Xu Xian nodded. May. After saying that, he threw a few blood beads over. There will be heavy thanks after this is accomplished. The majestic cultivator laughed. Refreshing. I like bold people like you. However, that person hasn't arrived in the misty state yet, so I will contact you when he arrives. Xu Xian nodded and left behind a Zimu stone. When the time comes, just crush this jade and I will know. Substrate. Divided into mother stone and daughter stone. Once a daughter stone breaks, the surface of the mother stone will also crack, no matter how far apart. He should have left the transmission jade, but it was impossible for him to stay in the cave and wait. If he went to the aquamarine star to cultivate, the voice transmission jade would naturally not be able to function. That's what left the Zimmer stone. Good. Cultivator Han nodded and watched Xu Xian leave. He stood on the third floor, looking at Xu Xian's back through the window, rubbing his chin and thought, good calm spirit power, and the disguise technique can't see half a crack. Unlike that Song Feng, who was seen through at a glance, this person can take out 10 great blood beads in one breath. He obviously still has a stash, and I don't know where he got the great blood beads from. Forget it, the strength is unknown. It's better not to make a rash move. Who knows what cards he's hiding? Cultivator Han shook his head and cautiously withdrew his sight. Chapter 71 Win-win means winning twice by yourself. No problem. After the Han cultivator's line of sight moved away, Xu Xian's right hand, which was clasped back at all times, relaxed. His six senses are especially sharp. Naturally, the first thing he noticed was the look in the other's eyes. However, since the other party wasn't following, much less having a killing intent, he didn't have the intention of making a move. It's still a good idea. Xu Xian left the tea house and quickly found Qinggu at the stall. Beside Qinggu stood the shadowy little leopard. Among the crowd of qi refining stage cultivators setting up stalls, it was particularly eye-catching, but not many people dare to mess with him. This corpse general was right here, and unless he couldn't think of anything else to do, there was no way he could actively provoke Qinggu. Qinggu is a spring chicken nowadays. He had come to this nameless workshop several times. Where is this kind of treatment today? Seeing Xu Xian's arrival, Qinggu hurriedly got up and said in a low voice, "Seen your uncle. You're back?" Xu Xian nodded slightly. He scanned the stalls. Found things already sold out. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll return to the cave first. After the sale, it will send you to my cave. Xu Xian pointed at the little leopard and casually said, "Yes." Qinggu nodded seriously. Xu Xian left the nameless marketplace and habitually circled around a few times to confirm that no one was following him before he harnessed the Big Dipper flying sword to fly through the air and return to the waterfall cave. The first moment he returned to his cave, he inspired the blood mirror and traveled to the aquamarine planet. In the past, every time one traveled between the two realms through the blood mirror, one needed to wait for the energy of the blood mirror to fill up. But now Xu Xian's family had gradually become well off. He was perfectly capable of using spirit stones to speed up the recharge. Right now, this magic Dao formation illustration needed to take time to comprehend. It was naturally impossible for him to participate in Song Xian Heaven and Earth. Any matter that takes a long time should go to Aquamarine. After all, the flow of time there was 1/10 that of Song Xian Heaven and Earth. Hotel Hao Tai. Rooftop. Xu Xian spread out the illustrations of the Devil's Path formations and carefully studied them. His talent for formations was considered medium level. not bad or strong. It was only that he was willing to work on formations, which was why he had notable attainments. Earlier, he had beheaded Huikong and obtained a copy of the Essence of Foundation Stage Formation from Huikong's storage bag. That book only had some of the Foundation Establishment Stage formations, and most of them were formations from the Divine Gang Sect and the Golden Dragon Temple, which carried a strong coloring of the righteous sects. Xu Xian naturally could not use it, but the thing about formations is that they are touch and go. He read and drilled into it, and he also dug out a lot of doorways from it. Now read through this illustrated book of Devil's Path formations again. Past knowledge of formations came to mind. The combination of the two soon led to more brand new realizations. I see. This is the mystery of the Raising Fury Grand Formation. The first step is to kill the beings in it. The second step is to combine Yin Qi with living spirit grudges in order to raise Yin Fury Qi. Now that we have the formation needed for the second step, only the first step is missing. Xu Xian followed the diagram and quickly selected the formation that best suited him. Dementia Formation. This formation, it was only a refining stage extreme grade formation. It is usually inscribed on the surface of bronze bells, chimes, and other magical objects. Just by making a sound, it can be regal. Thus, you get a head start in the middle of the battle. Xu Xian intended to set up a soul regeneration formation on top of the fiend nurturing grand formation. In this way, the living beings within the range of the grand formation would be drained of their living souls and die. The resentment generated by death combines with the Yin Qi and eventually condenses into the Yin Fury Qi. Those living souls, in turn, will turn into ghosts under the effect of the Yin and the demonic energy. In the long run, as the ghosts grow stronger day by day, they will be able to collect and grow their own 10,000 soul streamer. It's a win-win. Well, win-win means win twice for yourself. No problem. Say it and do it. Xu Xian immediately entered the Yin Fiend soul snatching formation and collected all of the firstborn ghosts in it into the 10,000 soul streamer. He then took away the netherworld soul snatching formation. Immediately after that, it was time to replan the orientation of the big formation. There aren't many zombies in East Lake City today. Xu Xian did not intend to set up in East Lake City. He rode the Big Dipper flying sword in a circle around the area and finally selected Shuanglong City next to Donghu City. In the southern region of Shuanglong City, there was a human forbidden land. It's a paradise for killer bees. The killer bees, under the command of the queen, constantly hunted and killed all living beings around them. It doesn't take long for humans who stray into it to eat their way through the bones. It's hard to get even a little crumb left. The survivor camps around Shuanglong City were all terrified of Shuanglong City, and had long since relocated toward a more distant location. However, the incomparably terrifying ferocious land in the eyes of the survivors was an incomparable treasure in Xu Xian's eyes. Killer bees. Good for you. The queen bee should be very fertile. I hope it can produce enough killer bees before it is killed by the big formation. Xu Xian cast out all the formation flags. Soon, an invisible curtain of light enveloped the southern part of Shuanglong City. Today's grand formation covered an area of 100 square kilometers, enveloping an entire district of Shuanglong City, far more than the former netherworld soul snatching formation. From now on, I'll call you the soul regenerating fury formation. Xu Xian was too lazy to come up with any good names, so he simply combined the words soul regeneration and foster fury. Formation predecessors had named their formations in this way anyway. Once the grand formation was activated, the terrifying Yin Qi gradually rose. Xu Xian incidentally threw in all the ghosts in the 10,000 soul streamer. The killer bees within the range of the formation were immediately dazed and quickly fell towards the ground and died quickly. The not-so-powerful living souls within them were quickly drained away by the big formation. The grievances born from the horizontal deaths combined with the Yin Qi and soon formed a strong reaction, coalescing into a terrifying Yin Fury Qi. Those more powerful killer bees were killed by the ghosts. Soon, the area within the large formation was reduced to a ghostly place. There are living souls of killer bees everywhere. There are rampaging ghosts everywhere. It would only take a while to harvest a large amount of Yin Qi again. Waterfall Cave. Chenggu waited quietly outside for a few moments before he saw the mists converge, giving way to a passageway. He rushed into it. Immediately, he saw that Xu Xian was already standing at the edge of the small lake. Uncle Chu, according to your orders, the items have all been sold out. This is all the harvest. Chenggu respectfully handed over a storage bag. Xu Xian took a closer look. There were more than 2,000 small spirit stones, piled up into a small mountain. He estimated it would be $1,300 at the most. I didn't realize it would actually sell for such a high price. It seemed that those cultivators had indeed done whatever they could in order to increase their strength, even if the devil's means are to be used. Not bad. According to our previous agreement, these 200 small spirit stones belong to you. Chu Xian casually waved his hand. Many thanks, Uncle Chu. Chenggu was grateful. 200 small spirit stones. How many days would he have to waste away to get it? Now I can't believe I got it in one day. He was really with the right person. Go on. You'll be needed in the future. Chu Xian smiled faintly. Yes, senior uncle. Feel free to command. Chenggu will die by all means. Chenggu was incomparably excited. Chapter 72, My Compulsion. Don't look at it. 5 days later, Chu Xian returned to the cave from the aquamarine planet when he realized that cracks had appeared in the mother stone. He once again came to the tea house in the nameless place. Sure enough, he saw that Han cultivator. At this moment, there was another cultivator with a dry and thin figure and deep-set eyes beside cultivator Han. When cultivator Han saw Chu Xian, he laughed loudly. Fellow Daoist this is the one I introduced to you. We'll just call him Spirit Worm Daoist. Chu Xian nodded at him. The dry and thin cultivator raised his head and sized up Chu Xian for a few moments, but frowned. You want a second turn compulsion? All second turning parasites need to be lodged within a flesh and blood organ in the body. It doesn't seem to me like you've raised a parasite. There's no such organ in your body. Is there? He frowned. If you don't even have flesh and blood organs, you might as well not waste my time. Chu Xian smiled faintly. Cultivators who reared parasites were indeed all like the spirit bug Daoist, with a dry, thin body and deep-set eye sockets. It's the same as being drained by a banshee who absorbs men's essence. But Chu Xian had more blood and flesh to feed the parasites. And how could the compulsion backfire? However, with his appearance, it was normal for the other party to be somewhat suspicious. Chu Xian reached out. The wire, glowing with metallic luster, then drilled out of the palm. The spirit bug Daoist's movement of pulling his legs out to leave stalled. Blood wire? Second turn? On his face, the look of indifference transformed into astonishment. Blood wire was just a normal first turn compulsion with a fairly low ceiling. I didn't realize that this person could actually have a second turn blood wire. He was curious. He moved closer, trying to get a closer look. Instead, Chu Xian allowed the steel wire to return to the bloodworm sac. My compulsion. Don't look at it much, he said calmly. Cultivator Han rounded off. Ha ha ha, spirit bug Dao Yu. Ah, it's true that other people's parasites can't get close enough to look around. Only then did Daoist spirit bug nod. Sit down and talk slowly. The three men sat down. Chu Xian sat opposite Daoist spirit bug. Cultivator Han, on the other hand, wolfed down his food, eating pastries and drinking herbal tea. What second turn compulsion do you have? Chu Xian inquired. Daoist spirit bug stretched out 3 fingers. I have 3 second turning compasses. One of them, the iron armor shell. Secondly, raise the idea of worms. The third, spirit sea sun. Chu Xian raised his eyebrows. These 3 kinds of parasites, he had all seen them in the book of bloodworms. Iron armor shell, a second turn compulsion, can secrete a substance that reinforces the cultivator's outer skin every now and then after rearing. When a cultivator was attacked, the iron armor shell would also speed up the secretion of this substance, causing the outer skin to become extremely hard within a split second. He could even use his physical body to resist the full force of a top-grade magic weapon. Raising the idea worm, the second turn of the compulsion, must be kept in the brain. It could grow the cultivator's divine mind, allowing the cultivator to manipulate multiple magic weapons at the same time. Oftentimes, maneuvering one more magic weapon meant one more chance of winning. However, even if the nurturing thought worm had enough flesh and blood to eat, it could still backfire, because their favorite thing to eat is actually the cultivator's living soul. Being in the middle of the brain, one could always come into contact with the cultivator's living soul, and might not be able to resist the urge to nibble on it one day. Unlike the iron armor shell and the nurturing numinous worm, the spirit sea sun was a 3-turn compulsion. In other words, as long as there was enough food, it would be able to at least condense the compassion Dan and advance to the 3rd turn, comparable to a Gene Dan powerhouse. It was only that it was easy for Spirit Sea Sprite to advance from the 1st turn to the 2nd turn, and extremely difficult for the 2nd turn to advance to the 3rd turn. Therefore, many cultivators simply classified Ling Hai Z as a 2nd turn compulsion, not saying that it was a 3rd turn compulsion. Spiritual sea children are not kept in the torso, the limbs, or the brain. It must be kept within the cultivator's spiritual sea. As long as there was an excess of the spiritual energy cultivated by the cultivator every day, Spirit Sea Z would devour it. When the cultivator needed spiritual power when he was defending the enemy, he only needed a thought, and Spirit Sea Sun would release this spiritual power. In this way, the spirit sea sub is actually like a cultivator's second spirit sea, but many times smaller. Oftentimes, though, between life and death is when such a little bit of spiritual energy is needed to release a spell. All three of these compotes are great. It was also unknown how this spirit bug Taoist had escaped the Heavenly Seal Sect's scrutiny and bred these 3 second turning compasses. After all, in the eyes of the 5 sects of the righteous path, breeding parasites was also one of the means of the devil path. These 3 are all very good. Name your price. Chu Xian nodded his head. Taoist spirit bug immediately said, Iron armor shell, early second turn, 1000 small spirit stones. Nurturing thought worm, early second turn, 1000 small spirit stones. Spirit high Z, mid second turn, 1800 small spirit stones. Chu Xian could not help but frown. That's a total lion's share. The prices of early second turn compotes had always been between mid-grade and top-grade magical artifacts. It's always been close. Normally, it would be the price of 500 small spirit stones. This spirit bug Taoist froze and doubled the price. Really think he's an ingrate. Even if he had a lot of spirit stones now, it was impossible for him to spend them so indiscriminately. Cultivator Han said helpfully, fellow Taoist it's normal for prices to rise now. I don't need to spell out exactly why, do I? Chu Xian thought for a moment and suddenly said, compass mating once. What price? The spirit bug Taoist froze, then snorted. Do you understand and dare to try compulsion mating? After going down there with tremendous effort, all you might get is a deformed parasite. I advise you to die and just buy the second turning compass. He was now already treating Chu Xian as a dilettante who had just bred parasites. Seeing that there was such a thing as compulsion mating in the canon, I wanted to try it myself. Chu Xian calmly said, you only need to say, what price? As for what exactly will come out of this, I'll take the heat. It's none of your business. The spirit bug Taoist snorted coldly. 3 parasites, each mating requires 50 small spirit stones. Chu Xian nodded his head. This price is acceptable. At the previous price, he didn't even want to consider it. Taoist spirit bug added, the mating process must be completed here. Yes. Chu Xian nodded his head. Soon, the iron beetle shell, the nurturing nymph, and the spirit sea sun completed mating with the wire in turn. There is no such thing as reproductive isolation between parasites. Any compulsion can mate and reproduce with each other. Only, the descendants you end up with are just as strange. Strong is only an example. Weak and deformed is the most common. Both sides settled the price. And the spirit worm Taoist didn't even stay for a moment, turning around and leaving. After exchanging a few slight pleasantries, Cultivator Han also left. Chu Xian didn't stay long and traveled to the aquamarine planet at the first opportunity. It takes quite a bit of time for the parasites to lay their eggs and for them to finally break out. It was only natural that such time-consuming things should be done at aquamarine. Chu Xian sat down in the soul-regenerating fiendishness grand formation to quietly cultivate. While absorbing the Yin Fury Chi, he refined the Great Blood Pearl. The progress of cultivation can be said to be in leaps and bounds. After Wire laid 3 eggs, he fell into a deep sleep because he had expended too much power. The 3 eggs were of different colors, black, white and blue. It corresponded precisely to the 3 compotes, the iron beetle shell, the nurturing numinous worm, and the spirit sea sun. Time passes day by day. The eggshell gradually hardens. Eventually, at some point, cracks appear on the surface of the black eggshell. Chu Xian's heart moved slightly, immediately stopping his cultivation and looking towards the black insect eggs. Chapter 73, Hatching Eggs. New Compulsions. The cracks on the surface of the black insect eggs were as dense as spider webs. Soon, under Chu Xian's gaze, it suddenly cracked open. A small, soft, black worm lay among the eggs. Its body is covered in armor, but it breaks at the first poke, as if it were light paper. It also has very soft limbs that seem to break at the slightest touch. Just after birth, this larva is breathless. The life passed away like a draw. This larva, born from the mating of an iron armor shell and a blood wire, is the product of complete deformity. Without waiting for Chu Xian to do anything, the larva died miserably. Chu Xian shook his head. Looks like the mating failed this time. It's not unusual for a parasite to fail to mate. Even if the iron armor shell and blood steel wire could be mated successfully at other breeding companion masters, it would not necessarily be successful at Chu Xian's place. After all, every parasite has a completely different diet and growth. It can be unique. Even those highly accomplished compulsion breeders could only try their best to document which compotes had a higher probability of mating successfully with each other. Don't dare to assert that it will be 100% successful. Chu Xian was not discouraged. Quiet your mind and keep practicing. Waiting for the second and third worm eggs to break out of their shells. January later. Both of these eggs were cracked. Under Chu Xian's gaze, two slightly transparent larvae successively emerged. The larvae born to the raising nematode and the bloodwire are transparent white in color. The larvae born from Spirit Sea Sun and bloodwire were sky blue in color. Chu Xian was surprised to find that neither of the larvae were deformed. Instead, it's alive and well. Just after being born it nibbled the eggshell cleanly. Their bellies were distended and they surveyed their surroundings curiously. Chu Xian collected them into the bloodworm sac, immediately feed with blood beads. At the same time, they were probed for their qualifications with the appraisal technique. After such a probe, Chu Xian became even more astonished. These two larvae, both actually had the qualification of a third turn. In other words, as long as there was enough blood and flesh, they could completely and unhinderedly be promoted to a third turn compass, comparable to a Jindan powerhouse. Moreover, both larvae possessed the characteristics of their respective parents at the same time. Chu Xian revealed a look of relief. It must have been this merit of his own that was again at work in the underworld. Merit plus is just great. Anything that exists as a probability can be reversed by virtue of merit. Many blessings and much luck. However, the two larvae are not able to provide battle power right now. It had to be cultivated for at least a month or two, and could only really be useful after it was promoted to a first turn compulsion. Raising the larvae of the numinous worm will enhance my divine thoughts, so I will be able to manipulate more magic weapons at the same time in the future. The larva of a spirit sea child is equivalent to a small spirit sea, and in the future, my total amount of spirit power can still be raised by a small amount. Chu Xian smiled faintly. After a moment of elation, he continued to sit down and cultivate. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 months after aquamarine time. Chu Xian's mind moved. 3 parasites then appeared in his palm. One of them is the second turn of the compulsion wire. The second is the first turn of the compulsion to be a white man. Thirdly, it is a turn of compulsion. Blue. Chu Xian was too lazy to think of a name for these two little things, so he simply named them after colors. As for the Shimeji bug in his ear, since Chu Xian had ascended to the foundation establishment stage, its role was no longer significant. Favor an extra portion of flesh and blood. Chu Xian simply gave it freedom to leave. After Little White and Little Blue each took root in the brain and spirit sea, Chu Xian could clearly feel that his divine thoughts and spirit power had risen a notch. Chu Xian reached out. The soul-severing cord then seemed like a black python draped around him. Recruitment. The 10,000 soul streamer also appeared. In the past, he had already felt a slight dizziness when he activated these two magic weapons at the same time. But now, surprisingly, the limit has not been reached. In other words, he could still activate the third magic weapon. Chu Xian reached out and wiped his hand on the storage bag. The merit bell appeared suddenly, hovering above his head and enveloping him. The intense golden light stirred away, as if it could expel all the sinister evil spirits. This golden light was incomparably dense, almost forming a substantial golden giant bell. All the attacks in this world seemed to be unable to break it. Chu Xian revealed a joyful expression. At the same time, the 3 magic weapons were activated. That's a huge upgrade compared to the old days. One must know that many mid-foundation establishment cultivators were not necessarily able to activate 3 magic weapons at the same time. With his own compulsion, he had once again surpassed a number of cultivators in the same realm. Waterfall Cave. As usual, Chu Xian returned to the cave and checked the message. Now was the time when the conflict between the Heavenly Seal Sect cultivators and the Misty States indigenous sect cultivators was becoming more and more obvious. Chu Xian had long ago instructed Chengu to summarize the intelligence at any time and leave him a message. On top of that, those 3 senior brothers from the Extremine Cave could have left him a message. So, it never hurts to check the messages on a regular basis. He stimulated the cave formation's sound retention array and immediately heard the first sound. It was left by Chengu. Uncle Chu. The first batch of cultivators suffered heavy losses. Even the foundation establishment stage cultivators died 2 times. And the Qi refining stage cultivators died even more in battle. Uncle Chu. Our Extremine Cave has already begun to establish a second mortal city, and we have also recruited several spirit saplings, who are all under the charge of Uncle Wu Tangwu. Uncle Chu, our Extremine Cave has an additional foundation establishment stage major cultivator, and I've heard that it's a foreign casual cultivator who took the initiative to join. Uncle Chu, the second batch of cultivators sent by the Heavenly Seal Sect's main hall has arrived. Uncle Chu. Chu Xian patiently listened to all of Chen Ji's messages. This Qi refining stage disciple was very careful and thorough. Through his description, Chu Xian had already gained quite a bit of understanding of the battle between the Heaven Seal Sect and the Misty State's indigenous sects. The first batch of Heaven Seal Sect cultivators who came to the Misty State were mostly ostracized and had little background, so their strength naturally wouldn't be too strong. And the strength of the Misty State's indigenous sects was not as weak as many people thought. They organized many counterattacks, and once they were even close to killing the Extreme Yin Cave's territory. Ha! A message from Lu Jinxiong? Chu Xian was a bit surprised to hear a new voice. Senior Brother Chu, the second batch of cultivators sent by the General Hall has arrived, and 2 of them are disciples of Senior Zhao Wuya. If you're free, come to my cave, and I'll match you up and meet them. Chu Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Zhao Wuya, the same Jindan stage cultivator who had facilitated the merger of the Extreme Yin Cave into the Heavenly Seal Sect. He had always disliked the behavioral practices of the Divine Deity Sect. Wan Wuing and Zhao Wuya seemed to be old acquaintances. Obviously, the cultivators from Zhao Wuya's lineage were all his own people in Lu Jinxiong's opinion. However, both cultivators became the second batch of cultivators sent to the Misty State. It was assumed that Zhao Wuya's lineage had been suppressed by other factions. In that case, it is indeed possible to meet. Even if they're not friends, they can at least trade something from them. Chu Xian was thoughtful. When he left the water curtain cave with the Big Dipper flying sword, he headed to Lu Jinxiong's cave. Lu Jinxiong's cave was located to the north of the Extreme Yin Cave dojo. After Chu Xian circled a few times, he found where the cave was. This was the first time he had come to Lu Jinxiong's cave. When he came to the front of the cave, Chu Xian took out the sound transmission jade to send a message to Lu Jinxiong. To his surprise, the mists quickly receded, revealing a passageway. Lu Jinxiong and a cultivator welcomed him out. Senior brother, we were talking about you just now. I didn't expect you to come right on time. Lu Jinxiong was all smiles. Chapter 74, could it be that the Extreme Yin Cave lineage is also going to be involved in the battle? Chu Xian smiled and nodded his head. Lu Jinxiong enthusiastically introduced. Senior brother, this is Zheng Chongqing, senior disciple of Senior Zhao Wuya. He is proficient in the way of the imperial beasts, and he has stored several Foundation Establishment stage spirit pets around him. Zheng Chongqing laughed softly. Fellow Taoist is too kind. I'm just a bit interested in storing demonic beasts. He looked towards Chu Xian. This is fellow Taoist Chu Xian Chu? It is a pleasure to meet you. I've already heard about you from fellow Taoist Lu. Advancing to Foundation Establishment at the age of 20 or so, you can be called a heavenly genius. Chu Xian merely smiled. Senior brother is being overly complimentary, but it was just good luck. Zheng Chongqing smiled. Our master teachers are old acquaintances, and it's only fair that we help each other more. The 3 of them entered Lu Jinxiong's cave and sat down. Mostly Lu Jinxiong and Zheng Chongqing exchanged words while Chu Xian chatted with one another. After a while, Zheng Chongqing said, that senior brother of mine is also coming. Lu Jinxiong looked excited. Fellow Taoist Luin Lu? I wanted to meet him last time, but unfortunately he never came. What brings you here this time? Zheng Chongqing smiled helplessly. Master Lu's character is more paranoid and peculiar. I persuaded him many times before he was willing to come. Later on, if senior brother Lu has offended with his words, please forgive the 2 of you. Lu Jinxiong and Chu Xian both nodded their heads. It's normal for monks to have some quirks, especially for those cultivators who buried their heads in the sand and often secluded themselves for a few years or a dozen years. It was inevitable that their minds would undergo some transformation. It didn't take long for a voice to ring outside. I'm coming. Lu Jinxiong led the duo to welcome them out. Chu Xian then saw that person. The body is dry and thin, the eye sockets are deep set, and the face is withered. Lu Jinxiong was incomparably enthusiastic. Fellow Taoist Lu, I'm Lu Jinxiong from Extreme Yin Cave. Nice to meet you. Luin sized him up for a few moments and just nodded lightly. Then he immediately looked at Zheng Chongqing. Senior brother, I'm here. Let's go in. Zheng Chongqing smiled awkwardly. Okay, go in and sit down. The 4 are seated. Lu Jinxiong then lowered his voice and inquired. Fellow Taoist Lu, are there any second-turn compotes for sale? Luin cast a sidelong glance at him. Fellow Taoist Lu, the second transformation compass then requires flesh and blood organs. If you don't have flesh and blood organs, it's better if you don't purchase the second transformation compass. Lu Jinxiong smiled. Even if there are no flesh and blood organs yet, there's no harm in asking the price. Luin calmly said. Minimum 1,200 small spirit stones. Lu Jinxiong's smile stalled. At this price, it's too expensive. Chu Xian looked at Luin a few more times, though the looks aren't like it, but combined with the tone of LV Yin's words just now, he roughly guessed the identity of this person. It was none other than the spirit worm Taoist that he had met that day at the nameless marketplace tea house. The two are so much alike in temperament. Neither is very comforting, Zhang Changqing said in a deep voice. Senior brother Lu. Fellow Taoist Lu's master is Senior Wan Wuyin Wan, an old acquaintance with our master. We'll definitely have to lift each other up in the future. Can't you lower the price a little? Lu Yin was a bit impatient, but still nodded. 1,000 spirit stones then. No lower. Lu Zhenxiong's bargaining with LVEN was never able to reach an agreement. In the end, Lu Yin didn't bother to say anything else and left early. Zhang Changqing apologized to Lu Zhenxiong and had no choice but to leave. Only after they left did Lu Zhenxiong frown and let out a long sigh. Senior brother, this Lu Yin is very powerful? Chu Xian asked. Lu Zhenxiong said in a deep voice. I've inquired. There aren't many Foundation establishment cultivators in Tianyin Sect who secretly breed parasites. And this LVEN is recognized as the one with the most profound attainments in breeding parasites. He cultivated a compulsion that is strong in battle and more tame. We didn't invite him last time, but we invited him this time, and I'm surprised we still haven't gotten a deal. Lu Zhenxiong sighed softly. In my extreme Yin cave lineage, much of the breeding parasite inheritance is already missing, leaving only the bloodworm book as a tome. What a way to have to look at other people's faces in order to increase your strength. The most suitable person to contact for the Yukue Compassion course is that LVEN. Who knows that he actually has this kind of nature, and doesn't discount us at all either. Chu Xian listened to his words and thought, strengthening? Could it be that the extreme Yin cave lineage was going to be involved in the battle as well? This is not good. Right now, the war between the Heavenly Seal sect and the Misty State's indigenous sects was at a scorching point. At this stage, unless those cultivators who are in the late stage of Foundation establishment are experts, the cultivators under them do not have the certainty of surviving. It's like a meat grinder in here. It will strangle every living being to pieces. Fruity. After Chu Xian inquired a few words, Lu Zhenxiong revealed the situation. Senior Zhao Wuya joined forces with his master, Senior Huang Yuanwu of the Heavenly Seal sect, and teamed up to break into the secret realm of the Purple Underworld Mountain in the Misty Prefecture, taking away the heavy treasures there. The indigenous sect's recent attack has become unusually ferocious, and it's related to the seizure of the heavy treasure. Thus, word came from the Heavenly Seal sect's General Hall, asking our extreme Yin cave lineage to join the war as well. Lu Zhenxiong smiled bitterly. Chu Xian's heart thumped. He was only at the 4th level of Foundation establishment now, although he had more cards, and was definitely capable of overpowering the 5th level of Foundation establishment. But if you're up against a late-stage Foundation establishment expert, it still ends in a crushing defeat or even death. Once the extreme Yin cave lineage was thrown into the war, his mortality rate would be greatly increased. If you can't, take shelter on Aquamarine. It won't be too late for me to return here when I cultivate the bloodshed refining demon scripture to the 7th layer in Aquamarine planet and step into the late stage of Foundation establishment. Chu Xian secretly thought to himself. His greatest card was precisely the fact that he could travel between the two realms through the blood mirror. If you can't make it here, just go to Aquamarine. Senior brother. This is the situation today. That's why I'm doing everything I can to improve my strength. Senior brother Li and senior brother Wu, they are also all out and about, trying to improve themselves as much as possible. Lu Zhenxiong looked at Chu Xian. You should also put more effort into enhancing yourself as much as possible. Chu Xian nodded his head. Lu Zhenxiong suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, you can try your luck in that nameless workshop. A mysterious person has recently appeared, peddling quite a few great blood beads. Chu Xian's heart was odd. Mystery man? Isn't that me? But he didn't show a fraction of it, still nodding seriously. By the way, Master recently took in a new disciple, the son of a cultivation family from the northern part of the Misty Prefecture, who was originally in the territory of the Imperial Spirit Mountain. The Chen family he was a part of committed a crime and was exterminated by the Imperial Spirit Mountain. He managed to escape and fled all the way here to worship my extreme Yin cave. His name is Chen Zhaofeng. His talent is very good, comparable to senior brother Li. Lu Zhenxiong added. His cave is just southeast of my cave here, in a valley. You guys meet up sometime. Soon we'll be joining this war. More friends, more helpers. Chu Xian nodded his head. Many thanks for the reminder. Senior brother. The extreme Yin cave lineage of Foundation stage cultivators should indeed meet. However, since he intended to avoid this meat grinder of a war, there was no need for him to interact more with that Chen Zhaofeng. After leaving Lu Zhenxiong's cave, Chu Xian traveled towards Chen Zhaofeng's cave. However, there was no one in Chen Zhaofeng's cave. so Chu Xian merely left a message indicating his intention to pay his respects and did not say much. Chapter 75, How many battles are fought nowadays? I wonder how many people will return. Waterfall Cave. Time for another January. This month is equivalent to 10 months on Aquamarine. Chu Xian spent most of his time staying in the Soul Regeneration and Fury Nurturing Grand Formation located in Shuanglong City to cultivate. Whenever the spiritual plants matured or when he harvested the great blood beads, he would leave the Aquamarine planet and come to the Nameless Marketplace, exchanging these things for the resources he needed. Of course, every time he entered the Nameless Place, he would change his face. A full 3 different identities were used before and after, with his attainments in the field of disguise arts. Even if he had brushed shoulders with Song Feng, Lu Yin, and the Han cultivator, they would not have known that Chu Xian was the Foundation Establishment stage cultivator who had made a deal with them. Every time Chu Xian came to the Nameless Market, he could feel the battle becoming more and more white-hot. The previous batch of Qi refining stage cultivators who had set up stalls might have changed again in just a few days' time. That pretentious Song Feng even fell in the war. It didn't even make a little wave. The horror of this meat grinder war is evident. Finally, the time had come for the Extreme Cave lineage to commit to war. There's a new message from the Waterfall Cave's sound retention array. It was the eldest senior brother of this lineage of the Extreme Cave, Li Xianming, senior brother Chu Xian. The master has ordered to gather at the dojo. Chu Xian had known that this day was coming. He packed up his things and headed towards the Extreme Cave dojo. When Chu Xian arrived here, the other few Foundation Establishment stage cultivators from the Extreme Cave had already gathered. The first person, with white clothes, was very heroic. It was Li Xianming. Beside them were Lu Zhenxiong, Wu Tang and others. There was another person who was a bit of a stranger. Li Xueming was actually talking to that person, and he was having a good conversation. It looked like it should be Chen Zhaofeng who had worshipped the Extreme Cave lineage not long ago. Sure Fu. Li Xianming glanced at Chu Xian and nodded slightly without saying much. His realm today had stepped into the 4th level of Foundation Establishment, and he was already a mid-Foundation Establishment cultivator. Even if you look at the entire Heavenly Seal sect, it was a heavenly talent. In contrast, Chu Xian did not move much. Chu Xian's natural talent did not seem to be as strong as he had imagined. Along with that, his fear of Chu Xian gradually disappeared. Chu Xian nodded his head with a light smile. It was a great thing that Li Xianming had no fear of him. Earlier, he was really worried that this Extreme Cave eldest senior brother would become jealous and eventually force him to get rid of him. Wu Tang was similar to Li Xianming and just greeted Chu Xian without saying much. Instead, they continued to communicate with Chen Zhaofeng. Only Lu Zhenxiong enthusiastically came over and exchanged recent information with Chu Xian. Although Chu Xian had always taken the changes in the outside world in his eyes and in his heart, at this moment, he was still patiently listening to what Lu Zhenxiong had to say. This senior brother obviously really thought of him as a senior brother and friend. After chatting for a while, Lu Zhenxiong suddenly handed something over secretly. Chu Xian looked down and saw that it was a talisman made of human skin. However, the lines on it were not outlined in vermilion like orthodox talismans, but a twisted and strange line. At first glance these lines seem absurd, but after a few more glances, it felt as if they were combining into a ghastly pattern. A demonic talisman with a Foundation Establishment tiger soul in it. Lu Zhenxiong whispered. It may be able to save your life at a critical moment. Chu Xian's heart moved slightly. Where did senior brother Lu obtain this? This talisman was, obviously, a magic talisman. The 4 arts of the righteous way were formation, alchemy, artifact refining, and talisman making. Some demonic cultivators were extremely gifted, and they had hardened themselves to research the demonic talisman making method through the orthodox talisman making method. In the demonic way of making talismans, each talisman needed to seal the living soul into the human skin and then suppress it with a demonic pattern. In this way, that living soul was forever sealed in the talisman for his own use. Once this magic talisman was activated, it would be able to summon a tiger spirit to defend the enemy. It is called the Tiger's Soul Amulet. This tiger soul was a Foundation Establishment stage demonic beast in its lifetime. Now that the fury is overpowering, the strength will be even better. It was at least equivalent to a top-grade magic weapon. Magic charms are awesome in that they don't need to be manipulated by yourself. The equivalent of an alternative imperial beast. The few times Chu Xian made deals with that Song Feng later on, he revealed a wolf soul talisman. But Song Feng's offer was too high. The two eventually parted on bad terms. Many thanks to senior brother Lu. Chu Xian was not polite and directly accepted it. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the middle of the dojo. The crowd cast their eyes and immediately realized that it was none other than the extreme Yin Cave old ancestor Wan Wuing. Master, Chu Xian, Li Xueming, and the others immediately bowed and mouthed the name Master. Wan Wuing nodded slightly. Perhaps he had seized a heavy treasure from the Misty State's indigenous sect. His face was flushed. This seed has promised the Heavenly Seal sect that the extreme Yin Cave lineage will be thrown into the war in a matter of days. You and the others are our personal disciples. So since we can't take care of each one of you, let's grant each of you a top-grade magical artifact and a bottle of evil pill. Wan Wuing tapped his storage bag, and several top-grade magic weapons flew out for the disciples to pick from. He gives a lot of options. Chu Xian thought about it and picked a defensive artifact, Xian Iron Shield. His previous defensive artifact, Golden Wooden Shield, was attacked by Hui Kong, and several cracks had already appeared, greatly reducing its defensive performance. He didn't have the ability to repair magic weapons, and he was too lazy to spend a large sum of money to hire a refiner to repair it. Chu Xian had originally intended to obtain another top-grade defensive artifact. Wan Wuying's move was to his liking. As for the evil elixir, it is called the Violent Spirit Elixir. You can squeeze the potential and explode the spiritual power for a short period of time. It was personally refined by Wan Wuing, and it was a bottom card to save his life. Chu Xian also received a bottle. You can use it. You can't live without it. When Chu Xian received the Violent Spirit Pill from in front of Wan Wuying's eyes were somewhat complicated as he looked at this disciple. When he was first detained in the Cloud Mist Manor, Chu Xian was the one who was instrumental in rescuing him. Plus, Chu Xian's qualifications were truly beyond his expectations. There was a time when he even had the idea of dumping it. Only, the few times he imparted feats and spells later, he did not find anything outstanding about Chu Xian. Enlightenment was just on par with Wu Tang, not even compared to Lu Zhenxiong. At that point he was a little helpless. Then they collected a Chen Zhaofeng. He found that this person's qualifications could even be on par with Li Xianming. The energy was then bet on Chen Zhaofeng. Naturally, he also ignored Chu Xian. Wan Wuyo spoke out and inquired, Chu Xian, what is the geometry of the realm? Chu Xian clasped his fists and arched his hands. Master, it is still at the second level of foundation establishment. He had never intended to reveal his true strength. Within the Heavenly Seal sect, there were many factions that were dissatisfied with the extreme Yin Cave lineage. Once he showed excessive strength, he was bound to be watched by all parties at every moment. Every moment of every day is subject to enormous pressure from all sides. Wan Wuing sighed lightly. It's fine. Go. How long has this been going on? And it's still the second level of foundation establishment. Could it be that the amazing cultivation speed in the past was just a coincidence? Li Shenming and Shen Zhaofeng both had flat faces and didn't look at them much. In the immortal cultivation world, there were many people like Chu Xian. It was short-lived and then declined completely. It ended up dying a tragic death somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Go, this seed awaits your triumph. Wan Wuing took one last look at these four disciples and calmly said, yes. The five Chu Xian made a bow, and then turned to leave. How many things are conquered nowadays, and I wonder how many people can return. Wan Wuing sighed softly. Chapter 76, formally entering the Misty State. Arriving at the Iron Thread Mountain. Chu Xian's five people harnessed their flying spells and left the boundary of the extreme Yin Cave and entered the true Misty State. Humidity, heat, venomous insects, ghosts. There are also indigenous monks who may be hiding in every dark corner. This is the real fog state. Dangerously dense foggy state. Chu Xian's mind floated the details of the Misty State. He had long been consciously gathering all kinds of information about the Misty State. The Misty State was not previously the territory of the State of Yu. Rather, it is the territory of the barbarians in the south of Yu. The Misty State was fought down by the Wuji sect 1,000 years ago, which led to its incorporation into the Yu kingdom. The indigenous sects of the Misty State were all founded by barbarians. Their most common means are breeding parasites, raising ghosts, and refining corpses, all of which are demonic. The Wuji sect had absorbed quite a few of their tactics, and this was how they were able to thwart the righteous path and become a giant of the devil's path in the Yu kingdom. It was also for this reason that the Wuji sect was well aware of the terrifying nature of these indigenous sects in the Misty State. They might not have many Jindan cultivators, but they could easily kill all intruders in the rainforests, swamps, and valleys with their knowledge of the Misty State. After estimating the gains and losses, the Wuji sect gave up the idea of completely annexing the Misty State, just using the Misty State as a backyard to get all kinds of materials. Seeing this, the Misty State's indigenous sects also made peace with the Wuji sect. It wasn't until the Wuji sect was overthrown that the Misty State was divided by the five sects of the righteous Tao and given to the Heavenly Seal sect. The war, That's what was fought. After advancing for some distance, the several people separated on their own and rushed towards their respective targets. The war between the Heavenly Seal sect and the Misty State's indigenous sects was already in full swing. The Extreme Cave is 10,000 miles to the east. All battle lines. It was naturally impossible for Chu Xian's 5 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators to commit themselves to one location. Today's battlefronts need living forces to put out fires everywhere. Among them, the battle between the 3000 Insect Sect, the Blood and Fury Sect, and the Bone Refining Manor indigenous sects was the most scorching. The mission received by the Extreme Cave faction was to completely capture the 1000 Insect Sect. This indigenous sect was one of the 12 most powerful sects in the Misty State, under the jurisdiction of nearly 30 small sects. The first and second batch of cultivators sent by the Heaven Seal sect had been entangled in the 1000 Insect Sect and its subordinate sects. Their main means of attack was the parasites, poisoning, assassination, all kinds of tactics, endless. Li Xianming and the others, all had their own tasks. Of course, none of it was a direct attack on the 1000 Insect faction. Instead, they attacked the affiliated sects under the 1000 Insect Sect. After all, the 1000 Insect Sect was also a sect with a Jindan ancestor in attendance. Even if there were only 1 or 2, it was far inferior to the Heavenly Seal sect, but that could also be a Jindan ancestor. If both sides hadn't cashed down, where was the room for a Foundation stage cultivator to play? Let's go check out the situation first. If the battle is extremely anxious, I'll go straight to the aquamarine planet and stay there. There's no need to risk my life here. Chu Xian had long since had his own thoughts. Fight if you can. If you can't beat them, run. Anyway, he had the blood mirror and could travel between the two realms at will. A day later, Chu Xian arrived outside of the Iron Thread Mountain. Iron Thread Mountain was one of the larger of the 1000 Insect Sects affiliated sects. There were only 6 Foundation stage cultivators sitting in the gate, and no Jindan powers. Recently there has been an unexplained mist in the Timberline Mountains. 3 early Foundation establishment cultivators from the Tianin sect were trapped in it. One of them was also a direct descendant of a certain Jindan powerhouse from the Heavenly Seal sect. Chu Xian then took on this mission to rescue the 2 trapped cultivators. Before he even arrived, he could see from afar the thick mists surrounding the Iron Thread Mountain. The light of some spells erupted vaguely from it. In the intel, the mists don't seem to be this thick. Chu Xian instantly frowned. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when he saw tragically dead Qi refining stage cultivators collapsed on the ground. Many other mortals who could not retreat in time also died in the aftermath of the battle. Whoosh! A figure suddenly flew out of the mist and smashed towards Chu Xian. He immediately dodged out of the way. Fixing his eyes on it, it was a Qi refining stage cultivator from the Heavenly Seal sect. At this point the chest was sunken and the right leg was broken at the root. There were actually several bugs as black as iron wire on his body that were flopping around and devouring him. Before Chu Xian could open his mouth to inquire, the monk then gulped his breath and died a tragic death. Chu Xian frowned once again. That worm was the Iron Thread Worm, the most skillful compulsion of the Iron Thread Mountain. You're the cultivator who came for support. Follow me. Charge into the mists. A loud roar came from behind him. Chu Xian looked up and discovered 2 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. Both of them were dressed in the Heavenly Seal Sect Foundation Establishment Taoist robes. However, they were all unfamiliar faces. Not any of the people Chu Xian had seen. 2 is good. It's safe. Chu Xian did not refuse and joined immediately. He didn't want to go deep into the Iron Thread Mountains by himself. The mist made him feel threatened. Who knows what horrors lurk in the mists? Multiple teammates. Multiple points of protection. After joining, the 3 exchanged names with each other. Chu Xian quickly knew their identities. The burly cultivator was named Zhao Ruan. The tall and thin cultivator was named Zhou Yu. Both were second-batch cultivators. Although the duo did not explicitly state their realms, Chu Xian could roughly sense that they should both be in the early stage of Foundation establishment. The 3 had only just flown towards the Iron Thread Mountain. A figure was seen soaking in blood and fleeing in haste. Run away! Run! The man's eyes were horrified. Even when he saw the Chu Xian trio, he did not have the slightest intention to stop. When Chu Xian swept a glance at this person, he felt that there were already several iron threadworms in this person's body, which were rampaging through the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. This man will die even if he escapes with his life. Chu Xian could not help but frown. Wire Mountain, is it really that scary? Zhao Ruan snorted. I recognize that person. A loose cultivator only, lucky to build a foundation. Ignore him, let's move on. Rescuing those 3 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators trapped in the mists will allow you to directly gain 300 points of sect contribution. This is a good opportunity not to be missed. Just don't worry about following me, Zhou Yu whispered. Brother Zhao is at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment and is only 1 step away from the 4th level. Fellow Taoist Chu need not worry. With him leading the way, we are bound to be safe and sound. Chu Xian nodded slightly. Next moment, he then heard Zhao Ruan query, "It's itchy. Why is it so itchy?" He saw Zhao Ruan desperately scratching his back. Looking back, he realized that Zhao Ruan's back already had 2 wireworms desperately burrowing into it. "Are you guys tickled?" Zhao Ruan looked at Chu Xian and Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu also violently realized that 2 strange white bugs had actually drilled out of his eyes as well. But Zhao Ruan was still oblivious. Zhou Yu's jaw dropped. Chu Xian let out a low roar. "Retreat quickly. There's a powerful compounder nearby." He thought to himself that he hadn't yet had such a quiet technique for placing compulsion. Even he didn't realize that Zhao Ruan had actually been compelled without even realizing it. Zhou Yu gulped. Without saying a word, he pulled out his legs and ran. "Hey guys, where are you? How come I can't see you guys?" Zhao Ruan's eyes had already been devoured by the parasites without him realizing it. The vision is also faked by the parasite. He did not know that Chu Xian and Zhou Yu had already turned around and fled. It tickles so much. Zhao Ruan only felt the itching on his body gradually turn into pain. Eventually it even forced him to scratch frantically with his fingernails. Scratching and bleeding. Poof. He fell from midair and smashed into the blood and sludge. The parasites swarmed over him. Chapter 77. The only one we can rely on is the Immortal. The other side. Chu Xian and Zhou Yu were not far from the exit of the mists. Instead, there was a cold grunt from behind him. "Humph. Trying to escape? Leave me with my life." The foul-smelling gale came without warning. Zhou Yu couldn't react at all before he was violently struck in the back of his heart and sent flying out. Alive or dead? Chu Xian, on the other hand, a scarlet blood shadow violently surfaced behind him, deflecting this ferocious strike for him. It was none other than the bloodbath puppet shadow. Chu Xian let out a muffled snort, and with the help of this recoil, he rushed out of the mist and escaped. The Iron Thread Mountain is dangerous. Not something I can power through today. It is indeed time to go to Aquamarine. Go for a while. Chu Xian looked at the churning mist, shook his head, and immediately disappeared far away. Aquamarine. Chu Xian once again sat in the middle of the Grand Formation. He seemed like the eye of a hurricane. All of the fiendish chi within the Grand Formation converged towards him. Not enough. Not enough. Even if I have such a huge amount of fiendish chi as support, I still need to water it down before I can continue to advance. The reason for this is that my qualifications are still too mediocre. Chu Xian could not help but shake his head. He knew early on that his qualifications were not good. Spiritual roots are categorized as lower, middle, upper, and extreme. Above the extreme spiritual roots were the earth spiritual roots and heavenly spiritual roots. That's a rare talent. Looking at the entire Yu Kingdom, Chu Xian had only heard that an extreme fire spirit root spirit sapling had emerged 400 years ago. It was originally going to be taken away by the Divine Gang Sect, but the Burning Sky Sect of the southern Yu country killed out halfway and snatched away the spirit sapling of that extreme fire spirit root. It was also for this reason that the Divine Deity Sect had always been at war with the Burning Sky Sect. Chu Xian's spiritual root was only a medium-grade partial wood spiritual root, which meant that it was more suitable for cultivating wood attribute techniques. The reason why he was able to have an amazing cultivation speed was all because there was a considerable difference in the time flow between Song Xian Heaven and Earth and Aquamarine Planet. Others thought that he had only been cultivating for a month, but in reality, he had been cultivating hard for 10 months. Chu Xian suddenly remembered something. In addition to spiritual roots, cultivators also have a spiritual body. Spiritual roots and spiritual bodies are both born innately, but both can be compensated for through later life. Only, in order to make up for the spirit root, one must at least reach the Jindan stage. For me, cultivating an acquired spiritual body is the best way. There are magical secret arts that can scoop out someone else's spirit body and graft it onto their own. Or, one could blood sacrifice a large number of living beings through some not-so-humane means to recreate the latter-day spirit body. Chu Xian was thoughtful. That's the way to go. Within the bloodshed refining demon scripture, there was the method of recreating an acquired spiritual body. Only, the conditions are very harsh. Previously, Chu Xian had never intended to consider it, but now, since he wanted to accelerate his cultivation speed, he had to put this matter on his agenda. In the bloodshed refining demon scripture, there is a method for recreating 3 types of acquired spirit bodies. The first type is the ice-drinking spiritual body. You need to drink ice attribute spirit materials daily, and it's best to cultivate in an extremely cold environment. In this way, in 3 months, The ice-drinking spiritual body will be accomplished in a small way. After a small accomplishment, cold ice will follow you when you raise your hands and feet. The second type is the red blood spiritual body. It needs to be immersed in the blood of a foundation establishment stage demonic beast for 77 or 49 days, with a new type of demonic beast blood being replaced every day. After the minor accomplishment, the blood operation is accelerated, and the power of practicing the physical cultivation method of close combat is greatly increased. The third type is the evil wood spiritual body. You need to swallow wood attribute spirits once every 3 days for a total of 33 times, and then you can bring the evil wood spiritual body to a small completion. After small success, the speed of wound healing is greatly accelerated, the defense of the physical body rises, and there is also the wonderful use of controlling trees. Chu Xian thought about it repeatedly. The drinking ice spirit body and the red blood spirit body were quickly ruled out. Although the ice-drinking spiritual body was good, its attributes did not match his own, and it was difficult to find extremely cold things. The red blood spirit body was even more so. How could there be any chance of obtaining the blood of 49 foundation establishment stage demonic beasts now? Instead, it was the evil wood spirit body, with attributes that fit, in a way that wasn't difficult. It's just that I don't know if this aquamarine star will exist would attribute spiritual objects. Looks like I'm going to have to spend some time looking. Chu Xian immediately got up and rode the Big Dipper flying sword to disappear without a trace. East Lake Suburb. The three grotesque mushroom men fell on their backs. After a few twitches, he stopped moving. Wang Gangjin and Tang Jinchuan gasped several mouthfuls of rough air before their tense muscles barely loosened up. Wang Gangjin swept a glance at the dry and thin Tang Jinchuan and smiled bitterly. Old Tang, you don't have enough fat on you. Tang Jinchuan's heart palpitated. The mushroom people are too resistant. I threw several shots in a row and they didn't die. This fat won't be able to coalesce a few lances. Wang Gangjin waved his hand. The survivors who had been waiting in the wings immediately swarmed. Pour gasoline all over the three mushroom men and set them on fire. The flames are burning. The corpse made a beeping noise. It was vaguely as if there were screams. Wang Gangjin and Tang Jinchuan were a bit silent as they looked at the charred corpse. These three corpses were, not so long ago, three lads from Black Front Security, reliable and loyal. In a day's work, he was mushroomed and became the dreaded Mushroom Man. What Wang Gangjin, Tang Jinchuan and other transcendents can do now is to burn their corpses to ensure that this terrible mushrooming will not spread to others. At that moment, another figure drove up. The man who got out of the car was Wang Yong, Wang Gangjian's cousin. Wang Gangjian's face was delighted, and he immediately inquired in a low voice, "Contacted?" Wang Yong, however, shook his head. "There's no connection, and I've got some bad news." Wang Gangjian looked unsightly. "Go ahead." Wang Yong lowered his voice to a minimum. "A few of the boat gang were kind enough to tell me about it. Dragon River City has been completely mushroomed. Yi Nantian is nowhere to be found, and only one of the 4 commanders survived. Xiangxing, the Linjiang army, is falling apart." Wang Gangjian's face was hard to see. He couldn't have imagined that the situation would be so rotten after only a month or so since the mushrooms appeared. Even Longjiang City, the home base of the Linjiang army, had turned into a mushroom city. Linjiang General Yi Nantian, a powerful level 4 transcendent, was also nowhere to be found. Wang Gangjian tried to speak, but found himself shaking. Wang Yang and Tang Jinchuan rushed to support him. Wang Yang said in a deep voice, "Brother, we can turn to the boat gang. I heard that they have temporarily repelled a group of mushroom people, so there might be a way." Wang Gangjian smiled bitterly. The boat gang and the Linjiang army have never been on good terms. He himself was originally a veteran of the Linjiang army, and Black Striker also had strong Linjiang army colors. Now they want to switch to the boat gang. Can they agree? "Boss, I suggest we go find another Immortal today," Tang Jinchuan said seriously. "The Linjiang army is no longer organized. The only one we can rely on is that Immortal. If you can't invite them once or twice, then 3 or 4 times. What goes around comes around. We'll give the Immortal whatever he wants." Wang Gangjin sighed long. "I am only afraid that the Immortals will not see our things at all. Here's the deal. Boat gangs, Immortals, try both. Wang Yong, you go to the boat gang. Old Tang, let's go to the Haotai Hotel together. We must invite the Immortal." Chapter 78, Mushroom City. Mushroom Man, high in the sky. Chu Xian rode the Big Dipper flying sword in reckless flight. There were some birds that were not self-serving enough to try to prey on him. All of them were easily decapitated by him. Chu Xian overlooked the deserted city underground and revealed a strange color. "Interesting, Mushroom City?" In his line of sight, East of East Lake City, a city completely covered in mushrooms appeared. Mushrooms of all kinds were growing on the ground, on the walls, among the corpses, and even on top of the utility poles. Red, green, yellow, white, everywhere. Breeze. The mushrooms danced gently along. The spores then spread out and drifted towards the city of Eastlake with the help of the breeze. It seemed to have sensed such a living thing as Chu Xian. The spores actually had a tendency to move closer to him. Chu Xian casually blasted over a Stygian flame bomb. The flames erupted away. The spores were burned to ashes in an instant. Chu Xian did not land on the ground, but instead stood on top of the Big Dipper flying sword overlooking the city. As far as the eye could see, there were mushrooms everywhere. It looks vibrant at first glance, but a careful perception revealed that the place was dead silent. It was as if all life was swallowed up. It seems that during the time I've been in seclusion, quite a few more transcendent creatures have come out of the neighborhood. Chu Xian was not surprised, but rather pleased. He had never felt threatened by transcendental beings. As long as one is strong enough, everything is a bug that can be crushed at will. The difference is only this. Some bugs are useless. Some of the bugs were of great use to him. Chu Xian swept around and did not find any other creatures present in the city. He then continued to fly towards the east. Soon, he crossed over Linjiang province and arrived at the border of Hanhai province. Hanhai province. There are more mushroom cities here. I seem to remember that the force that is entrenched here is called the Boat Gang. Chu Xian looked at the mushrooms that were spreading and growing wildly on the earth as if they were tumors and pondered. Yuhai City, Hanhai province. This city is the capital of Hanhai province. It's also the most central turf of the Boat Gang. This was supposed to be the safest place. However, today it is infested with mushrooms. Guns rang out in the streets. A head of mushroom people fell. Yet more mushroom people stood up. Those survivors who were slightly stained on their wounds, or who inhaled the mushroom spores, were drastically changed in less than an hour. If they are not saved in time, they will join the army of mushroom people. These fearsome mushrooms are precisely why they can sweep all the way to nothing. Go to hell! The bosun roared, and the muscles on top of his arms rippled. It was actually thicker than a thigh. With a swing of his huge, heavy anchor, he smashed a mushroom man into mushroom sauce. He was a powerful fourth-level enhanced transcendent. As with the vast majority of enhanced transcendents, where he was strengthened was also both arms. Once the power completely explodes, the arms can fully expand 4 times. Swing far beyond the upper tolerance limit. Old road. There's another batch of mushrooms coming. Stop them, the bosun yelled. However, there was a delayed response from that direction. Shipmaster stomps the ground and stomps the mushroom man's head to high ground. He peered in that direction. Herself realized that the squad of transcendents had been overwhelmed by the mushroomers. He was familiar with the old road, and mushrooms were growing on his left side. 2 emotions, sanity and insanity, shifted back and forth on the old road's face. It's like 2 people are struggling with a tug of war. Strongly holding on to his sanity, Lao Lu drew the short knife at his waist and plunged it dead center into his arm. The intense pain caused his sanity to take the high ground for a moment. Boss, killed me, the next instant. However, he lunged viciously at the bosun. Mushrooming it enhanced the quality of his physical body even more. In 3 seconds, he was rushing to the skipper. The mushroom-laden mouth snapped open, to spray spores into the skipper's mouth and nose. Go well. With a saddened look on his face, the ship's captain swung up the anchor and slammed it. Bang! Old Road's head was slammed right into the concrete floor by the heavy boat anchor. A mixture of red blood and white brain matter flowed out. The Old Road's body convulsed for a moment before it completely subsided. Not far away came the fierce sound of gunfire. Immediately after that, there was a small team that retreated as they fought and came to the ship's captain. The leader of the group was a man with a majestic figure. This person's name was Feng Biao, and in the beginning, he was a fisherman in the East China Sea, just like the boat captain. After the zombie outbreak, he was fortunate enough to awaken his gift and become a transcendentalist. The bosun hurriedly inquired, "How is the northern district?" Feng Biao shook his head and whispered, "Lost the defense. Except for us, the rest are all dead." The bosun's face was unsightly to the extreme. Since a month ago, mushrooms have been appearing sporadically around Jade Sea City. At first people didn't care. After all, the boat gang had easily repelled a group of mushroomers. Each of the mushroom people that appeared on that occasion was unbeatable, and a level 1 transcendent would be able to take on 2 or 3 of them single-handedly. A few survivors swarming around could also kill the mushroom man via gunfire. People think mushroom people are so weak. It also felt like the defeat of the Linjiang army was a joke. I can't believe I lost to such a weak mushroom person. The slackness within the people towards the mushroomers has also slackened the minds of the transcendents of the shipwrecks. Originally, according to the ship's captain, water and food had to be checked daily and never contaminated with mushroom spores. However, his orders were not thoroughly carried out. The contagious nature of mushroom spores dictates that a lack of follow-through is a lack of follow-through. The result is a flood of mushrooming, north, south, and west. Over the course of a few days, large numbers of mushroom people appeared in all three directions. Countless ordinary people under the shelter of the shipwrecks were killed and transformed into mushroomers. The only way for the boat gang to survive, it seems, is to get on a boat from the east end and escape to the sea. But the bosun knew that it would be a death wish instead. The ocean, now, is scarier than the land? Who knows how many sea creatures have mutated in that deep ocean? They are large and powerful, tumbling at will. I'm afraid, can create huge waves and knock over ships. Getting on a boat is the next best thing. But now it seems like that's the only way to go. The Linjiang army has long since fallen apart, and Yi Nanshan's whereabouts are unknown. Who else would you expect? The bosun looked to the few people around him, and for the first time, confusion appeared in his eyes. Feng Biao looked over to the ship's captain, and saw that this top pillar-like figure also had a confused look in his eyes, so he could not help but sigh. The boat gang, the most massive force in Hanhai province, will they also be like the Linjiang army, falling apart and fighting on their own? Let's go. Evacuate the east end and get on the boat. Let's sail as close to the coast as possible and not go offshore, the bosun said in a deep voice. Yes. Feng Biao and the others nodded. Getting on the boat is the next best thing though, and may even be a thirst quencher. But there's always a difference between dying later and dying now. Keep this life and you may be able to rise again in the future. Chapter 79, Retreat. Xian is coming for you. However, when they killed their way out of the mushroomers' encirclement and arrived at the eastern district, they found the squad that had stayed behind here, standing in place, their eyes glazed over and twitching every now and then. On them, he had grown all sorts of colorful mushrooms. In the middle of these people stood a yellow figure. A weird umbrella cover grows on top of his head, not like the mushroom man. Instead, it looks like a combination of a type of mushroom in human form. My name is Stinky Yellow Mushroom, and I am very pleased to meet you. The yellow humanoid raised its head and looked at the boat captain and the others, and its mouth actually spat out human words. The bosun, Feng Biao and the others were bloodless. I didn't hear him right. Did he speak human? A commoner screamed in horror. The rest of the ordinary people were terrified. Still stumbling a bit over his words though. But it's really human words. It's been years since the zombie outbreak, and they've seen all kinds of weird and wonderful things. But this is the first time I've seen this kind of transcendental creature that can talk. Flesh and blood, bitter weakness. Why don't you join me in becoming a mushroom? Stinky Yellow Mushroom laughed out loud. The mushrooms all over its body suddenly spewed out a large amount of yellow spores, as if it was about to surround the boat captain and the others in the next moment. At that moment, a flying bird covered in mushrooms suddenly made its way through the crowd to the Stinky Yellow Mushroom. A raspy, unpleasant sound came out of the flying bird's mouth. Withdraw. Quickly. Sen came. Looking for you. The Stinky Yellow Mushroom froze. Xian? It can't be. Isn't he always in East Lake City? I'm about to assimilate them. Can't. Withdraw. A voice came out of the mushroom flyer's mouth once again. This is an order from the Ink Ghost Umbrella. Stinky Yellow Mushroom frowned. Big brother? Well, the thick fog of yellow spores that had just been spewed out retracted violently and returned to the Stinky Yellow Mushroom. Stinky Yellow Mushroom looked deeply at them, wanted to leave, but didn't want to go right away. It seems to be hesitating. The shipmaster, Feng Biao, and the others were about to resist when they saw the scene. What is it? What is the reason for fighting and not fighting, and retreating and not retreating? Humph, count your luck. Stinky Yellow Mushroom snorted coldly and turned to leave. However, just as he turned around, a black chain descended from the sky as if it were a python. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped its entire body. It was like rope, tying it up in knots. The Stinky Yellow Mushroom froze, and was instantly 10,000 times more alarmed. Immortal. It's an immortal tactic. The mushroom flyer gave a strange cry and lifted its wings to go. Whoosh! The wind is blowing hard. It blew so much that the boat captain, Feng Biao, and the others couldn't open their eyes. When they looked again, they realized that the Stinky Yellow Mushrooms had disappeared. The mushroom flying bird, on the other hand, was directly smashed into two pieces. Its blood and flesh mixing with the mushrooms to become a meat paste, collapsed on the ground. Long lifeless, Feng Biao was stunned. Where are the yellow mushroom people? The survivors looked at me and all looked at each other. Yeah, where are the people? The bosun, on the other hand, chewed on that word over and over again. Immortal? What are that mushroom flyer and mushroom man talking about? Wow. At that moment, the mushroom people seemed to have received some kind of signal and retreated like a tidal wave. The survivors stood on top of the rubble, shouting to the heavens and weeping with joy. Survived. We survived. The shipwreck stands. The boat boss looked at Feng Biao and the others and said seriously, the matter of the yellow mushroom man cannot be revealed to the public. A yellow mushroom man who can speak human is scary enough. The mushroom people retreated, not beaten back, but of their own accord. It's even scarier. This means that sooner or later, they will make a comeback. But this is something that must not be told to the general public. Otherwise it will surely cause them to lose trust in the boat gang. Feng Biao nodded heavily and looked at the people around him, viciously saying, whoever reveals what happened today, I'll be the first to throw him into the sea and feed him to the fish. The few survivors shuddered and nodded their heads like garlic. They were all Feng Biao's inner circle, and were clear about the terrible consequences of such things being told. The Grand Hyatt Hotel. Chu Xian surveyed the yellow mushroom man in front of him with interest. He had been watching his bosun, Feng Biao, and the others traveled to the eastern district, only to be besieged by this yellow mushroom man. He wasn't going to make a move. The deaths and lives of all the people in this world are of no concern to him. However, from the moment this yellow mushroom man spoke, it managed to arouse Chu Xian's interest. Even the Foundation Establishment stage demonic beasts of Xian heaven and earth had only opened their spiritual wisdom and were not yet able to speak humanly. At least the inner elixir must be condensed within the body before the mouth can spit out human words. And this yellow mushroom man, which was obviously far less powerful than a Foundation Establishment stage demonic beast, could actually speak. That was what made Chu Xian strike. Your name is Stinky Yellow Mushroom? Chu Xian looked at it condescendingly and smiled. The stinking yellow mushroom looked at Chu Xian in awe and nodded. Chu Xian lightly laughed. The immortal in your mouth is me. How did you guys know about me? Stinky yellow mushrooms keep their mouths shut. Chu Xian seemed to be smiling. It seems that you are eating hard but not soft. He reached out. The blood-refining corpse flame in the spiritual sea was then drawn into his palm. Buzz. Blood-red flames blazed. There seemed to be the sound of countless grievous souls wailing in it. Chu Xian had only just brought the flame closer when the surface of the stinking yellow mushroom's body began to burn and curl. In the blink of an eye, he could smell the aroma of roasted mushrooms. Well, kinda smells good. Chu Xian laughed lightly. Ah, stinky yellow mushrooms, on the other hand, screamed miserably. Its greatest fear is fire. This immortal can actually manipulate fire. If you don't answer, turn into fuel, Chu Xian calmly said. The blood-refining corpse fire continued to burn. In the blink of an eye, the lower half of the stinky yellow mushroom was completely engulfed. The flavor of the roasted mushrooms poured in. The smell wafted into the noses of the three corpses, Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and Little Leopard, causing them to have a slight craving as well. Ho, 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 ho. Panther pointed at the stinky yellow mushrooms and laughed in embarrassment, as if to say, can we get a few nibbles out of it? Chu Xian laughed. Of course you can. When I roast it, you guys can eat it if you want. Ho ho ho. All three corpses howled with excitement. Chu Xian's words completely shattered the stinking yellow mushroom's psychological defense. It cried out in fear. I say, we have known you for a long time. That's why it specifically avoided the city of Eastlake. You're strong, Big Brother said. Not to mess with you. Chu Xian sniffed with even more interest. Us? Big Brother? These mushrooms have a kindred spirit? Under his pressing, the stinky yellow mushroom had to tell him everything. The oldest ink ghost umbrella, the second leopard-spotted mushroom, the third green-capped mushroom, and the fourth stinky yellow mushroom. Chu Xian was dumbfounded as he read out this one name. These are apparently 4 varieties of poisonous mushrooms. After absorbing psychic energy and becoming a transcendent being, he took it as his name. Chapter 80. I've seen the horror of the immortals a long time ago. The stinky yellow mushroom sculled. We have no intention to make enemies with the immortals. Can you let me back in? Chu Xian smiled faintly, trying to get me to let you go back, and secretly releasing spores outwards, sending signals while trying to mushroom me? The stinky yellow mushroom's face changed dramatically. Its eyes immediately glowed hard. Taking advantage of the fact that Chu Xian had just put back the blood-refining corpse flame, it violently erupted with mushrooms all over its body. In an instant, the dense yellow gas surrounded towards Chu Xian. On closer inspection, The gas was densely packed with spores. As soon as they are inhaled, they are like maggots attached to the bone that can never be shaken off. They would settle in Chu Xian's 5 viscera and 6 bowels and start mushrooming from the inside out, eventually turning Chu Xian into a mushroom man. Go! Die! Stinky yellow mushroom roared. Kind of. Chu Xian casually put a spirit blood shield on himself. This was a refinement stage spell that he rarely used anymore. However, it was still more than enough to fend off these yellow spores now. The yellow spores were as if they were alive, constantly impacting the spirit blood shield. Continuously, layers of ripples spread across the surface of the spirit blood shield. But even with the refined Shi stage spells, they couldn't break through. An attack like this can already be compared to a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi refining. Chu Xian sked. Release me now. Big brother, second brother, third brother. They're coming. Soon. Up. Stinky yellow mushroom threatened viciously. Chu Xian smiled faintly. It's just a matter of faith. The blood-refining corpse fire then incinerated the yellow spores around him. Even if some of the spores tried to burrow into his pores, they were isolated by his spiritual power. Don't kill! Don't kill me! The stinky yellow mushroom howled in horror at the sight. Chu Xian didn't bother with nonsense and directly urged the blood-refining corpse flame to completely engulf the stinking yellow mushroom. The latter's screams came to an abrupt end. The aroma of roasted mushrooms poured over the rooftop. After receiving Chu Xian's nod, Little Leopard was the first to rush over, grabbing the roasted mushrooms and eating them. It was a great meal. Little Tiger ate several mouthfuls, but dug out something from the head of the stinking yellow mushroom and handed it over to Chu Xian as if offering a treasure. This is? Chu Xian carefully examined the irregular yellow crystal and thought, this should be the psychic energy core of the stinky yellow mushroom. He could feel the strong spiritual energy surging through it, far more than any psychic core of a transcendent being he had ever seen. Can this thing be used as a wood attribute spirit? Chu Xian suddenly remembered something and could not help but become interested. If he wanted to recreate the evil wood spiritual body, he would need to refine a wood attribute spirit every 3 days, and after a total of 33 times, he would be able to bring the evil wood spiritual body to a small completion. Its energy may not be enough to reach the level of a wood attribute spirit, but I can pull it alone. Chu Xian recalled yet another means within the bloodshed refining demon scripture. For righteous cultivators, spiritual objects were very rare. Either spend a lot of money to buy it from the workshop market. Either that or spend a lot of time trekking through the mountains and rivers to find it yourself. However, for the magic path cultivators, the spiritual objects can also be built. Just need an embryo. A wood attribute spirit item naturally required a wood attribute embryo. In Chu Xian's opinion, the stinking yellow mushroom spiritual energy core would be very suitable as an embryo. Creating wood attribute spirit objects requires the input of a large number of wood attribute living beings. Luckily, there are enough mushroom people here. Chu Xian revealed a smile. He commanded, all of you, get out there and catch as many mushroomers as you can. Ho ho ho! The 3 corpses roared a few times and immediately swept out as if they were 3 black lights. Chu Xian, on the other hand, chose a flat piece of land and began to set up the formation. The formation for recreating wood attribute spirits was called the 100 Wood Nurturing Spirit Formation. It sounds kinda like a righteous formation. In reality, it was an unadulterated demonic formation. This was because cultivators with wood attribute spiritual roots could also be thrown into this formation as nourishment to feed the wood attribute spirits. A week later, Daimanazawa. This swamp was located at the border of Hanhai, Linjiang and Jingshan provinces. It is the largest swampy wetland in Yanhan dynasty. Before the zombie outbreak, the Great Dream Zephyr was the largest ecological reserve in Yanhan dynasty. Every day, many tourists gather from all over the world to see the rare plants and animals in this pristine swamp. Manhwa, known for the wide variety of fungi in it. In the entire Yanhan dynasty, tens of thousands of fungi. A large portion of them were found in the Great Dream Zephyr. No one expected that after the spiritual energy covered the globe, these fungi could give birth to spiritual intelligence and form a group with a huge number of people. At this very moment, in the middle of the Great Dream Zephyr, there were already thousands of mushroomers hunkering down, waiting for orders. High above, 2 strange mushroom people were standing. The mushroom man on the left, dark and short, the black umbrella cover enveloped almost its entire body. The mushroom man on the right, on the other hand, is tall and robust, with a turquoise body. The green canopy, in particular, is always reminiscent of a hat of some color. Big brother, I'm about to completely assimilate the human forces in Jingshan province, so why did you suddenly call me back? Green Hat Fungus inquired in a low voice. Ink Ghost Umbrella said in a deep voice. Oldest 4 was captured by the Immortals. Green Hat Fungus froze. Captured by a fairy? That won't do. We have to go save him quickly. Ink Ghost Umbrella shook his head and said expressionlessly. No, give him up immediately. I've seen the horrors of immortality a long time ago. He's dead now. I reckon. The cuckold fungus didn't dare refute it. Of the 4 of their brothers, the Ink Ghost Umbrella is the strongest and most intelligent. If it wasn't for the Ink Ghost Umbrella, they wouldn't have been able to kill the Great Dream Zephyr. The transcendent creatures here alone would have been enough to give them, the mushroom people, a pot to drink. So you ask me to come back? Where's Ergo? Cuckold fungus inquired again. Ink Ghost Umbrella nodded. Elder, should already be on his way back. Xian has suddenly made a move, and I wonder if it's aimed at us. Let's hunker down for a while and see what Xian does. The cuckold fungus thought of something and suddenly inquired. What if the fairy kills the door? Ink Ghost Umbrella shook his head. It will take quite a bit of time before Xian wants to find out about our base camp. Even if we find out, it will take quite a while to come here. I've lurked a lot of mushroomers around the Great Dream Zephyr. They're sure to be the first to pick up on Xian's trail. Don't worry, Lao San. The cuckold fungus nodded. That's good. Then I'll do as you say and hunker down for now. At that moment, a sword chant suddenly came from the sky. A black-clothed figure with a flying sword on its feet just appeared in front of them so abruptly. It's too late to hunker down. Chu Xian looked at the 2 mushroom people and revealed a smile. Ink Ghost Umbrella and Green Hat Fungus. At this time, all had their pupils shaken. They were completely surprised that 1 second they were discussing Xian, and the next Xian appeared directly in front of them. Chapter 81, Little King of Grass. Are you here to help me? Chu Xian looked at the 2 mushroom people who were spitting out human words and revealed a faint smile. After setting up the 100-wood nurturing spirit formation properly and recreating wood attribute spirits, he began to search for the so-called elder, second, and third brothers. He checked the maps of several nearby provinces and combined them with the routes of the mushroom people's attacks and retreats. It soon became apparent that they almost all came from the northern part of Hanhai province. Combine this with the fact that Omanazawa is known for its wide variety of fungal life. Chu Xian quickly guessed that the main camp of these mushroom people was most likely the Great Dream Zephyr. Anyway, he harnessed the Big Dipper flying sword and was strong. Just fly all the way here. The road was topped off with a few unsuspecting flyers. It can be decapitated at will. Even if he guessed wrongly that the Great Dream Zephyr wasn't the Mushroom Man's home base, it wasn't a wasted trip. In the Great Dream Zephyr, there were numerous biomes, so there might be powerful transcendent creatures. In the square, Chu Xian arrived at the outskirts of the Great Dream Sword and immediately discovered that there were mushroom people lurking in many dark corners. They are found in the water, among the trunks of dead trees, and even underground. Chu Xian then concluded at that moment that this must be the Mushroom Man's base camp. It also proved that he had guessed right. Kill! Ink Ghost Umbrella let out a low growl. Its sound waves shook out. In the middle of the calm Great Dream Zephyr, beneath the silent water, countless mushroom people suddenly awoke. Crazily, he lunged towards Chu Xian. Chu Xian propped up the corpse-raising pagoda. The 3 corpses turned into 3 black lights and swept out. Wherever they passed, the mushroom people flew out backwards. Or their chests caved in, or their heads exploded, or they were torn in two. There was no one to fight. The green hat fungus bulged its body at this time, releasing a dense fog of green spores that shrouded towards Chu Xian. Chu Xian, however, merely grasped it with a trusting hand. A huge ghostly claw then appeared out of nowhere, clutching the cuckold fungus to death. That green spore fog was also immediately incinerated by the blood-refining corpse flame. A creaking sound came from the fog. It was as if countless small lives had died in the midst of this blaze. The cuckold fungus was clutched tightly by the shadowy ghost claws, and his whole body made an unbearable sound. A gurgling scream came out of his mouth. Ink Ghost Umbrella's eyes were terrified. The cuckold fungus is no less powerful. There was actually no resistance. Xian, we don't want to make an enemy of you, but you pushed me so hard, I had to put up a fight. Ink Ghost Umbrella's eyes were filled with sternness. Chu Xian looked at it with interest. Oh, let me see your full strength. Ink Ghost Umbrella roared. Kill. Then the next moment, a thick fog of black spores erupted under its feet, covering its entire body. It's actually escaped. Chu Xian. Not a bad IQ at all. Both knew they couldn't beat it and ran. Unfortunately, in front of him, even escaping was just a luxury. Hui Kong, go ahead, Chu Xian casually said. Whoosh! The fatal soul cord broke through the air. It was like a black python, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed behind the Ink Ghost Umbrella. A fateful soul suddenly rushed out from within the fateful soul rope. Hers was a hideous bald head with fierce eyes. It was the genius monk of the Golden Dragon Temple. Hui Kong. Jie Jie. Hui Kong laughed strangely a few times and pounced on him. The ink ghost parasol immediately felt as if he was being stared at by a cold and vicious monster. The speed slowed immediately. It was this brief slowness that the soul fury rope then tied up the ink ghost umbrella. A few moments later, the soul severing rope then tied the ink ghost umbrella to Chu Xian's side. Ink ghost umbrella's eyes rolled around bone deep, still trying to take advantage of the opportunity to release the spore fog. Chu Xian slapped the heads of the ink ghost umbrella and the green hat fungus. Bears of blood refining corpse fire burst out. It directly burned them into 2 lumps of charcoal. Give no quarter. Come on, go home. It's a pity that the oldest is not here to get it all in one go. Chu Xian shook his head with some regret. 10 kilometers west of Diamonds, the leopard-spotted mushrooms were leading the mushroom men under their command. Speeding up, it was distraught, because the ink ghost umbrella told it that Xian was onto them, and that it must immediately abandon all fighting and return to the Great Dream Zephyr. Xian's fearsome, it learned early on, where mushroom spores spread, all information and intelligence is at their disposal. This naturally includes the city of Eastlake. Mushroom spores have arrived in Eastlake more than once by various means, carried on the wind, carried by birds of prey, carried by walkers. These are all ways of spreading. But the mushroom people are surprised to find that there are actually no zombies in Eastlake for them to parasitize. Even humans are scarce. Back then, mushroom people weren't too smart. The 4 leaders of the mushroom men, the 4 brothers of the ink ghost umbrella, were also still in a daze. They just tend to and instinctively avoid the city of Eastlake. And as more and more humans and transcendent beings are assimilated, the 4 brothers of the ink ghost umbrella are also becoming more and more intelligent. They finally realize that Eastlake City is a forbidden place not to be touched. There is a fairy living there. In the eyes of an immortal, all transcendent beings were ants. The difference is only useless and useful. The powerful transcendent beings that had newly risen in these southeastern provinces were invariably buried in the hands of Xian. Even the corpse queen, who had always liked to expand her territory, didn't dare to extend her claws to Donghu City in Linjiang Province. All this time, Sen has been operating in and around Eastlake City. The leopard-spotted mushrooms couldn't imagine how Xian had suddenly set his sights on them. It thinks and rushes along. At a certain point, there was a sudden, unexplained choke, because it suddenly saw that a sword light swept over its head. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace, fast as lightning. That's the means of an immortal. Out of the Great Dream Zephyr, Big Brother and the others are dead? A great fear rose within the leopard-spotted mushroom. It hid immediately. Fortunately, that sword light was high off the ground. Seems to be in a hurry to get back. Didn't care about what was going on the ground. The leopard-spotted mushrooms were not detected. Only after that sword light had disappeared for 10 minutes did the leopard-spotted mushroom cautiously come out from his hiding place. Looking at the place where the sword light left, his eyes were filled with hatred. The Great Dream Zephyr can't stay. I'm getting out of here. I'm the last of the only seedlings. I want to avenge my big brother and the others. Leopard-spotted mushrooms clenched their teeth. Just then, it suddenly sensed something strange. It jerked around. Suddenly I noticed a tender green grass on the ground not far away. The grass is less than 30 centimeters, swinging in the wind, like a green elf. Only, it was too bright green to fit in with its surroundings. Not like life in this cruel apocalyptic world, rather like grass in the middle of a primeval forest. Leopard-spotted mushroom breathed a sigh of relief. Little king of grass, it's you. I thought it was some other transcendent being. Its eyes blazed. Little grass king, are you here to help me? This little plant in front of me was a transcendent being as powerful as their 4 mushroom brothers. No one knows how a weed can be transcendent. The 4 mushroom brothers also very quietly did not inquire. Chapter 82 Xian. I hope we never meet again. A long time ago, they made an alliance with the little grass king, staying out of each other's way and on each other's horns. Some time ago, the 4 mushroom brothers decided to expand their territory with the Great Dream Zephyr as the center, which was also suggested by the little grass king. But the 4 mushroom brothers are weird. Why is it that the little grass king just keeps to himself and never expands his territory? Of course I'm here to help you. Hurry up. Xian has already come to the Great Dream Zephyr. A tender voice came out from among the tender green grass. Leopard-spotted mushroom pointed in the direction where the sword light was far away. I've already seen it. Xian just flew out of the Great Dream Zephyr. My big brother and the others. They're probably all dead. The little grass king gave a surprised ah, then inquired. Then what are you going to do? Fight with the Immortal? Hatred flashed under the leopard-spotted mushroom's eyes. Of course I want revenge. But not now. I will take these men far away from the Great Dream Zephyr and look for a new territory to secretly build up my strength. When I become a level 6 transcendent, I'll come back to kill immortals, avenge Big Brother and the others. Leopard-spotted mushroom looked to the little grass king. We're allies. You'll help me, right? The little grass king nodded. Of course, we are allies. Forever. The leopard-spotted mushroom's heart was touched. Thank you. You're welcome. The little grass king smiled. In the next moment, countless strips of grass roots broke through the ground and directly inserted themselves into the leopard mushroom's body. These grass roots had long ago taken the opportunity to ambush the leopard-spotted mushrooms around them. Now that it suddenly appeared, the latter had no time to react at all. Why are you doing this to me? Aren't we allies? Didn't we agree that the 3 eastern provinces would be ours and the 3 central provinces would be yours? The leopard-spotted mushrooms had their psychic energy drained out of their bodies rapidly. It wailed in pain and cursed in anger. The little grass king sniffed and instead increased the force of his extraction. It calmly said, "How dare I kill an immortal? The reason why I let you expand your territory is just to trick you into deliberately exposing it." In its view, the 4 mushroom brothers are huge hidden dangers. Once the power of these guys became stronger, they would inevitably threaten themselves. Instead of sitting back and watching that day come, we should set them up for their own destruction. Leopard-spotted mushrooms rounded their eyes at that. Anger. It could no longer speak the latter words. So much psychic energy has been taken away that even intelligence is being lost at a rapid rate. In less than 10 minutes, the last of the 4 mushroom brothers was directly drained of their spiritual energy and became an air-dried mushroom. The little grass king looked out in the direction where the sword light had left. Xian, I hope we never meet. Even though I had to bathe in golden rain to open my wisdom, I still don't want to meet you. The king of grasses retracted the roots and wrapped the green leaves. Immediately an orb was formed. The orb rolled back and forth over the earth and quickly disappeared without a trace. Squeak! The Wooling God car came to a sudden stop. Wang Yang jumped out of the car. He looked ahead at the bridge covered in mushrooms and looked desperate. He claimed Wang Gangjian's mission and left the Black Front Security Company, sailing towards the territory of the boat gang. Hopefully the boat gangs will help them out against the mushroom people coming south. However, the road leading to the boat gang had actually been taken over by mushrooms as well. That said, the boat club is also in jeopardy today. What to do? Go back? Wang Yang sighed long and hard. What kind of people? Don't you know that this is the territory of the boat gang? At that moment, a wary voice came from the creek below the bridge. Wang Yang cast his eyes and saw a small boat. There were 2 middle-aged men on the boat. Wang Yang was relieved and immediately told the story. Finally, he pleaded, "Can the 2 elder brothers help me contact the transcendentals of the boat gang? We don't have anyone to fall back on anymore. We'll give whatever the boat club wants." The 2 middle-aged men looked at each other with odd expressions. Jade Sea City was attacked by mushroomers only 2 days ago, and several transcendents died. "I'm afraid we can't help you." Wang Yang's face was instantly ugly. Was the boat gang attacked by the mushroomers too? But he keenly grasped the hidden message in the words, hurriedly pursuing the question. "Excuse me, did the boat gang repel the mushroom people?" One replied, "It was repulsed, but the casualties were heavy. We're not sure exactly how it was repulsed, only that the mushroom people fought and ran away on their own." Wang Yang couldn't help but be amazed. "Running away on your own?" One of them calmly said, "I have a walkie-talkie. I can ask the boss for you." Wang Yang was grateful. "Thank you, big brother." A few moments later, the man gave a reply. "The boat gang doesn't have the energy to help the forces in Linjiang province, so fend for yourself." Wang Yang's face stiffened. Okay. He got into the car as if he were a zombie, turned around, and went back the way he came. The boat gang didn't want to help. Mushroomers are hard to contain. Is there a future for the Black Strikers? Will we have to relocate en masse again, just as we did when we faced the wave of corpses? Wang Yang drove the Wolingxing car back. The Immortal suddenly came to mind. How exactly the wave of corpses disappeared in the first place? They did not know, but they could conclude that it must have something to do with that Immortal. Will the Immortals strike this time when the mushroomers go south? Boat help or no help, Immortals are the only hope left. I hope Cousin and the gang can invite the Immortals. A glimmer of hope rekindled in Wang Yang's eyes. The Grand Hyatt Hotel. As soon as Chu Xian returned here, he immediately threw the spirit energy cores of the Ink Ghost Umbrella and the Green Hat Fungus into the 100-wood spirit nurturing formation as well. Inside the formation, small mountains of mushroom man corpses were now piled up. At a rough count, there were at least 3,000 of them. All of these mushroom man corpses would be transformed into dense energy under the action of the formation and incorporated into the 3 spiritual energy cores of the ink ghost umbrella, green hat fungus, and stinky yellow mushroom. After a long period of energy infusion, they would then metamorphose into wood attribute spirits. At this rate, it should take shape in a year at most. I just don't know how many wood attribute spirits will eventually appear. Xu Xian revealed a smile. If the infusion of energy is large enough and abundant enough, a single embryo can form more than one spirit. If they were placed in Song Xian heaven and earth, they would have to spend a huge amount of spirit stones just to purchase spirit trees. The amount of spirit stones needed to recreate wood attribute spirit objects was only 2 to 3% less than the amount of spirit stones needed to directly purchase wood attribute spirit objects. But put in this aquamarine, spirit wood can be completely replaced by mushroom people. It can be a great deal with no money down. Can't kill off the mushroom people. It's best to also catalyze a few mushroom men. Even if they can't compare to the 4 mushroom brothers of the ink ghost umbrella, they can't be too far behind. In this way, I'll have more spiritual energy cores to create more wood attribute spiritual objects. When Xu Xian thought of this, he immediately had Little Dragon and the other ink corpses go capture more mushroom people and raise them. The future holds many more times when their selflessness will be needed. At that moment, Xu Xian raised his eyebrows. The men of the Black Blade, coming for me again? Chapter 83. If there is any act of betrayal, his body will be devoured by 10,000 corpses, and his soul will not enter the wheel of reincarnation. Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan stood outside the Haotai Hotel with anxiety. The mist still churned. It was as if a wild dragon was hiding. This was the 5th time in the past few days that they had come to the Hawthorne Hotel in the hope of inviting out this immortal. It was a pity that the immortals never responded to them. Their calls were always stone cold, but even so, they couldn't give up. Wang Gangjian knew deep down that the lives of the hundreds of people in Black Strike rested on the shoulders of these few transcendents of theirs. If none of them put up a fight and try, the rest of the Black Strikers will end up dead. Immortal, please help us. There are too many mushrooms for us to do anything about it. Anything you want, if we have it, we will give it with both hands. Immortals. Wang Gangjian spoke with all his might and in an earnest tone. He didn't use a megaphone, much less record it. Instead, they speak up on their own every time. He felt more solemn that way. The mist still tumbled silently. The immortal still hasn't come out. Tang Jinchuan's face was bitter. Let us go, boss. Wang Gangjian sighed and turned his head away. They turned around, only to find a figure standing behind them. Black hair, black eyes, all black. It was that immortal. Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan shook in unison, excitedly saying, Immortal. Xu Xian calmly said, You guys just said that you can give me whatever I want? The two nodded their heads like garlic without the slightest hesitation. Xu Xian seemed to smile. Then if I want you guys to turn into zombies, are you willing to do the same? The two looked at each other and both saw the awe in the other's eyes. But after a moment of trepidation, Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan still nodded solemnly. We are willing. If it takes our lives to keep a few hundred of Black Strike's men alive, we're willing. Xu Xian did not speak again. Both sides fell silent. Only after a moment did Xu Xian casually say, The Mushroom Man leader is dead, and the remaining Mushroom men are all out of shape. You needn't worry about it. Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan froze. Great surprise erupted in his eyes. The chief is dead? Really? Wang Gangjian instinctively wanted to raise his voice to inquire, but then immediately reacted that there was no need for the immortal to deceive them. Then he immediately put his heart down. Thank you, Immortal. The duo bowed deeply towards Xu Xian. Don't be thankful. I have something I need you to do too. Xu Xian casually said. Wang Gangjian solemnly said, Please ask the immortal for orders. Heifeng is willing to saddle up for you. Xu Xian calmly said, I want you to gather intelligence. The more the better. Linjiang Province, Hanhai Province, and even Yanhan Heavenly Kingdom. All intelligence on all transcendent beings. I want it. Although he was able to ride the Big Dipper flying sword to go out and search for transcendent beings, just one Linjiang Province alone was vast and could already be compared to a small half of the Misty State. It's best to get the information beforehand and then do the hunting, so as to save the most time. Most of his time was going to be used for cultivation, for breaking through to a higher realm. It must not be easily wasted. There was obviously a little difficulty in leaving this sort of thing to the shady corpses. Only corpse generals like Xiao Long, Xiao Hu and Xiao Bao had the same intelligence as normal humans. Corpse pawns of even lower realms do not have a large brain capacity, unable to do such a job. Xu Xian rather felt that these few people from the Black Front Security Company were good. At least Wang Gangjian, Tang Jinchuan. These people, the heart and mind of the upper class, is available. We do. Wang Gangjin and Tang Jinchuan were delighted at the words and immediately nodded their heads. It's a great honor to work for the Immortals. Work for me and never rebel. Chu Xian fatally said. If there is any act of betrayal, his body will be devoured by 10,000 corpses, and his soul will not enter the wheel of reincarnation. Wang Gangjin and Tang Jinchuan both had their skins trembling. If someone else said something like that, they'd just think it was blowing awesome. But an immortal saying something like that is completely different. They believed that the Immortals really had such means. The two took a deep breath in unison and solemnly said, willing to be driven by the Immortals. Chu Xian nodded slightly and flicked his fingers. The two spiritual energy cores fell in front of them impartially. Swallow it, Chu Xian casually said. This. Wang Gangjin and Tang Jinchuan were a bit shocked as they looked at the pigeon egg-sized spiritual energy core. Such a large spiritual energy core is at least a tertiary core, right? Can we eat it? The first and foremost prerequisite for taking a psychic core is to choose a psychic core of the same or lower level as your own. If one were to forcefully take a higher grade spiritual energy core, the failure rate would increase even further. It might be a normal person 1 second and a bloodthirsty monster the next. Wang Gangjin gulped. Immortal. We can't just eat the spiritual energy core. We might die. Chu Xian looked at him and calmly said, with me here, you will not die. Wang Gangjin and Tang Jinchuan glanced at each other and immediately put their hearts back into their stomachs. Wang Gangjin gritted his teeth, picked up that level 3 spiritual energy core and shoved it into his mouth. Gobble. The teeth bite up and down. The core of psychic energy was bitten like icing sugar. It soon turned into a dense spiritual energy that surged into his limbs and bones. The raging foreign spiritual energy was like a bison charging left and right. In just a blink of an eye, blood oozed out of the pores of Wang Gangjin's entire body. The veins on his forehead bulged and his upper and lower teeth clenched. His face showed intense pain. A pair of eyes were even bulging out like goldfish. It was covered in blood. It was as if they were going to turn into zombies the next moment. Tang Jinchuan looked incomparably terrified. Sure enough, zombified. Chu Xian sized up Wang Gangjin and thought. Wang Gangjin was in this state, much like going off the deep end. If a cultivator goes off the deep end, he will bleed from his 7 orifices and burst his body. Transcendents who go off the deep end are completely zombified. To alleviate cultivators in the state of going off the deep end, all that was needed was to inject external spiritual energy to unclog their depressed meridians. I suppose the same is true for transcendentalists. And the nature of psychic energy is far inferior to aura. He only needed to make a slight move to dissolve Wang Gangjin's current state. Chu Xian looked at the agonizing Wang Gangjin, and his divine thoughts burst out, enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, he saw a large amount of spiritual energy deposited in Wang Gangjin's chest. He flexed his fingers and flicked them. A ray of spiritual energy broke through his body and shot into Wang Gangjin's chest, directly breaking the point. In a split second, it was as if the sky was clear. The psychic energy immediately evacuated and went where each one was supposed to go. Viscera, bones, blood, muscles. In less than a minute, the pain on Wang Gangjin's face began to soothe at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, he was lying quietly on the ground, feeling the spiritual energy transforming his body. This scene saw Tang Jinchuan's eyes widen in shock. Immortal. This really is immortal tactics. Wouldn't this mean that from now on, all they needed to do was to gather enough spiritual energy cores to impact higher levels without any danger? Where are the other transcendents, who are treated like this?